Lu Hongwan's eyes lit up. For real? Absolutely, I value my word. Alright then, I'll spread the word for you when I get back. Lu Hongwan stood up and gave Lu Xian another look. But let me be clear up front. I'll make the introduction, but you're not to bully that person. Am I that kind of person? Didn't you just bully me? That was mutual consent. Lu Hongwan huffed, turned, and walked toward the door. After 2 steps, she glanced back. My sisters are far more beautiful than me. Don't lose control when the time comes. Relax, I have principles in business. Those are your principles. Lu Hongwan rolled her eyes. I'm falling apart. What do you think, I'm a donkey? She said it aloud, but her expression shifted slightly as she rose. During their dual cultivation earlier, she seemed to sense her spiritual energy had refined by a fraction. Must be a hallucination. I'm going. This trip, she was very satisfied. Tiring as it was, the gains were substantial. The neighboring Jubao pavilion had offered her only 15 spirit stones, but Lu Xian had doubled that amount. She earned only 5 spirit stones per month at Luoxia sect, yet in half an hour, she had made 3 months' salary. Take care, junior sister. Lu Hongwan swayed her hips as she left the shop, her red figure disappearing into the marketplace crowd. Lu Xian watched her go, then firmly closed the shop door and sat cross-legged. He took a deep breath and activated the Xianpin Longxing technique. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians. The bottleneck he had just broken was like shattered ice with fragments still lingering. After completing 1 full cycle of the technique, those fragments were swept clean by the surging spiritual energy. Deep in the dantian, a brand new power quietly took root. Qi condensation layer 3, I completely stabilized. Lu Xian opened his eyes, his mood elated, a broad smile on his face. The bottleneck that had plagued him for 3 years since obtaining the system had been broken in just half an hour. Gazing at the bustling crowd in the marketplace, his lips slowly curved into a grin. Good times are finally here. Lu Xian lay half reclined on the soft lounge chair, inhaling deeply. A faint scent of sterculia flowers still lingered in the air like wisps of cloud. His face flushed, and his fingertips quickly formed a cleaning spell. A flicker of soft light dispelled all traces of the intimate atmosphere. Comfortable. With few customers in the marketplace, Lu Xian decided to pull up the system mall for research. With a thought, a translucent light screen suddenly spread before his eyes, dense with treasures that made his heart race. Low-grade pills, orthodox techniques, killing arts, defensive and offensive artifacts. All available. Common Qi consolidation pills, spirit recovery pills, and foundation establishment pills were everywhere, while core formation pills and spirit nourishing pills also appeared in the listings. Even more legendary treasures were displayed: the 9-turn life-extending pill, the supreme divine art heavenly manifestation, and the ancient killing weapon Nanming Li fire sword, all laid out before him. Lu Xian's eyes bulged, his breathing quickened involuntarily. The Nanming Li fire sword. It was the personal sword of an ancient supreme being. One strike could unleash 10,000 flames consuming the heavens. Legend had it that with a single blow it had shattered an ancient secret realm and peerless treasure. He swallowed hard and quickly glanced at the price column. The cheapest ordinary pills, artifacts, and low-grade techniques cost only 100 treasure scroll. Foundation establishment pills, essential for most cultivators, cost only 100 treasure scrolls. But for top-tier treasures like the 9-turn life-extending pill or the heavenly manifestation art, the price column was obscured by a string of asterisks. No number visible at all. There he detected fierce combat fluctuations. You all return to the northern frontier first. I'll be back shortly. Before his words had even finished echoing, his figure had already vanished into the sky. Lu Xian muttered under his breath and rapidly scrolled through the product list. Those commonplace items he could easily obtain elsewhere. He simply refused to waste precious 100 treasure scrolls on them. After a moment, a line of text suddenly caught his eye. Oh, this one is good. Lu Xian sat up straight, his eyes lighting up. Artifact repair technique, common, redeem for only 100 treasure scrolls. Upon learning it, you can perfectly repair all damaged artifacts, restoring them to brand new condition. Artifact repair technique. Lu Xian's heart surged with joy. Previously, he had only acquired artifacts by buying damaged goods at low prices, wiping them up, and reselling for meager profit. When he encountered artifacts with severe cracks or heavy damage, he simply dared not take them. But once he mastered this repair technique, he would make a fortune. Broken artifacts restored to perfect condition. Resale prices would multiply several times over. Not only could he earn system transaction rebates, but he could also profit from the price difference on repaired items. Double the benefits. Thinking of rolling streams of spirit stones flowing into his account, Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle silently, unable to suppress his laughter. What's so funny? A crisp, melodious female voice came from the shop door, carrying a hint of playful teasing. Lu Xian instantly suppressed his foolish grin, cleared his throat twice, stood up to greet the customer, and looked up. Standing at the doorway was a female cultivator in a moon-white long dress, tall and stunningly beautiful, exuding an icy, otherworldly aura entirely different from the warm Lu Hongwan. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Simply standing there, an invisible pressure washed over him. Based on his 10 years of experience groveling at Tianyan sect, she was at least a late-stage qi condensation cultivator. But I calculated that a distinguished guest would visit today, hence my joy. Lu Xian quickly improvised a smile spreading across his face. Bai Qingxuang raised an eyebrow, slightly eyes full of mockery. Oh, the shopkeeper also knows Tianyan divination arts. Being teased by her, Lu Xian's face flushed. Tianyan arts were a divine estimation ability exclusive to top-tier experts. At its peak, one could peer into the secrets of heaven and earth and predict fortune and misfortune. How could a mere qi condensation cultivator like him claim mastery? I've dabbled in the basics and am studying diligently. I'll master it sooner or later. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Bai Qingxuang smiled faintly, clearly not taking his words seriously. She casually withdrew a bronze mirror from her storage pouch and tossed it onto the counter. Appraise this for me. Lu Xian looked down. The bronze mirror was palm-sized, its surface smooth and polished with intricate runes carved around the edge. It was a mid-grade defensive artifact in decent condition. The moment his fingertip touched the mirror's surface, the system's appraisal ability activated automatically. Xiangong mirror, mid-grade defensive artifact. Can withstand one full power attack from a late-stage qi condensation cultivator. This Xuan mirror is in decent condition, but its grade is limited and its defensive ceiling isn't high. I'll offer you 70 spirit stones for it. Lu Xian said, setting the bronze mirror down. Bai Qingxuang responded with a bland acknowledgement and simply extended her hand. Bring the spirit stones. Lu Xian was momentarily stunned. He had prepared several rounds of haggling tactics. She didn't bargain at all. Miss, you're not going to haggle. 70 spirit stones. Not worth the effort. Bai Qingxuang gave him a casual glance. Lu Xian opened his mouth, but all his prepared bargaining lines stuck in his throat. He silently swallowed his words and obediently counted out 70 spirit stones, pushing them toward her. Bai Qingxuang collected the stones and turned to leave. Her moon-white hem brushed lightly across the floor, leaving a cold, retreating figure. She hadn't said a single extra word from start to finish. Lu Xian stared at the empty doorway and clicked his tongue. Congratulations, host. Transaction complete. Deal amount 70 spirit stones. Received rebate cultivation points 70. Reward 100 treasure scroll, X1. A warm current flowed into his dantian, gentler than the previous transaction, but equally substantial. Lu Xian could feel himself drawing closer to qi condensation layer 4. He glanced again at the new 100 treasure scroll on his panel. He was still 8 scrolls away from redeeming the artifact repair technique. Almost there. Lu Xian lowered his gaze and glanced once more in the direction where Bai Qingxuang had disappeared, silently sighing in his heart. As expected, not every female cultivator was as easy to talk to as Lu Hongwan. 70 spirit stones without even blinking. An obvious person who couldn't be short of money. Such a customer was good and bad. Good in that it saved the effort of haggling. Bad in that he had zero chance of the additional services he desired. Thinking too much was useless. I just need to accumulate more 100 treasure scrolls and get the repair technique sooner. Lu Xian shook his head, carefully wiped, and maintained the Xuan mirror, then placed it on the counter before lying back down on the lounge chair to meditate. Time flew. By evening, the marketplace crowds had dispersed, and all the shops were closing up. During this period, no one had visited. Lu Xian rose and stretched, walked to the shop door, and was just raising his hand to close the shutter when hurried footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. A petite figure came sprinting toward him, a clear bell-like voice calling out from afar. Wait, don't close the door. Lu Xian looked up. The girl was petite, wearing faded gray-green cultivator robes, running hard, and breathing heavily, damp bangs clinging to her cheeks from sweat. You must be senior brother Lu, right? The girl steadied herself on the door frame, catching her breath, then looked up at Lu Xian with a sweet smile. My name is Lin Xiaochan. Senior sister Lu recommended me to come to you. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. Lu Hongwan's efficiency was truly impressive. She had only departed in the morning, yet by dusk, she had already brought him a new customer. His gaze swept over the young girl at the doorway, and in one glance, he could see her cultivation base was merely at the second layer of qi condensation. Her face was soft and round, framed by large, bright, lively eyes. Her petite figure barely reached his shoulders, giving her an innocent and endearing air. Did senior sister Lu send you? Lu Xian stepped aside to open the shop door, his tone warm and easy. Come and we can talk inside. Thank you, senior brother Lu. Lin Xiaochan bounced cheerfully into the shop, her curious gaze sweeping left and right before lingering on the display of magical artifacts. After a moment, she made her way to the counter. She carefully extracted an object from her storage bag. It was a short dagger, barely palm-length, its sheath carved with simple cloud patterns and shimmering with a faint spiritual glow. The overall condition was remarkably well preserved. Senior brother Lu, I would like to exchange this for spirit stones. Lin Xiaochan held out the dagger with both hands. I saved spirit stones for a long time to buy this. Lu Xian reached out and took it, drawing the blade smoothly. The appraisal ability built into his system immediately activated. Cloud pattern, short dagger, low-grade magical artifact. Sharp-edged, excellent condition. It's only a low-grade artifact, and the market for it is rather limited. I'll give you 15 spirit stones. Lu Xian placed the dagger back on the counter. Lin Xiaochan's eyes instantly lit up, but then her brows furrowed, and she bit her lower lip, speaking timidly. Could you give me a little more? Senior Sister Lu said you're always very generous with your offers. Lu Xian leaned back against his reclining chair, watching the hopeful expression on the girl's face, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. As expected, someone Lu Hongwan had steered his way, down to the exact same script. Junior Sister 15 spirit stones is already the highest price on the market. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. The moment the words left his lips, Lin Xiaochan's round face fell completely. She lowered her head, staring at her shoes, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her robe. She remained silent for a long while. Lu Xian had assumed she would turn and leave at such a low offer. Instead, the girl suddenly looked up, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her voice came out faint as a mosquito, nearly inaudible. Then, what Senior Sister Lu can do, I can too. Uff. Lu Xian nearly sprayed his tea, coughing violently before regaining his composure. He set down his teacup and calmly studied the young woman before him. She was a full head shorter than Lu Hongwan, her round face tinged with rosiness, large eyes flashing with nervous courage. Despite her obvious trepidation, she had mustered the fortitude to speak her mind. Lu Xian was silent for a moment before slowly asking, what exactly did Lu Hongwan tell you? Lin Xiaochan's blush deepened. She stammered, she said, Senior brother Lu is kind-hearted and fair with prices. And oi. She also said if I ever desperately needed spirit stones for personal expenses, I could discuss it properly with senior brother. Lu Xian raised his hand and massaged his brow, utterly exasperated. Lu Hongwan, oh Lu Hongwan. She claimed to be introducing a customer, but she had clearly set him up on purpose. On second thought, the cloud pattern dagger was of above-average quality. The notion that it was an obscure artifact was merely a bargaining ploy. Acquiring it for 15 spirit stones guaranteed a profit, and completing the transaction would also yield system rebates and 100 treasure scroll. Either way, it was a winning deal. He held up 2 fingers. I can go up to 20 spirit stones at most. Anything more, and I truly cannot afford it. Light erupted in Lin Xiaochan's eyes, and she nearly bounced on the spot. She reached out and grabbed Lu Xian's wrist, shaking it excitedly. Really? Thank you so much, Senior Brother Lu. Senior Sister Lu was right. You're the kindest person ever. His wrist went numb from her enthusiastic shaking, and Lu Xian quickly said, all right, let go first. I'll fetch the spirit stones. Lin Xiaochan only then realized she was holding on to him, and hastily withdrew her hand, her ears turning as red as if they might bleed. Lu Xian counted out 20 spirit stones and pushed them toward her. The girl quickly stashed them into her storage bag, her eyes curving into crescent moons with pure joy. Congratulations, host. Transaction complete. Amount 20 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate 20. Extra reward 100 treasure scroll 1. As the prompts faded, a gentle warm current slowly flowed into his dantian. Though modest in amount, it genuinely filled a small gap in his cultivation. Lu Xian neatly stored the cloud pattern dagger and looked up toward the shop entrance. The sky had darkened completely, and lanterns along the market street flickered on one by one. Follow me. Lu Xian rose and closed the shop door. Lin Xiaochan blinked in confusion and looked up. Huh, where are we going? Noticing her hesitation, a faint smile touched Lu Xian's lips as he added softly, didn't you just say you could do what Senior Sister Lu does? The words struck her like thunder. She trembled all over, her blush spreading from her ears down to her neck, her long eyelashes fluttering frantically. I didn't mean that. Senior Sister Lu, she just... Lin Xiaochan's words tumbled out incoherently, growing quieter and quieter until they were barely audible. What she told me wasn't what you think. Then what exactly did she tell you? Lin Xiaochan bit her lower lip tightly, and after a long pause whispered, she said, if I urgently needed spirit stones, I should come find Senior Brother and discuss it properly. With that, she buried her head so low it nearly pressed against her chest, her ear tips glowing as if they might bleed. Lu Xian gazed at her flustered and shy demeanor, and everything became crystal clear. Lu Hongwan had claimed to be introducing a customer, but in truth, she had laid out every detail of the arrangement beforehand. This girl had clearly been nudged into coming by her. She was shy and reserved, too embarrassed to voice it outright, and had danced around the subject for half a day. Since she was already here, and since everything had been laid so bare, Lu Xian stepped forward twice and stood steadily before her. Lin Xiaochan was a head shorter than him, forced to look down at the dark crown of his hair. A single silver hairpin loosely held her long locks, a few stray strands framing her cheeks and swaying gently with her breath. Junior Sister Lin. The girl replied in a faint whisper. Look up. She hesitated for a long moment before timidly lifting her gaze. Her large eyes were clouded with mist, filled with panic and helplessness, much like a kitten grasped by the scruff of its neck. The sky is completely dark outside, and you are alone carrying spirit stones through the night. This market district has not been safe lately. Rogue cultivators from beyond roam freely. What if you encounter bandits on the road? Lin Xiaochan's lips parted as if to insist she would be fine, but the words swallowed themselves before they could form. She had long heard of the frequent robberies in the area and how many low-level cultivators had had their storage bags stripped empty. Her fingers tightened once more around the hem of her robe, and she lowered her head in silence. Xuan raised his hand and gently took her slender wrist. Lin Xiaoqian's body gave the faintest tremor, yet she made no move to pull away. Stay here tonight, all right. Lin Xiaoqian's lips moved, her throat tightening as not a single word emerged. She stared blankly at Xuan, her eyelashes trembling incessantly. After a while, understanding and sensible as ever, she gave a slight nod. A gentle smile of warmth rippled across Xuan's eyes as he led her toward the rear courtyard. Early morning. Xuan slowly opened his eyes. He moved, but felt as though someone was entangling him. Looking down, he found Lin Xiaoqian clinging to him like an octopus. One leg pressed against his waist, her arms wrapped around his neck. Her face was buried in his shoulder, her breathing even as sleep and content. Her cheeks were rosy, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her lips, as though she were dreaming of something sweet. Xuan did not move. He turned his head to observe the petite girl, her long lashes thick and curled, the shyness and tension from the night before entirely absent in her slumber. He reached out and poked her cheek. Soft and yielding, it felt quite delightful. Lin Xiaoqian wrinkled her nose, but did not wake. Xuan poked her once more. This time she stirred, blinking groggily as her eyes met his. She froze for half a second. Then, as though struck by lightning, she sprang backward, yanking the quilt around herself and scrambling into the far corner of the bed. Her face blushed from ear to neck, and she could barely form coherent words. Senior brother. You're awake. Xuan propped himself on one elbow, watching her with an amused smile. Yes, I'm awake. You were sleeping quite soundly. Lin Xiaoqian wished she could burrow beneath the floorboards. I wasn't. I don't usually do this. Do what? It's just, when sleeping. Her voice grew quieter with each word, as though she wished to hide beneath the blanket. I don't go around hugging people. Xuan chuckled, deciding not to press further. He threw off the covers and sat up, stretching lazily. All right, get down. I need to open the shop. Lin Xiaoqian finally registered the situation and scrambled out of bed barefoot, frantically gathering the clothes scattered across the floor from the night before. Cultivation robes, undergarments, sashes, and socks lay in disarray around the bed corner and meditation cushions. Each item she picked up only deepened her blush. After dressing, she stood beside the bed with her head bowed, fingers twisting the hem of her garment, appearing hesitant to speak. Xuan had already donned his outer robe and was preparing to open the door. Senior brother Lu. Lin Xiaoqian stood at the doorway, head bowed, her voice barely above a whisper. May I still come here in the future? Xuan glanced at her. Were you too busy until midnight last night? Lin Xiaoqian's face flushed crimson once more. No, I didn't mean that. I meant selling things. She stammered through her explanation, waving her hands frantically. I just came to sell things. Not to that. Witnessing her flustered state, Xuan's lips curved slightly. Of course you can come if you have goods to sell. The price is negotiable. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. Yes, I'm leaving then. Goodbye, senior brother. I'll come again. With that, she turned and sprinted away, bolting out of the shop door without daring to look back. Xuan stood at the doorway, watching her petite figure weave through the morning market until she disappeared around a corner. She ran quite fast, but her posture was admittedly a bit awkward. He shook his head, turned back inside, and prepared to tidy the bedding. Then he froze. On the bedsheets, a trace of crimson lay quietly, small, yet unmistakable. He stared at the red stain for several seconds, his gaze clouded with complex emotions. Last night, he had not dwelled on it. Lin Xiaoqian had been brought by Lu Hongluan, and he had assumed she was of the same kind. Yet now it seemed something different. Xuan pushed those thoughts aside, rolled up the sheet, and resolved to wash it later. Then he sat cross-legged and circulated his spiritual energy through a complete cycle. Spiritual power surged through his meridians, noticeably richer than before the previous night. He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy deep within his dantian had surged significantly. The previous night he had practiced the Xianpin Changxing art, harmonizing yin and yang, and both parties had benefited. He had gained, and Lin Xiaoqian likely had received considerable benefit as well. Along the eastern street of the market, Lin Xiaoqian ran all the way until she turned two corners and was certain Xuan could no longer see her, then slowed her pace. Her face burned red like a boiled shrimp as she muttered to herself, Lin Xiaoqian, you've lost your mind. 5 spirit stones. 4. She left the sentence unfinished, for merely recalling the events of the previous night filled her with unbearable shame. Yet she could not help but think that senior brother Lu was indeed quite handsome, gentle in manner, and generous with his payment. She slapped her own face. What am I thinking? She quickened her steps, returning all the way to her quarters at the Luoxia sect, shutting the door behind her and leaning against it to catch her breath. Only when she had composed herself did she remember something important. She sat cross-legged and circulated a full cycle of her cultivation technique. Then she froze. Spiritual energy flowed through her meridians, substantially thicker than before, and her dantian, was fuller, showing faint signs of breakthrough. Lin Xiaoqian stared at her palms in utter disbelief. What? What is this? She had done nothing, merely slept the previous night, yet how had her cultivation risen so dramatically? She attempted another cycle, finding her spiritual energy flowing with remarkable smoothness, her meridians seemingly broadened, as though meticulously cleared. Could it be last night? The thought made her face redden again, but this time her eyes gleamed with excitement. Lin Xiaoqian looked at her hands, touched her burning cheeks, and a thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. Perhaps she should go again. She searched through her storage pouch, finding only the standard-issue magic sword issued by the sect. She could not sell this. If she did, the disciplinary hall would summon her for questioning. Holding the magic sword, she sat on the bed and bit her lip. With nothing to sell, how can I go? She tilted her head in thought, and suddenly her cheeks reddened further. Who said she had to sell something to visit the Ubozai? Lin Xiaoqian, you've gone mad. She covered her crimson face with both hands, her fingertips burning. But within seconds, she quietly released her hands, her eyes shining brightly. Wait. She sat up straight and slapped her thigh. I have the spirit stones now, I must cultivate quickly. Once her cultivation broke through, she could take on more difficult tasks, earn more spirit stones, and then... She counted on her fingers, growing more animated with each calculation. Then I'd have money to buy artifacts from senior brother Lu. Yes, buying artifacts. To go legitimately. The more she thought about it, the more she believed this path would work, and the corners of her mouth continued to rise. Yes, that's the plan. Lin Xiaoqian resumed her cross-legged position, beginning to cultivate with renewed vigor. But the moment she closed her eyes, another thought surfaced. Then, after buying the artifact, could she discuss it again? I'll stop thinking. She slapped her face, forcibly suppressing her wandering thoughts back into her dantian. Yet that flush on her cheeks did not fade the entire morning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Xian had waited in the shop the whole morning without seeing a soul. He leaned back in his recliner, idly browsing the system marketplace. It held many fine items. The more he looked, the more he coveted them. Unfortunately, he had no funds. The 1,000 treasure scrolls were still far in the future, and the artifact restoration technique floated impossibly high. I might as well close up and go eat. He rose to his feet, ready to close the door, when suddenly a delicate voice came from behind. Oh, shopkeeper, closing so early. Lu Xian looked up, and his steps halted. A woman stood at the doorway, dressed in a modestly revealing outfit. A water-red gossamer dress clung to her curvaceous figure, its neckline plunging low enough to expose a snowy cleavage that shimmered dazzlingly under the sunlight. Her waist was slender, delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand. As she walked, the hem of her dress swayed, gently revealing a pair of smooth, pale calves. Her peach blossom eyes carried a naturally languid allure, with their corners lifting slightly when she smiled. A captivating charm reminiscent of a seductive fox spirit. Her lips, painted a vivid crimson, completed her enchanting appearance. Her cultivation was modest, only at the third layer of chi refinement. Lu Xian had spent half a year in the market district and immediately recognized where she came from. The drunken immortal pavilion on the eastern street was ostensibly a restaurant, but its true nature was far more suggestive. Its patronage consisted of lone cultivators and sect disciples with spare resources to spend. In plain terms, it was a pleasure house serving the cultivation world. The woman before him was adorned head to toe in spirit artifacts and jewelry. Clearly one of the pavilion's most sought-after courtesans, wealthy enough to display her status through exquisite accessories. Not closed yet. Please come in, fairy. Lu Xian stepped aside with a practiced smile. The title sent her into peals of laughter behind her hand. You flatter me, shopkeeper. I hardly deserve such a title. But you deserve it, he replied without missing a beat. Given your radiance, even calling you a descending fairy would be an understatement. Half a year in this trade had honed his tongue to perfection. Commerce relied on words. Stirring emotions to their peak was essential. Cheer the customer first, then negotiate the price. Hu Mingyang found his smooth talk amusing, her gaze growing noticeably more interested. You must have deceived many young maidens with that tongue of yours, shopkeeper. Not at all. I only deceive spirit stones, not people. Giggling, Hu Mingyang laughed even more, her gossamer dress trembling with each burst of mirth before she could compose herself. Very well. If you speak so sweetly, I'll conduct business with you today. She sauntered to the counter, leaning against it languidly, with a rich floral fragrance wafting from her. What should I call you, shopkeeper? Lu Xian. Just call me Mingyang. She drew out the last syllable before retrieving an object from her storage bag and setting it gently on the wooden counter. I'd appreciate it if you could appraise this for me, shopkeeper Lu. Looking down, Lu Xian saw a golden hairpin. The tip was embedded with a spirit pearl no larger than a soybean, its spiritual energy flowing gracefully within it of exceptional quality. The appraisal technique activated automatically. Golden thread spirit pearl hairpin, low-grade defensive artifact. The spirit pearl in the hairpin's tip can store spiritual energy and release a protective barrier in critical moments, capable of withstanding 3 full force attacks from mid-stage chi refinement cultivators. The artifact was in pristine condition with abundant spiritual energy worth at least 40 spirit stones. Low-grade artifact, decent quality. Lu Xian set down the hairpin. 30 spirit stones, I'll take it. Ming blinked her peach blossom eyes. 30. Shopkeeper Lu, you're driving a hard bargain. That's quite a fine piece. Low-grade artifacts command this price, and this piece serves more as adornment than practical use. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair. Sister can ask the nearby Jubao pavilion to see what they'd offer. Ming covered her mouth and smiled without responding, shifting her posture instead. She propped her arms on the counter and leaned forward slightly, causing her neckline to dip lower. Shopkeeper Lu, add a bit more. I traveled all this way because I heard you offered fair prices. You can't let me come all this way for nothing. Lu Xian remained composed, his gaze fixed on her face without drifting downward. 35 spirit stones, no more. Hu Mingyang's eyes flickered with thought, and suddenly she stepped around the counter to stand beside him. She was of average height, wearing a gossamer dress that brushed the ground as she moved, carrying a languid fragrance. How old are you, Shopkeeper Lu? Why do you ask? Just curious. She reached out, her fingertips resting lightly on his shoulder. A young shopkeeper like you is rare in this market district. Lu Xian neither retreated nor shifted. 6 months in this trade had exposed him to every scheme. These women mastered a particular 3-step tactic, using beauty to draw him in, words to entice him, and physical allure to seal the deal. After those 3 moves, 9 out of 10 male cultivators would be thoroughly captivated. Unfortunately for her, he was the 10th, the one whose resolve remained as immovable as the sea-calming needle. Sister, if you find the price unsatisfactory, we can discuss further. Lu Xian offered a gentle smile. There's no need for this. Hu Mingyang paused briefly before breaking into laughter once more. Oh, Shopkeeper Lu is rather proper after all. It's not about propriety. It's that I'm simply not yet at that stage. Lu Xian lifted his teacup and took a sip. Please remove your hand first, then we can discuss this properly. Hu Mingyang regarded him for 2 seconds, a flicker of amusement crossing her eyes before she withdrew her hand and returned to her seat across the counter. Very well, 35 it is. She nodded readily. However, I have one condition. What condition? Next time I bring goods to sell, you must increase your offer. Hu Mingyang tilted her head toward him. I've brought you considerable business. Lu Xian smiled. Sister, let's first complete this transaction before discussing future arrangements. I'll sell only if you agree first. Fine, I'll add 10% each time. 50%, 20%, 30%. Deal. Hu Mingyang smiled satisfied and extended her hand. Hand over the spirit stones. Lu Xian counted out 35 spirit stones from the counter and pushed them toward her. At that exact moment, congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Sales amount 35 spirit stones, gain cultivation, rebate 35. Reward 100 treasures, scroll 1. A warm current surged into his dantian, and Lu Xian felt his cultivation advance slightly. Keep the spirit stones safe and come often in the future, sister. Hu Mingyang collected all the spirit stones into her storage bag, rose, and stretched her waist, the thin gauze dress tightening against her form to reveal every exquisite curve. Doing business with Shopkeeper Lu is quite entertaining. I'll seek you out again next time. Then I'll certainly prepare spirit stones in anticipation of your visit. Hu Mingyang's laughter caused her frame to tremble slightly as she swayed her hips and departed. Left alone in the shop, Lu Xian's lips curled into an involuntary smile. The top courtesan of the drunken immortal pavilion received countless cultivators, and those patrons eager to win her favor were invariably generous with their gifts. She must have accumulated an abundance of artifacts and treasures. If she visited frequently, he could continuously accumulate 100 treasures, scrolls, and cultivation progress. It would be ideal if she could sell 10 or 8 items at a time. She differed entirely from Lu Hongluan and the inexperienced Lin Xiaochan. Bold and proactive in her approach, skilled, yet measured in her arts of seduction, understanding precisely when to draw back, never clinging or pestering to the point of annoyance. Lu Xian raised his clear tea to his lips, suppressing the subtle restlessness stirring within him. For now, a single low-grade artifact was insufficient to make her compromise her dignity. But the future held possibilities. Her next visit could bring entirely different circumstances. His gaze drifted absent-mindedly to the corner of the counter where a silk handkerchief embroidered with floral patterns lay quietly, having been left behind by Hu Mingyang moments before. Lu Xian promptly called out toward the door, "Sister, you've forgotten your handkerchief." Hu Mingyang, who had already reached the doorway, glanced back and shot him a captivating wink, her smile laden with meaning. "Consider it a gift to you." Lu Xian walked back to the counter and picked up the handkerchief on the table. "For me? What would I even do with it?" he muttered, bringing it to his nose. The fragrance was indeed exquisite. But he wasn't some pervert who carried handkerchiefs everywhere. Besides, if people saw him with it, they'd think he was a regular customer of Xuan Tower. Word would get out, and what would become of his reputation as the master of Yubao Hall? Still, it would be a waste to throw it away. What if he needed it someday? Never mind, he'd keep it. At worst, he could wipe his mouth after a meal. He tossed the handkerchief into the counter, turned to lock the door, and went out to find food. Although he cultivated immortality after 10 years, he was still merely a chi condensation cultivator, far from reaching the stage where one could subsist on pills alone. In those hard days, to save spirit stones, he'd taken fasting pills with every meal until his taste buds had long grown numb. Now that things had improved, he couldn't exactly feast on meat and fish every day, but at least he wanted something warm and proper. Strolling through the main street of the market town, he passed the spacious and magnificent byway residence where the aroma of spiritual delicacies drifted out and teased his senses. Braised spiritual pork, steamed jade-bone fish, 3 treasures stewed in spirit wine. The mere sense made his feet heavy. Xuan stood at the doorway swallowing hard and patting the spirit stones in his pouch. Then with resolute steps he turned and walked away. A single meal at byway residence would cost him enough to acquire a magical artifact. Though times had grown better, it was hardly the moment for indulgence. After turning 2 corners, he spotted a wonton stall at the entrance of a narrow alley. It was modest, just 3 tables, and an elderly cultivator bustled behind the stove, steam billowing from the pot. Xuan found a seat. "Boss, a bowl of wontons, please." "Right away." When the wontons arrived, the broth was crystal clear with scattered scallion bits, and the wrappers were so thin he could barely make out the pale pink filling within. Xuan spooned some broth into his mouth and savored it so thoroughly he nearly blew bubbles. The wonton skins, made from finely ground spiritual rice, were delightfully chewy and smooth. The filling consisted of finely minced hind leg meat from a low-ranked demonic beast, seasoned with spiritual scallions and ginger, fresh, without any gamey taste. The broth simmered from river shrimp shells and topped with crispy fried river shrimp, burst with flavor with every bite. True, this wasn't a grand restaurant, but after a few bowls of hot soup, warmth spread through his entire body, 1,000 times more satisfying than swallowing fasting pills. As Xuan was happily devouring his wontons, a mocking voice rang out from behind. Well, isn't this shopkeeper Liu of Yubao Hall eating this sort of thing?" Xuan looked up to see a portly man in brocade robes standing across the street. His round, glossy face was capped by a belly that seemed plumper than the wontons churning in the pot. A Jubao pavilion token hung from his waist, swinging precariously as if to announce his identity to all who passed. Jin Sihai, the shopkeeper of the neighboring Jubao pavilion. Xuan swallowed his wonton without setting down his chopsticks. "Well, shopkeeper Jean, what a coincidence." "Coincidence? I just happened to be leaving byway residence. Ate too much and needed to walk it off." Jin Sihai puffed out his belly, barely concealing his smugness. "Xuan, your Yubao Hall business doesn't seem to be doing much, does it?" "Not bad. Just closed 1 deal." "1 deal? Only 1. Jin Sihai shook his head disapprovingly. "Jubao Pavilion has made over 20 transactions this morning. Perhaps your location isn't ideal. How about you take my advice, close up shop and sell me your artifacts? I'll give you a fair price rather than you here suffering under the sun and wind, earning barely any spirit stones." Xuan slowly sipped his soup, set down his bowl, and looked up at Jin Sihai with a smile. "You're right, shopkeeper Jean. I can't compare to you." Jin Sihai's triumphant expression was just forming when Xuan continued. "After all, my customers come legitimately to sell their goods, unlike yours who have to step out to work off their meals." Jin Sihai's smile froze. "You?" "Shopkeeper Jean, I was just speaking off the cuff. No offense intended." Xuan lifted his bowl to finish the last drops of broth, rose from his seat, and called out to the vendor, "Boss, the bill." He pulled out several fragmented spirit stones and set them on the table. As he passed Jin Sihai, his pace faltered for just a moment. Glancing back over his shoulder with a grin, he added, "By the way, shopkeeper Jean, if you're having trouble digesting later, I have a remedy for that. Very affordable." Jin Sihai's face darkened completely, remaining rooted to the spot. Xuan didn't wait for a response and continued on his way. Watching Xuan disappear around the corner, Jin Sihai's smirk slowly faded, replaced by a gloomy scowl. He had already figured out Xuan's background long ago. An outer disciple expelled from Tianyin sect. No prospects, no connections, no backing, just a sharp tongue to rely on. If not for Tianyin sect being one of the 7 great sects of Qingzhou and the principle that one must respect the master before striking the dog, he would have had someone deal with this kid long ago. But it didn't matter. If he couldn't act openly, he had plenty of covert options. Besides, with Yubao Hall's barely living business open 3 days, closed 2, he might not even need to lift a finger. The shop would fold on its own. Then he could sweep up both the person and the establishment, saving time and effort. Jin Sihai snorted coldly, turned and returned to Jubao Pavilion. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Xuan had already turned the corner, his smile fading from his face. He knew a man like Jin Sihai would never let this go. Ever since he opened Yubao Hall, he had become a thorn in Jubao Pavilion's side. Competitors are natural enemies. Even if his operation was pitifully small, a fraction of theirs, merely by staying open, he was stealing business right under Jin Sihai's nose. That fat man had wanted to swallow him up for days, possibly weeks. But Xuan had no intention of running. He came to the market town to open a shop, not to serve as someone's stepping stone. At the thought of his recycling father, a smirk tugged at Xuan's lips. Being a waste expelled from Tianyin sect doesn't mean I'll be one forever. Bold words indeed, but once back in the shop and seated, worry crept over Xuan again. He sat idle throughout the afternoon. No customers, not even a single mosquito flew in to visit. Resting his chin on the counter, he peered across the street. Jubao Pavilion bustled with customers more than 10 times busier than his own shop. Jin Sihai's rotund face appeared and disappeared at the doorway, smiling like the Buddha Mithriya. Lu Xian rested his chin on his arm and sighed deeply. At the end of the day, his shop was too small and his reputation too unknown. Others opened their doors to welcome guests. He opened his to face the wind. At this rate, when would he ever gather 1,000 treasure scrolls? He collapsed onto his reclining chair, closed his eyes, and tried to meditate. After considerable thought, no divine strategy came to him. Only Jin Sihai's greasy, obsequious face filled his mind. No. Lu Xian shot upright. If customers won't come to me, then I'll go to them. Rolling up his sleeves, he dug beneath the counter for a sheet of red paper and a worn brush. Laying them flat on the table, he dipped the brush generously in ink and began to write. Moments later, a crooked notice was fresh off the press. We buy second-hand magical artifacts. Good ones accepted, terrible ones too. What the neighbors won't take, we will. What they buy, I'll pay more for. I might not resell it, but I'll give you money. Isn't that enough? When the notice was posted, quite a crowd did gather. Lu Xian stood at the door, appearing calm and composed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the air of a seasoned expert. In truth, he had his ears perked wide open, catching every single word of the bystanders' murmurs. Yubao Hall. Never heard of it. They buy artifact weapons. They buy both good items and junk. Is the shopkeeper missing a screw? We buy what the neighbors refuse, and we pay more for what they buy. Doesn't this mean they're directly competing with Jubao Pavilion? I might not be able to resell it, but I'll give you money. Ha 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 ha, what kind of nonsense is this? Isn't this enough? Enough. Enough to drive you insane. But it's written pretty sincerely, just so sincere it's kind of funny. A shop run by someone at the third stage of chi condensation, would you dare go in? Just here for the spectacle. Lu Xian's lip twitched. Fine, at least they were laughing. Laughing was good. Laughter meant they'd remember him, and once they remembered. Never mind, even he was starting to doubt his own pitch. He took a deep breath, turned, and returned to the shop, settling behind the counter to wait for customers. Well, at least someone was watching. He turned back to the shop and sat behind the counter waiting for clients to arrive. 1 watch passed. 2 watches passed. The onlookers at the door had long since dispersed, and even the corner of that red paper had been blown askew by the wind, yet not a single person came in. Lu Xian leaned back in his recliner, gazing at the empty doorway, silently puzzling over why no one was coming when his advertisement was written so well. He scratched his head, truly unable to figure it out. This was a legitimate shop with a proper storefront and counter conducting transactions right there on the spot. Artifact weapons for spirit stones. It couldn't be that people were looking down on his cultivation level, could it? Alright, perhaps there was some truth to that. A shop run by someone at the third stage of chi condensation. Rogue cultivators truly wouldn't dare venture inside so casually. What if the shopkeeper lacked discernment and bought fine items for scrap, or worse, passed off junk as valuable goods? They'd be the ones losing out. Lu Xian sighed. He understood the reasoning, but it still sat heavy in his chest. No matter, take it slow, he told himself, turning over with his eyes closed, pretending to sleep. He sat motionless until dusk fell. Lu Xian closed the door panels and let out another sigh. The first day. This is normal. Across the way at Jubao Pavilion, Jin Sihai stood at the second-floor window, watching Yubao Hall close its doors, laughing so hard his belly flesh quivered. That kid thinks a catchy jingle will attract customers. Does he have any idea this trade runs on reputation and strength? He's new here with low cultivation. Who would trust him? The waiter beside him quickly agreed. The manager speaks wisely. That Yubao Hall won't last 3 months. Jin Sihai snorted. 3 months? I doubt he'll make it a month. Squinting at that crooked red paper, disdain curled deeper at the corners of his mouth. When he can't hold on any longer those artifact weapons in his possession, they'll all be profit, even at bottom price. Early the next morning, as soon as Lu Xian opened the shop door, he spotted a man standing at the entrance. His face was covered in stubble, his features smudged with dirt, his cultivation robe torn in several places and splattered with mud. He looked like a beggar on the street. Though he'd reached the 4th stage of chi condensation, his aura was unsteady, clearly having just survived a bitter battle. Clutching something in his hand, his eyes lit up when he saw Lu Xian open the door. You are the shopkeeper of Yubao Hall. Lu Xian nodded. That's right. Come in. The rogue cultivator hurried inside and carefully set his item on the counter. It was a palm-sized fragment of bronze so corroded with rust that its original form was unrecognizable, its edges pitted and jagged as though chewed by a dog. Shopkeeper, could you take a look and tell me if this is worth anything? The rogue cultivator rubbed his hands together, anticipation written all over his face. I found this in a ruin before, and several shops said it was just trash. Nobody wanted it. I saw your sign saying, we buy junk too, so I thought I'd come try my luck. Lu Xian picked up the fragment. It was heavy in his hand, its surface crusted with rust, yet the patterns along the edges were still faintly visible, not ordinary iron. He activated his appraisal technique. Bronze fragment, sealed state, likely a fragment of an ancient magic treasure containing faint spiritual energy. Appraisal of its true nature requires restoration techniques or special methods to lift the seal. Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. An ancient magic treasure fragment. If the managers of those large shops laid eyes on this, they could tell at a glance from the patterns alone that it was no ordinary item. Yet it had corroded into this wretched state, its spiritual power completely sealed within. An ordinary appraisal technique would never detect its true value. And he fortunately possessed the restoration technique. Maintaining a neutral expression, Xuan set the fragment down and spoke calmly. To be honest, I can't identify what this is either. But since it came from a ruin, it might have some significance. After a moment's consideration, he held up 3 fingers. 3 spirit stones. I'll take it. The rogue cultivator blinked in surprise. 3? What, think that's too little? No, no, no. The rogue cultivator waved his hands hastily, afraid Xuan might change his mind. 3 is fine. You're generous, shopkeeper. I'll sell. Xuan counted out 3 spirit stones from the counter and pushed them over. The rogue cultivator tucked the stones into his robe, his face breaking into a wide grin that crinkled every wrinkle, his mouth stretching nearly to his ears. 3 spirit stones practically given away. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Amount, 3 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate, 3. Reward, 100 treasures, scroll 1. The cultivation boost was barely perceptible, but the 100 treasures scroll was a tangible addition. Xuan's eyes lit up. Well, now so this method worked too. 3 spirit stones for a scrap of junk in exchange for a 100 treasure scroll. If he strolled through the marketplace and collected all the discarded copper and iron that others refused, wouldn't 8 or 10 scrolls be well within reach? Just as he was delighting in these thoughts, a message suddenly appeared on the system panel. Friendly reminder: items with no practical value will not count toward transactions. Please conduct business honestly, host. Do not exploit loopholes. Xuan. Figures. The system was sharper than he was. Shaking off his fantasies, Xuan secured the bronze fragment. If you find anything else unusual like this in the future, feel free to bring it to me. But recalling the system's warning, he added, though if it's obviously nothing but scrap metal, don't bother. This isn't a trash heap. The rogue cultivator nodded eagerly. Absolutely. Thank you, shopkeeper. He thanked Xuan, repeatedly clutching his 3 spirit stones as he departed with considerably lighter steps than when he'd arrived. Xuan watched him leave until his figure disappeared around the corner, then slowly retrieved the bronze fragment from the counter. He examined it twice, turning it over in his hands, and a smile gradually spread across his face. 3 spirit stones. An ancient artifact fragment. Once restored, even this small piece would be worth dozens of times more than an ordinary magical weapon. But remembering the system's hint and fearing others might try to exploit the same loophole, Xuan silently walked to the door and ripped down the red paper with a swift motion. Pretend I never put it up. He crumpled the paper into a ball and was about to toss it aside when a familiar voice called from behind. Oh, why tear down such a nice notice? Xuan turned around to find Xuan leaning against the doorframe, watching him with a smile, a cloth bag in hand. Update the notice, Xuan said without a change in expression as he shoved the crumpled paper into the counter. I need to paste a new one. Oh, Xuan didn't press further. She hadn't been able to read the original anyway, and strode into the shop in her usual bold manner, dropping herself onto a chair by the counter. Xuan had barely raised his teacup to take a sip when he heard Xuan let out a sly chuckle. So I hear. You slept with my junior sister. Xuan nearly choked on his tea, sputtering it out in surprise. Cough, cough, cough. He glared at Xuan. You've got the nerve to bring this up? Wasn't it you who introduced her? I only asked her to come sell goods. Xuan retorted with unwavering confidence, spreading her hands wide. Can't you keep it in your pants? Don't come blaming me for that. Xuan opened his mouth, but found himself unable to argue back. He set down his teacup, wiped the corner of his mouth, and finally began to examine Xuan more carefully. Something's off. Last time he saw her, she was still at the 5th layer of chi refining. But in just a few days apart, her aura had grown considerably more substantial. There were faint signs of condensation within her circulating spiritual energy. She had clearly broken through to the 6th layer. You broke through? Notice anything? Xuan lifted her chin proudly. I sold that useless flying sword and bought spirit gathering pills. Went into seclusion for a day and forced my way through to the next realm. As she spoke, her tone shifted. Now that I think about it, shopkeeper, you deserve quite a bit of credit for helping me break through smoothly this time. There was a suggestive undertone to her words, and Xuan's lips twitched slightly. True enough, she was part of his investment. Breaking through is certainly cause for celebration. I should congratulate you. Sensing she was about to tease him further, Xuan deliberately steered the conversation elsewhere. But you didn't come all this way just to share good news, did you? Of course not. Xuan tossed her cloth bag onto the counter. I'm here to sell something. She untied the bag, pulled out a dark iron bracer, and dropped it on the table. The bracer was jet black throughout, originally a sturdy standard-issue magical artifact. But now a large gash ran through its center, spiritual energy leaking steadily from the crack. The entire artifact's aura had grown feeble, making it look nearly as good as scrap metal. I got this from a sect mission last month. It's a mid-grade defensive artifact. I was quite pleased with it originally. Xuan rested her chin on her hand and sighed. But when I came back, I found such a huge crack in it. I took it to the forging workshop, and they wanted 30 spirit stones just to repair it. 30 spirit stones. I could have bought a brand new one. Xuan picked up the bracer and examined it. His appraisal technique activated automatically. Dark iron bracer damaged mid-grade artifact. Originally capable of defending against a full power strike from a late-stage chi refining cultivator. Current condition is extremely poor, with severe spiritual energy leakage. Full functionality can be restored after repair. The condition was indeed poor, but the foundation was solid. Once repaired, it would be worth at least 80 to 90 spirit stones. Xuan set the bracer down and quoted a price, 10 spirit stones. I'll take it. Lu Hongwan's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 spirit stones. I nearly lost my life for this mission. Then keep it as a memento. Lu Hongwan's lip twitched. 10 spirit stones it is. You're truly heartless, you know that. Xuan counted out 10 spirit stones from the counter and pushed them over. Lu Hongwan snatched them up, counting them one by one to make sure none were missing, then huffed contentedly. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Sales amount 10 spirit stones. Earned cultivation rebate 10. Reward 100 treasures scroll X1. A warm surge of cultivation energy flooded into his dantian, advancing steadily, but gradually, as before. 10 spirit stones are still spirit stones. Spend them wisely. Xuan stored the dark iron bracer away. Don't need your advice. Lu Hongwan shot him a sideways glance. After pocketing the spirit stones, she showed no signs of leaving. She wandered around the shop, examining things here and there before finally settling onto a chair opposite the counter. Your shop has quite a few more items than last time. Business is just picking up slowly. All right. Lu Hongwan suddenly remembered something. That little Miss Lin Xiaochan has been locking herself away to cultivate since she returned. Won't even open her door when I call for her. Do you know what's going on? Xuan lifted his teacup. I have no idea. Weren't you the one who provoked her? I hardly have that kind of influence. Lu Hongwan eyed him skeptically, clearly unconvinced, but didn't press further. Xuan may have claimed ignorance out loud, but his mind was clear as day. It was obviously the effects of his innate pure yang physique feeding back into her cultivation that had made Lin Xiaochan hooked. Lu Hongwan pulled out a pouch of spirit sunflower seeds from her bosom and began cracking them open one by one with satisfying crunches. Do you have any tea here? Pour it yourself. So stingy. Lu Hongwan huffed, but got up on her own to pour herself a cup of tea, then settled back into her seat. Scattered cultivators passed by on the street outside. Occasionally someone would peek inside, but upon seeing someone already seated, they'd retreat back into the crowd. Lu Hongwan continued snacking on seeds and sipping tea, making casual conversation with Xuan. She mentioned that a minor secret realm near Luoxia sect was about to open, that she planned to give it a try, and that Jin Si Hai next door had tricked her before. Xuan leaned back in his chair, listening and offering the occasional response. He glanced at his panel. Cultivation Chi refining third layer, 168,200, 100 treasure scrolls, 6 for more to go. Almost there. What are you dreaming about? Lu Hongwan noticed him zoning out and kicked the counter with her foot. Just wondering how much I can sell your bracer for once it's repaired. How much do you think? None of your business. Lu Hongwan tossed the last sunflower seed shell onto the table, clapped her hands, and stood up. All right, I'm heading out. That's soon. What else would I be doing? Waiting for you to buy me a meal. She reached the doorway, turned back, and waved at him. Next time I come, I'll bring you another magical artifact. Xuan nodded. Lu Hongwan swayed her hips as she stepped out the door, but the moment her foot crossed the threshold, she suddenly stopped. She turned around, propped her arm on the doorframe, and held out her hand to Xuan with a grin. All right, what about my commission for introducing that junior sister of mine? Xuan paused for a moment before remembering the deal he'd struck with Lu Hongwan earlier, 2 spirit stones for every introduction. Nearly forgot about that. He reached into the counter, retrieved 2 spirit stones, and walked over to place them in her palm. Here you go. Lu Hongwan slipped the spirit stones into her sleeve and smiled contentedly. Now that's more like it. You really do remember clearly. Of course I do. 2 spirit stones are still spirit stones. Lu Hongwan winked at him. Besides, you slept with my junior sister, and you haven't even given me an introduction fee. Xuan pressed his fingers to his forehead. Please just go already. All right. I'll come visit again another day. When I find something good, I'll bring it to you. Lu Hongwan laughed and left, for real this time. Her red figure swayed through the crowd for a moment before turning the corner and disappearing. Xuan stood at the doorway, watching the direction she had departed, unable to suppress a chuckle. This woman never hesitated when spirit stones were involved. He shook his head, turned back into the shop, and conveniently deducted those 2 spirit stones from his ledger. 2 spirit stones in exchange for Lin Xiaochan, and also a dark iron bracer. This trade is far from a loss. After Lu Hongwan left, whether it was the notice that had taken effect or her loose tongue spreading the word, 2 more customers actually came in succession. A sect disciple at the Chi refining 4th level placed a heavily worn broadback longsword on the counter. He had ventured out to hunt demon beasts some time ago, and the blade bore several deep gashes from their claws. The spiritual energy had nearly dissipated entirely, rendering it useless to keep. Wasting it felt like a loss, so he decided to sell it. He had originally gone to the neighboring treasure pavilion, but manager Xuan Si offered only 20 spirit stones. Disliking the low price, he had held off selling. Spotting the treasure appraisal pavilion, he decided to step in and try his luck. Xuan traced his fingertips along the blade and assessed its solid foundation beneath the severe surface damage. Recognizing there was room to repair and resell it, he immediately quoted a firm price of 25 spirit stones. The disciple was both startled and overjoyed, completing the deal on the spot. Before half an hour had passed, a second customer arrived. He was a lone rogue cultivator who traveled constantly carrying a low-grade wooden attribute magic shield riddled with cracks. He had acquired it years ago while venturing into the mountains to seek treasure. As his cultivation had advanced, such a low-grade magical artifact no longer matched his strength. After leaving it idle for far too long, he decided to convert it into spirit stones for cultivation pills. Xuan Si of the treasure pavilion, seeing the shield covered in cracks, offered only 10 spirit stones as a lowball price. Xuan, however, perceived that the internal spirit core remained intact with only the external wood grain damaged. He offered 15 spirit stones for the acquisition. The rogue cultivator did not hesitate for a moment and finalized the transaction right there. Two streams of rebated spiritual energy converged upon his dantian, and his long-stagnant cultivation bottleneck suddenly cracked open. An immense surge of spiritual power flooded through his limbs, and every meridian instantly shattering the barrier. Xuan felt a profound lightness course through his body, every bone and tendon nourished and refreshed by the spiritual energy. He closed his eyes and meditated briefly. When he opened them again, the luster of spiritual energy in his gaze had grown significantly denser. Qi refining 4th level successfully achieved. The corners of Xuan's mouth curled upward against his will. The cultivation acceleration provided by the system's rebates far surpassed what years of solitary meditation could ever accomplish. He raised his hand and counted the accumulated treasure scrolls on his counter. There were now a full 8 scrolls, drawing him ever closer to exchanging them for the artifact repair technique. Once he obtained the repair technique, he would restore all these damaged artifacts acquired at low prices and resell them. With both spirit stones and cultivation progress advancing simultaneously, a breakthrough to foundation establishment was only a matter of time. After completing 2 transactions in the morning, the market sun climbed higher and the crowd gradually thinned. Xuan half closed the shop doors, reclined on a resting chair, and closed his eyes to peacefully stabilize his newly achieved cultivation. His dantian's spiritual energy was thick and steady. He employed the breath concealment technique to mask his aura, ensuring that only those far above his cultivation level could easily discern his true realm. He rested in peaceful silence for 2 hours. By afternoon, slanting sunlight streamed into the shop and the soft sound of footsteps paused at the doorway. Xuan slowly opened his eyes and looked toward the entrance. Standing outside was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, perhaps in her early 30s, with a gentle and graceful figure. She wore a plain cotton dress faded from repeated washing, adorned with not a single piece of jewelry in her hair. Her face was sallow and haggard, with heavy dark circles beneath her eyes and red threads of exhaustion across her gaze, clearly revealing days of sleepless hardship. Wenuru clutched a wooden box tightly against her chest, hesitating at the threshold for a long while before biting her lower lip and stepping into the shop. "Shopkeeper, how many spirit stones can you give me for this?" Her voice was hoarse, laced with cautious, tentative inquiry. She opened the wooden box, revealing a jade pendant resting quietly inside. Carved from smooth pale green jade, the pendant featured an engraved magnolia flower. It was a low-grade, nurturing magical artifact. When worn, it could slowly nourish the flesh and protect one's vital energy and blood chi. "Hold on, let me inspect it." Xuan's fingertips brushed against the pendant, and his appraisal ability automatically activated. He silently calculated its market value in his mind. The pendant's foundation was decent, but its spirit crystal had lost much of its energy. Restoring it would require additional costs. Under normal circumstances, 20 spirit stones was the most he could offer. This is a low-grade nurturing jade pendant. Its spirit crystal is severely depleted, and I can offer at most 20 spirit stones, Xuan said honestly. Almost instantly, the woman's eyes turned red and tears welled up and spilled down her cheeks without warning. She wiped her face frantically with her hand, her voice choking. "Shopkeeper, could you perhaps add a bit more? My daughter lies gravely ill in bed. A single pill of clearing pestilence from Huichun Hall costs 15 spirit stones, and the physician says she needs 2. If you could add 10 more, 30 would be wonderful." Seeing her weeping, Xuan's heart felt a pang of sympathy. Cultivators at the lower realms endured hardship enough in their daily lives and families. Watching a loved one sicken without the means to purchase medicine was a tragedy he had witnessed often enough in the marketplace. Yet sympathy was one thing, and running a business was another. He could not afford to buy goods at a loss out of pity. If he raised the price today simply because of compassion, tomorrow everyone would use tragic backstories as bargaining leverage, and his shop would inevitably go bankrupt. Madam, 20 spirit stones is already a fair price. The spirit crystal in this jade pendant is depleted, and after purchasing it I would still need to spend spirit stones to replenish it before reselling. Acquiring it for 30 would surely put me at a loss. Lucian's tone gave no indication of wavering as he patiently explained the market reality. If you do not believe me, you may go next door to the treasure pavilion and ask around. I already did. When Yuru lowered her head, that manager offered only 10 stones. Lucian cursed Jean C. high under his breath. 10 stones. Even with half its spiritual energy lost after repair, this pendant could yield at least 20 to 30 in profit. That fatty was truly crushing the price to the absolute limit. I am already offering nearly double what the treasure pavilion gave. Lucian shook his head. I simply cannot give you more. When Yuru kept her head bowed, tears dripping one by one onto her lapel. Suppressing her grief for too long, she finally broke down, her choked voice spilling out her family's sorrow. My husband ventured into the mountains to explore an ancient ruin many years ago, was attacked by a demon beast, and died on the spot. Our family was left with only myself and our young daughter, depending on one another for survival. All our meager savings have been spent on her treatment until not a single spirit stone remains. If I cannot gather enough for the pills, my daughter likely will not survive until tonight. Every word rang with heartbreak, making Lucian's chest feel heavy. How old is your daughter? 6 years old, when Yuru replied. Her name is Nanan. She is very well behaved and never causes trouble. As she spoke, she reached into her bosom once more and placed another object on the counter. It was an unremarkable blackened iron tablet. Carved on the front was the ancient character 4-1, with only a faint, almost imperceptible wisp of spiritual energy drifting from its surface, appearing utterly ordinary. This is a token handed down through my family for generations. It may appear worthless, but if you would add a few more spirit stones, I will sell it along with the pendant. Lucian's fingertips lightly touched the iron tablet, and the system's appraisal ability activated instantly. At the moment he comprehended its true nature, he froze abruptly. He never expected that the woman before him was descended from a nascent soul great cultivator. When Yuru waited an extended period, but Lucian showed no sign of raising his offer. The last flicker of hope in her heart was on the verge of shattering. Her swollen red-rimmed eyes filled with tears, her gaze hardening with desperate resolve. Shopkeeper, please have mercy, and add a few spirit stones to save my daughter. Her body sank, and she knelt before Lucian, gripping his hand with both of hers. Through tear-blurred eyes she looked up at him, her voice softening to the point of begging. As long as you are willing to help, I will agree to whatever you ask. When Yuru knelt before him, tears welling in her eyes, her red lips gently bitten. That faded cotton dress of plain hue only seemed to enhance a unique, alluring charm. Especially when she looked up at him with her slender neck, a few damp strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, and her struggle to hold back tears. It was simply maddening. Lucian felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and almost lost his composure, but ultimately he nodded. He quickly averted his gaze, suppressing the restlessness within, and looked down at the jade pendant and black iron token on the counter. In truth, his decision to raise the price had nothing to do with being moved by Yuru's pitiable appearance. With a bit of repair, that jade pendant could easily sell for 40 spirit stones. And then there was the one family heirloom token, a secret realm key left behind by a nascent soul cultivator. To others it was worthless scrap, but in his hands it was a top-tier opportunity. Together the two items for 30 spirit stones, a magnificent profit. The token and the jade pendant, 30 spirit stones in total. Lucian pushed 30 spirit stones across the counter. When Yuru was both startled and overjoyed, quickly bowing in thanks. Thank you, shopkeeper. Congratulations, host. Transaction complete. Amount 30 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate gained 30. Reward 2 heavenly treasure scrolls. Lucian's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the secret token to count as an independent transaction, granting double rewards directly. He now had exactly 10 heavenly treasure scrolls saved up. The repair technique was within reach. Lucian forcefully suppressed his smile, maintaining a calm exterior. On the other side, when Yuru stood where she was clutching the spirit stones, still not moving. She lingered, her fingers rubbing against the pouch of spirit stones at her bosom, as though she had something to say, but couldn't bring herself to speak it. After hesitating for quite a while, she glanced at Lucian, then quickly lowered her head. Seeing her nervous demeanor, Lucian found it odd. Madam, is there something else? When Yuru bit her lips, speechless for a long moment. Have you forgotten something? Lucian asked casually. When Yuru's face turned crimson instantly. As if awakened by those words, she suddenly turned around, quickly walked to the doorway, and pulled the shop door shut. The wooden panel clicked softly, and the light inside dimmed. Lucian paused. Madam. When Yuru did not turn around. She raised her hand to her collar, her fingertips lightly hooking the tie. She walked forward, preparing to unfasten her robes. Her movements were not swift, rather clumsy, her fingers trembling slightly, as if she had made a great resolve. The plain cotton dress slid down from her shoulder by an inch, revealing fair skin beneath and a delicate collarbone. Lucian's throat moved involuntarily. Madam, he called out urgently, what are you doing? When Yuru's steps halted. She looked up, her eyes still red, but something else had entered her gaze. It was complex, woven with shame and determination. Didn't you want this? Her voice was soft. Just now I said as long as the shopkeeper is willing to raise the price, I will agree to anything. She had lived long enough to understand a man's desires. Earlier, when she had gone to the neighboring Jubao pavilion, that greasy fat man Jin Si Hai had been full of crooked thoughts, dropping hints and seeking opportunistic advances. She hadn't even bothered to look at him and had turned away. But Lu Xian was different. Not only was he young and handsome, but he had not uttered a single inappropriate word. If she had to use her body to settle this debt, she would rather give it to Lu Xian than let that pig Jin Si Hai have his way with her. Lu Xian saw her reddened eyes and trembling fingers and suddenly realized she had misunderstood something. Her robes continued to open, her snowy skin occasionally visible. Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly reached out and firmly grasped her wrist. Madam, you've misunderstood. When Yuru's movements froze instantly, her entire body going rigid. Seeing her flustered and shy expression, Lu Xian felt a certain itch in his heart, but he immediately pushed those thoughts aside and spoke seriously. I was about to say, you forgot to buy medicine for your child on the way back. He knew exactly what was happening in his own heart. He was not the kind of beast who took advantage of someone in distress. Her daughter was critically ill and waiting for medicine. He would never exploit such a situation. Moreover, this transaction had already been extremely profitable for him. The jade pendant plus the secret realm token, 30 spirit stones, was a guaranteed gain with no loss. Most importantly, the nascent soul secret realm token would later require Yuru's cooperation to unlock. If he took advantage of her today, he would never be able to ask for her help again. It would be a costly mistake. Yuru stared blankly at Lu Xian for 2 seconds, and then her face turned crimson all over. This time it was not from shyness, but from mortification. She wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the ground and hide. She had assumed Lu Xian was just like Jin Si Hai next door, full of filth in his mind, looking to take advantage of a vulnerable woman. But only now did she fully realize Lu Xian was nothing like that vulgar man. He was upright and kind-hearted, never once showing the slightest inappropriate intention. It had all been her own twisted imagination. I got it wrong. She was in utter disarray, frantically gathering the fallen robes, her nervous fingers fumbling with the tie again and again, growing more tangled the more she rushed. In the end, she could only hastily wrap herself, too embarrassed to lift her head. I'm sorry, shopkeeper. I was thinking nonsense just now. It's fine. Lu Xian cleared his throat and waved his hand, hiding the restlessness stirring within. You should hurry back. Your child is waiting for medicine. As he finished speaking, as if suddenly remembering something, he casually took out 5 more spirit stones and gently pushed them toward her. Take these 5 as well. Buy some nourishing supplements for your child. When Yuru was completely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief, warmth, and guilt swelling in her heart. She hurriedly bowed deeply to express her gratitude. But as she bent forward, her collar slipped open, revealing a tempting glimpse. Damn, I can't look away. At this moment, Lu Xian truly felt a twinge of regret. When Yuru sensed the shift, her body tensed, and she quickly straightened up. Fearful of staying any longer, she hurried toward the door. But just as she was about to push it open, her steps paused. With her back to Lu Xian, her voice came softly, carrying a timid hint of hesitation. Shopkeeper Lu, what time do you close the shop tonight? At dusk. Hearing this, when Yuru's ears turned slightly red, and she murmured quietly, then, after I settle Nanan, I'll come back tonight. After when Yuru said this, she pulled open the door and walked out quickly. The Yubaozhai shop fell completely silent. But Lu Xian's heart remained far from calm. The image of when Yuru blushingly unfastening her robes, her shy yet resolute expression, and those intermittently visible patches of snowy skin, kept echoing in his mind. Especially her soft parting words, I'll come back tonight, which stirred an inexplicable heat deep within him. Lu Xian leaned against the counter, touched his nose, and couldn't help muttering to himself. I stopped her earlier because Nanan was critically ill. That would have been taking advantage of someone in distress, completely unprincipled. But if she comes back tonight, then it wouldn't count as taking advantage, would it? Tui Lu Xian, what on earth is going through your mind? The thought barely crossed his consciousness before Lu Xian quickly shook his head, forcing down the chaotic and amorous impulses bubbling in his heart. All right, enough with that. Let's get down to business. He took a deep breath, opened the system mall, and his gaze fell upon an option he had seen countless times. Artifact Restoration Technique, normal, redeem for only 1,000 treasure scrolls. Once learned, you can perfectly restore all damaged artifacts to pristine condition. Lu Xian stared at the line of text for 3 seconds, then pressed redeem. Consumed 100 treasure scrolls. 10. Artifact Restoration Technique activated. Infusing technique experience. A vast and surging stream of information instantly flooded into his mind. Countless refining patterns, spiritual temperature control techniques, secret methods for mending damaged artifacts, techniques for filling spirit cores. All were forcibly stuffed into his mind, causing his temples to throb violently and veins to bulge on his forehead. He leaned against the counter, taking a good while before he could steady himself. Once the overwhelming impact subsided, he closed his eyes and probed the contents of his mind, discovering that this restoration technique was nothing like what he had imagined. It was not some foolhardy one-click repair that would restore everything to original condition with a mere flash of white light, but rather an entirely complete set of artifact refining and restoration techniques. How to discern the fundamental nature of an artifact's damage, how to mend fractured spiritual energy patterns, how to reforge metallic materials, how to revitalize a shattered spirit core. In other words, he would have to do all the work himself. So it's just cramming a whole set of refining and restoration knowledge into my head, is it? Xuan rubbed his temples. I thought I could just do it in one click. However, upon further reflection, this was actually for the best. The experience poured in by the system combined with his own hands-on practice meant that even without the system's assistance, he would amount to at least a half-fledged artifact refiner. Once he became proficient, he would be able to repair ordinary artifacts even without the restoration technique. Perhaps one day, he could even open his own refining workshop. He muttered under his breath, then shook his head. Thinking too far ahead. Let's focus on repairing these scraps first. He rummaged through the artifacts he had accumulated in his storage bag. A low-grade magical sword, a dark iron bracer, a broad-bladed long sword, a wooden shield, along with a bunch of miscellaneous small items. Those in good condition did not require major repairs, with simple maintenance would suffice. The ones truly needing repair were those severely damaged. But repairing artifacts requires fire. Xuan scratched his head. This shop of his didn't even have a ground fire vent. Surely he couldn't use mundane fire to refine artifacts, could he? What came out of such repairs would likely be worse than before. After some thought, he closed the shop door and hung a wooden sign at the entrance reading, "The owner is busy. Closed for half a day." Locking the door, he headed toward the southern side of the market. Although Qingyan Market was not large, it had all the necessary facilities. On the southern side was a row of artifact refining workshops available for rent by lone cultivators. Ground fire vents, quenching pools, and forging platforms were all available, charged by the hour, and not too expensive. Xuan rented a refining room and spent a few spirit stones on supplementary materials for restoration. Let's get to it. He shut the door and began his work. First up was Lu Hongwan's low-grade flying sword. There were 2 notches on the blade, and the spiritual power flow was obstructed, but the foundation was still intact. Following the experience the system had forcibly implanted, Xuan first heated the sword body with ground fire, then used spiritual power as a guide to gradually reconnect the fractured spiritual energy patterns. Conventional artifact restoration required high-temperature reforging and recasting the sword body, which was not only time-consuming and laborious, but also prone to damaging the artifact's origin. The most outstanding feature of the system's restoration technique was its exclusive secret method of nourishing spiritual patterns. There was no need to melt the sword body. He only needed to mix spiritual sand with spirit-replenishing powder, gradually smelt, and fill the fractured spiritual patterns, nourish the damaged artifact body, and awaken the dormant spirit core. Pale golden spiritual power swiftly traveled along the sword body. The once shabby and dull flying sword underwent a visible radical transformation. Cracks healed rapidly, rust completely vanished, broken spiritual patterns were fully reconnected, and scattered spiritual power gradually condensed and became full. In just the time it took for 1 incense stick to burn, the damaged flying sword was completely restored. The sword body gleamed with a chilling light, brimming with spiritual energy, its quality even surpassing that of a brand new one. This is amazing. Xuan picked up the flying sword and examined it closely, his heart brimming with joy. This alone could fetch at least 50 spirit stones. Without pause, he continued to repair the remaining damaged artifacts. The first item was the dark iron bracer, a mid-grade artifact with a large crack and spiritual power nearly leaking out. The bracer did not require intricate patterns, he only needed to mend the fractured iron body and activate the protective spiritual patterns, much simpler than the flying sword. Xuan's technique grew increasingly proficient, and within less than half an incense stick's time, he had it repaired. The more he worked, the smoother his hands became. The broad-bladed long sword and the cracked wooden shield were all meticulously restored one by one, each returning to excellent condition. With Wenyuru's jade pendant handled, all the damaged artifacts in the storage bag were fully restored. Finally, there remained only that inconspicuous bronze fragment. Bronze fragment, sealed state, suspected shard of an ancient magic treasure containing faint spiritual essence. The seal must be removed through restoration technique or special methods before its true nature can be appraised. Xuan immediately activated the artifact restoration technique, and a white light enveloped the fragment from his palm. However, the moment he made contact, he was fiercely pushed back by an invisible barrier with absolutely no effect. Resisting me? Then I'll force my way through. As he was about to increase his spiritual power and forcibly break the seal, the system prompt exploded instantly. Ding! The ordinary artifact restoration technique is insufficient. A damaged spiritual treasure has been detected. Only the spiritual treasure restoration technique can lift the seal. Xuan's hand trembled, his eyes wide with shock. A scrap fragment acquired for merely 3 spirit stones turned out to be a spiritual treasure grade, an absolute steal, a pure and utter bargain. It was said that even the cheapest low-grade spiritual treasure was worth at least several thousand spirit stones. Although Xuan was ready to go when he checked them all and saw that unlocking the high-grade spiritual treasure restoration technique required 100 treasure scrolls, his enthusiasm instantly deflated. Fine, I'll keep you for now. Wait until I upgrade my restoration technique to deal with you. He casually locked the precious fragment into the deepest part of his storage bag. As for the cloud-patterned short dagger, the mysterious light mirror, and the gold thread spirit pearl hairpin, their condition was already quite good, requiring no major repairs. He simply used spiritual power to nourish, polish, and stabilize the spiritual resonance, and in an instant each item brimmed with glowing spiritual energy, their quality maximized. By evening, Xuan stared blankly at the row of brand new top-grade artifacts before him. Just selling them casually would net him at least 400 or 500 spirit stones. Restoring artifacts is incredibly profitable. Xuan happily stored them all and stood up to stretch his body. With this secret technique, he could simply buy damaged artifacts at low prices in the future, restore them, and resell at high prices. Cycle after cycle, he would never worry about a lack of spirit stone income. Cultivation and profit-making would both go hand in hand, giving him hope for achieving immortality and founding his lineage. Turning off the restriction formation, he walked out of the refining workshop, and the sky had already turned completely dark. Xuan leisurely made his way back to the Yubaozhai. From a considerable distance, he saw a gracefully poised figure standing quietly at the shop's entrance. "When did you arrive?" Xuan asked casually upon seeing Wen Yuru at the shop entrance. She looked completely different from the haggard, flustered, and worried woman he had encountered earlier that day. She had clearly taken time to freshen up at home, her hair neatly combed and changed into a clean light blue long dress. The evening breeze carried a faint fragrance that stirred something deep within. Hearing his voice, Wen Yuru instinctively tilted her chin up to meet his gaze. "I just arrived a moment ago." Watching her visibly uncomfortable demeanor, Xuan understood she had likely been waiting there for quite some time. He took a couple steps closer and asked, "Is your daughter feeling any better?" The moment he mentioned her child, Wen Yuru's tense posture immediately relaxed, and she nodded gently. "Thanks to your help, shopkeeper Lu, her fever has completely broken, and she is sleeping soundly. I asked the auntie next door to keep an eye on her all night, so I do not need to stay by her side." "That is good to hear." Xuan stepped aside and pushed open the shop door, gesturing for her to come inside. "What brings you here so late?" Wen Yuru followed him into the shop and stood before the counter, her fingers twisting nervously at the hem of her dress, wanting to say something, but too embarrassed to speak. After hesitating for a long time, she finally murmured softly, "I have many troubles weighing on my heart, and I would like to talk with you, shopkeeper, if it is not inconvenient." Xuan understood exactly what she meant and nodded with a smile. "Follow me. The clearing out troubles is my specialty." The secluded courtyard behind the house was quiet and private, ensuring no outsiders would stumble upon them. Throughout the day, Xuan had been immersed in the artifact refinement workshop, continuously circulating his spiritual energy to repair the tools. Now his body felt stifled and overheated, coated in spirit sand dust, his limbs stiff and uncomfortable. "Sit and rest for a while. I will draw some hot water." Xuan turned toward the kitchen. "I have been covered in dust all day. I need a bath." Wen Yuru watched him go and hurried after him. "Shopkeeper Lu, let me help you draw the water." He did not refuse, and together they quickly heated the water and filled the large bathing tub. Xuan tested the water temperature with his hand, then glanced at her and teased, "Want to join me?" He had merely been joking, expecting her to blush and pull away. But to his astonishment, Wen Yuru's body trembled slightly, her entire face flushing crimson, the tips of her ears turning pink. Biting her lower lip with her head bowed, she hesitated only briefly before nodding softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I will serve you, shopkeeper." This time it was Xuan who was left speechless. Good heavens, she had actually agreed. He had only been teasing her, but now he had pushed things far too far. Watching the gentle, shy beauty before him, a wave of heat rose within him. Without any hesitation, Wen Yuru stepped forward and untied the strings of her long dress. The fabric slid gracefully from her shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbones, and as she pulled down the straps, her porcelain white skin was fully exposed. At just one glance, Xuan's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. That expanse of snowy whiteness was flawless, without a single blemish. "Were you born like this?" Wen Yuru's entire face flushed crimson again, and she hastily lowered her head, her ears burning red. After a moment, she cautiously raised her eyes and whispered timidly, Do you find it displeasing?" No, I am merely surprised." Seeing only curiosity in his eyes and not a trace of distaste, Wen Yuru finally felt relief. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, yet she still lifted her long, graceful leg and stepped into the steaming bathtub, obediently settling beside him. White mist curled through the wooden tub, wrapping warmth around them both. "Let me scrub your back and give you a massage." She stood behind him, her voice trembling slightly, yet showing no retreat. "After what happened today, I owe you my gratitude." Before Xian could protest, soft hands pressed onto his shoulders. The pressure was just right, kneading away the stiffness from hours spent refining artifacts. This technique is quite pleasant. Xian closed his eyes and let out a contented hum. Yuru's voice drifted through the steam. I used to massage my late husband often. He traveled constantly, and when he returned his body was rigid. I could not let him sleep until I worked the tension out. Xian asked curiously, do you still think of him? Not really. We were merely companions, sharing a life. Her hands never stopped, her fingertips gliding along his shoulders and down either side of his spine with perfect pressure. Living as a solitary cultivator is incredibly difficult. Warm, humid air surrounded her soft fingertips as they worked, sending tingling sensations through Xian's body and loosening every tense muscle. Yuru was an experienced woman with keen sensitivity and measured touch, far surpassing the two inexperienced girls Lu Hongwan and Lin Xiaochuan in her ability to attend to a man. Gentle and sensible, proactive and considerate, yet understanding of boundaries. No one could match such thoughtfulness. All the fatigue, irritation, and worries from the day dissolved completely in the warm water alongside her skilled massage. The courtyard fell silent, broken only by the gentle lapping of water. After a long while, Xian reached out and caught her hand resting on his shoulder, turning to look at her. Yuru kept her head, lowered her eyelashes, catching the faint gleam of moisture. Watching her, Xian's breathing quickened. If I had known you were this alluring, I would not have let you leave earlier today. Yuru pressed gently against his chest, her skin flush with a rosy glow. It is not too late to stay now. The heat within him surged at once, and glancing down at her, he murmured, continue rubbing against me like this, and you will not be going home tonight. Yuru paused, raising her eyes to meet his, her ears burning red. Going home? I never intended to leave tonight. Before she could finish, Xian reached out and pulled her from the water into his embrace. Then do not go. Water splashed as the wooden tub rocked gently. As their bodies merged together, Xian channeled his cultivation technique, feeling his spiritual energy grow ever more abundant and profound within him. Yuru quickly sensed the strange transformations coursing through her body, spiritual light flickering before her eyes, warm currents surging through her limbs and bones, and her cultivation base steadily ascending. A full 2 hours passed. Xian lounged lazily against the edge of the tub, his entire body relaxed and stretched out in an exquisite state of comfort. Yuru rested against his chest, her eyes shimmering with lingering moisture, and her body still carrying traces of her earlier passion. Xian casually summoned his status panel and glanced at it. Cultivation Chi refining 4th layer, 58,500. In just that brief period, his cultivation had jumped by 30 points. Xian was secretly amazed. Such a constitution was an extraordinary dual cultivation treasure physique, making cultivation efforts yield twice the results with half the work. You truly possess remarkable natural gifts, Xian remarked offhandedly. But Yuru kept her head bowed, her voice tinged with inferiority. Does the shopkeeper not fear me? Others say I have a fate that brings misfortune to my late husband. Fear. I welcome it. Xian pressed his fingertip gently against her lips and laughed softly. If others claim you bring ill fortune to your husbands, blame only their own weakness. Didn't you experience my capabilities yourself just now? Yuru froze in astonishment, and the grievances she had buried deep within her heart for years vanished in an instant. The memory of their intimate moments earlier made her entire face flush crimson once more. After composing herself for a long while, she bit her lower lip gently and gathered her courage to whisper then, "May I ask another favor of you, shopkeeper?" "Go ahead." Raising her moist, beautiful eyes, she rested her chin lightly against his chest with an earnest expression. "Once my daughter has fully recovered, I wish to set up my own stall to make a living. I cannot rely on others' charity indefinitely." "What kind of business do you plan to undertake?" "I intend to sell spiritual cuisine." Yuru spoke softly. "My cooking skills are exceptional. My late husband often praised me before saying my flavors surpassed even the chefs at the 100 Flavors Pavilion in the marketplace. Do you lack the spirit stones to start?" She nodded gently. "Indeed. I would like to borrow some from you if the shopkeeper would be willing to help." Xian could not help but smile. Indeed, one should not underestimate this woman. Every move was carefully planned and interconnected. He lifted his hand to raise her chin. "Whether I lend to you depends on your performance. If the shopkeeper is willing to help me, I will certainly serve you well and never let you suffer even the slightest loss." Her cheeks burning, Yuru leaned forward eagerly. Her warm breath washed over Xian's jawline, and her fingertips slowly traced downward across his chest. No rush. Xian caught her slender wrist with one hand while wrapping his other arm around her slim waist. "Let us change locations." A whole night of Tao heart fusion passed until dawn. Yuru leaned against Xian's embrace, her body languid and warm, with glistening moisture in her eyes. She could clearly feel that the spiritual energy within her, once stagnant and scattered, had now become smooth and robust. Her meridians had expanded, and her cultivation had genuinely advanced significantly. The bottleneck she had been stuck at for so long, the chi condensation 3rd layer, now showed signs of loosening. A single night of cultivation was equivalent to months of independent, arduous practice. When Yuru was filled with shock at the bottom of her heart and simultaneously understood completely that Xuan was certainly no ordinary marketplace shopkeeper. His background and opportunities were terrifyingly extraordinary. In contrast, Xuan showed not the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, his entire body felt comfortable and refreshed. He casually summoned the system panel and cast a glance over it, unable to suppress a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Cultivation Chi Condensation 4th Layer, 139,500. In just one night, his cultivation had actually surged by over 100 points. Xuan glanced at the beauty in his arms, lost in thought. The Xianpin longevity art, combined with his innate pure yang physique, meant both parties benefited during dual cultivation, making this far more efficient than his usual solitary trading approaches. This Yuru was truly a walking power bank. While others might struggle for years to accumulate cultivation, he had obtained it effortlessly overnight, like leveling up while lying down. Xuan secretly reveled in the profit. This was an absolutely massive gain. He shook off his thoughts and counted out 20 spirit stones from his storage pouch. Yuru was slightly taken aback and quickly raised her head. Shopkeeper Lu, this is too much. I only need a small amount for capital. Xuan smiled faintly, his tone casual yet certain. No need to borrow. These spirit stones count as my investment in your spirit food business. Investment? Yuru asked with confusion in her eyes. Exactly. Xuan nodded. You focus on setting up your stall and running the spirit food business well. When the business takes off in the future, just share some profits with me. It doesn't matter how much or how little. With the system at his disposal, he was not short of spirit stones. What mattered far more was securing Yuru as his top-tier dual cultivation partner. That was the real prize. Moreover, if Yuru could truly produce top-grade spirit meals, it would be killing two birds with one stone. Hearing these words, warmth bloomed in Yuru's heart, and the pressure instantly dissipated. She gazed at Xuan for a long moment, then suddenly let out a soft laugh. What if I suffer losses? Xuan raised an eyebrow and teased. If you lose money, it's simple. You'll come massage and serve me every night from now on. Yuru's cheeks flushed crimson, instantly caught between shyness and desire. She rose and dressed, and after the intimacy of last night, her movements were much more coordinated, no longer flustered like yesterday. At the doorway, she glanced back at Xuan and said earnestly, Shopkeeper Lu, if I truly lose money, I will serve you for the rest of my life. Xuan's lips curved slightly with silent amusement. Only coming if I lose. This woman has quite the ambitions. After a night of cultivation transformation, Yuru now radiated vitality and beauty, her previous exhaustion and lowliness completely dispelled. She thanked Xuan repeatedly and hurried out of Yubao Hall, planning to return home to settle her daughter and prepare for setting up her stall. But barely a few steps away, a chilling gaze fixed sharply on her retreating figure. It was Jin Sihai, the shopkeeper of the neighboring Jubao Pavilion. He had been guarding the storefront since early morning, watching with his own eyes as Yuru emerged from Xuan's Yubao Hall. Her face still bore the lingering flush, her steps light and graceful, nothing resembling the haggard, desperate woman from the day before. Especially when he caught sight of the faint gleam of spirit stones peeking from her sleeve, Jin Sihai's teeth ground together in frustration and envy. He had coveted Yuru for a long time, always wanting to possess this stunningly beautiful widow. He had harassed her and manipulated her circumstances, waiting for her to reach a dead end and submit to him. Instead, the opposite had happened. The cooked duck had flown away. His desired beauty had been claimed by the newcomer Xuan, who had gained an enormous advantage. Good one, Xuan. What cunning tactics. He stared fixedly at the Yubao Hall sign, his blood boiling with fury. Stealing my woman, stealing my business. A young upstart dares to act wild in my territory. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Jin Sihai immediately gestured. The nearby shop assistant hurried forward. Master, please give your orders. Jin Sihai leaned close to his ear and whispered a series of instructions, his expression dark and menacing. The shop assistant nodded repeatedly and immediately dashed off to carry out the tasks. Jin Sihai stood at the entrance, glaring coldly at Yubao Hall, and snorted. We'll see about this. Inside Yubao Hall, Xuan had finished tidying up, pushed open the shop door, and officially began receiving customers. In the early morning, Qingyun Marketplace gradually came alive with steady streams of people, yet Yubao Hall's entrance remained eerily quiet with no visitors. Xuan observed the empty shop and stroked his chin in thought. He had accumulated a large stock of freshly restored and refurbished magical artifacts, each in perfect condition and brimming with spiritual energy. If he sold them in bulk at low prices to middlemen, they would inevitably be undervalued, resulting in significant losses, a tremendous waste. Rather than giving them away cheap to middlemen, he should organize promotional activities to attract customers and revitalize his shop's business. At this thought, Xuan immediately took up his brush and wrote a large notice, posting it on the most conspicuous part of his shop's door. Yubao Hall Grand Event. Trade your old artifacts for new ones. First, our shop buys back secondhand damaged and aged magical artifacts at premium prices, accepting all regardless of condition. Second, anyone who sells old artifacts here receives an exclusive 10% discount on any brand new artifact purchased in store. All roaming cultivators had piles of useless, old, and damaged artifacts gathering dust. They would do better to sell them for spirit stones and acquire new ones at reduced prices. By acquiring old artifacts, restoring and refurbishing them, then reselling, he guaranteed steady profit margins on both ends. The notice had barely been posted, and the ink wasn't even dry, when in less than half an instant six-time customers actually began arriving at the shop. A young roaming cultivator in his late teens or early 20s strode quickly inside. Clad in faded coarse cloth robes, his body coated in travel dust, his hands calloused from years of scurrying through abandoned mountains and rummaging through ruined cave dwellings for discarded magical artifacts to resell. He was a seasoned veteran of the marketplace's scavenger trade. He made his living exclusively by panning through obsolete magical artifacts for small amounts of spirit stones, keeping himself well informed with extensive connections. Glancing at the brand new artifacts displayed on the counter, his eyes immediately lit up, and he hurried forward to ask, "Shopkeeper, do you really buy broken artifacts? Even the worst ones?" His coarse cloth outfit was stained with dust with worn edges at the cuffs and hem, and his hands bore thick calluses from years of sifting through scrap metal and broken artifacts. Xuan looked up at him and offered a faint smile. "We accept them all, any artifact regardless of how severe the damage or how ancient it may be." Hearing this assurance, the young roaming cultivator was overjoyed. He then removed the old sword scabbard from his back and carefully drew out the long sword within. The sword was entirely black, its surface covered in cracks, the blade notched and curled, enveloped in thick rust, devoid of any spiritual energy, a lifeless dead object. To ordinary eyes, it was nothing more than a pile of worthless scrap metal. "This sword was something I managed to find in a ruined cave dwelling a few days ago. It looks like an old artifact, but unfortunately, it's completely destroyed. I've searched half the marketplace and asked several shops, but no one could repair it or was willing to take it." Having spent years scavenging through debris, he could tell this had once been a magical artifact. But now, with all spiritual patterns shattered and the core dormant, it was irreparable scrap with zero value in his eyes. "I was about to scrap it as useless iron anyway, so when I saw you accepting damaged artifacts, I thought I'd give it a shot." When Lucien's gaze fell upon this battered longsword, his pupils contracted sharply. Others with limited perception could only see rust and broken scrap, unable to perceive what lay beneath. Yet Xuan recognized the true nature of this discarded sword at a single glance. It was actually a high-grade artifact sword. Unfortunately, centuries of neglect had shattered the spiritual patterns, left the core dormant, and encased everything in thick rust, reducing it to mere scrap metal. What was a liability to others was a windfall to Xuan. Xuan felt wild joy in his heart, but his facial expression remained completely unchanged, still maintaining his calm and composed demeanor. He casually weighed the sword in his hand, as if making light of it. "It's just a pile of scrap metal beyond repair. The spirit runes are completely destroyed, all spiritual power has faded. It's utterly useless. I figured you made quite the journey to get here, so I'll give you 2 spirit stones for it." Upon hearing this, the young rogue cultivator was initially overjoyed, but quickly put on a pitiful expression. He began acting miserable on the spot. "Shopkeeper, 2 spirit stones is far too little. I ventured deep into the desolate mountains and wilderness to scavenge this sword, nearly being devoured by a demonic beast. At least it's an old magical artifact. Could you add a bit more? 3 or 4 stones would do." His face twisted in anguish as he continuously pleaded, both lamenting his misfortune and begging for mercy. But Xuan remained expressionless throughout, his heart undisturbed. He wasn't swayed by such tactics. A grown man pleading like this. That wasn't his type. "If you won't take it, I'll return it," Xuan said with clear disdain, as though preparing to hand back the sword. "This junk will only clutter my storage anyway." The young rogue cultivator immediately backtracked. "I'll take it. I'll sell it for 2 spirit stones." Inside, he was already bubbling with excitement. This broken sword had been nothing but dead weight in his hands. Now he could exchange it for 2 spirit stones, a pure windfall. He reached out eagerly. Shopkeeper, hand over the spirit stones quickly. But just as his fingers brushed the stones, Xuan flipped his wrist and withdrew them. "Hold on. I have one small condition." The young rogue cultivator blinked in surprise. "What is it, shopkeeper?" "You've spent years scavenging through the market, so you know plenty of people," Xuan explained his purpose. "I want you to spread the word about our trade and promotion." Seeing the other man furrow his brow, Xuan smiled. "I won't let you do this for nothing. For every customer you refer who completes a transaction, I'll give you 1 spirit stone. No upper limit. No effort required, no capital needed. Just speak and earn spirit stones." How could such a favorable arrangement exist in the world? The young rogue cultivator's frown instantly melted away, and without hesitation he agreed. "No problem. Leave it to me. I guarantee every rogue cultivator in Qingyun Market will know about your promotion." Eager to reassure Xuan, he quickly introduced himself. "Shopkeeper, I'm Huang Xiaoqi. I've been scavenging through this market for years. My connections are absolutely reliable. Xuan nodded, slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Not only had he scored a high-grade magical artifact at a bargain, but he'd also picked up a free assistant to help attract customers. This was a double win. Pleasure doing business. Xuan offered a faint smile and casually handed the 2 spirit stones to Huang Xiaoqi. Congratulations, host. Transaction complete. Amount 2 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate 2. Reward 100 treasure scroll. Huang Xiaoqi snatched the spirit stones eagerly, his face splitting into a broad grin. This scrap metal that wouldn't have been wanted even if dropped on the ground had actually exchanged for 2 spirit stones. This shopkeeper must be some sort of fool. He hastily patted his chest and made his assurance. Rest assured, shopkeeper. I'll go spread the word right now. Anyone in the market with old or broken magical artifacts to sell, I'll bring them all straight to you. With that, Huang Xiaoqi took off at a quick pace, darting out of Yubao Zhai with excitement to vigorously promote Lucian's business. The shop finally fell quiet. Lucian glanced down at the rust-covered longsword in his hand, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. Once he activated the system's restoration ability, he could return it to peak condition. Its value would skyrocket 100-fold. Lucian's heart itched with eagerness, desperate to close the shop and rush to the artifact refining workshop to restore the sword on the spot. But he quickly suppressed the urge. The trade-in notice had just been posted, and this was a critical moment for drawing in customers. If he left now, there'd be no one to attend to visitors, wasting this excellent opportunity for nothing. No rush. He needed to build the shop's popularity first, making money and attracting customers simultaneously. The sword could wait. Lucian secured the longsword and settled calmly behind the counter, quietly waiting for customers to arrive. As expected, Huang Xiaoqi's promotional efforts spread with remarkable speed. Combined with Yubao Zhai's genuinely generous campaign, no tricks, no deception, rogue cultivators began arriving in steady succession within a short while. The first visitor was a middle-aged rogue cultivator. He wore a standard cultivator's robe with a bulging storage pouch, clearly having come specifically to dispose of unused magical artifacts. Without wasting time, he got straight to the point. Shopkeeper, Huang Xiaoqi mentioned you're buying old artifacts at good prices. I've got a broken blade here. The spiritual energy has faded, and it's become difficult to use. Would you consider taking it? Lucian glanced upward, his vision piercing through to see clearly. It was merely an ordinary low-grade, old magical artifact on the verge of being scrap. I can take it. Lucian named a straightforward price without hesitation. 10 spirit stones. The middle-aged rogue cultivator's eyes lit up with immediate joy upon hearing this. This short blade had long been retired from use, gathering dust in his storage pouch. He had assumed it would be worthless, yet it could fetch 10 spirit stones. It was pure profit. Deal. The middle-aged rogue cultivator agreed, without hesitation, took the spirit stones, and left cheerfully, his heart singing with how profitable this transaction was. With this deal easily secured, Lucian now had another artifact he could refurbish and sell for profit. Hardly had the middle-aged cultivator departed when Huang Xiaoqi appeared at the doorway, peering in with hopeful anticipation, rubbing his hands together in a sycophantic smile. Shopkeeper, you mentioned earlier that referrals would earn spirit stones. Your share is guaranteed. Lucian understood immediately and handed over a single spirit stone. Thank you, Shopkeeper Lu. Huang Xiaoqi cradled the stone in his palms, grinning so broadly his mouth threatened to split. He never could have imagined that simply spreading the word would earn him spirit stones. It was far easier than the grueling work of scavenging through ruins, and the profits came quickly. With the spirit stones safely stowed, Huang Xiaoqi beamed as he headed out to continue promoting for Lucian. Barely had he left when the second customer arrived, a young cultivator at the 5th layer of chi condensation, who immediately pointed to the notice posted at the entrance. Shopkeeper, your shop does trade-ins right. Take a look at this flying sword and tell me what it's worth. The young cultivator produced a low-grade flying sword, its surface heavily worn and its spiritual power severely depleted. Lucian gave it a brief glance. Low-grade magical sword, heavily worn with a scattered sword spirit. I'll give you 18 spirit stones for it. Additionally, you're entitled to a 10% discount on any new artifact in the store. Choose whatever you like. The young cultivator's eyes lit up with inner excitement. This worthless flying sword had been gathering dust in his storage pouch for ages, and he'd had little hope of getting much for it. Yet the buyback price far exceeded his expectations, and he could still purchase a new artifact at a discount. He immediately turned his attention to the brand new artifacts displayed on the counter, his gaze landing on an iron bracelet radiating quality craftsmanship. May I examine this bracelet? Certainly. Lucian retrieved it directly, and the customer grew increasingly pleased with each inspection. The bracelet was in flawless condition, brimming with spiritual energy, an unmistakable top-tier piece. How much for this bracelet? Lucian recognized the interest. This is among the finest mid-grade defensive artifacts. It can withstand a full-strength strike from a late-stage chi condensation cultivator. The original price is 100 spirit stones, but with your trade-in participation you'll receive a 10% discount and can acquire it for 90. Your old flying sword offsets 15 spirit stones, so you only need to pay an additional 75. Though somewhat reluctant, the young cultivator readily paid the difference and walked away with the iron bracelet. After all, no other shop would part with such defensive gear for less than 100 spirit stones. Trading an unused flying sword for it was an excellent bargain. Congratulations, host. Transaction complete. Amount 105 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate 105. Reward 200 treasure scrolls. A surge of dense spiritual energy flooded his dantian, filling more than half of his cultivation gauge. Xuan paused in mild surprise. He hadn't anticipated that selling new artifacts would also trigger the system's rebate mechanism. And with purchase and sale totals stacking together, he was hitting two birds with one stone. Shopkeeper, your promotion is incredibly worthwhile. I'll definitely bring my old artifacts here for trade-ins in the future. The young cultivator departed in high spirits, the iron bracelet in hand. While the customer was pleased, Xuan was even more satisfied. This bracelet had originally cost him only 10 spirit stones. Now reselling it, he netted 62 spirit stones plus an additional low-grade flying sword, 200 treasure scrolls, and a substantial cultivation rebate. All essentially free gains. Within a single morning, Yu Baozhai had closed 3 transactions. They successfully acquired 3 aging magical artifacts and sold 1 new piece. This trade-in promotion had completely revitalized the shop's business. While other stores stubbornly clung to fixed prices and waited for customers, Xuan took the opposite approach, acquiring old artifacts at low prices, restoring them, and reselling at premium rates to attract and expand his customer base. No matter how he calculated it, he always came out ahead with zero risk. Time slipped away until afternoon arrived. Huang Shaoqi continued running about, tirelessly promoting the business throughout the market. Thanks to his enthusiastic advertising, Xuan welcomed 2 more customers in succession. All the visitors were low-tier rogue cultivators, and the artifacts they brought were ordinary low-grade, old magical items, severely worn, with barely any spiritual energy, remaining mostly things they could no longer use. From both transactions, Xuan accumulated 38 spirit stones. Truthfully, this wasn't a substantial return and fell far short of his initial expectations. Yet Xuan fully understood the situation. Huang Shaoqi's circle consisted entirely of impoverished rogue cultivators like himself. Cultivation resources were scarce, spirit stones were in short supply, and every single stone had to be carefully spent. As long as their mundane artifacts still functioned, they would never consider trading them. When something grew worn or damaged, they simply took it to the artifact refining workshop for repairs and continued using it. Only when an artifact was completely ruined beyond repair, or they had accumulated enough spare funds, would they part with it. With limited customer reach and modest means, achieving this level of revenue was already quite impressive. By day's end, Yu Baozhai had securely closed 5 transactions since opening. Compared to the bustling Ju Bao pavilion next door, which was packed daily, this volume still seemed rather sparse. Yet Xuan showed no urgency. This was a gradual process of building reputation through trade-ins. Once word spread, his customer base would only continue to grow. The setting sun dipped toward the western horizon as the market's crowd gradually thinned. At this hour, those who were going to come have already arrived, those who won't come never will. Xuan collected the various artifacts into his storage pouch, stretched, and was about to sip his tea before closing up, when suddenly a rich floral fragrance drifted in from the entrance. Neither overpowering nor faint, it carried a languid, alluring sweetness, entirely unlike the sweat and earth odors that clung to the rogue cultivators who had visited earlier. Xuan raised his gaze. A figure dressed in fiery red leaned against the doorframe, her peach blossom eyes curved into a playful smile as she looked down at him. So then, should I come in or stay away? With a fairy grace gracing our humble abode, you simply must come in. Seeing it was Hu Mainyang, Xuan was somewhat taken aback. Shopkeeper Lu, your business seems rather brisk. Hu Mainyang had changed into a sheer water-red silk gown today, the neckline plunging even lower than last time. As she moved, her skirt swayed, gently revealing a glimpse of her porcelain-smooth calves, and the languid charm emanating from her entire figure brightened the whole shop by threefold. She sauntered inside and leaned against the counter, propping herself on her elbows with her body angled forward, letting that cloying sweetness of her perfume drift directly into Xuan's nostrils. In just a few days apart, Shopkeeper Lu, you look considerably refreshed. Have you stumbled upon some good fortune? She blinked her eyes, her tone laced with playful teasing. Xuan set down his teacup, his expression unchanging. When business is thriving, one naturally appears well. Has the fairy come today to sell or to buy? Couldn't I simply come to see you? Hu Mainyang laughed and lightly tapped the back of his hand. After all, I'm your long-standing customer. Wouldn't it be fine if I took a seat? Xuan withdrew his hand without so much as a flicker of emotion. Do sit, of course. Just don't block the doorway to my business. There's hardly anyone here. The enchantress glanced around the empty shop, covering her mouth as she smiled. Not a soul, all day long. Shopkeeper Lu, your trade must be quite leisurely. Xuan offered no response, merely leaning back in his chair to study her. A woman like Hu Mainyang never appeared without purpose. Her visit today certainly couldn't be reduced to merely seeing him. As expected, Hu Meinyang finally shed the casual air from her expression, withdrawing several items from her storage pouch and laying them out on the counter one by one. 2 hairpins, a jade pendant, a silver bracelet. For spiritual artifacts, each in excellent condition, with spiritual light shimmering across their surfaces, their quality was too refined to be the work of ordinary wandering cultivators. Lu Xian's eyes instantly brightened. For pieces, a full-force spiritual artifacts. He sat up straighter, his posture straightening considerably. His gaze swept over the 4 artifacts, repeatedly unable to suppress the growing curve of his lips. Fairy, have you come today to bestow upon me a substantial business opportunity? Hu Meinyang chuckled at his unmistakable greed, covering her mouth as she laughed. You just boasted about having free time, yet the moment you spot a few artifacts your eyes go wide. Shopkeeper Lu, you truly are a mercenary. It's only natural to be pleased when encountering quality goods, Lu Xian retorted confidently. Please don't mind. Satisfied with her laughter, Hu Meinyang composed herself. Leaning against the counter, she explained, these were all accumulated over time. They're in decent condition. Today I've brought them to sell completely. Lu Xian detected an underlying urgency in her words and looked up. All of them. Has something happened, Fairy? Hu Meinyang hesitated before answering, lowering her eyes in thought. A faint smile touched her lips. New girls have arrived at the brothel, young, beautiful, sweet-tongued. They've drawn away all my patrons. An old woman like me can hardly survive anymore. She spoke lightly as though it meant nothing to her, but Lu Xian caught the subtle tension in her fingers gripping the sleeve. I'm not young anymore. I can't rely on this for my entire life. Hu Meinyang looked up, her peach blossom eyes unusually serious. Keeping these artifacts would be pointless. Better to exchange them for spirit stones and purchase pills to advance my cultivation. I've heard reaching the foundation establishment stage can extend one's lifespan. Lu Xian seized on her words with practiced warmth. You speak wisely, Fairy. Hoarding artifacts only gathers dust. It's far better to convert them into cultivation advancement. May you break through to foundation establishment soon. The great Tao awaits. Hu Meinyang paused, her gaze drifting over the new artifacts on the counter before a smile returned. What a clever tongue you have. No wonder your business thrives. Last time I came, the counter was bare. In just a few days, it's already full. Small-time operations, mere tinkering. Lu Xian acknowledged casually, then picked up the artifacts from the counter to examine each one carefully. 2 hairpins, a jade pendant, and a silver bracelet. All different in style, each carved with exquisite detail. Though each possessed faint offensive and defensive spiritual energy, barely qualifying as true artifacts, their craftsmanship prioritized aesthetic appeal above all else. They lacked practical utility for combat, their value significantly diminished. The quality tier was modest. Only the jade pendant ranked as a mid-grade artifact, while the remaining 3 were lower grade. Yet the condition was genuinely impeccable. Spiritual light shimmered across their surfaces, energy abundant within. Not a single scuff marred the edges. They'd clearly never been used after acquisition. The jade pendant was especially striking, its surface smooth and lustrous with top-tier quality, looking as though freshly crafted. Nearly mint condition. Lu Xian set down the final piece and looked up at Hu Meinyang for artifacts all in excellent condition. However, aside from this jade pendant, which is mid-grade, the other 3 are lower grade. I'll take all 4 for 170 spirit stones. Hu Meinyang blinked, but didn't immediately respond. Tilting her head, she regarded him with a half-smile. Shopkeeper, Lu, didn't you promise last time? When I bring goods to sell, you'd add 30%. Lu Xian recalled it now upon her reminder. He had indeed casually agreed to add 10% each time before, but she'd maneuvered him into committing to 30%. It was merely words spoken to expedite the deal. I've already factored that in. Lu Xian remained composed, his tone steady. Were you to bring attacking flying swords, I'd gladly pay dozens of extra spirit stones. Yet these items you've brought are decorative artifacts with poor practical utility. You should understand that well. 170 spirit stones is already an inflated price I've deliberately raised. Hu Meinyang wouldn't yield, picking up the hairpin and twirling it deftly between her fingertips. Its spiritual radiance shimmered with exquisite craftsmanship. At minimum, they're genuine artifacts. You need to sell to the right buyers. Lu Xian shook his head mildly, laying out his reasoning clearly. Consider the craftsmanship, the spiritual pearls, so refined. Far more elegant than the crude blades and swords wielded by rough men. Resell them to female cultivators, and they'll be eager to acquire them. Yes, they can be sold to female cultivators, but second-hand artifacts from women fetch the steepest discounts. Truly wealthy and powerful female cultivators wouldn't deign to consider such second-hand pieces. Meanwhile, low-ranked female cultivators who desire these refined artifacts simply cannot afford premium prices. With those words, Lu Xian's eyes shifted as he offered her a foolproof strategy. In the future, when the patrons at your establishment wish to gift you presents, refuse these gaudy decorative artifacts. Have them bring attacking flying swords instead, or defensive-focused artifacts. Failing that, simply direct them to purchase directly from my shop. For whatever they buy, I'll subsequently purchase at market rate, guaranteed profit with no risk. Hu Meinyang's eyes lit up instantly, her brows lifting with delight. What an excellent idea. Setting the silver hairpin back on the counter, she suddenly leaned forward, closing the distance between them. Her slender waist bent slightly as she met Lu Xian's gaze at close range. Her jade-like hand rested gently on Lu Xian's shoulder, releasing a sweet, intoxicating fragrance that washed over him with each breath. Her eyes glistened with moisture as she whispered, her voice dripping with coaxing affection. Shopkeeper Lu, really, won't you add even a single bit more? Hu Meinyang bent forward, her fingertips lightly tracing his face as her warm breath nearly touched the tip of his nose. A cloying floral fragrance wafted between them. Gazing at that unobstructed expanse of snow-white skin, Lu Xian did not look away. I would like to add more, he said, shrugging as he met those peach blossom eyes mere inches from his own. But if I add any more, there will be no profit left. Hu Meinyang offered a knowing smile, saying nothing but straightened her posture. Then with a graceful turn, she settled herself directly onto his lap, soft and weightless like a cat alighting upon his knees. Lu Xian instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his palms pressing against her sides, feeling through the thin silk how supple yet resilient her figure was, as though boneless. Is that all? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow at her. Of course not. Hu Meinyang smiled, then moved. She sat astride him, her full hips pressing against his thighs as she slowly twisted. It was light, slow, executed with a precision that bordered on effortless mastery. Lu Xian's breath caught visibly. His grip on her waist tightened almost imperceptibly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he fought back a muffled groan. Satisfied that her design had taken hold, Hu Meinyang's eyes curved with pleasure as she leaned close to his ear. Merchant Lu, add just a little more, she murmured, continuing her slow, deliberate movements. The same measured grace, the same calculated pressure. Increase it slightly, and I'll bring you customers from the brothel. Those sisters struggle enough as it is, each keeping precious treasures hidden away. Once I speak to them, they'll come to you in droves. She shifted again. Well, will you add more or not? Lu Xian felt his entire body tighten, a numbness crawling up his scalp as her movements drove through him. He closed his eyes, drew in a long breath, and forced the words through clenched teeth. Add 10. Deal. The moment the word left his lips, Hu Meinyang rose from his lap. Standing before him, she smoothed imaginary creases from her skirt, her eyes curving into a playful smile. The spirit stones, Merchant Lu. Seated on his chair, Lu Xian paused in surprise. That's it. Had your fill. Hu Meinyang winked at him, her expression sly as a fox who'd stolen a chicken. Want more? We'll talk next time. It's getting late. I need to return to the brothel for work now. She held out her hand, her long white fingers fluttering before him. Spirit stones. Quickly, I'm in a hurry. Lu Xian burned with desire, his body responding to her relentless, teasing frustration mounting in his chest. Yet he understood what mattered most. In this world, above all else, the transaction came first. Suppressing his restless thoughts, he counted out the spirit stones and handed them to her. Congratulations, host. Transaction complete. Amount 180 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate 180. Reward 100 treasures, scroll 4. A torrent of cultivation energy surged into his dantian, flooding every corner of his meridians. Lu Xian sensed the surging spiritual power within him and exhaled contentedly. The fifth layer of qi refining was within reach. Hu Meinyang closed her fingers, tucking the spirit stones into her storage bag, and shot him a seductive glance. Merchant Lu, it's been a pleasure doing business. I'll go back and bring you customers. Just wait. With those words, she turned and walked toward the door, her figure swaying with each step, disappearing with effortless grace. Lu Xian sat in his chair, watching her leave, grinding his teeth in frustration. Just wait. He closed his eyes and channeled the Xianpin longevity technique, methodically suppressing the heat her teasing had stirred within him. After several cycles of spiritual energy flowing through his meridians, his restless thoughts finally began to settle. Then he gathered the 4 magical artifacts into his storage bag and closed the shop. Time to head to the artifact forging workshop. He had acquired quite a few fine pieces today, especially that top-grade magical sword from Huang Xiaoqi. He had been eager to see it in its entirety since the moment he received it. He locked the door and made his way to the southern part of the market where the forging workshop was located. After renting a chamber, he laid out each artifact he had acquired that day onto the forging platform one by one. I'll start with the simpler ones. He began with 3 flying swords and a short blade, completing the work in less than half an hour, each one restored to pristine condition. Then came the top-grade flying sword. Its surface was covered in thick rust, the spiritual patterns completely shattered, and visible cracks marred the blade. Yet beneath the damage, the foundation was exceptional. Taking a deep breath, he placed the damaged sword into the earth fire furnace and began the restoration. Flames licked at the blade as layers of rust peeled away, revealing the dark metallic sheen beneath. Spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips into the sword, gradually reconnecting the broken patterns. The dormant core slowly awakened under the nurturing touch of his restoration technique. After the duration of 1 incense stick, the final layer of rust fell away, and the sword revealed its true, magnificent form. The blade gleamed with pure white luster free of any blemishes, its sharp edge radiating cold light, the entire sword pulsing with surging spiritual power. Lu Xian raised the sword, the blade catching the orange glow of the earth fire from the workshop, reflecting light that danced across its translucent crystalline surface. His eyes filled with admiration. What a magnificent sword! Truly among the finest top-grade weapons. The material is pure and solid, the craftsmanship exceptional, flawless from hilt to tip. This is truly a piece of peerless quality. Lu Xian gripped the hilt tightly, reluctant to let go. This perfectly restored top-grade magical sword boasted superior conditions, spiritual power, and materials. If not for business, he would have kept this flying sword for his own use. If he were to sell it at the market, he wouldn't consider accepting less than 500 spirit stones, and that was merely the starting price. He had originally acquired it for just 2 spirit stones, a genuine bargain that proved to be an exceptional gain. Satisfied, Lu Xian stored the restored sword in his storage bag. He then polished and maintained the 4 artifacts Hu Yang had brought, restoring them to pristine condition. Once everything was in order, he left the workshop and headed back. While other cultivators endured endless days of meditation and cultivation, he had the system at his disposal and didn't need to suffer through such hardships. As soon as he returned to his rear courtyard room, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep immediately. He slept until broad daylight. After a quick wash, Lu Xian went out to the street and bought several fragrant beast meat buns. Only after eating his fill did he open the doors of Yubao Zhai to begin business. Hardly had the shop opened when a round figure stumbled in. With a round face, large ears, and eyes that squinted into thin lines when he smiled, he made his way to the counter with practiced ease. "Senior brother Lu, it's been a while. How has business been lately?" Lu Xian looked up and immediately burst out laughing. "Junior brother Chong, what an unexpected guest." Noticing the other man's significantly stronger spiritual energy at a glance, he hurriedly poured tea. "Judging by your appearance, you've advanced in cultivation. Sit, have some tea." The visitor was Chong Wei, a disciple of Tianyan's sect who had entered 1 year after Lu Xian. Back when they were both at the sect, they had been close friends. After Lu Xian was expelled from the mountain, it was entirely thanks to the connections he had built within the sect that he could live peacefully in Qingyun Market for a full 6 months. Many of his junior and senior brothers sold him their discarded old artifacts at reduced prices, indirectly helping him make ends meet. Among them all, Chong Wei was the most frequent delivery person. Chong Wei chuckled foolishly, plopped down into a seat, and downed a large gulp of tea in one go. Wiping his mouth, he couldn't hide his delight. "After 3 whole months of seclusion, I finally broke through to the 7th layer of qi refining and became an inner sect disciple." Lu Xian patted his shoulder, genuinely happy for him. "Well done, you kid. You entered 1 year later than me, yet you've already reached the 7th layer of qi refining. Impressive." Chong Wei scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. "It was all luck. I saved up for a long time to gather pills before I could break through." "I must treat you to a feast at Xuan Pavilion to celebrate," Lu Xian said with a smile. Chong Wei quickly waved his hands. No, senior brother Lu. You've only just opened the shop. You should save your spirit stones. I mainly came to see you this time, and also." His words suddenly stopped mid-sentence. The smile faded from his face as he carefully considered his next words before speaking. "Senior brother, have you heard any news about recent events at the sect?" Lu Xian noticed something was off with his expression and set down his teacup. "What is it? Speak directly." Chong Wei fell silent for a moment, then looked up at Lu Xian. "It's about senior sister Bai." Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, memories of the past instantly flooding his mind. Back when he had first transmigrated, upon hearing that the Tianyan sect was recruiting disciples, he had immediately rushed over. On the way, he had encountered a tiny beggar girl, little more than skin and bones, lying half dead in a corner. Feeling compassion for her, he shared his last provisions and took the little girl with him to become a disciple. The beggar girl was none other than Bai Qianin. Now the renowned moon-reflecting immortal of the Tianyan sect, he had always treated her like a younger sister. Yet after entering the sect, their paths diverged completely. Lu Xian possessed only ordinary talent, and after a decade of arduous cultivation, he remained stuck at the 2nd stage of qi condensation. Bai Qianin's gifts were extraordinary. She soared upward and was admitted to the inner sect as a celebrated prodigy. Though both belonged to the Tianyan sect, their meetings grew increasingly rare. Bai Qianin wielded her sword against demons with unparalleled glory, her admirers constant at her side. Yet he remained an obscure outer sect disciple. Bai Qianin carried herself with cold detachment toward, although she showed faint warmth only toward Lu Xian, the one who had brought her into the sect. That subtle difference was enough for the entire sect to speculate they had once been together. "What happened to her?" Lu Xian asked mildly. "Senior sister Bai has been promoted to true disciple." Chong Wei looked at him. "The news has spread throughout the sect. I thought you already knew." Lu Xian nodded gently. "Expected. Her talent speaks for itself. It was only a matter of time." Chong Wei hummed in agreement, lowered his head to sip tea, and remained silent for a long while. Lu Xian read between the lines immediately. "You came all this way just to tell me this." Chong Wei sighed heavily and looked up. "I'll be blunt. I have come on senior brother Chu Huayang's behalf to deliver a message. Lu Xian's gaze sharpened. Chu Huayang was a true disciple of the Tianyin sect at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, the one who had pursued Bai Qianyin longest. What does he want me to relay? Xiang Wei spoke each word with visible reluctance. Senior brother Chu asked me to tell you, do not harbor inappropriate feelings towards senior sister Bai. You two are not on the same path. An abrupt silence fell over the shop. Lu Xian's fingertips tapped gently against the counter before he managed a wry self-mocking smile. Inappropriate feelings. He lifted his gaze to meet Xiang Wei's. What do you think I could possibly feel for her now, eh? Xiang Wei opened his mouth, but found no words. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, his voice utterly flat. You're right. I was the one who brought her into the sect back then. But you know what happened after? She is an unparalleled genius, and I am mediocre. Indeed, we are not on the same path. She only ever felt gratitude for what I did, that I saved her and brought her in. I have always regarded her as a younger sister, nothing more. He raised his teacup and took a sip. When I was driven down the mountain, she specifically came to find me and pressed 500 spirit stones into my hand, telling me to make a proper living. I accepted them, and from that moment on we had no further contact. Those 500 spirit stones were her parting gift, settling any debts between us. Xiang Wei fell silent for a long moment before speaking softly. Senior brother, I understand your feelings. But senior brother Chu doesn't see it that way. He fears Bai Qianyin still harbors thoughts of me. Worries I'll hear about her promotion and try to cling to her. Lu Xian chuckled lightly. He overestimates me considerably. Xiang Wei wore an expression of bitter amusement. Senior brother Chu has pursued senior sister Bai for years without success. He is insecure, and hearing that she treats you differently naturally worries him. So he specifically sent someone to warn me. Xiang Wei did not deny it. Lu Xian sat quietly for a moment, set down his teacup, and spoke in a calm, steady voice. Go back and tell Chu Huayang. I, Lu Xian, am content conducting business in the market and have never interfered in Tianyin sect affairs. Bai Qianyin is a top true disciple of the sect, while I am merely running a small artifact shop. We settled things long ago. Tell him not to worry. Hearing this, Xiang Wei visibly relaxed. I knew you'd understand, senior brother. He rose and patted his stomach. I shouldn't stay long. I must return to the sect promptly. So urgent. Stay and eat first. No, but when I have free time, if you host a celebration, I will definitely attend. Xiang Wei reached the doorway and turned back to add, by the way, I collected a batch of old artifacts for you. I'll send someone over in a couple of days at the usual price, my lowest rate for you. Fine, I'll be waiting. Lu Xian nodded. Xiang Wei waved, and his rotund figure disappeared from the shop. Lu Xian stood at the entrance, watching him grow distant, his expression gradually losing its warmth. He turned and returned to the counter, pouring himself another cup of tea, though he held it without drinking. Bai Qianyin had achieved true disciple status, and Chu Huayang had gone so far as to send someone to warn him personally. Gazing at the leaves floating in his cup, he found the whole situation absurd. The beggar girl who once crouched by the roadside gnawing on dry steamed buns was now the sect's radiant true disciple, celebrated by all. Meanwhile he, the one who had helped her that day, was stuck running a cramped shop in the marketplace, scavenging for broken artifacts to survive. Lu Xian harbored no resentment, nor did he feel anything resembling bitterness. Whatever history existed between him and Bai Qianyin had been settled the moment she handed over those 500 spirit stones. Yet someone simply refused to accept it. Lu Xian set down his teacup, his fingertips tapping lightly against the counter. Chu Huayang, your inability to win the one you desire has nothing to do with me. He gazed out at the bustling crowd in the marketplace, his expression composed. Watch your own back. I'll mind my own business. It is best we leave each other alone. After Xiang Wei departed, Lu Xian arranged the artifacts he had refurbished the previous day on the counter, setting the premium flying sword in the most prominent position where it would catch everyone's eye. Its blade gleamed pure white, with spiritual energy flowing across its surface. Merely placing it there elevated the entire shop's caliber. Hardly a moment had passed before another customer arrived. Boss, I'm here. Huang Xiaoqi entered with an ingratiating expression, following a middle-aged rogue cultivator whose robes had been washed pale, the sort of person who clearly struggled to make ends meet. Come and have a seat. Lu Xian gestured invitingly. Huang Xiaoqi made his way to the counter as usual and quickly introduced him. Boss, this is fellow Taoist Wu. I told him about our trade-in program yesterday. He has been looking to swap for a more practical artifact and came specifically to take a look today. The middle-aged rogue cultivator shifted nervously, his gaze darting across the counter before locking onto that brilliant white upper-grade flying sword. He stared transfixed for several moments, swallowed hard, then finally shifted his eyes to the crimson lower-grade sword nearby. The blade glowed entirely red, with flickering flames dancing along its edge, maintained in excellent condition. Boss, how much for this magical sword? He asked, pointing to the crimson blade. That one. Lu Xian glanced at it. 50 spirit stones. The middle-aged cultivator hesitated, then placed his worn sword on the counter. Please inspect my old sword first. What can you offer for it? Lu Xian picked it up for examination. The blade had several notches along its edge, and most of its spiritual energy had dissipated. It looked shabby, but fortunately the core structure remained intact. Once repaired, it could still be resold. 12 spirit stones, Lu Xian said, setting the sword down. The middle-aged cultivator did some mental arithmetic, then pointed to the crimson blade again. Then with the trade-in, how much more would I need to pay? The original price is 50 discounted to 45 with the promotion. Your old sword counts for 12, so you would only need to add 33 spirit stones. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes brightened as he double-checked. Really, only 33. No deception here. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair casually. If you are uncertain, feel free to shop around and see if you can find better prices elsewhere. No need, I will buy. The cultivator, afraid Lu Xian might change his mind, immediately produced spirit stones from his storage bag, counting them carefully before stacking them on the counter. Huang Xiaoqi chimed in from the side. Fellow Taoist Wu Si. I told you so. With the trade-in discount, no one else would sell you this sword for less than 55. Here at Shopkeeper Lu's place, your old sword counts as credit. What a bargain. The middle-aged cultivator could not stop grinning. He took the crimson sword, examining it repeatedly from every angle, growing increasingly pleased. Fine blade. This sword is excellent. 2 transactions recorded. Congratulations to the host on completing the transaction. Transaction amount 57 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate received 57. Reward 200 treasure scrolls. 2 streams of warm spiritual energy surged simultaneously into his dantian, merging into a powerful torrent that struck hard against his cultivation bottleneck, which had long been loosening. A thunderous boom echoed. The bottleneck shattered completely. Spiritual energy swept through his meridians like a flash flood, expanding them in width. His dantian's spiritual energy churned violently, and his cultivation realm leaped forward significantly. Qi condensation 5th layer. While Lu Xian's face betrayed no emotion, his heart was bursting with joy. In just a few short days since obtaining the system through collecting broken artifacts, his cultivation had already surged to the 5th layer of Qi condensation. With such a cultivation pace, he would undoubtedly be considered a peerless prodigy among any major sect. Thinking of Chu Huayan's earlier warning, Lu Xian sneered inwardly. Without joining any sect, he still had every chance of reaching foundation establishment. He suppressed his elation and maintained his calm shopkeeper demeanor as he saw the middle-aged rogue cultivator out the door. Safe travels, fellow Taoist. Come back to Ubiozai whenever you have good items. Absolutely. The cultivator left happily, clutching his new magical sword. Huang Xiaoqi saw the guest out, then returned and rubbed his hands together expectantly, looking at Lu Xian. Shopkeeper Lu, about my... Lu Xian produced a spirit stone and handed it to him. Take it. As Huang Xiaoqi slipped the spirit stone into his robe and was about to leave, Lu Xian called out, Wait, I have something else for you. He pulled out a stack of 3-inch wooden tags from beneath the counter, each engraved with the characters Ubiozai. These were something he had crafted the previous evening at the artifact forging workshop, imbued with a trace of spiritual energy, making them suitable as identification tokens. In the future, you will not need to come yourself each time. Lu Xian pushed the wooden tags toward him. When someone wishes to sell or buy artifacts, simply give them one and tell them to bring it to Ubiozai for discounts. Then you can settle your commission using the tokens, saving yourself the trouble of running back and forth. Huang Xiaoqi took the stack of wooden tags and examined them twice, his eyes lighting up. Boss, you really are thorough in your thinking. Stop flattering me, get to work. Huang Xiaoqi chuckled and dashed off with the wooden tags. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair and casually opened the system panel to glance at it. Between yesterday's transactions with Hu Meinyang and today's with Huang Xiaoqi, he had accumulated 1,200 treasure scrolls. He scanned through the system marketplace, remembering an item he had been eager to obtain for some time. Spirit herb appraisal technique. He currently dealt only in second-hand artifacts, and his business scope was too narrow. Pills, spirit herbs, formation discs, and cultivation techniques. All items circulating in the cultivation world had demand for second-hand transactions. Once he obtained the spirit herb appraisal technique, he could begin purchasing spirit herbs, and his shop's business scope would double overnight. Unfortunately, unlocking the technique required no fewer than 2,000 treasure scrolls. However, he was not far off and would accumulate enough soon. He closed the panel and was about to rise for a cup of tea when suddenly a faint fragrance drifted in from the doorway. Unlike Hu Meinyang's cloying floral scent, this one was light and gentle. Lu Xian looked up to see a woman standing at the entrance. She wore a pale green dress that accentuated her slender figure and delicate features. There was a hint of worldly experience about her, but she carried herself with grace, resembling a white lotus rising from water. Her cultivation level was modest, and she carried a small cloth bag. She peered inside from the doorway, and when she spotted Lu Xian, a faint smile curved her lips. Excuse me, are you shopkeeper Lu? Meinyang sent me here. She walked in gracefully, placing a cloth bundle on the counter. She said your prices for artifacts are fair and told me to bring anything I have to show you first. Lu Xian gave her a glance, his expression unchanged, but inwardly, he felt a surge of appreciation for Hu Meinyang. That woman might have a loose tongue, but she was efficient in handling matters. Only yesterday, he had mentioned wanting to bring in more people, and today, she had actually sent someone. If fairy who recommended you, then I must take a good look. Lu Xian said with a smile. What should I call you? My name is Xuan. She opened the cloth bundle and took out 2 artifacts, placing them on the counter. A jade hairpin and a bronze mirror. The jade hairpin was a vibrant green, exquisitely carved with a grain-sized spirit pearl at the tip, radiating abundant spiritual energy. The bronze mirror was palm-sized, its edges etched with intricate runes, the surface polished smooth and shimmering with spiritual light. Lu Xian picked them up one by one to appraise, forming a clear judgment in his mind. He held the jade hairpin, letting his fingertips trace along its length, then turned it over to examine the spirit pearl at the tip. This is a verdant jade spirit pearl hairpin, a low-grade artifact for calming the mind and nourishing qi. It's made from the green jade of Xueping Mountain in the south, fine color. But as for this spirit pearl, he brought the hairpin closer, squinting slightly. The spiritual power is ample, but the seal is not tight enough. With a bit of force it could easily come loose. I'll need to reseal it later, or else the pearl might fall off shortly after it's sold, and the buyer would come back to me. Then he picked up the cloud-patterned bronze mirror, tracing his fingertip along the engraved lines, and gave a light flick to the mirror's surface. The bronze mirror emitted a clear, resonant hum. A low-grade defensive artifact capable of blocking 3 full-force strikes from a mid-stage chi-refining cultivator. It's been well-maintained, clearly never used. He set the mirror down, lining up the 2 artifacts side by side on the counter, and looked up at Xuan. 25 spirit stones for the jade hairpin and 30 for the mirror. Take this price around the market. You won't find anyone offering higher. He didn't throw around empty phrases like flawless condition. Instead, he laid out both the strengths and weaknesses clearly. One piece's value, the other's flaw, all crystal clear. Buyers would know he wasn't being dismissive, and sellers would know he had truly examined the items thoroughly. That was the confidence of a professional. Xuan glanced at him, not rushing to reply. Instead, she tilted her head slightly as if sizing him up. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. Sister Meinyang was right. Brother Lu is indeed straightforward. However, she tapped the counter with her finger. I went to the Jubao Pavilion before coming here, and they offered 60 spirit stones for both. Lu Xian's expression remained calm. Then why didn't you go to the Jubao Pavilion? Because Sister Meinyang said you're reliable, Xuan replied with a twinkle in her eyes. And she said you're more approachable than the person at the Jubao Pavilion. She sure knows how to sing my praises. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair. How much do you want? Xuan thought for a moment, then bargained. Can you add 10 more? I carefully selected and kept both of these pieces. You can see their condition. They're practically brand new. Lu Xian looked at her without immediately agreeing. This girl seemed gentle and soft-spoken, but she certainly didn't mince words when haggling. Still, she was right. The 2 artifacts were in excellent condition. A quick touch-up, and they'd be ready for the shelf, saving time and effort. Lu Xian wasn't stingy. He raised the price directly. 65, and that's my final offer. Xuan hesitated for 2 seconds, then broke into a smile. Deal. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Transaction amount 65 spirit stones. Bonus cultivation added 65. Reward treasure scroll 2. Xuan put away the spirit stones and gave Lu Xian a faint smile. Brother Lu, if I have more things to sell in the future, I'll come to you again. You're always welcome. She picked up her cloth bundle and turned to leave the shop. No sooner had Xuan left than Lu Xian finished wiping down the 2 artifacts and storing them behind the counter when another figure appeared at the doorway. She wore a moon-white long dress, her figure tall and graceful, her face cold and aloof with a chill in her brows that warned others to keep their distance. Pointing at the bloodstains on Bai Qingxuang's skirt, Lu Xian stood up. Fairy, are you? It's nothing. It belongs to someone else. Bai Qingxuang didn't exchange pleasantries. She walked to the counter, retrieved something from her storage pouch, and tossed it onto the counter. It was a dusty storage pouch, its opening not fully sealed, and a faint scent of blood wafted from it. Take a look. Her voice was flat. Lu Xian shot her a glance, asked no questions, and picked up the storage pouch. He probed it with a thread of spiritual energy, and his expression shifted slightly. 3 artifacts, all mid-grade. Excellent condition, abundant spiritual energy, but every single one bore bloodstains. The blood had not yet fully dried, clearly fresh. Blade nicked, sword marked, shield dents, all traces of battle. Fairy, did you? Lu Xian set down the storage pouch, choosing his words carefully. Get into a fight. Bai Qingxuang raised an eyebrow. What, afraid to accept them? Not afraid exactly. Lu Xian waved a hand. My doors are open. If you're willing to sell, I'm willing to buy. But, he looked up at Bai Qingxuang. I run a second-hand artifact business, but I still need to ask about the origin. I don't want to accept something I shouldn't, and invite unnecessary trouble. Bai Qingxuang stared at him expressionlessly, then said in a flat tone, a few bandit cultivators crossed my path. I killed them. I have no use for these artifacts, so I'm here to trade them for spirit stones. She spoke as casually as if she had crushed a few ants underfoot. Understood. Lu Xian asked no further questions. He picked up the 3 artifacts to appraise them one by one. 2 long swords and a long blade. Both blades and the sword were stained with blood and bore a few shallow scratches, evidence of a fierce battle. Lu Xian first picked up the first long sword, running his fingertip along the spine, then hefting it. His brow furrowed slightly. This one, a mid-grade fire attribute magical sword. The blade is primarily made of red copper with some crushed fire crystal powder mixed in. It has strong burst power but requires a continuous infusion of substantial spiritual energy. He pointed to a small crack near the hilt. Here the spiritual energy circuit is slightly damaged. Not a major issue. It can be repaired, and it won't affect the overall condition. I can offer 80 spirit stones. He set down the sword and picked up the second one. This blade was narrower, darker in color, and cold to the touch. This is a mid-grade water attribute magical sword made of cold iron and tempered in a spiritual spring. Its advantage lies in smooth spiritual energy flow and durability, making it suitable for prolonged combat. However, its attack power is somewhat soft, lacking the explosive force of the fire attribute blade. He turned the sword over to examine the spine. Well preserved, no obvious damage. The spirit core is intact, and even the scratches are fewer than on the previous one. I can give you 85 spirit stones. Finally, he picked up the long blade. The blade was wide, heavy, and bore several deep scratches as if gouged out by sharp claws. This long blade is quite ordinary. No special attributes, just dark iron material. Its only advantage is the thick edge, which makes it tough. I'll offer 70 spirit stones. He lined up the three artifacts side by side and looked up at Bai Xuan. That's 235 spirit stones total. I'll round it up to 240 for you, fairy. Hope you'll favor my shop in the future. Bai Xuan didn't haggle. She nodded. Deal. Her gaze swept across the counter and suddenly stopped. It landed on a high-grade flying sword displayed in the most prominent spot. The blade was snow-white, shimmering with spiritual light of superior quality. Even someone with Bai Xuan's discerning eye could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary item. Is this flying sword for sale, eh? Lu Xian followed her gaze and smiled. The fairy is interested. Let me see it. Lu Xian handed the sword to her. Bai Xuan took the sword, flicked her wrist, and infused it with spiritual energy. The blade instantly erupted with a layer of cold, clear light. The spiritual energy condensed without dispersing, and the blade vibrated faintly. She withdrew her spiritual energy, then turned the sword over to examine the spiritual energy patterns on the spine. Though her expression remained mild, a hint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. How many spirit stones? Catching the look in Bai Xuan's eyes, Lu Xian knew in his heart that a big deal was about to be made. He cleared his throat and began to boast. This sword is a top-grade magic tool. Its blade is forged primarily from moonlight silver essence blended with a tenth of profound ice crystal. When activated, it naturally exudes an icy coldness that can not only harm the physical body, but also freeze and hinder the opponent's spiritual energy circulation. It offers both offense and defense, granting a decisive advantage in battles against those of the same rank. The spiritual energy patterns are triple engraved, adding an extra layer of spiritual power circuits compared to ordinary top-grade magic tools, resulting in a more explosive burst and extended endurance. He paused, then added, moreover, it is brand new, never bound to a master. You can simply refine it upon purchase, and you will be its first owner. Bai Xuan listened, then held the sword horizontally and examined it again, without refuting, indicating her approval. How much? 600 spirit stones. Bai Xuan glanced at him, her expression unchanged. Lu Xian quickly added, but we have a promotion right now. Trade in with a 10% discount. With the 3 old magic tools you just traded in, I'll apply the 10% discount directly. You only need to pay the difference. Bai Xuan looked at him, the corner of her mouth curving slightly. You're an interesting shopkeeper. The movement was extremely subtle, almost imperceptible, but Lu Xian indeed saw it. A businessman must know how to handle things. Bai Xuan didn't haggle and directly picked up the flying sword. I'll take it. 300 spirit stones to make up the difference, right? She counted out 300 spirit stones from her storage pouch and pushed them over. Deal. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Transaction amount 780 spirit stones. Reward cultivation 780. Reward for treasure scrolls. A surging influx of cultivation stacked and poured into his dantian, more intense than any previous experience. Lu Xian felt as if his meridians were being scoured by spiritual energy again and again. The progress bar for Qi refining 5th layer surged forward dramatically, nearly reaching the threshold of the 6th layer. He suppressed the blissful sensation that almost made him moan, maintaining an impassive expression. Bai Xuan stored the flying sword into her storage pouch, but did not leave in a hurry. Lu Xian finished counting the spirit stones and looked up only to find her still standing before the counter, staring at him motionlessly. Is there something else? My name is Bai Xuan. Oh, I'm Lu Xian. He replied casually, then lowered his head to tidy up the 3 bloodstained magic tools. Bai Xuan did not move. Lu Xian looked up again. Lady Bai, is there something else? A trace of change finally appeared on Bai Xuan's face. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, as if she was holding something back. You've never heard of me. Lu Xian was taken aback, sizing her up carefully, then after a thoughtful pause ventured, from the Taishu sword sect. Bai Xuan paused for a moment. Yes. Lu Xian's mind raced, and he quickly added a polite remark. I've long admired your reputation. Bai Xuan looked at him, her expression shifting from cold to an indescribable complexity, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to begin. Lu Xian was fully aware in his heart. Of course he knew Bai Xuan's reputation. She was the genius true disciple of the Taishu sword sect, hailed as the Frost Fairy, whose name resounded throughout the entire Qingzhou region, a truly top-tier prominent figure. In terms of status, talent, and fame, she far surpassed Bai Qianin, who had just been promoted to true disciple of the Tianyan sect. Yet even if she announced her name, he wouldn't add half a spirit stone to the price. Unless… Hee. But being stared at so directly by her made Lu Xian somewhat uneasy. He quickly flattered her again. I truly admire you. Everyone knows the Taishu sword sect, the foremost among the 7 great sects and absolute top-tier power, immensely renowned. Seeing this, Bai Xuan was utterly resigned. She closed her eyes lightly and decided not to explain further. She turned to leave. Lady Bai, wait. You forgot your storage pouch. Lu Xian's gaze swept over the counter and noticed that Bai Xuan's storage pouch, which had contained the bloodstained magic tools, was still left on the table. He hurriedly called out to stop her. Bai Xuan paused slightly at the doorway. No need. It was just something I picked up, worthless. She did not turn back, only leaving a cold remark. I am very satisfied with the flying sword. Next time I come, I hope you can offer better magic tools. With that, her figure flickered, and she strode away, disappearing around the street corner in an instant. Lu Xian stood behind the counter, scratching the back of his head as he pondered for a long time. Better. He suddenly realized, his eyes brightening sharply. Exactly. Bai Xuan was a true disciple of the Taishu sword sect with immense wealth and extremely high standards. Even a top-grade flying sword only earned her satisfaction. It seemed only a supreme-grade magic tool could catch her eye. The thought of the astronomical price of a supreme-grade magic tool instantly ignited Lu Xian's heart. This was a guaranteed super VIP client. Securing her would be like embracing a gold mine ready to be mined at any time. But after calming down, Lu Xian sighed. Given his current channels for acquiring goods, obtaining a supreme-grade magic tool was far too difficult, basically a rare stroke of luck. He instinctively glanced at the system shop, tempted to exchange for one directly. But catching sight of the astronomical exchange price with 3 digits, he decisively shook his head and gave up. Too expensive, a total loss. Forget it, I'll just rely on luck. Lu Xian grinned, his mindset fully charged. After all, his customer base was growing and magic tools were flowing in steadily. By accumulating slowly and searching carefully, he would eventually find a supreme-grade magic tool. He picked up the storage pouch on the counter and examined it. It was just a small storage pouch, but undamaged. It was worth at least a few dozen spirit stones. With a simple cleanup and refurbishment, it could be sold, adding another sure profit. Indeed, a wealthy fairy was generous. She casually discarded an item worth dozens of spirit stones, not even deigning to look at it. After Bai Xuan left, the next customer arrived around noon. Dressed in a brocade robe with a fine jade pendant hanging from his waist, a handsome face, and a composed demeanor. Clearly no ordinary rogue cultivator. The man entered the shop, scanned the store, and finally fixed his gaze on Lu Xian, giving a slight bow. Are you shopkeeper Lu? Lu Xian sat up straight. Yes, I am. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? My surname is Chun, given name Han. The young man walked to the counter, took out 2 magic tools from his storage pouch, and placed them on the counter. I heard that shopkeeper Lu offers fair prices for magic tools. I have 2 mid-grade magic tools that I no longer need, and I'd like to sell them for some spirit stones. Lu Xian picked up the magic tools to inspect them, a mid-grade magic sword and a mid-grade magic shield. The materials were ordinary, both standard-issue tools. This flying sword is fine, but this shield has been repaired before. There are hidden flaws from battles, so the price will be heavily discounted. Lu Xian pointed to an inconspicuous dark pattern beneath the guard. I can give 70 spirit stones for the flying sword, but only 50 for this shield. Chen Han didn't haggle and nodded readily. Deal. The transaction was completed. Lu Xian took out the spirit stones and pushed them over. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Transaction amount 120 spirit stones. Reward cultivation 120. Reward 2 treasure scrolls. Hearing the system notification in his mind, a surge of ecstasy filled Lu Xian's heart. Now he had exactly 20 treasure scrolls saved up, and he could finally exchange for the spirit herb identification technique. However, Chen Han put away the spirit stones, but did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he leaned against the counter. Shopkeeper Lu indeed offers fair prices, much higher than the neighboring treasure pavilion. Business is about small profits, but quick turnover, Lu Xian said with a smile. Chen Han nodded, then added as if casually, I actually have another batch of magic tools, including 2 top-grade ones worth over 1,000 spirit stones. I wonder if shopkeeper Lu can handle it. Lu Xian looked up at him. Top-grade magic tools worth over 1,000 spirit stones, and in considerable quantity. This was not something an ordinary rogue cultivator could produce. Even for a small family, top-grade magic tools were usually kept for personal use and rarely sold. As long as the provenance is legitimate, feel free to bring them. Lu Xian said, leaning back in his chair. My treasure pavilion may not be large, but I do have some spirit stones. I'm just afraid the goods won't be good enough. Chen Han smiled. Rest assured, shopkeeper Lu. Although my Qin family is not a major clan, we have been rooted in Liuhe market for centuries. This batch of magic tools was left by the elders of my clan. The provenance is clean, and there will be no issues. He patted his chest. If you are still concerned, I can sign a written guarantee to ensure these tools are problem-free. If anything goes wrong, my Qin family will take full responsibility. There is indeed a Chun family in Liuhe market 100 li away. Lu Xian's face remained impassive, but inwardly he sneered. This fellow thinks I'm a fool, doesn't he? Shortly after he opened for business, a rogue cultivator claiming to be a scion of the Qin family came to sell a low-grade magical artifact. The man was of modest cultivation, plainly dressed, and after completing the sale, he lingered to chat a few words. According to that man, the Qin family had long fallen into decline, with most of its members scattering to make a living, lacking even a proper residence. How could they possibly produce any high-grade magical artifact left by the elders? This Chen Han before him, however, possessed an unhurried demeanor, wore fine clothes, and casually produced 2 mid-grade artifacts while speaking of high-grade ones. He seemed to belong to a completely different world from that impoverished Qin scion. Lu Xian understood the situation inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded and said, fine, bring it over. As long as the goods are genuine, spirit stones are no issue. Chen Han smiled and cupped his hands. Then it's settled. I'll go prepare and deliver the goods in 2 days for manager Lu to inspect. Lu Xian watched him leave the shop, his smile gradually fading. Sipping his tea, he reviewed the entire matter in his mind. This man was generous, didn't haggle, voluntarily disclosed his background, and even offered to sign a written agreement. Everything was too smooth, as if meticulously calculated step by step. A Qin scion. Lu Xian muttered to himself. I do know one Qin scion, but he's nowhere near as lavish as you. Still, he wasn't afraid of being tricked. If the man truly delivered a genuine high-grade artifact, he would accept it without hesitation. Only a fool would turn down profit. But if he tried to pass off a fake? Lu Xian toyed with a standard magical sword in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Let's see if your schemes run deeper or my eyes are sharper. He stopped dwelling on Xuan Han and casually opened the system mall, directly exchanging for the spiritual herb identification art. Exchange. Consumed 20 treasure scrolls. Spiritual herb identification art activated. Infusing experience. A surge of new knowledge flooded his mind, even more complex than the artifact identification art gifted by the system. The appearance, age, medicinal properties, origins, authenticity verification, and preservation methods of various spiritual herbs. Vast amounts of information, yet clearly organized, as if an entire herbal atlas had been etched directly into his brain. Lu Xian closed his eyes to digest for a moment. When he opened them again, his gaze held a new clarity. With the spiritual herb identification art in hand, the business scope of Yu Bao Zhai could finally expand. Take the neighboring Zhu Bao Ge, for example. They dealt not only in artifacts, but also in spiritual herbs, pills, formation diagrams, and cultivation techniques. Previously, people had come to sell herbs to him, but lacking knowledge, he naturally couldn't accept them. If someone brought spiritual herbs to sell, he would no longer be completely in the dark. But he didn't immediately put up a sign for herb acquisition. First, the channels for stable supply were not yet fully established, buying too much risked letting them sit idle. Second, herbs were different from artifacts. Artifacts could be tossed into a storage pouch. Spiritual herbs were delicate, requiring specialized jade boxes and temperature-controlled containers for proper preservation. Any slight mishandling could cause them to lose their medicinal properties and become worthless. With the shop languishing in the afternoon, with no customers, Lu Xian decided to go out and purchase a batch of jade boxes and containers specifically designed for storing spiritual fruits and herbs. These were available at specialized stores, so he procured a supply without much trouble. Afterwards, he stopped by the refining workshop to refurbish the day's acquisitions. The next day, as he opened for business and was idly pondering where to eat breakfast, he heard soft footsteps outside. Wenyuru walked in carrying a bamboo-woven food box. She was dressed in a clean, neat blue cloth outfit today, her hair tied neatly at the back of her head, looking even more spirited than the previous days. Seeing Lu Xian in the shop, she smiled lightly and hurried over. Manager Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Lu Xian sat up straight. Not at all. What's this? I've just set up my stall, she said, on East Street of the market near the alley entrance. Wenyuru placed the food box on the counter and opened the lid. A rich aroma immediately wafted out. I haven't opened for business yet, so I thought I'd let you taste my cooking first, see if it suits the palates of rogue cultivators. Lu Xian looked down. Inside the box were neatly arranged several dishes. A bowl of clear noodle soup, the broth crystal clear with a few scattered bits of chopped spiritual scallion and thin spiritual mushroom slices, exuding a refreshing fragrance. A small plate of cold mixed spiritual bamboo shoots, sliced, as thin as hair, dressed with spiritual vinegar and sesame oil, looked appetizing. Beside them were 3 golden crispy spiritual rice cakes, sprinkled with spiritual sesame seeds, steaming hot. You? Made this specially for me. Xuan looked up at her. When Yuru felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and averted her eyes, her voice dropping slightly. You've helped me so much, or I had to show some gratitude. Besides, if you don't think it's good, I won't bother setting up the stall at all. Save myself the embarrassment. Then I'll have to give it a proper taste. Xuan didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up his chopsticks and first took a bite of the bamboo shoots. Crisp, tangy, fragrant. The spiritual vinegar's acidity was just right. The natural sweetness of the spiritual bamboo shoots was not overpowered, and they crunched tenderly. He then sipped a spoonful of the soup, and a wave of warmth enveloped him. The broth was clear and savory, the umami of the spiritual mushrooms blending perfectly with the fragrance of the scallions. The noodles were springy and smooth, every bite carrying the subtle sweetness unique to spiritual rice. He set down his chopsticks and looked seriously at Wenjuru. With your skill, even the chef set by Wei Ju might not compare. Flustered by the praise, she pursed her lips in a smile. You're just flattering me. I'm not. Xuan stuffed the last piece of spiritual rice cake into his mouth. If you sell this at the stall, how many spirit stones per serving? The noodles would be 5 broken spirit stones, and the rice cakes 3 per serving, Wenjuru explained. The stall just opened, so I didn't dare set the price too high, afraid no one would come. Noodles made from spiritual rice broth from spiritual mushrooms plus the cakes and bamboo shoots. The ingredients aren't costly, but the flavor is outstanding. Xuan wiped his mouth. At this price, rogue cultivators will definitely get their money's worth. And with your skill, even running a stall is an understatement. Reassured by his words, Wenjuru felt more at ease. Then I'll open for business tomorrow. She bent down to pack up the food box, her movements brisk. As she leaned forward, the collar of her dress slipped slightly, revealing a glimpse of pale collarbone. A strand of hair fell from behind her ear, draping across her cheek, softening her entire appearance. Xuan leaned back in his chair watching her, and suddenly felt the fire he had suppressed not long ago rising again. He still hadn't settled the score from the day Humaingyang sat on his thigh and wriggled. Madam One, he suddenly called out. Wenjuru looked up. You're not opening until tomorrow. Are you free later? Wenjuru paused, then seemed to read something in his eyes. Her ears slowly reddened, and her voice dropped even lower. Nan is with her aunt. I have nothing to do. Xuan stood up, walked around the counter to her, took the food box from her hand, and set it aside, then naturally grasped her wrist. Then don't rush off. There's something I'd like you to take a look at. What is it? I've renovated the backyard recently, and a few spots seem off. I'd like your opinion. Wenjuru let him lead her toward the backyard, her face growing redder, but she didn't pull her hand away. She only lowered her head and followed behind him, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Manager Lu, when you say take a look, is it a proper look? Xuan paused mid-step, turned back to glance at her, and the corner of his lips curled slightly. Yes. More than an hour later, Wenjuru leaned against Xuan's chest, her long hair cascading over one shoulder, her face flushed to a deep crimson as she curled up softly into a ball. Xuan looked down at her, twirling a strand of her hair around his finger. The pent-up fire that Humaingyang had stirred within him was finally extinguished, leaving him feeling entirely refreshed. What you said earlier about checking the place, was that a lie? Wenjuru asked in a muffled voice. No lie. There really is something in the backyard that needs fixing. Then why haven't you fixed it? I did. I just finished. Xuan bent down and kissed her forehead. Didn't you just check it for me, eh? Wenjuru raised her hand and slapped him lightly on the chest, her strength minimal, but her tone laced with embarrassment. You? Xuan grinned and caught her hand. Suddenly remembering something, he said, Oh right. About your stall. If you need anything, just let me know. Tables, chairs, stools, or even stocking spiritual herbs. I've got connections. Wenjuru was taken aback and looked up at him. You want to invest? Are you still up for it? Xuan looked down at her, his words carrying a double meaning. Wenjuru's body instinctively tensed, as if the implication in his words had scalded her. She instinctively withdrew her hand, her voice trembling with panic. No. I still have to prepare the ingredients. The shop opens tomorrow, and there's so much not ready yet. As she spoke, she scrambled out of his arms in a fluster, hurriedly scooping up the clothes scattered by the bedside, pulling them on as she rushed for the door. One of the ties was crooked, but she didn't bother to fix it. She just wanted to escape. At the doorway, she glanced back at him, her ears still red, her voice low and hurried. I'm really going. Tomorrow. I'll come back to bring you food. Then she pushed open the backyard door and walked out quickly without looking back. Xuan leaned against the headboard, watching her fleeing silhouette disappear beyond the door, and couldn't help but let out a laugh. She sure ran fast. He lay back down, casually called up the system panel and scanned it. His gaze landed on the cultivation level column, and his eyes lit up slightly. Cultivation Chi refining 6th layer, 121,500. He had broken through. That hour of deep communication had only increased his cultivation by a little over 20 points, but it was just enough to push the accumulated gains from the previous transactions over the threshold. Chi refining 6th layer. He had crossed it steadily. Yet after the initial excitement, he calmed down and took another look. From the 6th layer to the 7th required 1,500 cultivation points. Relying solely on small scattered transactions and occasional recharging would be far too slow. Looks like I need to land some big deals to make real money. He swung himself out of bed, tidied up briefly, and pushed open the courtyard door to return to the front shop. Just as he opened the shop door to continue receiving customers, he was startled to find someone standing at the entrance. Huang Xiaoqi was hugging a bundle peering through the crack in the door. When the door swung open, he nearly stumbled in. "Boss, where were you?" Locking the door in broad daylight. He steadied himself, his gaze falling on Lu Xian, looking him up and down. With a sly grin, he said, "Boss, you're looking great. Much more spirited than this morning, and your face is glowing." Lu Xian blushed slightly, cleared his throat, and opened the door without changing his expression. "Cut the nonsense. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost." "I do have something." "I do." Huang Xiaoqi quickly followed him inside and placed the bundle on the counter. "I managed to get a few magical artifacts today. Take a look and see if they're worth anything. If you can take them, I'll bring more next time." "A few pieces." Lu Xian paused mid-step and turned to look at him. Had this kid struck it rich? He walked over and opened the bundle, the corner of his mouth twitching. There was a broken spell-breaking sword, its blade covered in rust, the edge chipped in several places, but the foundation was still there. With a bit of repair it might be usable. Apart from this sword, the rest were all iron lumps. A broken hilt split in two fragments of a cracked iron shield, a few unrecognizable copper pieces, and a half-length scrap of iron that looked like it had been pulled from somewhere. Even the system's appraisal skill couldn't be bothered to give a hint, directly labeling them as worthless scrap. "Is this it?" Lu Xian looked up at Huang Xiaoqi. "This is all of it," Huang Xiaoqi said matter-of-factly. "Boss, don't look down on them. I ran through several stalls to get these, and I spent 3 whole spirit stones. 3 spirit stones for a pile of junk." Lu Xian pushed the bundle back. "You're trying to get me to fill your hole, aren't you? I thought you collected old artifacts." "I collect artifacts, not scrap." Lu Xian leaned back in his chair. "Those things you brought can't be repaired, can't be sold. With that effort, you'd be better off finding me more customers. If you bring people to sell artifacts, I'll still give you a commission. Isn't that better than your own scrap dealing?" "I don't want to either, but how many artifacts can rogue cultivators afford to sell every day, eh?" Huang Xiaoqi drooped his head and tied up the bundle. "Every single one of them lives frugally. They use things until they absolutely can't anymore, before they're willing to replace them. Those who could trade have already done so. The ones left are those who genuinely can't scrape together any spirit stones." Lu Xian thought for a moment. He had to admit it was true. The life of a low-level rogue cultivator was already tight. Using an artifact for 5 or 6 years was commonplace. There was no way people would come selling every day. Suddenly an idea struck him. If artifacts are hard to come by, what about spiritual herbs? Huang Xiaoqi was taken aback. "Spiritual herbs? Boss, you're buying spiritual herbs too." "Didn't before, but I'm starting now." Lu Xian took a sip of tea from the cup on the table. "As long as they're genuine spiritual herbs, sufficient years, good quality, I'll take them all. Fair price, no cheating." Huang Xiaoqi's eyes lit up immediately. "That's great. Lots of rogue cultivators go into the mountains to dig for herbs. Some get lucky and find decent ones, but they don't know the market, so when they take them to the pharmacy, the merchants squeeze them hard. If you're willing to buy, they'll definitely come." The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. He slapped his thigh. "I'll go spread the word right now." "Hold on." Lu Xian stopped him. "Spiritual herbs are different from artifacts. The quality varies wildly. Don't bring me any random weeds. Only the good stuff." With that, he pointed at the bundle on Huang Xiaoqi's back. "I can't let you make a wasted trip. Leave this broken flying sword behind, take the rest of the junk, and here's 3 spirit stones for you." "Ah, thank you, Boss Lu." Huang Xiaoqi's face lit up with delight. Earning 3 spirit stones out of nothing was a complete bonus. The so-called 3 spirit stones were of course a lie he had casually made up. These worthless scraps had taken him a whole day of rummaging through ruins to collect. Lu Xian knew it all too well, but couldn't be bothered to argue. That flying sword, though broken, still had its foundation, unlike the other scrap metal. After refurbishing, he could easily sell it for dozens of spirit stones, a sure profit. "Don't worry. The spiritual herb business is on me." Huang Xiaoqi hugged the bundle and rushed to the shop door, turning back to grin at Lu Xian. "Boss, your business is getting better and better. Soon you'll surpass that fat gene next door." With that, he darted into the crowd and vanished in an instant. Lu Xian watched his retreating figure, then stored the broken flying sword into his storage pouch. "With your blessing, it won't be long." After Huang Xiaoqi left, the shop fell quiet for a while, and before he knew it, it was noon. Lu Xian half reclined in a rattan chair, leisurely flipping through a book. Suddenly a soft footstep sounded, and a chubby little face appeared from behind the book. "Senior Brother Lu." "Senior Brother Lu." Lin Xiaochan's little face was flushed crimson, with traces of dirt still clinging to her nose and cheeks. Her green cloth cultivation robe was soiled with dust, her overall appearance rather disheveled. One might mistake her for some wandering street urchin. Lu Xian set down his book and gave her an up and down once over his brows, shifting slightly. "Oh, you've broken through." "Yes." Lin Xiaochan nodded vigorously, her chin practically pointing at the heavens. "Qi condensation layer 3. Aren't I amazing?" Amazing truly. Lucian set down his teacup with a smile. Breaking through this quickly. It seems you've put in considerable effort. Having been praised, Lin Xiaochan grew oddly bashful, letting out two muddled laughs. Her gaze casually swept across the counter, and in an instant her complete attention was captured by rows of pristine, exquisite magical artifacts. An array of ornate hairpins, jade pendants, and treasure mirrors rested quietly on display, a faint spiritual radiance flowing gently between them. Lin Xiaochan's eyes lit up with startling brilliance, and she immediately leaned, both elbows on the counter, her gaze glued firmly to those exquisite female cultivators' artifacts, unable to tear herself away. Wow, senior brother, these magical artifacts are all so beautiful. She pointed at the verdant jade spirit pearl hairpin, her eyes full of envy. How much is this one? That's a low-grade artifact. It calms the spirit and nourishes qi. Lucian took a glance. 50 spirit stones. Lin Xiaochan pointed at the jade pendant beside it. And this one? A mid-grade protective artifact, 90 spirit stones. And this mirror? 60. The more she asked, the more dejected Lin Xiaochan became. Finally, she rested her chin on the counter and gazed pitifully at the row of artifacts. They're all so expensive. Lucian leaned back in his chair, watching her utterly captivated expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you here to sell things, or just to browse the shop? All right, I have business. Only then did Lin Xiaochan snap back to reality. She straightened up and hastily fished something out of her storage pouch. I came to sell this. I was just passing by your shop and thought I'd take a look. It was a fruit of pure crimson hue, about 1 inch larger than her thumb. It gleamed with an inner light, steam rising from its surface in wisps. The moment she removed it, a faint aura of pure spiritual energy instantly permeated the entire shop. Cinnabar fruit. Lucian's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized this heavenly treasure at a single glance. Cinnabar fruit, 100 years of medicinal potency. Can be refined into qi condensation pills, or Xuan, nurturing pills, or consumed directly. Exceptionally effective for foundation establishment cultivators attempting to break through minor realms. He looked up at Lin Xiaochan and asked curiously, where did you find this? Senior brother, don't underestimate me. I harvested this with my own skill. Lin Xiaochan puffed out her chest, her face brimming with pride. Lucian didn't believe her for a moment. Your own skill? This cinnabar fruit is fresh. It was clearly plucked not long ago. A century-old cinnabar fruit tree must be guarded by a demonic beast, at minimum a high-tier first-grade demon. Should your luck be poor, you might even encounter a second-grade one. You're merely at the third layer of qi condensation. How could you defeat it? Having her scheme exposed, Lin Xiaochan's heart immediately sank. She coughed awkwardly twice, then confessed truthfully, all right. I really did strike lucky. After my breakthrough, I accepted a sect herb-gathering mission and entered the mountains. Along the way, I accidentally lost my direction. As I was anxiously searching for the path, I stumbled upon a cinnabar fruit tree, and at its base a demon serpent was guarding it. I didn't dare move even a single inch. Just as I was despairing, a giant eagle suddenly descended from the sky and immediately clashed with the demon serpent. The two demonic beasts fought with such ferocity that the very earth trembled, with rocks flying in every direction. I shrank into the tall grass and hid, waiting until they were too preoccupied to notice the fruit tree. Then I stole a single fruit and fled. Lucian listened, utterly dumbfounded. Lost in the mountains, and she bumped into a cinnabar fruit tree. Two demonic beasts clashed, and she got a treasure for free. This little girl's luck was absurdly outrageous. She was plainly blessed by the heavens themselves. Many cultivators had spent years enduring hardship in the mountains without ever encountering even a single cinnabar fruit, yet she simply got lost and came away with one. Lucian regarded her skeptically. You only picked one. Of course I only dared to pick one. Lin Xiaochan stood her ground. After the demonic beasts finished fighting, they'd surely return to guard the tree. How could I risk staying any longer? Just getting one. I already feel like I struck gold. Lucian took the cinnabar fruit and weighed it in his palm, nodding. Then there's no need to visit other shops to compare prices. I'll buy this fruit. Lin Xiaochan's eyes instantly brightened. Really? Why would I deceive you? Lucian pointed at the fruit. This one is a top-grade century cinnabar fruit. Its medicinal properties are entirely intact. I'll give you 75 spirit stones. Can you accept that? Lin Xiaochan's eyes widened in shock, her entire body frozen in astonishment. She had originally thought selling it for 20 or 30 spirit stones would already be excellent. She never expected such a generous offer. Her eyes darted about. She didn't immediately agree, instead biting her lip and secretly glancing at him, tentatively asking in a small voice, could you perhaps offer a little more? Lucian leaned back in his chair. This price is already very fair. Even the neighboring Jubao pavilion would offer at most 60 or 70. Lin Xiaochan's cheeks gradually flushed pink, her voice growing softer and softer. Then, could you do as you did last time? I'll cooperate with you, and you'll add a little more, all right? As she spoke, she gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her gaze flickering restlessly, her ears turning completely crimson. Lucian paused for a moment, then immediately understood what she meant. watching her flushed little face, her tense and flustered demeanor. Though she was the one who brought it up, she was the one who grew shy beyond measure. How much do you want to add? Any amount is fine. Lin Xiaochan's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Lu Xian deliberately teased her. Even just one extra spirit stone. Lin Xiaochan didn't overthink it, and nodded instinctively. Yes. Only after speaking did she realize what she'd agreed to, her face reddening as though blood might drip from it. I was only teasing. I'll add 5 extra for a total of 80. Lin Xiaochan's head snapped up, her eyes brimming with pure delight. Really? Truer than pure gold. She was so excited she nearly bounced on the spot, but forced herself to steady her breathing, clearing her throat and composing her expression. Then I'll return to the sect to submit my mission report first. I reek of sweat and dirt. I'll come back once I've cleaned up. Lu Xian didn't stop her, effortlessly counting out 80 spirit stones and handing them to her. Congratulations to the host for completing a transaction. Transaction amount 80 spirit stones. Obtained rebated cultivation 80. Reward 100 treasures, scroll 1. Clutching the spirit stones in her hand, Lin Xiaochan's eyes shimmered with joy. Her gaze fell upon the verdant jade spirit pearl hairpin inside the counter. Senior brother, could this hairpin be a little cheaper? Lu Xian wasn't surprised. Once someone had money, they would naturally want to spend it. Won't you consider picking a flying sword, eh? Lin Xiaochan shook her head. My cultivation is still too low. The flying sword allocated by the sect is sufficient for now. Lu Xian pointed at another hairpin. Then I'd recommend this golden thread spirit pearl hairpin. It's a low-grade defensive artifact. The spirit pearl at its tip can store spiritual energy, and in times of danger it can project a protective barrier. It can withstand 3 fierce strikes from a chi condensation cultivator. It would make your herbal gathering missions far safer. Lin Xiaochan's eyes lit up. Senior brother, are you worried about me? Lu Xian rolled his eyes. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. Otherwise I'd lose a customer. Lin Xiaochan deflated for a moment. Then her gaze fell upon the golden thread spirit pearl hairpin and perked right back up. This one is so beautiful too. How much spirit stones? The original price is 60. I'll sell it to you for 50. Since you just sold a cinnabar fruit, I'll offer you a bundle discount, 10% off, 45 spirit stones. Senior brother treats you well, doesn't he? Lin Xiaochan nodded vigorously. More than enough. Senior brother is the best to me. Tonight, I will definitely. Halfway through her sentence, her entire face flushed scarlet. She hurriedly counted out 45 spirit stones, placed them on the counter, snatched the hairpin, and sprinted toward the door. Just as she was about to exit, she stopped, turned back with rosy cheeks, and whispered, make sure to leave the door open for me tonight. Lin Xiaochan slipped away in a flash as soon as those words left his mouth. Lu Xian watched her retreating figure, glance down at the counter, and rubbed his nose. I have a feeling I was played. He pondered for a long while, and concluded that the girl had likely done this on purpose. First she had hooked his interest with the vermilion fruit, then escalated the price to draw him in, and finally dangled the promise of coming tonight as bait. Every move had been executed with precision, even more naturally than Hu Mainyang, a seasoned pro. Her motive was clear. She had tasted the sweetness of his shop last time. A single night's work was worth several months of her painstaking cultivation. She's learned some bad habits. Lu Xian placed the vermilion fruit into the counter and shook his head with a faint smile. But then again, if she was coming tonight, so be it. It was a chance to recharge with someone new. After Lin Xiaochan departed, the shop fell quiet. Lu Xian picked up the vermilion fruit from the desk and carefully sealed it in a smooth jade box. Such a fine 100-year vermilion fruit would be a waste to consume himself, and the cultivation boost would hardly be significant. He would keep it and sell it at a premium to the right buyer. There had been only one transaction in the afternoon, a low-grade flying sword acquired. As evening approached, Lu Xian decided to close up and head to the refining artisan district. The visitor approached at a leisurely pace, the hem of her skirt brushing the ground with each step, carrying an indescribable grace. Lu Xian looked up and saw a beautiful woman standing at the doorway. A lotus-purple gown draped over her voluptuous figure, her waist slender and her hips full. As she walked, the fabric clung to her body, forming curves that spoke of mature allure. A pale cyan veil covered the lower half of her face, leaving only her eyes visible. The corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward, her pupils gleaming with moisture. Even partially concealed, it was obvious the face beneath was stunningly beautiful. Merchant, do you still accept goods? The mere sound of her voice sent a pleasant shiver through Lu Xian's ears. He steadied himself, set down what he was holding, and said, The door is open, of course we accept. Please come in, madam. The beauty glided to the counter, a fragrant breeze washing over him. Her movements were unhurried. As she lifted her sleeve, half of her luminous white wrist was revealed. Slender bone, delicate fingers clearly belonging to someone of privileged upbringing. Without much pleasantry, she took a ring from her sleeve and placed it on the counter. Lu Xian picked it up, its surface cool and silky smooth, its spiritual light restrained yet palpable. Moonlight ring, mid-grade storage ring. Internal storage space of 1 zhang's spiritual energy circuits intact and unbroken. Primary material, moonlight jade endowed with a subtle calming effect. After a thorough examination, Lu Xian gently set the jade ring back on the counter. He poured the woman a cup of tea and began unhurriedly. This ring is crafted from moonlight jade. Ordinary storage pouches are made of spirit cloth, which wears thin over time and leaks spiritual energy. Moonlight jade is durable. It won't scratch no matter how many years you wear it, and the spiritual runes inside remain perfectly intact. He paused, gazing at the tiny silver spirit pearl set in the ring's face. Storage artifacts are inherently more valuable than ordinary protective items, and yours carries the rare benefit of calming the mind and spirit. Madam truly intends to part with it. Nangong, you let out a soft sigh. I myself am quite fond of this ring, but I find myself in urgent need of spirit stones for liquidity. Deep within she harbored quiet despair. If not for her useless gambling-addicted husband drowning them in debt and creditors closing in, she would never have considered selling her personal artifact. Lu Xian lifted his gaze to hers. Since you are in need, I will not lowball you. 190 spirit stones. Does that suit you? Nangong Yu's water-clear eyes settled upon Lu Xian, a hint of surprise lingering within. Her voice was neither high nor low, the tail of her words lifting ever so slightly, impossible to tell whether it carried praise or astonishment. The merchant's appraisal is remarkably honest. Before leaving home, she had already gauged the value elsewhere. This mid-grade storage ring would fetch at most 180 spirit stones. She had not expected Lu Xian to add 10 on top. Almost instinctively, a touch of goodwill surfaced toward the handsome merchant. But it did not last long. The moment she thought of her good-for-nothing husband, worry clouded her thoughts again. That bottomless pit. How on earth would she fill it? I, Lu Xian, never maliciously suppress prices in my business. As long as there is profit, it suffices. Accepting slightly less means more returning customers. As he spoke, he produced the spirit stones and pushed them across. Congratulatory system message: transaction completed. Sale amount 190 spirit stones. Refund cultivation bonus 190. Reward 100 treasure scroll. Then I seem to have come to the right place. Nangong Yu nodded, her movements composed, counting the stones one by one with her fingertips before storing them in her ring. Should you have more goods to sell in the future, do come directly. Lu Xian glanced at the storage ring on her finger, recognizing a valued client. Though my shop is modest, my prices are always fair. Nangong Yu did not respond immediately. She lowered her eyes and fell silent for a few breaths, as if weighing something. Then she looked up, her voice lower than before, carrying a hint of cautious inquiry. Merchant, do you offer on-site purchasing? Lu Xian blinked in mild surprise. Is it inconvenient for you to venture out, madam? I prefer to avoid drawing attention. She reached up and gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Coming here was also to avoid running into acquaintances. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, the veil stirring with the motion, revealing just enough of the contours beneath to make one want to linger their gaze. I have a few more items to sell. Her voice dropped even further. If the merchant is willing to visit, I will send word in advance. Lu Xian studied those moist, captivating eyes and ran the calculations in his mind. A woman breathtakingly beautiful, alluring, and figure veiled, while selling artifacts, claiming to have more at home, reluctant to appear in public. Either she came from a prominent family, unwilling to be recognized, or she had gotten herself into some trouble. But either way, an on-site purchase was business. Of course. Lu Xian nodded. As long as the goods are fine, I am happy to make the trip. Nangong Yu's eyes curved slightly. Though the veil obscured her expression, that arc was unmistakably a smile. She withdrew a transmission talisman from her sleeve. This is my contact talisman, merchant. Keep it safe. I will notify you in advance. Lu Xian reached out to take it, and his palm accidentally brushed against her fingertips. Her skin was cool, carrying a refreshing chill. The instant their skin touched, Nangong Yu's body trembled faintly, a strange tingling sensation rising from deep within. Apart from her husband, she had never been so intimately touched by another man. Not even that gambling, worthless spouse had touched her more than once. In fact, only on their wedding day 3 years prior. Yet she did not hastily withdraw her hand. Instead, she waited quietly until Lu Xian had securely taken the talisman, then exhaled softly and slowly withdrew her slender jade-like fingers. Lu Xian's heart gave a slight flutter, but he steadied himself immediately, harboring no thought of taking advantage. Merchant Lu, then I shall take my leave. Nangong Yu gave a slight nod as though nothing had occurred and turned toward the door. The lotus-purple hem swayed gently with each step, her slender waist and the ripe curve of her hips silhouetted under the lamplight, utterly enchanting. At the doorway, she suddenly turned her head, revealing only half her profile. By the way, my surname is Nangong. You had best remember it, Merchant Lu. With that, she departed, her lotus-purple silhouette melting into the twilight, leaving behind a lingering fragrance throughout the shop. Lu Xian stood behind the counter, gripping the transmission talisman in his hand. Nangong. He glanced down at the talisman, then replayed her words in his mind. That surname was rare in the vicinity of Qingyun Market. Such a striking specimen. If wasted, what a pity. After Nangong Yu departed, Lu Xian carefully wiped the moonlight ring with a soft cloth and placed it in the most prominent position on the counter. The ring's base was crafted from moonstone, its carving exquisite to the finest detail. a space measuring 1 zhang square, flawless in every aspect. Such fine wares needed no repair or restoration and could be displayed directly on the shelf. Once sold, earning dozens of spirit stones would be no problem. Now all that remains is to wait for those who truly appreciate fine goods to come knocking. He tidied up the shop, organized the magical artifacts he had acquired that day, and closed the door. The magical artifacts collected today were few, mainly 2 lower-grade flying swords of mediocre quality. They were not worth a special trip to the artifact refining workshop, which would cost 5 spirit stones to rent a ground fire. He planned to wait until he accumulated several more before going together. However, this matter reminded him of something. Relying on renting the artifact refining workshop was not a sustainable approach. 5 spirit stones per visit added up to a considerable sum over a year. When I've earned enough, I'll simply build my own forging platform at home. Xuan mused as he walked toward the backyard. The open space in the backyard is large enough. I can dig a ground fire pit and purchase a set of basic tools. That way I can repair things whenever I please without the need to run errands. He pushed open the courtyard gate, splashed water on his face, changed into clean clothes, and strolled to the market district to buy some groceries. Seasoning primarily made of chili peppers, a few spiritual vegetables, a pack of beast meat, and half a jar of spirit wine. After enduring hardship for 10 years, he felt he deserved to treat himself. As dusk fell, the small stove in the backyard was already lit. The beef tallow red oil broth bubbled and simmered, releasing heat and spiciness into the cool evening air. Xuan had barely set a plate of sliced meat on the table when someone knocked on the courtyard door. "Senior Brother Lu, I'm here." Standing outside was Lin Xiaochan, wearing a clean pale pink dress, her face delicately powdered with fragrant dust. Her naturally soft baby face now looked exceptionally charming and lovely. Seeing the girl bouncing with excitement, Xuan was momentarily surprised. "Turn around so I can see you properly." Not understanding why, Lin Xiaochan obediently stood still and spun around. Though petite in stature, the little girl possessed all the right curves. Her round baby face was rosy and pink, and paired with the flowing pink dress, she looked as sweet as a porcelain doll. Someone you'd want to pinch. "Jump for me." Lin Xiaochan obediently hopped once, her chest trembling with emotion, nearly straining the neckline of her dress. After standing still, she noticed Xuan gazing at her, and suddenly grew embarrassed. Her hands unconsciously covered her chest, and her voice softened. "Senior brother, what's wrong? Does it not look good?" "It looks lovely." Xuan averted his gaze and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "But that dress, it's rather too long." Lin Xiaochan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she murmured shyly, "You're so mean, senior brother." "Whether I'm mean or not, you'll find out soon enough." He continued, "Have you eaten yet?" Lin Xiaochan patted her stomach and shook her head. She had rushed home, bathed, and changed clothes immediately, even taking a special fragrant bath before dressing up. By the time she finished, night had already fallen. Fearing Xuan might close the door without waiting for her, she had hurried over as fast as she could. "In that case, come in. The hot pot is ready." Xuan waved her inside. Hot pot was something best enjoyed with company. Hot pot. Is it a pot that actually catches fire? The moment Lin Xiaochan stepped through the door, she took a deep breath, her eyes lighting up instantly. "Senior brother, what are you cooking? The fragrance has drifted all the way here." "Yes, it's hot pot. Bowls and chopsticks are all set. Help yourself and don't be shy." She peered into the pot at the rolling crimson broth and couldn't help but swallow. As she was about to sit down and begin eating, Xuan quickly stopped her. "Not so fast. First prepare a dipping sauce. That's where the true essence lies." Though the cultivation world also had boiling soup pots, none compared to his authentic method. Xuan prepared a bowl of dipping sauce and handed it to her. "Dip the cooked meat in it before eating." Lin Xiaochan mimicked his actions, picking up a slice of beast meat and lowering it into the pot. "Hiss, so hot, and so spicy and savory. This is delicious." She puffed her cheeks, gasping to ease the heat, yet continued shoveling meat into her mouth. Her cheeks swelled roundly and her eyes reddened at the corners from the spice, but she refused to put down her chopsticks. Bite after bite, half the plate of meat vanished in moments. Watching her wolf down the food, Xuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Eat slowly. No one's competing with you for it. Senior brother, you don't understand. Compared to your cooking, the food at our sex cafeteria is terrible." Lin Xiaochan mumbled between bites. "This is the first time I've ever tasted anything so delicious." She then stuffed a piece of spirit tofu into her mouth and closed her eyes in pure contentment. Seeing her enjoying the meal so thoroughly, Xuan ate at his own pace. The two chatted idly. They talked about her sect assignments, how she had found that vermilion fruit, and how she had been swarmed by senior sisters back at the sect asking questions. "If they knew I simply got lucky finding it, they'd be jealous to death," Lin Xiaochan said, proudly shaking her head before picking up another slice of meat. After finishing his meal, Xuan produced a jar of spirit wine, poured himself a bowl, and filled hers as well. "Drinking again?" Lin Xiaochan blinked. "What? Can't you drink?" Lin Xiaochan tilted her head back bravely. "Of course I can. I can down 3 bowls in one go." "Then that's perfect. A light intoxication enhances cultivation." Xuan raised his bowl and took a sip. A faint blush appeared on Lin Xiaochan's cheeks. Whether from the spice or from understanding his words, it was unclear. She didn't respond, lowering her head to take a small sip. Immediately she coughed twice, choked by the faintly sweet spirit wine. Drink slowly. No one's forcing you. Xuan reached out and gently patted her back. If you're not used to it, you needn't drink. I can handle it. Lin Xiaochan recovered and picked up her bowl again, whispering, besides, didn't you say being slightly tipsy yields better results? This time, remembering the earlier choking incident, she only sipped carefully. Yet even with small sips, one bowl later, Lin Xiaochan's eyes began to glaze over. She had never been able to drink, well, claiming she could finish 3 bowls had been nothing but boasting. And with the strong after effects of spirit wine, she soon leaned against the table, her head nodding drowsily. Senior brother Lu. She called softly, her words slurred, her face flushed pink. I'm here. You're the kindest person. As she finished speaking, her body slumped sideways, collapsing softly into Lu Xian's embrace. Her head nestled obediently against his shoulder. Her warm breath mingled with the scent of wine washed against Lu Xian's neck. All the other senior brothers at the sect only use me for chores. None of them are nice. Lu Xian looked down at her flushed little face, her eyelashes fluttering gently, and reached out to tenderly brush away her disheveled strands of hair, his fingertips accidentally grazing her soft earlobe. She instinctively curled closer into his embrace, muttering soft, indistinct words, her voice sticky and sweet, wrapped in the faint aroma of wine. Senior brother Lu, I want to have you. The hot pot broth continued to bubble and roll, releasing steam, when Lin Xiaochan suddenly lifted herself and drew closer. Lu Xian did not pull away. He lowered his head and kissed her. Needless to say, the state of slight intoxication was indeed sublime. Lin Xiaochan's tolerance for alcohol was pitifully low. Her entire body became as soft as a sticky rice cake, pliable to any touch. Once she entered this state, she clung to Lu Xian like a magnet, utterly impossible to peel off. Her whole being was hot and limp, carrying the cloying sweetness of spiritual wine, nuzzling and burrowing into his embrace. Unfortunately, her drinking manners were far from proper. Midway through, something must have crossed her mind. Abruptly, she shed her clingy demeanor, pursed her little face, and spoke in a tone deliberately cold and hard, as if she had become another person, rebellious disciple Neil. Lu Xian was taken aback. What? Lin Xiaochan lifted her flushed face, struggling to maintain a stern expression. Call me master. Lu Xian looked down at her at the effort to project authority rendered utterly ineffectual by her burning cheeks, and nearly burst out laughing. Your master. Our master is incredibly handsome. Tall and aloof, never smiling. After saying this, she suddenly softened again, shrinking into his arms, her voice turning sticky and syrupy. Won't you call me? Lu Xian, caught between laughter and exasperation, could only play along. Master. Lin Xiaochan squinted in satisfaction, then promptly changed her demeanor again. One moment she called him rebellious disciple. The next she nestled in his arms like a young bride, and called him senior brother, cycling through multiple mindsets back and forth. The role she mimicked most often and most wholeheartedly was that of the aloof and never smiling master she had spoken of. It wasn't until the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn that the commotion in the backyard gradually subsided. Lu Xian lay on the bed, closing his eyes and resting for a good while before he could fall asleep. Even with his exceptional constitution, his waist ached considerably. As for Lin Xiaochan, she had long since stopped moving. Feeling the unusually abundant spiritual energy in his dantian, Lu Xian couldn't even be bothered to open the system panel. He turned over and sank into a deep slumber. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Lu Xian was awakened by a pressing sensation on his chest. He opened his eyes and looked down. Lin Xiaochan was lying across him, her limbs wrapped around him like an octopus, her head buried in the hollow of his shoulder. Her breathing was steady, and a sliver of drool hung from the corner of her mouth, as if she was having a wonderful dream. Exactly the same as last time, no change at all. Lu Xian reached out and flicked her forehead. Lin Xiaochan wrinkled her nose, but did not wake. He flicked again. She finally opened her eyes, groggily met Lu Xian's gaze, froze for a moment, then sat up abruptly. Then the sight of her own disheveled clothes and the thoroughly messy bed turned her to stone. Senior brother. Her voice was thin and trembling. Last night. What did I do? Lu Xian propped his head on his hand and looked at her. You don't remember? Lin Xiaochan shook her head frantically, her face reddening to the point of steaming. See, could you give me a hint? You were quite fierce last night. Lu Xian said slowly, holding on to me without letting go, calling senior brother all night and insisting I call you master. Lin Xiaochan froze for a moment, then looked as if struck by lightning. Her entire face from ears to neck turned crimson. Master. That's right, you were imitating your master and made me kneel down to call you that. Lu Xian suppressed a smile. You were quite into the role. Lin Xiaochan covered her face and let out a wail of anguish. She rolled off the bed, stepped barefoot onto the floor, frantically gathered the clothes scattered all over, pulled them on, and ran toward the door. Senior brother, I'm leaving. I'll come again another day. Before her voice faded, she had already bolted out of the courtyard without looking back. Xuan leaned against the headboard watching her fleeing figure disappear through the door and couldn't help but chuckle. He knew who the senior sister was, Lu Hongwan. But this aloof master. He narrowed his eyes. The emotionless master of Luoxia's sect. Xuan stroked his chin. I'd like to meet her someday. Glancing at the panel, his cultivation points had increased by only a dozen or so. Compared to Wen Yuru's sacred body, this increase was rather mediocre. He got out of bed, washed up, and tidied himself, cleared the mess off the bed, then returned to the front shop and opened for business. Shortly after opening, a customer arrived. The visitor carried a hunting bow on his back and a hunting fork on his shoulder with a gray hair hanging from the fork's tines. He wore coarse cloth short clothes, had dark skin and rough hands. Clearly a mountain hunter who spent his days in the hills. Xuan glanced at him and was slightly taken aback. He was actually immortal. There was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on this man. He was just an ordinary hunter. Although the Qingyan market was a gathering place for cultivators, there were indeed several mortal villages managed by cultivation families nearby, and occasionally mountain folk would come into town to sell mountain goods or run errands for cultivators. However, it was rare for a mortal to dare walk directly into a magic artifact shop. Excuse me. Immortal. The hunter stood at the door, peeking in a bit nervously. Is this the Jade Treasure Pavilion? Yes. Xuan didn't drive him away, sir. You might have the wrong place. The hunter quickly waved his hands. No. I'm looking for the Jade Treasure Pavilion. Xuan was curious. You're a hunter. What business do you have with me? The hunter didn't answer immediately. He leaned his hunting fork against the door and cautiously approached the counter. Then he took a cloth bundle from his bosom, wrapped in layer upon layer, as if afraid of damage. He peeled off the layers one by one, revealing what was inside. A jet-black spiritual herb with intact roots and plump leaves still bearing fresh soil. Clearly it had been dug up not long ago. Yesterday when I went hunting in the mountains, I ventured deep and reached a peak I'd never been to. While resting, I overheard two passing cultivators talking, saying that there was a shop called Jade Treasure Pavilion in the market that bought spiritual herbs at fair prices and didn't cheat. The hunter placed the spiritual herb on the counter, nervously wiping his fingers on his trousers. I thought if I could dig up some spiritual herbs and sell them for spirit stones, wouldn't that be faster than hunting? As luck would have it, while chasing this hare today, I stumbled upon this herb. I don't know what it is, but it felt like a treasure, so I dug it up and brought it here to try my luck. After speaking, he looked at Xuan with eager eyes. Immortal, can you accept this? Xuan picked up the spiritual herb, ran his fingertips along the leaves, and instantly understood. Jade heart grass, 70 years old. Main ingredient for heart-calming pills, possessing the effect of calming the mind and soothing the spirit. Its grade was not high and its age not long, but it had the advantage of a complete appearance, undamaged roots, and was well preserved. For a mortal who knew nothing about spiritual herbs to spot it in the mountains, dig it out intact, and deliver it to him with the roots intact, that took both luck and care. I can accept it. Xuan put down the herb. A 70-year-old jade heart grass, intact roots, good quality. I'll give you 5 spirit stones. When the hunter heard 5, his eyes lit up sharply. He swallowed hard. F5. Spirit stones. Too little. No. The hunter waved his hands hastily, his voice trembling with excitement. More than enough, more than enough. Although he had never seen a spirit stone, he had heard of them. 1 spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 taels of gold. 5 spirit stones meant 500 taels of gold. If he brought that back, his whole family would be wealthy. Xuan counted out 5 spirit stones and pushed them toward him. Yet the hunter did not take them. Is there a problem? The hunter shook his head vigorously, hesitated for a long while, then spoke a bit sheepishly. Immortal. How could I exchange these spirit stones for pills? Pills? Xuan shook his head. I don't sell pills here at the moment. My daughter is seriously ill and has always been weak. The village doctor said she needs pills from the immortal sect to be cured. The hunter's voice dropped. I thought if I could directly exchange for pills, that would be best. There's a clinic called Return Spring Hall on East Street of the market. Take the spirit stones and buy medicine there. Xuan pointed him the way. The hunter nodded quickly, carefully took the spirit stones. All right, thank you, Immortal. Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction. Transaction amount, 5 spirit stones. Reward, cultivation 5. Reward, Bibao scroll X1. Although the reward was modest, Xuan didn't mind. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. The hunter put away the spirit stones, turned to the door, and picked up his hunting fork. Then he bent down and placed the hare at the doorstep, turning back to Xuan with a grateful smile. Immortal, this hare is freshly caught. If you don't mind, it's a small token of my appreciation. No need, take it home for your child. There's more at home. Immortal, please keep it. The hunter quickly waved his hands. If I find more spiritual herbs, I'll come back to you. Xuan stood behind the counter, watching him walk toward East Street. He looked down at the plump hare at the door and couldn't help but chuckle. He lifted the hare and weighed it, quite heavy. Tonight's dinner would be a treat. Though it wasn't demon beast meat, this hare looked tender. However, the hunter's wish to exchange for pills reminded him. He repaired magic artifacts and sold them, collected spiritual herbs and resold them, but pills and talismans were also major items circulating in the market. A jade treasure pavilion that only sold magic artifacts and spiritual herbs felt lacking somehow. If he could get his hands on identification skills for pills and talismans, then it would be truly complete. He leaned back in his chair, casually opened the system mall, and scanned. When he reached the pill identification skill, the price was clearly displayed. Pill identification skill, 20 Baibao scrolls. Xuan silently closed the panel. 20. He stroked his chin. At the current rate of accumulating scrolls, I'll need to save a while longer. Only one hunter had visited all morning, but Xuan didn't mind. He closed the shop, strolled out, and headed off. Wenyu had set up her stall today, and he was going to show his support. Xuan froze at the corner of East Street. A small stall lay ahead, hemmed in by half a dozen eager customers. The low tables and stools were packed with patrons slurping down noodles. Several scattered cultivators waited impatiently in line. A pot of steaming broth bubbled merrily, milky white and fragrant, its aroma drifting far down the alley. Xuan stepped closer and realized it was Wenyu's stall, open for only a day and already overflowing. He scanned the crowd reluctantly, admitting the woman knew how to draw customers. Behind the stove, Wenyu moved like a whirlwind, her hair neatly knotted at the back, a clean apron tied about her waist, sleeves rolled to her forearms. With practiced grace, she ladled noodles, poured broth, and sprinkled scallions in one fluid motion, a faint smile playing on her lips as she exchanged banter with each customer. Boss lady, these noodles are divine. I'll be back tomorrow. If you enjoy them, take some spirit rice cake to savor at home. Beside her stood a wooden sign. Spirit rice noodles, 5 broken spirit stones per bowl. Spirit rice cake, 3 broken spirit stones per piece. The prices were clear and fair. Paired with the rich, aromatic broth, who could resist? Xuan smiled and turned to leave. Just then Wenyu glanced up, her eyes landing on him with delight. She waved urgently. Manager Lu, what brings you here? Just passing by to see how business is, Xuan replied, stepping closer. But with so many guests, I trust there's nothing to worry about. That's different entirely. Wenyu wiped her hands and hurried around the stove to make room. Wait here. I'll cook you a bowl first. Xuan gestured toward the line behind him. No, there are others waiting. One of the cultivators craned his neck toward the pot. Boss lady, how much longer? Almost ready, she called back before turning to Xuan. But your rules are rules. If I break them, business will suffer. He stepped to the rear of the line. I'll wait. No rush. Wenyu hesitated, reading the sincerity in his expression. Her lips parted, then curved into a soft smile before she returned to her duties. The queue inched forward slowly. Alone, Wenyu juggled cooking, serving, and collecting payment, nearly spilling broth in her haste. Unable to watch further, Xuan rolled up his sleeves. Let me help. No, I can manage. I hold shares in this stall. Shouldn't I pitch in? He took a bowl from her hands. Wenyu's cheeks flushed as she released the bowl without protest. Xuan delivered bowl after bowl, with steady efficiency doubling the pace. The waiting cultivators fell silent, watching gratefully. When it was finally his turn, Wenyu added an extra ladle of broth to his bowl. He found an empty seat and savored the rich soup and perfectly chewy noodles. After finishing, he approached the stove. Business is booming. You should hire help. Wenyu paused, then voiced her fear. What if it doesn't last? Hiring someone would waste money if customers vanish. Today's crowd came yesterday and will return tomorrow. Xuan leaned against the stove. Your skill speaks for itself. As long as this stall stands, there will be customers. Then I'll follow your advice, she said. I'll ask the neighbor's aunt if she'd like to help. Xuan nodded, set his bowl down. I'll head back to the shop now. He tossed 5 broken spirit stones onto the counter and walked away, ignoring her parting calls. That afternoon, Xuan reclined on a lounge chair, dozing, when a familiar sweet fragrance drifted through the doorway. He looked up to see Xuan entering in a water-red gown, its neckline as daring as ever. But she was not alone. Behind her trailed a middle-aged cultivator in brocade robes, a fine jade pendant at his waist, his belly slightly rounded. Xuan exchanged a glance with Xuan and understood instantly. He had brought a wealthy patron to shop. He welcomed them warmly. What magical artifacts would you like to see? Our shop carries weapons, defenses, and storage tools, all available for your inspection. Show us what you have. Xuan's tone remained cool and distant as she paced slowly before the counter. She browsed the new arrivals with feigned indifference, until her gaze fell upon the moonlight ring. She paused. Xuan had placed the storage ring prominently, its spiritual glow shimmering. Xuan lifted it, traced the surface with her fingertip, then glanced at the wealthy man. Master Zhou, don't you think this ring is exquisite? He leaned in, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance, until he saw the ring's quality and intricate craftsmanship. He paused. Before he could speak, Xuan slipped the ring onto her finger and held it to the light, where silver spirit pearls caught the glare. Master Zhou's eyes traveled from her hand to her face, his throat moved. Buy it if you like. When have I ever disappointed you? Xuan's lips curved as she turned to Xuan. Manager, what is the price? This storage ring is a masterwork, Xuan explained. It contains a 10-foot interior space crafted from moonlight jade and carries a subtle calming charm. 240 spirit stones. Master Zhou faltered. He had expected no more than 70 or 80 stones. The price exceeded his casual spending threshold, and he could not deny his reluctance. Clearing his throat, he shifted his gaze to a silver bracelet nearby. Nyang, I think this bracelet suits you better. That ring style is too bold for your wrist. That bracelet was the very piece Nyang had brought to sell days earlier, now repurposed as something more fitting. Xuan had watched her hand it over himself. A flicker of irritation crossed Nyang's eyes, but she kept her smile bright. You have such fine taste, sir. This bracelet truly does complement my dress. She understood men of this type perfectly, spend lavishly to win favor, but never pay a high price. Small sums flowed freely, large ones invited haggling. The moonlight ring at 240 stones would certainly be rejected. Pushing further would only anger him and drive him away, leaving her with nothing. Xuan suppressed a laugh and retrieved the silver bracelet. Made from Yushan silver inscribed inside, with a micro-carved calming pattern. Modest in rank, but exquisite in workmanship. Perfect for a lady of your demeanor. Only 50 spirit stones. Master Zhou exhaled in relief and waved his hand. Sold. Nyang slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, examined it with practiced deliberation, then murmured, I wonder if it truly matches. It matches wonderfully. Master Zhou produced his spirit stones. Wear it with pride. I'll find you something finer later. Transaction complete. Amount 50 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate 50. Reward 100 treasures, scroll 1. Xuan felt the warmth of absorbed cultivation energy, his expression impassive, his heart elated. 50 stones a cultivation boost, and 100 treasure scroll, all from one sale. A fine transaction indeed. Nyang fastened the bracelet-linked arms with Master Zhou and flashed Xuan a knowing glance. We'll be going now, Manager Lu. As they left, Master Zhou whispered something that drew hearty laughter from him. Xuan leaned against the counter and overheard the mention of a nearby inn. Watching their retreating figures, he shook his head with a smile. Wealth made everything so easy. 50 spirit stones spent without a blink. Yet less than a cup of tea's duration later, that same familiar fragrance drifted through the doorway once more. Xuan raised his head. Nyang had returned. Xuan was taken aback to see Nyang return. Weren't you supposed to go to the inn? Nyang shot him a sideways glance. You think 50 spirit stones can get me into bed with you? In your dreams. She approached the counter and tapped her fingers twice on the surface. Unless what? Xuan was genuinely curious. Nyang tilted up her chin and nodded toward the moonlight ring. Give me that, and I might consider it. Xuan regarded her. Then why did you even come back today? I was just following your advice and bringing customers to your shop. Nyang leaned against the counter, tilting her head to look at him. Pretty generous, right? Very generous. Xuan nodded with a smile. But you came back so quickly. Aren't you afraid he won't come looking for you next time? Him. Nyang gave a light snort. He'll have to come back to me next time. I'm the top courtesan of Xuan Lu. Letting him touch my hand was already giving him too much face. She removed the silver bracelet and placed it on the counter. Besides, this bracelet was mine to begin with. It went in circles and came back. He wasted 50 spirit stones buying me a pre-loved piece, and when I resell it to you, he can't say a word. Xuan. Impressive. Nyang laughed. Of course, this is my livelihood. She suppressed her smile and studied Xuan for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. Manager Lu, you don't think I'm the kind of woman who'd readily sleep with someone for a few dozen spirit stones, do you? I didn't think so. You'd better not. Nyang raised an eyebrow. Xuan Lu is a respectable establishment. I'm the top performer here. I sell artistry, not my body. Xuan blinked. Sell artistry, not body. Exactly. Nyang stated firmly. Unless you pay extra. Xuan paused, looking at her audacious face, then thought about Master Zhou, who had spent 50 spirit stones on a bracelet only to be dismissed. Suddenly he understood. So Xuan Lu is just a hostess club in the cultivation world. Money spent, wine consumed, hand caressed. And at the crucial moment the top courtesan would smile gently and say, Sir, it's getting late. I should be going. Xuan fell silent for a long moment, then slowly gave a thumbs up. Professional. Nyang covered her mouth and laughed for a while before gently placing the silver bracelet she had just bought onto the counter. Manager Lu, please take care of it for me. Xuan picked up the bracelet, glanced at it, and casually said, 40 spirit stones. Nyang's eyes widened in protest. I just bought it. You're deducting 10 from me on the spot. But you said earlier you'd buy at market price. Nyang huffed. That's the market rate. If you don't believe me, take it next door. That fat man won't give you more than 35. Xuan spoke in a calm tone. Nyang's eyes darted slightly, and she leaned forward, resting her arms on the counter in a coquettish manner. Manager Lu, these spirit stones are all hard-earned money I sacrificed my dignity for. Think about it. I had to smile through it all while dealing with that greasy man earlier. Do you have any idea how hard that was for me? She deliberately lowered her voice, making it soft and syrupy, curving her eyes as she looked at Xuan, feigning grievance while hiding cunning in her gaze. The two were now very close, their warm breaths mingling, the ambiguous atmosphere suddenly intensifying. I even specifically brought a customer here just now to do business for you. Hu Meinyang propped herself on the counter, leaning forward slightly, her skirt cascading down, looking pitifully adorable. Can't you give me a special price? Deduct a little less, okay? Running a shop isn't easy either. If I sell for 50 spirit stones, and then buy back for 50, I gain nothing. That would be pure wasted effort. Lu Xian looked at her deliberate display of weakness and coquetry. His heart could not remain unmoved, but his lips stayed firm. If he yielded easily, this woman would surely push further and make even more unreasonable demands. Hu Meinyang persisted, directly climbing onto his lap and sweet-talking him. She was too skilled at reading people, and Lu Xian simply couldn't withstand her gentle yet relentless tactics. He wanted to reach for his teacup to cool his temper, but Hu Meinyang deliberately blocked him, insisting he offer a discount first. After a prolonged back and forth, meeting the unmistakable cunning smile in her eyes, Lu Xian sighed with feigned resignation. Fine. You've got me. 45 spirit stones. I can't very well work for free, can I? Thank you, Manager Lu. Hu Meinyang's smile bloomed brightly, a hint of triumph flashing in her eyes. She had expected him to yield all along. I knew Manager Lu was the most considerate. Seizing the opportunity, while she was collecting the spirit stones, Lu Xian took a hearty gulp of tea. The negotiation was tiring, but the profit was real. Between the buy and sell, his cultivation rebate increased by 95 points, and he earned 5 spirit stones as well. After the transaction was complete, Hu Meinyang straightened up and lightly tapped the counter. Could you keep this ring for me? Lu Xian was startled. Weren't you planning to sell items for pills to improve your cultivation? Why do you want this magical artifact now? I want to improve my cultivation, and I want beautiful treasures too. Hu Meinyang said softly. Manager Lu, I really do love this ring. And at Xuan Lu, everyone competes with each other. With this ring to show off, I can outshine all the other girls at the establishment. She shifted her tone and continued calculating. Once I make a name for myself, I'll earn even more spirit stones, and they'll all come to spend at your shop, won't they? I can keep it for you for 1 or 2 days, no problem. Only 1 or 2 days. Can it be longer? I don't have that many spirit stones on hand. I'm sorry, it really can't be longer. If a customer willing to pay a high price comes along, I can't just turn away business. Lu Xian shook his head, speaking truthfully. Besides, these magical artifacts were all purchased with my own advance capital. Every extra day they sit here means lost profit. Surely you don't expect me to take a loss on your behalf, do you? Hu Meinyang pressed her red lips together and slowly walked up to Lu Xian. Her slender jade-like hand gently touched his chest, her voice alluring. Then what would Manager Lu need to do to keep it a few more days, just for me? Opportunity knocked. Lu Xian reached out and pulled her directly into his embrace. You lit the fire, you'd better put it out yourself. Hu Meinyang lightly licked her lower lip, glanced at the sky outside the door, and smiled. Fine, it's still early anyway. I'll be a good deed doer to the end today. She turned and walked toward the backyard, looking back to call out softly, Shall I wait for you in the back? Good, I'll be right there. Seeing it was getting late, Lu Xian decided to lock the shop early and headed toward the backyard. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Hu Meinyang reclining on the bed, her figure alluring, beckoning him with a finger. Come here, why are you just standing there? Would you like me to help you? Seeing that Hu Meinyang dared to provoke him openly, Lu Xian was not one to indulge her. He stepped forward, intending to teach her a lesson. However, he had not anticipated that Hu Meinyang was a disciple of the Xuan sect. The woman directly unleashed the Xuan sect's signature skill, the Lotus Platform Suppression Dao, and immediately gained the upper hand. Strands of sucking force burrowed toward his dantian. Had it been an ordinary cultivator facing this move, the spiritual spring in their dantian would have dried up in an instant, and their Dao foundation would have been shaken. A mere paltry trick, and you dare to show off before an expert. Lu Xian counterattacked fiercely. Hu Meinyang's face instantly turned pale, her eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. Stop. Her Lotus Platform Suppression Dao only pulled at his spiritual energy in thin strands, but the suction force Lu Xian unleashed was like a dragon and phoenix sweeping through a torrent, continuously drawing spiritual energy from her body. In just a moment, she felt her own primal spiritual energy rapidly draining away, her dantian nearly emptied, and a surge of despair welled up in her heart. If this continued, her foundation would be damaged, and her cultivation would plummet. Demon. This Lu Xian was a great demon. But just as she was about to collapse, a gentle and pure warm current flowed back into her body. All the spiritual energy that had been drawn away was returned, and its quality was even higher than before. Edge. Hu Meinyang, who had been struggling with all her might, showed a look of surprise. Her body went limp, and she simply lay flat, surrendering. Why struggle when you can lie down and enjoy the benefits? This debate lasted a full hour, and both gained considerably. Lu Xian's dantian's spiritual spring boiled, and surged, his body brimming with spiritual energy. In contrast, Hu Meinyang, who had been so arrogant earlier and tried to use her secret technique to control him, was now lying limply on the bed, her eyes vacant, barely able to lift a hand. She gasped, her gaze unfocused. Who is the real Xuan sect disciple? I've lost big this time. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was full of energy, leaning against the headboard, speaking in a relaxed tone. I am a bona fide disciple of the Orthodox school. Everyone in this market knows I come from the Tianyin sect. Hu Meinyang rolled her eyes, utterly unconvinced. Tianyin sect? Could a disciple trained by Tianyin sect possess such techniques? She had seen all kinds of tricks over the years. Lu Xian's methods just now. If they weren't dual cultivation secret arts, she wouldn't believe it. Even if they weren't the Xuan sect's direct lineage techniques, their grade could rival the Xuan sect's supreme secret canon. She couldn't be bothered to expose him or argue with him. After lying on the bed to recover for a while, Hu Meinyang slowly sat up, propping herself on her arms. Her thin gauze skirt slipped, revealing a patch of fair skin on her shoulder. She casually gathered her loose hair and began to dress unhurriedly. Not going to lie down a bit longer. Lu Xian leaned against the headboard, watching her. No, I have to go back to the building. Hu Meinyang fastened her belt and glanced back at him. If you were to keep me, I could stay until tomorrow morning. Lu Xian laughed and shook his head. You're too expensive for me to keep. 50 spirit stones only get me a touch of your hand. Just kidding, when there's something free, who would pay? Oh, come on. Don't be so smug after getting a bargain. Hu Meinyang stood up, smoothed her skirt, and redid her hair in front of the bronze mirror. Cultivators willing to spend spirit stones to keep me could line up the entire market street. Lu Xian didn't respond, but he didn't deny it either. He had indeed gained a great advantage just by holding onto the ring for a few more days. Hu Meinyang finished tidying her clothes and turned to look at him. The laziness on her face receded a little, replaced by a more serious expression. You must keep that moonlight ring for me. Don't sell it to someone else before I've saved enough spirit stones. Don't worry. Lu Xian waved his hand. Considering how hard you've worked, I'll keep it for you for at most 7 days. Hu Meinyang heard this, curved her lips slightly, and said nothing more. I'm leaving then. I'll lie down a bit more, no need to see me out. The door closed softly. Lu Xian lay on the bed, listening to her footsteps fading away, neither calling her back nor asking further. He closed his eyes and regulated his breath for a moment, then turned over and summoned the system panel to check his status. Cultivation Qi refining 6th layer, 507-1500, treasure scrolls 8. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. He hadn't expected that the recent debate had unexpectedly added over 50 points of cultivation. It was truly worthy of a Xuan sect disciple. Her spiritual energy foundation was uniquely abundant. In a few days, when Hu Meinyang came to claim the moonlight ring, he could easily gain another 200 points of cultivation. Lu Xian lay for a while, then got up and brought out the wild rabbit from the backyard. The rabbit, a gift from a hunter, was plump. He planned to make a spicy rabbit pot to satisfy his cravings. The method was not complicated. Chop into pieces, fry in oil, saute ginger and garlic. Then add the rabbit meat and stir fry over high heat. Pour in spiritual wine and chili and simmer slowly. As the pot bubbled and steamed, the entire backyard was filled with the rich aroma of meat. Lu Xian took a bite. The rabbit meat was tender and flavorful, spicy and delicious. He squinted his eyes in contentment. Not bad, this is the taste. He finished the entire pot by himself, cleaned up the dishes, and it was still early. Enjoying a rare moment of leisure, he sat cross-legged on the bed, circulated his cultivation technique, and meditated for an hour. Then he opened his eyes, felt the minuscule increase in his Dantian's spiritual energy, and silently gave up. In 1 hour, cultivation had increased by just 1 point. At this rate, to break through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, he would have to cultivate without eating or drinking for 2 or 3 years. Might as well find someone to recharge. Lu Xian decisively stopped his technique, lay back on the bed, and closed his eyes to sleep. Early the next morning, shortly after he opened his shop, Xuan arrived. Xuan was wearing clean clothes today, his complexion much better than last time. He carried a heavy wooden box in his arms. Familiar with the place, he placed the box on the counter and lifted the lid. Shopkeeper Lu, I've brought some fine goods today. Lu Xian glanced into the box, 2 long swords and a shield. They all looked good with abundant spiritual light. The spiritual energy fluctuations of the 2 swords were significantly stronger than the shield. He picked up the first sword, flicked the blade with his finger, weighted, and performed an appraisal technique. High-grade Dharma sword, water, a tribute made of cold iron tempered in a spiritual spring. Then he put down the first and picked up the second. This one is fire, a tribute, mainly red copper with evenly mixed fire crystal powder. The quality is also fine, slightly newer than the previous one. Although both were high-grade, they were common items far inferior to the sword Xuan had bought. Finally, Lu Xian picked up the shield and examined it. Medium-grade shield, earth, a tribute, decent quality. There are a few fine scratches, but they don't affect use. Xuan had been watching his expression. Seeing that Lu Xian remained calm and showed no unusual reaction, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But on the surface, he put on an anxious look. Shopkeeper Lu, I need to sell these urgently. I'll give you a great bargain. All 3 together, just 800 spirit stones. 800 spirit stones for 2 high-grade Dharma swords and 1 medium-grade shield. By market price, they were worth at least over 1,000. Buying them would yield a profit of at least 200 spirit stones. It was indeed a bargain price. But Lu Xian did not rush to respond. He leaned back in his chair, tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and then smiled. 2 high grade, and 1 medium grade for 800 spirit stones. Truly a great deal. A flicker of joy crossed Chen Han's eyes. Then let's trade quickly. I'm in a hurry. Not so fast. Lu Xian reached out to pick up the medium grade shield, and brought it closer to himself. I can take it, but only this one. Chen Han froze for a moment. What? I'll take the shield. Lu Xian placed the shield in front of him. Take the 2 flying swords back. Chen Han's face stiffened. Shopkeeper Lu, what do you mean? No special meaning. Lu Xian's tone was calm. You said sell all 3 together. I said I'll only take 1. Chen Han's expression changed. Are you messing with me? The price of 800 spirit stones for 3 pieces together, and you want to take only 1 medium grade. How am I supposed to? I'm not messing with you. Lu Xian stood up and walked around the counter. I said it clearly, I can take it, but only this one. Chen Han stared at him as if trying to read something from his calm face. If you insist on selling them together, that's fine too. Lu Xian didn't explain further. Instead, he walked to the door, opened it, stood on the threshold, clapped his hands, and shouted to the passing cultivators on the street. Fellow cultivators, don't rush off. Today the Yubao studio invites you all to watch a good show. Unlicensed cultivators on the street stopped in their tracks at the commotion, casting curious glances in the direction. Huang Xiaoqi happened to be passing by, and upon hearing Lu Xian's voice immediately hurried over. Shopkeeper Lu, what's the spectacle here? Lu Xian stepped aside to clear the entrance and said to Chen Han, will you speak for yourself, or should I help you? Just get to the point. If you want to buy, if not, don't waste my time. Chen Han's face darkened with displeasure, his tone losing its courtesy. Of course I'll take good merchandise. Lu Xian glanced at the growing crowd that had gathered, offering a faint smile. Shen Daoist, didn't you mention having 2 high-grade spiritual tools to sell? With everyone gathered here, why not display them for us to see? Chen Han's expression shifted slightly, hesitation crossing his face for a moment. Lu Xian stoked the tension further. What's the matter? Afraid to? Or are your spiritual tools something you'd rather keep hidden? Chen Han's face turned dark. Surrounded by watching eyes, refusing to produce them would only make him appear guilty. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the 2 high-grade flying swords from the wooden chest. The moment they were revealed, the onlooking cultivators' eyes gleamed with excitement. The blades were sleek and elongated, radiating spiritual energy. One shimmered with an icy water-blue glow, while the other radiated a warm crimson hue. Clearly not ordinary implements. Knowledgeable cultivators couldn't help but whisper among themselves, are those truly high-grade spiritual tools? They certainly look the part. It's rare to see someone produce 2 high-grade items at once in the marketplace. What's wrong with these tools? I don't see any issues. Hearing the murmurs, Chen Han forced himself to remain composed. Shopkeeper Lu, you've seen the goods, everyone has. Will you take them or not? If you won't take them, I'll take them elsewhere. Lu Xian ignored him and picked up one of the fire tribute flying swords. Then he casually gestured toward a young cultivator in the crowd. Esteemed friend, might I borrow your flying sword? The selected cultivator blinked in surprise. Ah, mine. But this is merely a low-grade spiritual tool. Not without compensation, Lu Xian smiled. From now on, whenever you visit Ubiozai to purchase spiritual tools, you'll receive a 10% discount. And I guarantee your sword won't be damaged. A simple borrowing in exchange for a permanent 10% discount. The deal was too advantageous to refuse. Without hesitation, the young cultivator unbuckled the low-grade flying sword at his waist and handed it over. Here. Lu Xian took the low-grade sword, holding Chen Han's high-grade flying sword in his right hand, and the cultivator's low-grade blade in his left, raising them to chest level 1 in each hand. The gathered cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of his intentions. Huang Xiaoqi pushed to the front, her expression etched with confusion. Shopkeeper Lu, what are you planning to do? Simple, Lu Xian declared, raising both swords. Let them touch. Chen Han's face abruptly shifted. He instinctively stepped forward, reaching out. Wait, you can't. But before he could react, Lu Xian's hands came together. At that moment, from the alley beside the crowd, Jin Sihai stood at the entrance of Jubao Pavilion, watching the scene unfold. A mocking smirk had been playing on his face, eager to see the spectacle. Yet the moment Lu Xian spoke those words, the amusement froze into stillness. Jin Sihai's heavy frame tensed sharply, his lips parting as though to shout something, but he was too late. The 2 swords collided midair with a sharp metallic ring. Before the sound had even faded, his hands came together once more. The blades struck each other in the air with that same clear ringing clash. Then came the sharp crack of splitting metal. The so-called high-grade flying sword had snapped clean in half from the impact. In stark contrast, the low-grade blade remained completely unscathed. Not even a single nick marred its surface. The crowd erupted in shocked murmurs. What in the world? A high-grade sword broken by a low-grade one. That has to be fake. I've never seen such fragile high-grade equipment. It's counterfeit. Absolutely fake. Chen Han's face flushed crimson with rage. You'll compensate me for my sword. Lu Xian chuckled. Compensate you? With a high-grade or low-grade sword? Without thinking, Chen Han blurted out, high-grade, obviously. Lu Xian's laughter carried an edge of coldness. What family's high-grade sword would shatter against a low-grade blade? His expression gradually stripped away its warmth, his gaze turning icy. You brought counterfeit wares to deceive at my shop, and now have the audacity to demand compensation. Do you think the Market Enforcement Squadron doesn't exist? He didn't waste more words, instead activating his communication talisman. Xuan's face paled dramatically as he turned to flee into the crowd. But the moment he took a step, a sword blade pressed against his throat. Lu Xian's intimidating pressure descended like a mountain, forcing his legs to buckle. He couldn't move. Try running. Xuan was only at the third layer of qi condensation, while Lu Xian had reached the middle stage. Completely immobilized, he dared not stir. The Market Enforcement Squadron arrived swiftly. 2 cultivators in standardized robes pushed through the onlookers. The leader, a man with a square face, glanced at the broken sword on the ground, and Xuan pinned beneath Lu Xian's blade. What's happening here? This man attempted to pass off counterfeit high-grade spiritual tools at my shop, but I exposed him on the spot. Lu Xian gave a brief account. He deliberately violated market regulations and committed fraud. The evidence is all right here. The enforcement team examined the broken sword on the ground, then turned their attention to the 2 undamaged tools on the counter. With years of experience, they immediately grasped the situation. The square-faced man waved his hand. Take him away. Xuan panicked completely, his gaze searching through the crowd until it locked onto Jean Sihai at the alley entrance. Desperate, he clung to the man like a lifeline. Shopkeeper Jean, please say something on my behalf. Didn't you say? Jean Sihai cut him off coldly. I don't know him. Don't slander me. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Xuan's face drained of color entirely. He opened his mouth to explain further, but the enforcement officers ignored him completely, confiscating both the remaining undamaged spiritual tools along with him. The onlookers erupted into murmurs and discussion. Some applauded the outcome, while others lingered, their gaze on the Ubiozai signboard, studying it with new interest. Standing at the doorway, Lu Xian watched as the enforcement team prepared to depart. He glanced down at the broken sword lying on the ground. Do you need this scrap of metal? If not, I'll dispose of it. The officers waved dismissively, clearly uninterested. Lu Xian bent down to retrieve the broken sword and tossed it into his storage pouch. Huang Xiaoqi was the first to approach him. Shopkeeper Lu. That was incredible. How did you know it was fake? That move completely left him speechless. Lu Xian brushed the dust from his hands. In these times, there are plenty of people trying to scam me. Without sharp discernment, how does one survive? As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Jean Sihai, entering Jubao Pavilion in the distance, a cold smirk forming in his heart. When Xuan had arrived earlier, Lu Xian had already harbored suspicions. Now the evidence was clear as day. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice slightly and gestured toward the notice at the entrance. Everyone, since Ubiozai opened its doors, we have always dealt honestly with all customers, young or old. We offer premium prices for spiritual tools and herbs. Those wishing to trade in their old items for new ones will enjoy a 10% discount on an ongoing basis. Some onlookers nodded appreciatively, while others exchanged whispered comments, though most dispersed after witnessing the spectacle. Nevertheless, a few remained drawn by those words, hesitated briefly, and then entered the shop. Lu Xian returned to his position behind the counter to attend to customers. The earlier display had proven effective. The handful of customers who entered were genuinely interested, some hoping to trade, while others wanted to sell outright. Lu Xian evaluated each item and provided quotations. Within less than half an hour, he had sold 1 low-grade spiritual tool and acquired 3 pre-owned pieces. The transaction brought in dozens of spirit stones along with 400 treasure vouchers. After the last customer departed, the young cultivator who had been standing in the corner finally approached, nervously rubbing his hands together. Shopkeeper Lu. Lu Xian recognized him immediately, the same young man who had lent his sword earlier. His cultivation was modest, only at the second layer of qi condensation, and his unfamiliar appearance suggested he wasn't a regular visitor to the market. Thank you for lending me your sword earlier. Lu Xian set down what he was holding. Is there anything you'd like in return? If nothing serves your needs now, you're welcome to visit any time. The discount I offered remains valid. The young cultivator shook his head and paused thoughtfully before withdrawing an object from his storage pouch and placing it gently on the counter. I have something I'd like you to examine. It was a palm-sized cylindrical artifact, its surface dulled by age and covered in patches of rust with a faint dragon motif carved along its length. I acquired this from an ancient tomb some time ago, the young cultivator explained in a quiet voice. Back then, I was merely immortal when I unexpectedly stumbled upon an opportunity for cultivation there which allowed me to successfully begin my path as a cultivator. All the other burial objects had completely decayed, yet this particular item remained remarkably intact, so I brought it along with me. Later I consulted several shop owners, but they all dismissed it as ordinary worthless debris. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that something emerging from such a place shouldn't be entirely useless. He raised his gaze to meet Lu Xian's eyes. I witnessed your sharp discernment today. You identified a fake high-grade flying sword at a glance. I'd like to ask your expertise to examine this item. If it truly holds no value, I'll simply accept it and move on. Lu Xian picked up the cylindrical object, its surface cool and heavy in his hands. It felt substantial, the main material resembling meteoric iron from beyond the heavens. He turned it over several times, examining it closely while secretly activating his appraisal technique. Coiled Dragon Spirit-Locking Pillar damaged top-grade binding artifact. The internal spirit core has shattered, and all spiritual energy pathways are broken. The main material is star marrow gold, which remains undestroyed after millennia, retaining a trace of its original spiritual essence that can be repaired. It was actually a top-grade artifact. Though the spirit core was completely shattered, and all spiritual energy pathways were broken, rendering it seemingly useless scrap metal at present. However, the main material was rare star marrow gold. Just this alone could fetch numerous spirit stones. More importantly, it could be repaired. Xuan set down the pillar and told him truthfully, this is indeed an artifact, and a rare binding type one at that. The young cultivator's eyes instantly lit up. Are you serious? Don't get ahead of yourself, Xuan said, dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. The spirit core is completely shattered, all the spiritual patterns are broken, and after 1,000 years of spiritual erosion, it could be considered a mundane object. The light in the young cultivator's eyes faded instantly. He stared silently at the dust-covered coiled dragon's spirit-locking pillar for a long time, then ventured softly, then. Will the shopkeeper buy it? I'll take it, Xuan nodded. I'll give you 30 spirit stones for it. The young cultivator was slightly stunned, quite surprised. Can you actually offer 30 spirit stones? The material is special, Xuan said, weighing the coiled dragon's spirit-locking pillar in his hands. Even if the artifact is scrapped, the material can be remelted and forged into high-tier tools. Moreover, the foundation is excellent. There might be a chance to repair it in the future. Such artifacts aren't easily repaired, the young cultivator said with a bitter smile. Shopkeeper, there's no need to comfort me. I'm not comforting you. Xuan weighed the pillar again in his hands. Just the star marrow gold inside is worth 30 spirit stones. The young cultivator paused. Star marrow gold. Yes, it's a type of superior meteoric iron usually only used when forging top-grade artifacts. Xuan pointed to the dark metallic texture on the tube's body. Don't be fooled by its current mundane appearance. The material is genuine star marrow gold. But extracting it would be troublesome. You'd at least need a senior artifact refiner. He looked up at the young cultivator. If you don't want the hassle, you can just sell it to me directly. How could the young cultivator refuse? He had originally thought this was worthless scrap. Being able to sell it for a few spirit stones had already made him satisfied. Now Xuan said the materials alone were worth 30. As for finding a high-level refiner, that kind of influential figure was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded. I'll sell it. Xuan counted out 30 spirit stones and pushed them over. The young cultivator accepted them, thanking him profusely before leaving. Xuan watched him go, then took out the dragon-patterned cylinder and examined it over and over twice. A foundation of a top-grade artifact crafted from 10,000-year star marrow gold, with only the spirit core completely destroyed. Even so, its forging craftsmanship was second to none, definitely not the work of an ordinary refiner. I'll visit the artifact forging workshop this afternoon. He placed it into his storage bag. Once it's repaired, forget selling it. Even displaying it as the flagship treasure of the shop would elevate the prestige of the treasure pavilion significantly. He clapped his hands and sat back on his chair in good spirits. If he could truly repair and sell it, his cultivation base would surge another level. He thought about it with satisfaction, then reached into his storage bag and pulled out the 2 broken sword fragments Xuan had left behind. Looking at this fake flying sword, a slow smile spread across Xuan's face. The upper-grade flying sword was fake, but the foundation was real. This sword had originally been a genuine upper-grade artifact, only severely damaged with most of its spiritual energy pathways broken. The refiner who had attempted to repair it lacked the capability for a complete fix. They could only mend the surface, covering the underlying damage with a layer of spiritual light. To the naked eye it appeared pristine, but in reality, it was merely an empty shell shattering at the slightest touch. So during the appraisal, Xuan had seen through it immediately. On the surface, he was exposing Xuan's counterfeit, but in reality, he was playing along with the scheme. By deliberately shattering it in front of so many people, he had slapped Xuan's face and simultaneously given Jin Si-hai a metaphorical backhand from afar. The more dramatically it broke, the deeper the impression on onlookers, and the more effective the result. Something others couldn't repair didn't mean he couldn't. Gripping the 2 broken sword fragments, he sensed the quality of the material within, and his mind was made up. Once repaired, he would essentially gain a free upper-grade flying sword. He placed the broken sword pieces into his storage bag, leaned back in his chair, and thought once more about Jin Si-hai. Jin Si-hai would certainly not swallow this humiliation so easily. But with Xuan arrested, he wouldn't dare act again anytime soon. Most likely now he was frantically scrambling to clean up the mess. After all, it was his man who had been involved, and the law enforcement team wasn't stupid. It was just a question of what price he could afford to pay. However, Xuan had no intention of confronting him head-on right now. That fat bastard was at the late stage of chi refinement, and his own resources were insufficient. It wasn't time to flip the table yet. Endure it for now, grow stronger first. He brought up the system panel to check. Chi Refinement 6th Layer, 1100 Treasure Scrolls. Rather than engaging Jin Si-hai in direct conflict now, it would be better to spend this period gathering more artifacts, accumulating more scrolls, and boosting his cultivation. Once his strength was sufficient, he would settle the final score with him slowly. Moreover, the better his business performed, the greater the blow to the treasure-gathering pavilion. Lu Xian closed the panel, returned to his seat behind the counter, and took a sip of cool tea. Jin Si-hai's actions today had actually given Lu Xian a solid idea for revenge. He would definitely repay him in kind, but the materials weren't ready yet. It wasn't the right time. More importantly, what he wanted to do now was to make things even more difficult for Jin Si-hai. It's time to put some pressure on the law enforcement team, Lu Xian said, leaning back and picking up a communication talisman. After all, I'm the victim. They owe me an explanation. He activated the talisman and sent a brief message inquiring about the progress of Chunhan's case and stating his willingness to cooperate, while hoping the law enforcement team could quickly determine whether someone else was behind it. The tone was polite, but the message was clear: this wasn't over. Anyone opening a shop in Xinyun Market paid their rent, and the market had an obligation to protect normal business operations. After sending the communication talisman, he was about to catch his breath when another talisman suddenly lit up. Lu Xian picked it up and glanced at it, slightly surprised. Nangong Yu, the veiled beauty with an enchanting figure and alluring voice. He opened it and scanned the contents, finding only an address. Xuan Manor, several li west of the market. Clearly an invitation to visit and acquire artifacts. Lu Xian didn't hesitate. He stored the talisman, tidied up briefly, and closed the shop door. He hung a sign on the door reading, "Owner is busy, will return shortly." Rather than passively waiting for customers to wander in, it made more sense to proactively pursue this guaranteed deal. Genuine customers interested in his services would naturally wait for his return. He left the market and summoned a low-grade flying vessel speeding westward. In less than half a zhong, he caught sight of a manor hidden deep within a bamboo forest. The manor wasn't large, but its elegant and refined layout, with white walls and blue tiles nestled among ancient trees, offered a tranquil spaciousness that contrasted sharply with the cramped shops within the market. Above the main entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 4 characters, Xuan Manor. Lu Xian raised his hand and knocked on the copper ring of the door. The door soon opened, revealing a young maid in blue who appeared to be around 14 or 15. The maid glanced at the communication talisman in Lu Xian's hand and spoke softly. "Are you Steward Lu? The mistress has been waiting for you in the rear courtyard. Please follow me." Lu Xian nodded and replied, "I appreciate your guidance, young miss." The maid bowed slightly and led Lu Xian through the front hall toward the rear courtyard. As they passed through the carved circular gate, the view of the courtyard instantly opened up and brightened. Nangong Yu sat alone beneath a blooming jade flower tree, her face still veiled by a light silk gauze, revealing only a pair of eyes with slightly upturned corners. Even without seeing her full countenance, clearly one could guess that beneath the veil lay an unparalleled beauty. He had seen not a few beauties in his time. Lu Hongwan was dazzling and flamboyant, Lin Xiaochan obedient and soft, Hu Meinyang seductive and alluring, when Yuru gentle and tender. Yet Nangong Yu exuded a noble aura, and her eyes were truly distinctive. The misty veil covering her face only made one more eager to see her full appearance. She held a teacup and looked quietly at Lu Xian, a faint smile seemingly lingering at the corner of her lips beneath the veil. Lu Xian suppressed the flutter in his heart and stepped forward slowly. "Madam Nangong, you have exquisite taste," he said as he sat down on a stone stool. "With such beautiful flowering trees planted in the courtyard, no wonder you have no desire to venture outside." "Steward Lu flatters me," Nangong Yu replied. She first poured a cup of tea for Lu Xian, then spoke. "I am merely passing my days tending to a few trees. I invited you here today because I have 2 items I would like you to examine." With that, she reached into her storage pouch and gently placed 2 objects on the carved low table, a folding fan and a jade pendant. Lu Xian glanced at them and felt a surge of delight. This trip had indeed been worthwhile. Both items were high-grade artifacts, far from the ordinary, whereas one could easily find on the market. He first picked up the folding fan. It felt heavy in his hand, its ribs cool and smooth to the touch. When he unfurled the fan, the landscape painting on its surface appeared refreshing, but the true value lay hidden within the ribs. "Oh, this is a rare high-grade fan-shaped artifact. The flowing wind shadow fan," he remarked. Lu Xian traced his fingers along the ribs, then closed the fan and gave it a gentle flick, hearing a faint hum in the air. The ribs are made primarily of mystic iron with crushed wind spirit stones mixed in. When activated, the fan sends out wind blades. The landscape painting on the fan surface is not merely decorative. 3 spiritual lines are hidden in the ink, allowing for 3 layers of attack to strike in succession. The item is well preserved. The spiritual lines are completely intact. After speaking, he closed the fan and placed it back on the low table. Then he picked up the jade pendant. The jade felt warm to the touch, indicating it had been worn close to the body for a long time, its surface polished to a soft luster. He turned the pendant over and found a faintly engraved rune on the back, so subtle that one would miss it without careful inspection. Lu Xian pressed his fingertip against the rune and infused a thread of spiritual energy. Immediately a thin layer of rosy glow spread across the surface of the pendant, delicate yet remarkably resilient. This rosy cloud heartlink jade was clearly custom-made for you, madam. It can be passively activated, instantly triggering a protective rosy light barrier upon a surprise attack, perfect for guarding against concealed schemes. After examining both artifacts, Lu Xian set them back on the table and looked up at Nangongyu. By the way, this jade pendant has been nurtured to such a lustrous sheen. You must have worn it every day, haven't you? Nangongyu's eyes flickered with appreciation. Steward Lu has keen eyes indeed. This rosy cloud heartlink jade was part of my dowry when I married. My father had it specially crafted by an artifact smith, and I have never parted with it since my wedding. Lu Xian nodded. Both are rare high-grade artifacts, especially this jade pendant with its special significance. Are you truly willing to part with it, madam? Nangongyu's smile faded slightly. Her gaze fell upon the jade pendant, and she was silent for a moment before speaking softly. These are all items from my dowry. Naturally, I am reluctant to let them go, but now I have no choice. Creditors came to her home every day demanding payment, and she could not evade them. She had moved to this pure cloud villa simply to avoid seeing that useless man. She only wished to sell these treasures and help him pay off his debts as soon as possible so that they could go their separate ways and find peace. Steward Lu, name your price. Seeing that Nangongyu was genuinely determined to sell, Lu Xian naturally did not refuse. He had come here to acquire goods, and these were two excellent artifacts. He picked up the fan, considered for a moment, and then spoke. This flowing wind shadow fan, though rare, is fan-shaped, which may make it difficult to sell. After all, to use it as a life-bound artifact, one must also have a compatible cultivation technique. Hence its price is lower than that of mainstream flying swords. However, the craftsmanship of this artifact is indeed exquisite. I can offer you 380 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu instinctively frowned. Yet she did not immediately speak because Lu Xian's words were correct. Lu Xian secretly sighed with admiration. Truly the wife of a wealthy family, every gesture calm and dignified. This kind of bearing was incomparable to those rogue cultivators who toiled daily in the marketplace just to survive. Lu Xian set the flowing wind shadow fan aside and picked up the jade pendant. This rosy cloud heartlink jade is a high-grade artifact. Its most valuable feature is its built-in passive protection effect, capable of withstanding a single strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. Once the protective rosy light is triggered, as long as spiritual energy is continuously infused, an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would need to strike fiercely for at least 3 breaths to break through the barrier. He looked up and quoted a price. Such defensive artifacts are truly rare. I will offer 500 spirit stones. Nangongyu's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. A brand new high-grade defensive artifact in the market stalls would cost at most 300 to 400 spirit stones. The purchasing price Lu Xian offered was already far above the market rate. Yet she still felt it was insufficient. Steward Lu's price is fair, but it is still short of the figure I had in mind. She tapped the surface of the jade pendant with her fingertip, filled with reluctance. This is no ordinary defensive artifact. The fact that it can be passively triggered upon a surprise attack could save many lives. When my father commissioned it from the artifact smith, he spent a total of 800 spirit stones. It is precisely because of the passive defense effect that I offered 500. The original 800 was largely due to custom craftsmanship fees and the premium of personal connections. Lu Xian nodded, gently turning the jade pendant over and pointing to the faint engraving on the back. Look at this pattern. It's engraved with the character Xuan. I presume this was your childhood nickname. Her childhood name exposed by a stranger in a single breath. Nangongyu's cheeks beneath the veil instantly flushed. The rune on the back of the pendant was carved in a twisted, obscure manner extremely difficult for outsiders to identify, yet Lu Xian had seen through it at a glance. She bit her lip, still wanting to argue. But, madam, why don't you tell me your bottom line directly? I'll consider it, and if it's acceptable, we can conclude the deal right here. Nangongyu clutched her sleeve and gritted her teeth as she quoted the number. At least 1,100 spirit stones. Lu Xian shook his head immediately. That price was far too high. He would surely suffer a loss if he took it. Even with the system's cultivation rebate, every spirit stone spent was hard-earned capital. No, this price is too steep. I'll be ruined if I accept it. But I truly need this many spirit stones to tide me over. Then I cannot enjoy the benefits while bearing the losses. The two of them went back and forth, each refusing to yield. In the midst of their dispute, Nangongyu suddenly stood up, bringing a faint fragrance, as she quickly stepped close to Lu Xian, reaching out to gently grasp his wrist. Their skin touched, and as he looked up, he saw a patch of white. Lu Xian's heart pounded. Madam, what are you doing? Steward Lu, I will not let you suffer for nothing. Lu Xian did not respond, quietly waiting for her to continue. Just then Nangongyu raised her hand, pinched the edge of her veil, and gave it a gentle tug, allowing the thin silk to slowly slide away. The moment the veil hit the ground, Lu Xian's breath caught in his throat. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, naturally adorned with an intoxicating grace. Her eyes shimmered with liquid light, and her delicate rosebud lips stirred an irresistible longing within him. Nangongyu lifted her gaze to meet his, her voice soft as she asked, "Shopkeeper Lu, do I find my appearance pleasing?" Lu Xian instinctively swallowed hard, and replied honestly, "Madam, you are a peerless beauty seldom seen in this world." "Then Shopkeeper Lu, could you perhaps offer a little more?" Nangong-yu's eyes took on a touch of pitiful grievance, making her appearance all the more captivating. Lu Xian nearly agreed on impulse, his mind clouded by a flash of heat. Secretly chiding himself, he thought this woman was truly a siren. He took a deep breath to steady his spirit and countered, "How about this? We each make a concession. 1,000 spirit stones final offer. Provided I have one condition." Nangong-yu released her grip on his wrist, a flicker of wariness crossing her features. "As long as the demand is not unreasonable, Shopkeeper Lu may speak freely." Lu Xian understood her hesitation and offered a faint smile. "Madam, need not worry, the condition is quite simple. Henceforth, if you possess any magical artifacts or second-hand items to sell, you must come to me first." Upon hearing this, Nangong-yu's brows instantly relaxed, and she smiled softly. "I had feared it would be some burdensome stipulation. I agree to this condition. Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction. Transaction amount 1000 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate 1000. Reward 100 treasures scroll 2. Lu Xian placed the full 1,000 spirit stones on the stone table. Suddenly Nangong-yu leaned forward slightly, drawing nearer. A warm, soft sensation gently brushed against Lu Xian's cheek. His heart gave a sudden thud, and he felt a momentary lapse in clarity. Before he could even process the contact, Nangong-yu had already sat back up and readjusted her veil. "This face of mine, aside from my husband, you are the second man to have seen it. Consider this a modest token of gratitude for your special trip." With the deal sealed, Nangong-yu carefully stored the 1,000 spirit stones in her storage pouch. The worries that had weighed heavily on her mind for days finally began to lift. She raised her hand to smooth her veil, took a half step back to re-establish distance, and then called out toward the doorway. "Qing, come in and escort Shopkeeper Lu out." The maid guarding the side door promptly hurried and bowed deeply and said, "Shopkeeper Lu, please follow me this way." Lu Xian carefully packed away the 2 magical artifacts, his gaze irresistibly drawn back to Nangong-yu. The breathtaking visage revealed when she lowered her veil, and that fleeting tender brush against his cheek. Both circled relentlessly through his mind, leaving his spirit thoroughly unsettled. He took a deep breath. "Madam, please remember our agreement. Should you ever have any items to sell in the future, you must send word to me immediately." Behind the thin silk, Nangong-yu nodded gently. "I shall remember. Thank you for making the special journey today, Shopkeeper Lu." Lu Xian followed the maid, turning toward the carved circular gate and making his way out. Beneath the flowering tree, only Nangong-yu remained. She stood quietly amidst the drifting jade blossoms, raised a hand to lightly touch her lips, and felt the roots of her ears burn with heat. How humiliating. Fortunately, this matter is concluded. We shall never meet again. Exiting the Xuan Manor, Lu Xian steadied his fluctuating thoughts and quickly sought out a secluded hidden mountain hollow. With a mere thought, the system interface materialized before his eyes. Cultivation Qi refining 6th layer, 1607-1500. Earlier at Xuan Manor, he had already sensed that the spiritual energy in his dantian was approaching its critical threshold. Yet in front of Nangong-yu, he had forcibly suppressed that surge, refraining from breaking through. Now surrounded by barren wilderness with no one in sight, he had no further reservations. Lu Xian sat cross-legged upon the ground and began circulating his cultivation technique. Vast spiritual energy surged through his meridians, scouring his bones, tendons, and channels until the bottleneck of the Qi refining 6th layer shattered with a profound resonance. His cultivation level climbed steadily, firmly establishing him at the Qi refining 7th layer. He had officially entered the later stage of Qi refinement. Although a considerable gap still separated him from the foundation establishment realm, within the modest Qingyun market town, a Qi refining 7th layer cultivator was undoubtedly considered a formidable expert. With his breakthrough complete, Lu Xian returned directly to Qingyun market town. As he approached the shop entrance, he was surprised to find a small group of people waiting outside, led by Huang Xiaoqi. While a Qi refining 7th layer cultivator might not reign as a dominant powerhouse within Qingyun market town itself, in the lower tiers, where rogue cultivators congregated, it was already an impressive standing. The vast majority of rogue cultivators spent their entire lives stuck at the early stages of Qi refinement. A 7th layer cultivator could easily overpower 90% of the market's scattered experts. Feeling the thick spiritual energy circulating within him, Lu Xian's steps grew noticeably lighter. On the journey back from Xuan Manor to the market, the restless spiritual energy in his body gradually settled, and his meridians fully adapted to his new realm. The moment he reached the entrance of Yubao Pavilion, Huang Xiaoqi hurried forward with 3 rogue cultivators in tow. "Shopkeeper Lu, you're finally back." Huang Xiaoqi rushed forward and propped open the shop door. Lu Xian glanced at the group and asked casually, "You've all come together. Did you bring some spiritual herbs to sell? Ever since you mentioned buying spiritual herbs, shopkeeper, I spread the word among the rogue cultivators in the mountains. Huang Xiaoqi beamed with pride. As soon as these revered fellow cultivators came down from the peaks, I brought them straight to your door. The three rogue cultivators stepped forward in turn. One unwrapped tightly bound coarse cloth bundles, another lifted the lid off a small wooden box, and a third simply untied a canvas sack. Several stalks of purple mist grass and dew-condensing grass, still dusted with fresh soil, were placed on the counter alongside crimson heart fruits and six-leaf dark orchids. A faint aura of botanical spiritual energy wafted through the air. Lu Xian casually picked up each spiritual material, allowing his herb appraisal technique to activate naturally. The bottom prices instantly came to mind. In total, 8 crimson heart fruits, 1 six-leaf dark orchid, and 17 dew-condensing grass stalks. He first pointed to the finest specimen, the six-leaf dark orchid. This 50-year-old purple mist grass is in excellent condition. I'll give you 12 spirit stones for it. Then he glanced at the crimson heart fruits. 5 fruits for 25 spirit stones in total. Finally, his eyes swept over the 17 slightly damaged dew-condensing grass stalks. Dew-condensing grass isn't particularly valuable, but I'll bundle them all for 17 spirit stones. The total came to just over 50 spirit stones. Not a substantial order, but every little bit counted. These individuals had trekked through mountains and valleys to forage for medicinal herbs. Such a journey was no small feat. If he refused to buy merely because the value was low, they would certainly never return. Huang Xiaoqi, who understood the market dynamics, quickly chimed in to assist. I told you all beforehand that shopkeeper Lu offers the fairest prices. Go ask around at other shops. You'll never find a better rate. The three rogue cultivators accepted the spirit stones, their faces beaming with joy. They knew the going rates for their goods intimately, and Lu Xian's offer exceeded the market average by a full 10%. He had purchased everything without discrimination. From now on, they would only sell their spiritual materials at Yubao Pavilion. Lu Xian counted out the spirit stones and handed them over one by one, then neatly gathered all the spiritual herbs into the counter. Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction. Transaction amount 54 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate 54. Reward 100 treasures, scroll 3 sheets. Lu Xian privately deduced that the system calculated the 100 treasure scrolls per transaction rather than per individual spiritual material. He had secretly hoped for 1 scroll per herb, which would have yielded over 20 that day, so that expectation was now dashed. However, 3 scrolls were hardly a loss. While individual profits were slim, the steady stream of customers more than made up for it. After seeing off the 3 rogue cultivators, Lu Xian took out 3 spirit stones and handed them to Huang Xiaoqi. Huang Xiaoqi accepted them with a broad smile, patting his chest and promising wholeheartedly that he would continue to bring new customers to Yubao Pavilion. He then scampered off eagerly as though a single step's delay would cost him an extra spirit stone. Finally, the shop fell quiet. Lu Xian sorted the crimson heart fruits and 6-leaf dark orchids into separate jade boxes, sealing them tightly to prevent the loss of spiritual energy and medicinal properties. Contemplating for a moment, he took up a brush and added another line to the notice posted outside the door. Newly arrived at our shop, century-old vermilion fruits, 6-leaf dark orchids, emerald center grass, crimson center fruits, dew-condensing grass. Top-grade quality, affordable prices, first come first served. After finishing, he stepped back 2 paces to admire his work and nodded in satisfaction. The spiritual herb business had just launched, and its reputation had yet to spread. He had to take the initiative. Glancing up at the sky, he noticed dusk was approaching and the market town's lanterns were gradually illuminating the streets. Lu Xian locked the shop door and headed toward the artifact forging district in the southern part of the market town. Over the past few days, his storage pouch had accumulated a batch of old artifacts awaiting repair. Particularly that chi-pattern spirit-locking pillar and the high-grade fire tribute flying sword that Golden Fatty had gifted him. Repairing mid to low-grade artifacts was straightforward, requiring merely a couple of hours at most. However, the chi-pattern spirit-locking pillar possessed the foundation of a top-grade artifact. Although its spiritual core was shattered, its materials and forging craftsmanship far surpassed ordinary artifacts. Reviving it would require procuring several special materials. Fortunately, such materials were readily available within the forging district. Lu Xian spent over 20 spirit stones to gather everything he needed, carried his supplies into the refining chamber, closed the door, and began his work. The mid to low-grade artifacts were repaired swiftly, one after another. Connecting spiritual energy circuits, polishing surfaces, and recharging cores. Each step was second nature to him. The high-grade fire tribute flying sword required slightly more time, but since its foundation remained intact, the restoration process was hardly strenuous. Within less than 2 hours, all the accumulated old artifacts were fully restored, lined up neatly on the workbench, their spiritual lights shimmering softly. Then came the main event. Lu Xian picked up the chi-pattern spirit-locking pillar. The dim metallic surface was illuminated by the earthly fire, casting a faint reddish glow, while the dragon motifs etched upon it appeared blurred yet potent. After softening it in the fire and probing within with his spiritual energy, he discovered that more than half of the spiritual pathways were severed, and the core had fallen completely dormant. Damage this severe is beyond the capability of ordinary craftsmen. Only I could restore it. Xuan regulated his breathing for a moment before resuming. He meticulously guided his spiritual energy along the fractured lines, repeatedly adjusting the temperature until he found the perfect thermal balance. After expending more than half of his spiritual reserves, the pillar's dull exterior faded, revealing an underlying dark silver hue. The next step was to awaken its spiritual consciousness. Yet he had clearly underestimated the difficulty of restoring a top-grade artifact. The forge's flames burned throughout the entire night, subjecting the pillar to countless cycles of refinement. Only when the eastern horizon began to pale with dawn did the spirit-locking pillar emit a faint hum, and the very tip of the dragon motif finally ignite with a sliver of light. A surge of joy rose in Xuan's heart as he continuously channeled spiritual energy to bridge the patterns, causing segments of luminous light to flare up in succession. After enduring another full hour, more than half of the dragon motifs blazed brightly. His spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and he reached the final critical juncture. Success or failure hinges on this single strike. He poured all his remaining spiritual energy into the core. The pillar trembled violently, and the spiritual energy within the refining chamber surged suddenly. A phantom silhouette of a golden dragon shot toward the ceiling, only to dissipate in an instant. The dragon motifs erupted with a dusky golden radiance, illuminating the entire refining chamber, while a faint draconic pressure lingered in the air. Had the chamber not been shielded by surrounding formations, this extraordinary phenomenon would have been reported far and wide. As the light faded, the pillar stood pristine and whole, brimming with spiritual energy, and a vague dragon shadow could be seen gliding within its depths. Gripping it in his hand, and feeling the gentle warmth of its spiritual energy, Xuan exhaled deeply. Yubao Pavilion finally possesses a treasure worthy of anchoring our shop. He had gone an entire night without sleep, but he had no intention of returning to catch up on rest. Having reached the later stage of chi refinement, his spiritual energy was abundant, and missing a single night's slumber posed no problem whatsoever. On the contrary, the thrill of just having restored a top-grade artifact kept him exceptionally alert and energetic. Walking along the market streets toward the eastern district, he spotted Yuru's stall already open from a distance. Beside the steaming cooking pots, a middle-aged woman was carrying bowls of noodles to customers. Yuru stood behind the stove, lifting noodles from the pot. Glancing up and spotting him, the corners of her mouth curved slightly. "Up so early? Haven't eaten yet, have you?" "Not yet." "A bowl of noodles with an extra portion of meat." Xuan found an empty seat and sat down. When the noodles arrived, the broth was crystal clear, topped generously with spiritual mushrooms and sliced meat. He bowed his head and took several bites. As the steaming hot broth slid down his throat, more than half of the night's exhaustion melted away. Yuru was too busy attending to other customers to chat extensively, but during a brief lull, while he set down his bowl, she slipped a small dish of cold-tossed spiritual bamboo shoots in front of him. "Freshly made. Give it a taste." Xuan picked up a portion with his chopsticks. It was crisp, tender, and refreshing, with a spicy and sour flavor that stimulated the appetite. After finishing his noodles, seeing Yuru bustling about with relentless energy, he refrained from disturbing her further. He left a few loose spirit stones on the table and headed straight back to Yubao Pavilion. He had hardly had the chance to display the chi-pattern spirit-locking pillar and several high-grade artifacts when a customer unexpectedly walked in. Xuan instinctively turned around, a standard, courteous smile gracing his face. "Welcome to Yubao Pavilion, honored fellow cultivators. How may I assist you?" But before he could finish, his gaze faltered slightly. The young cultivator at the forefront was dressed in a magnificent purple-patterned brocade robe, his hair secured with a jade hairpin. His features were handsome, and his eyes concealed a trace of restrained arrogance. Could it be a direct disciple of the Tianyin sect, Chu Huayang? Several disciples of the Heavenly Yin sect followed behind him, their gazes sweeping over the mid-grade and low-grade artifacts on the shelves, clicking their tongues incessantly. They were clearly trailing Chu Huayang to watch the show and pick a quarrel. Bai Qianin stood by Chu Huayang's side, clad in a plain white gauze gown, radiant and captivating. Before Chu Huayang could speak, she caught sight of Xuan, her brows immediately softening into a warm smile, as she called out softly, "Brother Xuan, it's been a while." At the intimate address, Chu Huayang's face darkened instantly, and his spiritual energy grew colder. "Indeed, it has been a long time. Congratulations on your promotion to true disciple, junior sister." Xuan nodded gently at her, then turned to Chu Huayang with a broader smile. "Brother Chu, your visit honors my humble shop." Chu Huayang glanced around the store's decor with a faint smile. He turned to Bai Qianin and said with feigned emotion, "Junior sister, what did I tell you? Brother Lu left the sect to open a shop, and he's living quite comfortably." A tall, thin disciple immediately caught on and stepped forward with a sarcastic tone. "Brother Lu's shop isn't easy to run. Brother Chu came today specifically to support his business, but these artifacts in the shop are really not up to standard." He turned to Chu Huayang and urged, "Brother Chu, your old acquaintances after all. Why not pick one to help Brother Lu out?" Chu Huayang's gaze swept over the counter indifferently, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly as he remained silent. The tall disciple struck again, insinuating, "Look at Brother Chu's expression, he probably can't even see any worth in them, right? That's only natural. You're a foundation establishment true disciple of the Heavenly Yin sect. Every artifact you carry is a masterpiece. These makeshift items for rogue cultivators are hardly worthy of your attention." He deliberately glanced at Bai Qianyin, his implication plain. Lu Xian, having left the Heavenly Yin sect, was still a worthless nobody. Only a prodigy like Chu Huayang was worthy of her. Bai Qianyin's delicate brows knitted slightly, a trace of worry on her face. Leaning against the counter, Lu Xian listened quietly throughout, his face always wearing a faint polite smile showing no anger. Only after they finished did he slowly speak. "It's only natural that these ordinary artifacts can't catch the eye of a true disciple of the Heavenly Yin sect." He straightened up, changed his tone, and said with continued enthusiasm, "But I just received a few decent pieces today. Given Brother Chu's status, I think they'll be to your liking. Right, Brother Chu?" Chu Huayang glanced sidelong at Bai Qianyin beside him, gave a light snort, and said arrogantly, "If the artifacts are good, I'll certainly support your business today." "Then Brother Chu must take a good look." Lu Xian nodded and placed several artifacts on the counter: the Radiant Harmony Companion Pendant, the Flowing Wind Shadow Fan, and a Fire-type Flying Sword. 3 high-grade artifacts, their spiritual light, full and quality excellent, stood out strikingly when placed together. Then he took out the Qi pattern binding pillar and set it in the most prominent spot at the center of the counter. As the dark silver pillar appeared, an overwhelming dense spiritual energy instantly overpowered the other artifacts, and a faint dragon might permeated the entire room. The unique aura of a supreme-grade artifact radiated forth. Chu Huayang's composure froze instantly, his eyes locked onto the binding pillar. The inner disciples behind him fell silent, the tall, thin one who had been so glib, gaping, unable to utter a word. Bai Qianyin also lifted her gaze, lingering on the binding pillar for a moment before quietly turning to Lu Xian, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. As if unaware of the crowd's shock, Lu Xian leisurely introduced each piece. "This Flowing Wind Shadow Fan offers both offense and defense, giving you an edge in battles of the same rank. This Radiant Harmony Companion Pendant carries a protective spiritual light that will automatically shield you if ambushed. This Fire-type Flying Sword has explosive power and can be used immediately upon acquisition. As for this," he pointed to the Qi pattern binding pillar at the center and said calmly, "It is a rare supreme-grade binding artifact forged by a master artifact refiner from 10,000 years star marrow gold. There is no second like it in the entire Qingyun market." Having finished his introduction, he looked up at Chu Huayang. "All the good items are here. Does Brother Chu fancy any?" Chu Huayang's gaze paused on the Qi pattern binding pillar for an instant, his fingers slightly rising, as if to point at it. Lu Xian promptly quoted the price. "Brother Chu has excellent taste. The Qi pattern binding pillar costs only 3,200 spirit stones." Chu Huayang's fingers froze mid-air, his heart tightening. He withdrew his hand calmly, turning it toward the Flowing Wind Shadow Fan nearby, pretending he had been interested in the fan all along. Though he was a foundation establishment true disciple of the Heavenly Yin sect, receiving a monthly stipend of 100 spirit stones, and with sect elixirs and mission resources flowing in, the vast majority of his resources were poured into cultivation, leaving him with little spare cash. Moreover, he specialized in offensive sword arts, pursuing ultimate combat power. A support artifact costing over 3,000 spirit stones wasn't worth the purchase. Lu Xian read his expression, completely picked up the fan, and flattered him with words that were both praise and subtle provocation. "Brother Chu's eye is truly impeccable. This Flowing Wind Shadow Fan seems tailor-made for you." He opened and closed the fan, smiling lightly. Imagine the scene. A true disciple of the Heavenly Yin sect in brocade robes and a jade crown, riding a flying sword through the clouds, lightly waving this fan, peerlessly elegant, the center of attention wherever you go. He added, "Besides, Brother Chu practices the Kanglan flying cloud technique. This Flowing Wind Shadow Fan perfectly complements your cultivation method. Most importantly, the fan costs only 550 spirit stones. With Brother Chu's wealth, you probably won't even bat an eye." As his words fell, all the Heavenly Yin sect disciples in the shop fixed their gazes on Chu Huayang, waiting in silence for his response. The tall, thin disciple who had mocked the most was now speechless, standing awkwardly aside, daring not to speak again. Bai Qianyin glanced at the fan, then at Lu Xian, the corners of her lips lifting slightly, but she said nothing. In the midst of the silence, Lu Xian spoke again, his tone both sincere and generous. "If Brother Chu finds it too expensive, given that we were once fellow disciples, I forego any profit. I'll let you have it at cost price. 500 spirit stones, just a small token of my regard." His words were polite, but anyone with eyes could see he was deliberate. 500 spirit stones for a high-grade flying sword was reasonable in the market, but this was a fan. Chu Huayang had spoken boldly before everyone. "If the artifacts are good, I must support Brother Lu's business today." Now Lu Xian had placed a genuine high-grade artifact before him at a fair price. If he didn't buy it, he would confirm the reputation of being reluctant to spend spirit stones. Chu Huayang's face grew darker, trapped in a dilemma before by Qianin. Buy 500 spirit stones was a painful expense. Not buy. His earlier words would become a joke. Just as the tension was about to snap, Bai Qianin suddenly spoke. I think this fan really suits Brother Chu's temperament. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, her tone calm, as if she had simply stated a fact. Chu Huayang's expression instantly thawed like ice in spring. He turned to Bai Qianin, a smile back on his face. Since junior sister thinks so too, then I as your senior brother must take it. He turned to Lu Xian and said, 550 it is. As your senior brother, I can't let you suffer a loss. With that, he counted out 550 spirit stones from his storage pouch and pushed them over without a single one missing. Congratulations, host, on completing the transaction. Transaction amount, 550 spirit stones. Reward cultivation, 550. Reward 100 treasures, scroll 1. Lu Xian received the spirit stones, his heart brimming with joy. This fan could indeed sell for 500 to a suitable buyer. If not, he could have let it go for over 400. He hadn't expected a fat sheep to be delivered to his doorstep today. He smiled as he put away the spirit stones. Thank you for your patronage, Brother Chu. Truly you are the pride of our heavenly yin sect. Magnanimous. With that, he turned his eyes and asked, would Brother Chu like to look at anything else? Chu Huayang almost gritted his teeth. No need. Lu Xian looked at the inner disciples behind him. What about you all? Since you're here, why not take a look? I'll give you all a discount. They quickly waved their hands. No, we have artifacts. We don't need any extras. Anyone could see that Chu Huayang had just been fleeced like a pig. Whoever took Lu Xian up on his offer would be the next fool. They weren't stupid. Lu Xian didn't press them. He smiled and withdrew his gaze. Just as he was about to see them out, Bai Qianin suddenly spoke. She pointed at the Radiant Harmony companion pendant on the counter and asked, her voice still cool and calm, how many spirit stones for this jade pendant? Lu Xian glanced at her. She hadn't been coaxed into speaking by Chu Huayang. She had genuinely taken a fancy to that jade pendant. After a moment's thought, he picked it up and handed it over. Junior sister, if you like it, simply take it. Chu Huayang's face darkened. He'd just been tricked out of 550 spirit stones, and now Lu Xian was offering to give Bai Qianin a top-grade magical artifact for free. The contrast was almost painfully sharp. But Bai Qianin shook her head. Brother Lu Xian, you've worked hard to open this shop. Besides, I can certainly afford these spirit stones. She met Lu Xian's gaze without hesitation. Name your price. Lu Xian paused briefly. This Rosy Cloud's Harmony pendant, 700 spirit stones. He continued, the true value of this artifact lies in its innate protective ability. It automatically generates a shield of luminous aura the moment you're attacked enough to withstand a single strike from a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Top-grade artifacts with passive defense capabilities are exceedingly rare on the market. Wielded wisely, it's like gaining an extra life. Before Bai Qianin could respond, the inner disciples behind her were already showing signs of envy. A passive defense that could survive a Foundation Establishment cultivator strike. While loose cultivators might find such an artifact beyond their means, to disciples of a sect, it was pure survival insurance. As for Chu Huayang, the fan in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Hearing this, Bai Qianin smiled. A faint smile, but one that rarely brought warmth to her otherwise cold features. 700 spirit stones is too low, Brother Lu Xian. You'll be losing money on this. She pulled out spirit stones from her storage bag, then set a small bronze furnace on the counter. I came by this alchemy furnace by chance. The craftsmanship is decent, though I have no use for it. Consider it a bonus. She didn't give him time to refuse, pocketing the jade pendant and turning to leave. Chu Huayang stared for a moment before hurrying after her, and the inner disciples quickly followed, leaving the once bustling shop suddenly empty. Senior Brother Chu, distinguished fellow disciples, welcome back next time. Special discounts for all of you. Lu Xian saw them off warmly before returning to his counter and glancing down at the bronze furnace on the desk. This girl reminded him of the one who used to crouch in the corner, gnawing on steamed buns, stubborn, refusing to owe anyone favors, always quick to reciprocate. The mid-grade alchemy furnace was in excellent condition, so after a quick wipe, Lu Xian placed it in the counter cabinet. Meanwhile, the chi-pattern spirit-locking pillar and the fire tribute flying sword remained out on display. Both were positioned where they'd catch the eye. The pillar's dark silver surface catching the morning light, its dragon patterns emerging subtly, exuding a quiet authority that commanded the room without ostentation. Even without channeling spiritual energy, the top-grade artifact's presence alone transformed the shop's atmosphere. Beside it, the upper-grade fire sword glowed crimson, its blade shimmering with flickering flames. With the mid to low-grade artifacts neatly arranged alongside them, their spiritual auras ranging from faint to vivid, the entire Yu Bao Zhai had been transformed from its former cramped appearance into something far more impressive. Lu Xian grew increasingly pleased with what he saw. He returned to his reclining chair behind the counter, poured himself tea, and leaned back to watch the passers-by outside waiting for customers to arrive. His next visitor, however, surprised him. It was Lu Hongwan. Hey, you're doing well lately with all these magical artifacts. Lu Hongwan stepped in with a casual browsing air, her eyes sweeping across the counter. She nodded approvingly at the mid to low grade artifacts, then paused when her gaze landed on the upper grade flying swords. When she spotted the dark silver chi patterned spirit locking pillar at the center of the counter, she froze completely. She closed the distance in 3 quick strides, leaning over the counter to study the pillar. She looked up at Lu Xian, then back down at the artifact, mouth opening and closing before finally managing. This is a top-grade magical artifact. You struck it rich. You really haven't seen much of the world, have you? Keep your composure, Lu Xian said, taking a sip from his teacup. I can't stay composed like that. Lu Hongwan leaned on the counter, her eyes locked onto the chi-patterned spirit-locking pillar. A top-grade artifact. I don't know if I'll ever own one in my lifetime. She swallowed hard, unable to look away, then joked. Senior brother Lu, or should I say shopkeeper Lu? How about you take care of me? Then I won't need to suffer through cultivation anymore. Lu Xian chuckled, lifting his teacup. Would you really give up on the Luoxia sect? Or do you think they'd let a prodigy like you walk away? He wasn't just flattering her. Lu Hongwan had already reached the 6th layer of chi condensation at just over 20. A remarkable talent that might not stand out at Tianyin sect, but among the mid-tier sects like Luoxia, she was already considered exceptional, likely being groomed as a core disciple for foundation establishment. Despite her careless, joking manner, her cultivation foundation had been steadily advancing all along. Hearing this, Lu Hongwan immediately perked up. She straightened her posture, hands on her hips, chin held high above the counter. You're right. I'm a genius. I'll own a top-grade artifact like this sooner or later. All right, genius. Let's get down to business. Lu Xian set down his teacup. You didn't come all this way just to buy my shop's crown jewel, did you? Of course not. Lu Hongwan's playful expression faded as she withdrew 2 items from her storage bag and placed them on the counter. A short blade and a sealed container of spiritual herbs. I fetched these from a small secret realm on the outskirts of Luoxia sect, she explained, sliding them toward Lu Xian. Appraise them for me, and if the price is right, I'll sell them directly to you. Lu Xian examined the short blade carefully. Xuan blade, a mid-grade magical artifact. The blade is in pristine condition with excellent craftsmanship. I can offer 70 spirit stones for it. He then opened the jade box to inspect the spiritual herbs. Century-old Yuan cultivating ginseng. The roots and stems are intact. This is specifically used for refining Yuan cultivating pills. 30 spirit stones. Lu Hongwan's eyes widened instantly. I won't question the price for the Xuan blade, but only 30 for this century-old Yuan cultivating ginseng. Don't think I don't know. When Lin Xiaochan sold you a century-old vermilion fruit, you paid 80 spirit stones. That's clear favoritism. Favoritism? Lu Xian retorted sharply. Don't you know what a vermilion fruit is? Both are century-old, but the vermilion fruit is a high-grade spiritual material, while yours is merely ordinary low-grade herbs. 30 spirit stones is already a friend's discount. The price is far too low, good brother. As they say, strangers become friends through repeated encounters, and this is already our 3rd transaction. Could you at least raise the price a bit? Lu Hongwan tugged at Lu Xian's arm, her voice dripping with coquettish charm. I clearly only came back once. Don't spread nonsense. Lu Xian maintained an innocent expression as if wronged. Lu Hongwan paused for a moment before understanding what he meant by only came back once. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her ears burning as she bit her lip and glared at him. Give me that. I can tell you're just trying to find an excuse to treat me to a meal. Lu Xian shrugged and spread his hands. I didn't say that. But if I can eat. He deliberately paused, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. Then, that's a different price. Seeing his teasing expression, Lu Hongwan really wanted to bite him. Fine. I'll treat you to a meal, all right. His goal achieved, Lu Xian gave a light cough and relented. Since you're being so generous, I won't be stingy either. I'll add 10 more spirit stones for you. Lu Hongwan immediately beamed with joy. Thank you, brother Lu. Now, or in the evening. In the evening. It would be unlucky to close the shop right after opening. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair. You go back to your business first. Come back after dark. All right, give me the spirit stones first. I have some personal errands to run, and I'll come find you in the evening. Lu Hongwan directly reached out her hand to ask for the spirit stones. Lu Xian was very straightforward and took out the exact number of spirit stones and handed them to her. Congratulations to the host for completing the transaction. Transaction amount 110 spirit stones, obtained rebate cultivation 110. Reward 100 treasures, scroll 2. After putting away the spirit stones, Lu Hongwan strode lightly out of the shop. Women, they always distract me from making money. Lu Xian picked up his teacup, took a sip, calmed his mind, and continued attending the shop. Not long after Lu Hongwan left, a new customer arrived at the shop. The visitor was a young rogue cultivator who cut straight to the chase upon entering, asking specifically to buy dew condensing herb. Lu Xian's price was fair, and the other party didn't haggle at all, buying 5 spirit herbs for 7 spirit stones. Low-grade spirit herbs themselves had meager profits, but Lu Xian accepted all comers. What he was after was never these few spirit stones, but the 100 treasure scrolls attached to each transaction. Congratulations to the host for completing the transaction. Transaction amount 7 spirit stones, obtained rebate cultivation 7. Reward 100 treasures, scroll 1. He was overjoyed in his heart. With this scroll in hand, he had exactly 20 of them. Just enough to exchange for a new appraisal technique. He had been eyeing the pill appraisal technique for a long time. He flipped to the pill appraisal technique section in the system mall and exchanged directly. Consumed 100 treasures, scrolls 20. Pill appraisal technique has been activated. Infusing experience. A massive amount of information flooded into his mind faster and more precise than the previous 2 times. Various criteria for judging pill quality, identification of authenticity. The information was vast, yet clearly organized. Xuan closed his eyes and sat quietly for a moment, fully digesting the inheritance and thoroughly mastering the pill appraisal technique. However, he was not in a hurry to take on pill appraisal business. Pills were different from spirit herbs and second-hand magical artifacts. Ordinary rogue cultivators were simply unable to refine them. To make this business sustainable in the long run, he had to get to know alchemists who could provide a stable supply. Afterwards, a few rogue cultivators came into the shop to browse. Most of them took a look and left except for one person who paused in front of a low-grade magical sword and took a second glance. Xuan quoted 45 spirit stones. The rogue cultivator hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, took out the spirit stones, and left with the sword. The deal was small, but it was still income. Xuan sat back behind the counter, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Time passed quickly, and soon it was afternoon. The shop door was pushed open again, and a middle-aged cultivator walked in. This person had a disheveled top knot, wore a grayish-blue robe, and had several scorch marks on his sleeves. Although his attire was ordinary, Xuan could tell at a glance that he was well off. A faint scent of medicinal herbs lingered around him, and combined with the burn marks on his sleeves, it was not hard to guess his identity. Taoist friend, you honor the treasure pavilion. Feel free to tell me if anything catches your eye. Xuan greeted him warmly. The middle-aged cultivator did not beat around the bush and asked directly, "The notice outside says you have red heart fruit in your shop." "Indeed, they are freshly picked. Please take a look, Taoist friend." Xuan immediately took out the jade box containing the red heart fruits. Huangtai picked up one, carefully examined its quality, brought it close to his nose to sniff, and his eyes immediately lit up. "Shopkeeper, how much are these red heart fruits?" 50 years old, excellent condition, 8 spirit stones each. Xuan noticed that when he handled the spirit herb, he deliberately avoided the fragile roots. His technique was skilled. He casually asked, "Taoist friend must be an alchemist." "The shopkeeper has good eyes." Huangtai smiled and introduced himself. "I am Huangtai, a beginner alchemist. Lately I've been refining pills and urgently need red heart fruits as auxiliary ingredients. I've been to several shops but couldn't find any of high quality. I didn't expect to find them here." Having said that, he directly took out spirit stones. "I'll buy all 5. Xuan put away the spirit stones, carefully packed the red heart fruits into the jade box, and handed it over. Huangtai took the jade box, casually swept his gaze across the counter, and his eyes suddenly fixed on the small bronze alchemy furnace. That was the extra item left by Qianin just now. Huangtai's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously leaned forward. "Shopkeeper, this alchemy furnace. It's an item just acquired. Are you interested, Taoist friend?" Xuan noticed the other's unusual reaction. "May I take a closer look?" Xuan nodded in agreement, took out the alchemy furnace, and handed it over. Huangtai carefully took the furnace and examined it thoroughly, turning it over and over. He first slowly traced the patterns on the furnace wall, then leaned in to smell the mouth of the furnace deeply. His expression grew increasingly eager. "This cauldron is of excellent quality. The walls are even in thickness, and the inner wall bears the marks of years of fire tempering. It is by no means a new furnace. It has already nurtured a gentle fire nature. A new furnace is unstable in controlling fire and easily explodes. A furnace that has been tempered like this can be used for alchemy right away." Huangtai grew more fond of it the longer he looked, and quickly made a decision. "Shopkeeper, name your price." Xuan glanced at the furnace, a bit surprised. The extra item left by Qianin had actually caught someone's eye as soon as it entered the shop. He smiled slightly and quoted a price. 120 spirit stones. "As you can see, Taoist friend, this furnace is made of superior material. You can use it directly without any warming up." Huangtai was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, then gritted his teeth. "All right, I'll take this furnace." Huangtai was quick to decide on the cauldron, but when it came to taking out the spirit stones, his movements slowed down noticeably. He touched his storage pouch, his fingers pausing at the opening, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Shopkeeper, to be honest, I've just arrived at the Qinyan market, and I'm a bit short on funds lately. I've spent all my remaining money on materials for refining rejuvenation pills. This furnace." He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. He wanted the furnace, but couldn't afford the spirit stones for now. Xuan did not rush to respond. Instead, he sized him up. Having just arrived at Qinyan market not long ago, he was eager to refine rejuvenation pills to make a name for himself, yet he couldn't even scrape together the spirit stones to buy a furnace. This showed that this person was truly focused on alchemy, neglecting to cultivate connections and resources. Such people usually fall into two categories: either they have real skills and will eventually stand out, or they are all talk and no substance. However, his technique in examining the cauldron and his action of avoiding the roots when handling the spirit herb did not seem like those of a novice. Daoist Huang, you haven't formed a partnership with any shop yet, have you? Lu Xian added. I mean a long-term supply cooperation. Huang Tai was taken aback, then nodded. I'm new here and haven't had time to deal with any shops yet. Then it's easy. Lu Xian sat up straight. Take this furnace first. No rush on the spirit stones. You can pay me back later with pills. But I have a condition. Huang Tai looked up at him. What conditions? Become the exclusive alchemist of our Yu Baozhai. From now on, the pills you refine will be supplied to Yu Baozhai first. Upon hearing Lu Xian's conditions, Huang Tai's expression wavered. Being an exclusive alchemist meant binding his own output to a single shop. If that shop's business faltered, his pills would have no market. Lu Xian perceived his hesitation and casually pointed a finger toward the center of the counter. In the realm of artifacts, there are few in Qingyun market who can rival me. Huang Tai followed the direction of his gesture. The dark silver chi-patterned spirit-locking pillar stood quietly at the center of the counter, its spiritual energy restrained, yet commanding the space. His pupils contracted. An artifact of supreme quality. This was not something an ordinary shop could display. He had been so focused on the spiritual herbs earlier that he had overlooked it entirely. Lu Xian continued. Although our Yu Baozhai's pill business is just starting, rest assured, I will prioritize its promotion. Moreover, once you sign with Yu Baozhai, the purchase price for your pills will be 10% higher than that of other shops. He paused, struck by an ingenious idea. If you advance to an intermediate alchemist, the premium becomes 20%. And if you reach the advanced level, the premium will be 30%. A flicker of brightness clearly crossed Huang Tai's eyes. A 10% premium on pills meant a tangible increase in income for an alchemist, not to mention the potential for further accumulation upon advancement. Additionally, you only need to ask for the spiritual herbs you require, and Yu Baozhai will provide them at cost. Even if something is temporarily unavailable, I have dedicated rogue cultivators to procure it. Lu Xian paused. You just focus on refining pills, I'll handle the raw materials and sales. As Huang Tai was hesitating, a rogue cultivator suddenly walked in through the door. Dust-covered and weary with soil and grass blades clinging to his dharma robe, the man carried a bundle of freshly dug spiritual herbs, the roots still damp with mud. Shopkeeper, I heard you're buying spiritual herbs. Word has spread in the mountains that Yu Baozhai offers good prices, so I made a detour to come here. Lu Xian took the herbs and glanced at them. Fine quality, intact roots, and sufficient maturity. He nodded. 9 dew-gathering herbs and 2 silver silk flowers. Good condition, no damage. I'll give you 20 spirit stones for the lot. The rogue cultivator's eyes lit up. Deal. Thank you, shopkeeper. His hands trembled as he received the spirit stones, and after repeatedly expressing his gratitude, he hurried away. Lu Xian put away the money and turned to Huang Tai. Fellow Taoist Huang, what do you think? Huang Tai fell silent for a moment, as if weighing something. His gaze shifted from the chi-patterned spirit-locking pillar on the counter to the receding figure of the rogue cultivator at the door, then back to Lu Xian's face. The price Yu Baozhai had offered for the rogue cultivator's herbs was clearly higher than elsewhere. In a certain sense, this was enough to win the hearts of rogue cultivators. After a moment of thought, Lu Xian added another point. If fellow Taoist Huang is worried about slow payment, I will directly purchase the pills you refine without needing to put them on the shelf and wait for sales to settle. Upon hearing this, Huang Tai suddenly lost his composure. The main reason for his hesitation had been this very concern. Most shops cooperating with alchemists would take the pills for display, settling accounts only after they were sold. Although the price might be slightly higher than the market rate, it was common for payments to be delayed by 10 days or half a month. If luck was poor and the pills were slow-moving, it could take months to receive the spirit stones. Alchemists relied on pill refining for their livelihood. Slow payments meant they couldn't even turn over the capital for the next batch of materials. That was why he had never dared to sign a binding contract with any shop. But Lu Xian's conditions were different. Premium purchase, cost price, raw materials, immediate payment, and a guaranteed promise of direct acquisition without the need for consignment. Such terms were too tempting. One couldn't find a second offer like this in the entire Qingyun market. Huang Tai ran through these conditions in his mind, then raised his eyes to Lu Xian. Shopkeeper, everything you said. Is it all valid? In black and white written into the contract. Huang Tai hesitated no longer. Deal. I'll take the position of exclusive alchemist. I'll take the cauldron now, or once I refine the rejuvenation pill, I'll sell it directly to you. Lu Xian nodded, reached under the counter for a blank sheet of spirit paper, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write. He listed each clause clearly: premium ratio, cost price, raw materials, profit-sharing method, and priority supply of pills. After writing, he blew on the ink to dry it and handed it to Huang Tai. Since we're cooperating, let's put it in black and white for both our peace of mind. Huang Tai took it and read it carefully. Every clause was distinct with no room for ambiguity. After finishing, he did not hesitate. He took out a personal seal from his storage pouch and stamped it neatly on the paper. Lu Xian glanced at the contract, folded it, and stored it in his pouch. He pushed the cauldron over. Take it. I'll await word of your rejuvenation pill. The rejuvenation pill was a highly sought-after elixir for chi refining cultivators. It could rapidly restore spiritual energy. As long as Huang Tai could refine it, there would be no worry about sales. Huang Tai took the cauldron, turned, and walked to the door, then suddenly stopped. Without looking back, he asked over his shoulder, "Shopkeeper Lu, aren't you afraid I might be a fraud who can't actually refine pills?" Lu Xian leaned back in his chair and picked up his teacup. Investment always involves some risk. What if my judgment turns out to be right? Huang Tai broke into a smile. Rest assured, Shopkeeper Lu. When I Huang take on a commission, I never cut corners. With that, he left cauldron in hand. I need to find a way to sign more alchemists. One is not enough. Watching Huang Tai depart, Lu Xian stroked his chin, beginning to scheme. With more alchemists, the pill business could truly expand and flourish. As he was pondering this, the doorway suddenly darkened. Two cultivators in standard market Dharma robes stood at the entrance with enforcement squad tokens hanging at their waists. One was tall, the other short, and their expressions were still courteous. Lu Xian recognized the tall one with the square face, the same man who had taken Chen Han away last time. He had a rough idea of the situation and put down his teacup. "Fellow Taoist, won't you come in and sit?" "No need. Just a few words and we'll be off." The square-faced man stood at the door without entering, his tone official. "Shopkeeper Lu, the case of Chen Han has been concluded. He admitted to using counterfeit goods to swindle. According to market rules, he was fined spirit stones and expelled from Xingyun market, never to return." Lu Xian nodded. "Is that all?" "That's all." The square-faced man paused. As for whether someone was behind him, he didn't confess. "We investigated, but found no evidence." Lu Xian leaned against the counter, his face expressionless, but his mind was as clear as a mirror. When Chen Han was caught, he had cried out for Jin Sihai to save him, and the enforcement squad was present. There was no way they hadn't heard that cry. Yet now the words, "no evidence," from the enforcement squad made the situation crystal clear. Jin Sihai had pulled strings behind the scenes. Either he had spent spirit stones to grease palms, or he had found someone to pass a message making the matter stop here. The enforcement squad could not find results. Or rather, they could not find results. "All right, I understand." Lu Xian nodded, his tone calm. "Thank you both for coming all this way." The square-faced man gave him another look, but Lu Xian's expression remained unchanged. He did not linger. After saying, "We'll be in touch if anything comes up," he turned and left. After they were gone, Lu Xian stood at the door watching the direction they had taken for a few moments, then returned to sit behind the counter, his expression darkening. Lu Xian was not surprised by this outcome. After all, the enforcement team would never offend the Jubao Pavilion for the sake of a small shopkeeper. Jin Sihai had operated in Xingyun market for many years, so naturally his relationship with the enforcement team was far deeper than that of a new shopkeeper who had only been open for half a year. The perfunctory nature of this explanation was well within expectations. Lu Xian poured himself a cup of tea, gazing at the floating tea leaves as he turned the matter over in his mind. Jin Sihai could bribe the enforcement team with spirit stones once, and he would do it again. From now on, whenever there was a conflict between him and Jin Sihai, the enforcement team would likely turn a blind eye. Unless he had irrefutable evidence to directly nail Jin Sihai, relying on the enforcement team alone was a dead end. To stand firm in the market in the future, he needed not others' explanations, but his own strength. Strength is the ultimate background. I must accelerate and improve my cultivation. Qi refining 7th layer, too weak. Yet despite these words, business could not be rushed. The reputation of Yu Bao Zhai had gradually spread among the rogue cultivators in the market. Customers were slowly increasing, but it was far from bustling. Between the afternoon and evening, a few more transactions came in. First, 2 rogue cultivators entered one after another, each carrying old magical artifacts. The quality was mediocre, but the foundations were still intact, and after repairs they could be resold. Lu Xian appraised them one by one and offered 35 spirit stones for both. Then came 3 rogue cultivators who dug spirit herbs carrying small wooden tokens from Yu Bao Zhai, clearly customers cultivated by Huang Xiaoqi. Lu Xian examined them one by one. The quality was uneven, but they were all genuine spirit herbs, none of inferior quality mixed in. He paid according to the quality, and the 3 cultivators left happily with their spirit stones. The total income from these transactions was not substantial. The cultivation return amounted to only 50 or 60 points, but he had accumulated 4 by Bao scrolls. As dusk fell, the market lanterns lit up one after another. Lu Xian was about to close the shop, but just as he had half closed the door, a foot firmly pressed against it from outside. Lu Hongwan rushed in briskly and closed the door behind her. "How can you close the shop before I even arrive?" She leaned against the counter, pulled something out of her storage pouch, and slapped it onto the table, a hint of pride in her eyes. "Look at this good find, from a spirit chance box. 10 spirit stones for 1 draw. I gave it a try and hit this directly. It turned out to be a protective wristband, a low-grade magical artifact." Having spent only 10 spirit stones, she had already made a huge profit. Lu Xian picked it up, examined it for a moment, confirmed it was a genuine artifact, and handed it back. "Lucky draw, but you dare to dabble in such speculative tricks as the spirit chance box." The The so-called spirit chance box was the blind box of the cultivation world. Merchants sealed a pile of worthless trinkets into forbidden wooden boxes, making it impossible to probe with divine sense, and mixed in a few magical artifacts for pure luck-based draws. I'm not foolish. Lu Hongwan put away the wristband, leaned against the counter, and spoke with seasoned insight. I waited by the stall for an entire afternoon before making my move. Of 10 people who opened boxes, 8 lost money, at most 1 or 2 broke even. Many rogue cultivators got carried away and impulsively spent spirit stones only to regret it immediately. Her tone carried a shrewd understanding of the game. I deliberately waited until most people had drawn once, and then I went for the remaining 2 boxes. Lu Xian chuckled. You've certainly calculated well. Of course, when have I ever been at a loss? No wonder you always come to take advantage of me. Lu Hongwan lifted her chin, speaking with justified confidence. How is that the same? You're one of my own. What's wrong with asking for a little benefit? One of your own, eh? Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment, a meaningful curve on his lips. My understanding of you is far from sufficient. Lu Hongwan felt her heart skip a beat under his gaze, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she stepped forward and leaned down. With only half a counter between them, her bright eyes stared straight at him, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. So, shopkeeper Lu, how exactly do you wish to understand me better? Lu Xian looked at her face, so close, catching the faint fragrance of her scent. He said nothing more. Rising to his feet, he reached around the counter and lifted her directly into his arms. I want to understand you right now, thoroughly from the outside in. Caught off guard, Lu Hongwan was swept into the air and let out a startled cry. Why are you so impatient? I haven't even eaten yet. Lu Xian carried her toward the backyard, his steps unhurried, his voice laced with amusement. Don't worry, I'll fill you up soon. Lu Hongwan struggled in his arms, but the force was light, more symbolic than real. She tilted her head to look at his profile, said nothing more, and simply buried her face into the crook of his shoulder, muttering something softly under her breath. What did you say? Lu Xian kicked the door open and glanced down at her. Just once. Don't torment me like last time. Lu Hongwan looked up at him, reminding him. The memory of last time's ordeal was still vivid. So it wasn't my imagination. My cultivation really has changed. A surge of joy welled up in her heart. She clearly remembered that after her last visit to Lu Xian during closed-door cultivation, she had felt her spiritual energy flow much more smoothly. At the time, she thought it was her imagination, but now that she felt it so tangibly, she confirmed it was no coincidence. Her thoughts then turned to Lin Xiaochang. That little wretch had been flaunting her greatly improved cultivation not long ago. At the time, Lu Hongwan had wondered where that girl had gotten so many spirit stones to buy pills. Now all the clues came together, and she finally realized belatedly. The secret was all right here. That little wretch had been enjoying it all alone, without sharing. Just this brief exchange and cultivation experience had saved her at least several days of hard work. If this lasted the whole night, wouldn't it be equivalent to a month of bitter cultivation? Just as Lu Hongwan was nearly drooling with greed, Lu Xian also noticed her change. From being passive at first, she had become proactive. Especially the joy in her brows. Lu Xian naturally understood that his feedback had taken effect. After another small cycle of the technique, Lu Xian suddenly stopped. One round is over. You can leave now. Lu Hongwan was stunned, her mind still not fully recovered from the exhilaration of the spiritual energy flow. She felt the much purer spiritual energy within her and looked at him as if she hadn't expected him to actually stop. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly, Senior Brother Lu. I was joking. She moved closer, her fingers lightly tugging at his sleeve. Her eyes, sparkling in the dim light, carried a hint of coaxing, her voice soft and low. Can I take back what I said? Are you sure? Absolutely sure. My mind is crystal clear. A slight curve was suppressed at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth, but his tone feigned reluctance. Fine, you're the one who asked for it. It's not that I insisted on giving it to you. Don't later say I'm being unreasonable. Lu Hongwan quickly nodded. No regrets. No regrets. Tonight, Senior Brother Lu can do whatever he wants. Lu Xian chuckled. Such a kid, as if he couldn't handle him. He gazed into Lu Hongwan's bright, sparkling eyes, saying nothing more. His hand returned to her wrist, and his spiritual energy began circulating once more. What Lu Hongwan experienced next was a true case of joy turning to sorrow. Lu Xian kept at it the entire night, and she found herself utterly powerless to call a halt. Both her body and spirit underwent thorough tempering. When she finally opened her eyes the next morning, she felt as though her limbs no longer belonged to her. Though her cultivation had visibly condensed and strengthened, her body ached with an overwhelming soreness. The moment she tried to sit up, her legs buckled, and she nearly tumbled back onto the bed. Leaning on the bed frame, she steadied herself after a long while, then shot Lu Xian a furious glare. You? What you? Lu Xian was already fully dressed, wearing an innocent expression. You said it yourself. Once is enough. It was you who wouldn't let go. Lu Hongwan opened her mouth, then closed it, her face flushing crimson. After a long moment, she forced out through gritted teeth, Fine, you win. Just wait. I'll make you pay next time. She snatched her clothes and dressed hastily, then stomped out with teeth clenched. Watching her angry retreating figure, Lucien's lips curved upward slightly. Next time. His smile deepened. Next time you want it, you'll have to depend on my mood. After washing up, he returned to the front of the shop and officially opened for business. Hardly had he settled into his chair when a familiar figure appeared at the doorway. Lucien leaned back and glanced over. Oh, you're back already. Weren't you satisfied? Lu Hongwan froze mid-step, her teeth grinding in irritation. She shot him another sharp glare. Cut the nonsense. I brought this for you. She set an oil paper package on the counter, averting her gaze with a rigid tone. A new spirit food stall opened on the East Street. The spirit rice cake is quite good. I picked some up on my way. As if afraid he might misinterpret her intentions, she quickly added, I'm not doing it out of obligation or anything. It was literally on my way. Lucien glanced at the package but made no move to take it. So when Yuru's cooking truly was impressive, even Lu Hongwan couldn't resist. He looked up at her. What's this? Being unexpectedly generous. Lu Hongwan rolled her eyes. Don't want it. Fine, I'll eat it myself. She reached to take it back, but Lucien caught her wrist. Once it's given, there's no taking it back. He unwrapped the oil paper, revealing several steaming spirit rice cakes inside. The glutinous rice had been ground to an exquisite fineness, steamed with crushed spirit dates, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. He broke off a piece and placed it in his mouth. Soft, glutinous, and delicately sweet, the flavor was instantly familiar. Seeing him eat, Lu Hongwan hummed in satisfaction, then retrieved the bracelet from yesterday and placed it on the counter. By the way, sell this for me. Give me an appraisal. Lucien picked up the bracelet and looked at her. Such a pretty bracelet. Won't you keep it for yourself? It's merely a low-grade magical artifact. What's the point of looking nice? Lu Hongwan spoke casually. It's far more practical to exchange it for spirit stones. All right. Lucien pocketed the bracelet. 30 spirit stones. Lu Hongwan's eyes lit up. Now that's what I call fair. Give me the stones. Congratulations. Host completed a transaction. Sold for 30 spirit stones. Cultivation bonus 30. Reward 1 scroll from the 100 treasures collection. Lu Hongwan happily accepted the spirit stones from Lucien and turned to leave. I'm going now. At the doorway, she suddenly glanced back. Oh, by the way, next time I come, I'll bring you a surprise. What kind of surprise? If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise, would it? Lu Hongwan flashed him an exasperated look, then waved and departed. Lucien watched her figure disappear, then glanced down at the bracelet and spirit rice cake on the counter, shaking his head. Whatever surprise she had in mind, as long as it wasn't a shock, he'd be fine. He popped a piece of spirit rice cake into his mouth. Last night's intense session had depleted much of his energy and essence. It was the perfect thing to fill his stomach. He casually glanced at his panel. Overnight of dual cultivation had yielded over 70 points of cultivation improvement. Though Lu Hongwan's physique wasn't as outstanding as when Yuru's, her contribution exceeded even Humianiang's. When natural talent falls short, effort makes up the difference. That saying truly held truth. It hadn't been in vain that he'd labored through the night. The shop had barely been open when a rogue cultivator entered, bringing several stalks of qingling grass, still glistening with dew, claiming he'd rushed into the mountains overnight to harvest them. Qingling grass was the core ingredient for refining antidote pills, and these specimens were plump and potent. Lucien promptly offered 10 spirit stones for the entire batch. The rogue cultivator gratefully accepted the payment and hurried away. Hardly had he properly stored the herbs in a jade box when a familiar figure appeared at his doorway. Junior brother Chong, why are you lingering at the door? Come in. Lucien looked up and saw it was indeed Chong Wei. He immediately greeted him warmly. Chong Wei's expression was complicated. After a moment's hesitation, he finally stepped inside and called out softly, Senior brother Lu. Noticing his dejected demeanor, Lucien spoke gently. If you're facing difficulties, just say it. I'll help you sort things out. Never mind that for now. Chong Wei didn't respond directly and instead placed a storage bag on the counter. Senior brother, take a look. Lucien took the bag and extended a thread of divine sense. Inside were 15 neatly arranged second-hand magical artifacts, 3 of medium grade, the rest low grade. Setting the bag down, Lucien read the unspoken words on Chong Wei's face and guessed the rest. Impressive, junior brother. Bringing me such a large order. Chong Wei managed a bitter smile, his voice heavy. Senior brother Lu, this may well be the last time I help you collect magical artifacts. Lucien's brows furrowed. What do you mean, eh? Chong Wei hesitated briefly, then abandoned all pretense. Chu Huayang sent someone to warn me. Told me not to trade with you privately anymore. These items in the bag are the last batch I could scrape together. Lucien fell silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. No matter. The shop has steady customers now. You needn't burden yourself running around. Focus on your cultivation and seclusion instead. Don't worry about this side. There's more. A bitter smile touched Chong Wei's lips. The sect has assigned me a mission. I depart for Kangwu Mountain tomorrow at dawn to serve as a guarding disciple. Lucien's expression darkened instantly. The title of guarding disciple sounded respectable, but in reality, it was one of the most grueling assignments within the sect. Tianyan's sect would dispatch disciples to mundane cities and remote mines under the guise of defending territory, but in truth it was a form of relegation to the fringes. Trapped in barren mountains year after year, slaughtering demonic beasts that harassed common folk with meager resources and severely hindered cultivation progress, all while facing constant danger to one's life. This was clearly a move to push him out of the inner circle. Chang Wei had just broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining and was still new to the inner sect. He needed sect resources most to stabilize his foundation. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Chang Wei forced a light-hearted smile. Kangwu Mountain borders the Hengduan Mountains, teeming with wild spirit herbs and demonic beasts. There are plenty of opportunities. Perhaps after a year of worldly experience I'll break through to become a true disciple, and then I'll properly deal with Chu Huayang. Witnessing his forced cheerfulness, Lu Xian felt a heavy knot in his chest. He knew exactly why Chang Wei was being marginalized. It was purely because he had grown too close to Lu Xian, and Chu Huayang was taking revenge by targeting him. Don't overthink it, senior brother. An assignment might not be a bad thing. Chang Wei noticed Lu Xian's grim expression and quickly waved his hand to console him. The sect's internal strife and scheming are far less appealing than the freedom of the mountains. Over there beasts roam everywhere, and who knows, I might even stumble upon some rare spiritual materials. He paused, his eyes revealing a stubborn tenacity. Sooner or later I'll break through to become a true disciple and make Chu Huayang regret scheming against me like this today. Lu Xian raised his hand and patted his shoulder heavily. That's the spirit. When you return in a year, I'll go with you to settle the score with Chu Huayang. Chang Wei was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother, don't tease me. With my talent, becoming a true disciple is harder than reaching the heavens. As his words trailed off, his tone grew somewhat dejected. Saying I want to strive for true disciple is just venting a stubborn breath. I'm merely a qi refinement 7th layer. How could it be so easy? Lu Xian patted his shoulder. The path of cultivation has no fixed destiny. My fate has always been in my own hands, not heavens. Excellent line. My fate is in my own hands, not heavens. Chang Wei's eyes suddenly lit up, but he quickly waved his hand and changed the subject with a smile. Enough of these demoralizing words. Senior brother, settle the bill for this batch of artifacts first. I need to distribute them to the fellow disciples when I return. Lu Xian didn't rush to examine the artifacts. Instead, he first asked, how much did you spend to acquire this batch? Chang Wei gave a number. 427 spirit stones in total. A few pieces are badly damaged, and the fellow disciples didn't ask for spirit stones. They said they want to support your cause, so it cost nothing. The price was not high, similar to the usual market rate for his acquisitions, and even a bit lower. Lu Xian didn't say much after hearing this. He directly took a pile of spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. A thick stack was placed on the counter, shimmering with radiance. Chang Wei counted them, stunned, then looked up at Lu Xian. Senior brother, have you lost your mind? So many. You won't make a single coin. Lu Xian had actually given him a full 600 spirit stones. Whether I make a profit or not, I know in my heart. Lu Xian said calmly, pushing the spirit stones further toward him. You've helped me for so long. I won't make a profit on this batch. But Chang Wei was about to say something. Take it. Lu Xian's tone softened a bit. You're going to be stationed for a year. Having a few more spirit stones in hand is never a bad thing. Chang Wei put away the spirit stones without saying more, just nodded firmly. Thanks, senior brother. Cut the act. Lu Xian waved his hand and sat back down. All right, go back. Don't delay packing your luggage. You've supported my business for so long. This time I won't make a cent of profit. You'll need spirit stones for expenses everywhere in Kangwu Mountain. Take more for protection. Rest assured, my shop has plenty of customers. I'm not short of this little profit. Chang Wei didn't believe this explanation at all. Just as he was about to argue, Lu Xian directly interrupted. If you refuse to take it, then take all these artifacts away. Chang Wei took a deep breath and finally nodded, accepting the spirit stones. By the way, if you have time, I'll take you to Baiweiju for a spiritual meal to see you off. The large transaction was completed, and a system notification popped up simultaneously. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Transaction amount 600 spirit stones. Received rebate cultivation 600. Reward 1500 treasure scrolls. Not only did he receive a generous cultivation rebate, but the 100 treasure scrolls directly increased by 15. With many good items in the shop, he finally had the confidence to exchange. Let's skip Baiweiju. I'll set off early tomorrow morning. I'm leaving now, or I won't have time to pack. Afraid that talking further would cause him to lose his composure, Chang Wei turned to leave. Wait, I'm giving you a treasure. Lu Xian called out to stop him, bent down, and took out a crimson fire tribute high-grade flying sword from behind the counter. Take this with you. Chang Wei quickly waved his hand to decline. No, this flying sword is too precious. I absolutely cannot accept it. Even ordinary cultivators rarely obtained low-grade artifacts, let alone a high-grade flying sword like this. Selling himself wouldn't be enough to afford it. I have nothing else to give you. Lu Xian didn't mind pushing the sword forward. I remember you have a fire spiritual root. This flying sword matches you perfectly. When you encounter beasts outside, it will give you an extra layer of confidence for self-protection. Senior brother. Chang Wei still wanted to refuse, but Lu Xian reached out and pressed the sword's blade, preventing him from pushing it back. If you really feel sorry, just pay 1 spirit stone as a token. In the future, feel free to visit the shop whenever you have time. If you keep refusing, then we're not brothers anymore. Lu Xian's tone grew heavier, leaving no room for refusal. Chang Wei looked at him, his lips moving slightly. Finally, he silently took out a spirit stone from his storage pouch and placed it on the counter, then reached out to accept the crimson flying sword. The sword's body shimmered with spiritual light, heavy and sharp in hand, of excellent quality. His throat tightened slightly, 1,000 words stuck at his lips. Finally, he only gave a simple, honest smile. Thank you for the sword, senior brother. I'll be going now. Lu Xian stood behind the counter and nodded gently. When you return in a year, I'll treat you to all the dishes at Bai Wei Ju. As he reached the shop door, Chang Wei looked back. No need. When I return, I'll treat you. All right. Chang Wei pushed the door and left, disappearing in an instant. Lu Xian gazed at the empty doorway, then looked down at the solitary spirit stone on the counter. The deal was done, but he felt no joy at all. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Transaction amount 1 spirit stone. Received rebate cultivation 1. Reward 100 treasure scroll. Closing the system panel, Lu Xian quietly sat back behind the counter. He didn't make a new pot of tea or organize the spiritual herbs he had just collected. He just sat there in silence for a long while. Chang Wei was right. For a low-level inner disciple, without any background or support at Qi Refinement 7th layer, to become a true disciple within a year was as difficult as reaching the heavens. But that was only true for others. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, a hint of certainty flashing in his eyes. Chu Huayang, just wait. This debt won't take a year. He picked up the cold tea on the table, drained it in one gulp, and took up the storage pouch Chang Wei had left behind. Chang Wei had brought 15 artifacts, 3 of which were mid-grade. Although Lu Xian had given him 600 spirit stones, he hadn't lost anything at all. Not counting the cultivation rebate, once these artifacts were repaired, they could easily sell for 700 or 800 spirit stones. However, most of the artifacts had varying degrees of damage. He would need to make a trip to the artifact refining workshop before putting them on the shelves. Lu Xian stored them in his own storage pouch and casually pulled up the system panel to check the balance of 100 treasure scrolls. 25 scrolls. He had been saving for a while. It wasn't much, but it was enough to exchange for something. He didn't rush to exchange for talisman appraisal technique or other business skills. Chang Wei's matter had added another layer of concern. Chu Huayang cared about face and wouldn't personally intervene, but Jin Sihai was different. That fat bastard had no limits and would do anything. Therefore, he needed some means of self-protection. In the 10 years at Tianyan sect, besides the basic cultivation method, he had only practiced a set of introductory sword techniques. Now that he was at Qi Refinement 7th layer, bringing out that sword technique was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Facing an opponent of the same realm, it would be like delivering a free meal. Lu Xian reopened the system shop and flipped to the section on techniques and divine abilities. A dazzling array of options spread out: sword techniques, spells, body tempering methods, beast controlling secrets. He even saw the Tai Profound Light sword, one of the Tianyan sect's major inherited techniques. This supreme divine ability was right there in the shop with a clear price. He was indeed tempted. After all, riding the wind and controlling a flying sword was what he had most longed for when he first transmigrated. But those techniques cost hundreds or even thousands of 100 treasure scrolls, far exceeding his current accumulation rate. And the ones that were too mediocre, he looked down upon. Moreover, the higher the level of these techniques, the greater the difficulty of cultivation and comprehension. His gaze continued scanning the shelves and suddenly stopped on a certain technique. His breath quickened. Good heavens, isn't this tailor-made for me? Wanxiang Xinglua Array, using spiritual artifacts as the array foundation deployed on or around the body. Each embedded artifact grants corresponding enhancement. Offensive-type artifacts enhance attack power, defensive-type artifacts provide protection, and auxiliary-type artifacts accelerate the flow of spiritual energy. The greater the quantity and the higher the grade of artifacts, the stronger the enhancement. Current cultivation can activate 3 artifacts simultaneously. Lu Xian's gaze swept back and forth over those few lines of introduction twice before making a resolute decision without hesitation. His greatest advantage lay in the abundance of artifacts he possessed. While others would need to scavenge across multiple locations to gather enough for this technique, he had none of that trouble. His shop's existing inventory alone was sufficient to construct the array. Furthermore, the higher the grade and greater the quantity of artifacts, the more formidable his combat prowess became. This created a virtuous cycle where acquiring more led to greater strength, which in turn enabled him to collect even more. More crucially, this cultivation method required only 30 treasure scrolls, a number he might accumulate by day's end. Lu Xian's gaze swept downward once more to verify his reading, then he dismissed the merchant interface and refocused his attention. Through steady operations over this period, particularly after Chun Han publicly exposed the counterfeit flying sword incident, Yu Baozhai had already established a considerable reputation within the Qingyun market. Business flowed steadily from morning into afternoon. The first transaction involved acquiring 3 quality spirit herbs followed by a wandering cultivator who brought an old artifact to trade in for a refurbished low-grade flying sword. The final exchanges brought in 2 more low-grade artifacts in succession. Once the last transaction concluded, Xuan checked his ledger and found 700 treasure coupons had accumulated, more than enough to cover his exchanges with room to spare. The time has come to test my credentials. He did not hesitate, directly exchanging for the Wanxiang Xinghua array. The moment the technique entered his body, arcane formation patterns instantly spread throughout his meridians. He could clearly perceive that his body was no longer merely a cultivator's form. It had become a living mobile foundation for an array node. 3 virtual array slots materialized within his body, designed specifically to store, channel, and activate artifacts for the formation. With a subtle shift of his consciousness, Xuan produced 3 mid-grade flying swords and immediately activated the array. All 3 swords trembled in unison, transforming into 3 streaks of light that sank into his body and settled firmly into their designated positions. The next instant, a devastating amplification effect erupted. The piercing power of the 3 swords flowed continuously through the formation patterns into Xuan's body, perfectly merging with his own spiritual energy. By merely forming a sword seal, the array surrounding him generated layers of condensed golden sword intent radiating behind him. The sharp sword aura spread outward, causing the surrounding air to rumble faintly. The combined power of the 3 mid-grade flying swords was perfectly amplified by the formation. Before this, he could barely be considered an ordinary chi refining 7th-layer cultivator. Now empowered by the Wanxiang Xinghua array, he was confident he could overwhelm fellow cultivators at the same realm. Even facing an opponent at the 8th layer of chi refining, he possessed the strength to fight. Moreover, these were merely mid-grade flying swords. If he used top grade once, his combat power would surge even further. A flash of understanding gleamed in Xuan's eyes. He had grasped the true strength of this formation. His cultivation ceiling was not constrained by innate talent, but entirely determined by the quantity and grade of artifacts in his possession. Each additional artifact meant increased combat power. A higher grade piece elevated his strength to new heights. Establishing a shop to collect treasures was simply the fastest path to becoming stronger. As long as he continued accumulating and acquiring more powerful artifacts, the formation's strength would grow without limit. His combat potential was boundless. Therefore, his immediate priority was clear: gather more artifacts. He needed to continuously acquire artifacts. By late afternoon, when the shop emptied, Xuan locked the door and headed straight for the artifact refinement workshop. Most of the batch Chong Wei had delivered were damaged, and combined with the scattered broken artifacts collected over recent days, it was the perfect opportunity to repair them all at once. He rented a private refinement room, secured the stone door, and began methodically taking out each damaged artifact to polish and repair. Only when darkness had fully settled did he finally stop working. Over 20 artifacts were restored to pristine condition and stowed into his storage bag. Pushing open the door, he stepped outside and spotted a middle-aged cultivator in fine robes busily working at a nearby counter. Xuan recognized him immediately. This man visited the refinement workshop periodically. Surnamed Liu, he was responsible for managing rental arrangements and material inventory. Approaching the counter, steward Liu looked up and recognized him as a regular visitor. Taoist friend, already finished. Today is an exception. I usually take quite a while. Xuan replied with a strange expression, making no move to leave. Steward Liu, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Go ahead. The workshop refines artifacts year-round, so there must be considerable waste. Are those scraps typically smelted down or simply discarded? Steward Liu responded without much consideration. Only a small portion can be reclaimed. The materials and artifacts are too mixed, making refinement too troublesome. Most are treated as waste and cleared away on a regular schedule. Xuan's heart leapt with delight. Where is this waste kept? Piled in the back courtyard corner. Once a full cart is gathered, it is hauled away for disposal. Liu studied him for a moment. Why do you have an interest? I enjoy experimenting with refinement in my spare time, particularly challenging mixed materials. Xuan smiled. If it is convenient, may I go through them? I will not be searching in vain. Steward Liu's curiosity piqued. What do you mean by not in vain? Xuan understood his intention immediately. For each item I select, I will give you 1 spirit stone. Liu shook his head gently. Though it appears as waste, there are quite a few valuable materials hidden within. Moreover, I cannot make this decision entirely on my own. Xuan had expected him to demand an exorbitant price. Instead, Liu continued, 2 spirit stones per item. Xuan promptly nodded. Agreed, it's a deal. Seeing his eagerness, Liu made no delay and led him directly toward the waste pile in the back courtyard. The corner of the courtyard resembled a small hill. Broken swords, shattered shields, cracked jade bracelets, warped furnace covers, and various unrecognizable artifact fragments were haphazardly piled together. Feel free to choose whatever you like, Liu said, watching closely. Xuan crouched and began sifting through the surface layer. There was a great deal of waste here, but very few complete artifacts. Even among the intact pieces, many lacked reparable value. However, possessing the artifact appraisal technique, his eye was remarkably keen. Within moments, he had selected 4 items. As Lu had said, the vast majority of the waste was truly worthless, making further selection nearly impossible. Steward Lu, I will take these 4. Lu glanced over. 4 items come to 8 spirit stones in total. How often is this waste cleared and refreshed? Approximately once a month. Lu Xian handed over 10 spirit stones and left a communication talisman. Before the next clearing, remember to send word. Taking the stones, Lu's face split into a wide grin. Rest assured, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity. What appeared as scrap to Steward Lu could be transformed into treasure by Lu Xian. All 4 items could be restored to pristine condition. 3 were low-grade artifacts. 1 was mid-grade. Simply reselling them would yield over 10 times the profit. The extra 2 spirit stones were naturally an investment in maintaining this valuable connection. Perhaps in pursuit of greater profit, Lu would find ways to set aside good items for him. Having picked up 4 artifacts at a bargain, Lu Xian did not return to the refinement workshop. Having been busy all day, he also wished to return and rest. He walked slowly back to the courtyard of Yubaozhai. From a distance, he spotted a graceful figure standing at the gate. Why have you come at such a late hour? When Yuru saw him returning, and immediately hurried over with a food box in hand. Shopkeeper, Lu, you're finally back. As she spoke, she naturally sidestepped to let him pass and followed him into the courtyard. The night breeze followed her in, dispersing a wisp of steam rising from the food box. The aroma of spiritual rice and meat filled the courtyard. Haven't you eaten yet? She placed the food box on the stone table in the courtyard, skillfully lifting the lid. I've made a few new dishes, try them. A plate of sauce-glazed spirit beast meat, slices thin and evenly cut, arranged neatly. The edges soaked in the sauce shimmered with a warm luster, topped with a sprinkle of finely chopped spirit scallions. Beside it was a bowl of nourishing spirit fish soup, fresh and not greasy. There were also refreshing spirit vegetable dishes and sweet spirit fruits, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables that whetted the appetite. Finally, she brought out a sealed jar of honey spirit fruit wine. When Yuru set the bowls and chopsticks, handed him the chopsticks and poured him a cup of the wine. This is honey spirit fruit wine, mild in nature, won't harm your meridians, perfect for relieving fatigue. The wine was clear and bright, with a sweet fruity fragrance, smooth and pleasant to the taste. Lu held the cup and looked up at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What's the occasion? Preparing so many fine dishes and wine. When Yuru sat down opposite him, leaning slightly toward him, her watery eyes fixed on his face. It's because I feel sorry for you, always busy. I specially prepared this to reward you. Eat while it's hot, the meat gets tough when cold. Lu Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist. All right, let me taste your new dishes. When Yuru nestled into his embrace, picked up a piece of spirit beast meat and raised it to his lips. Lu Xian's heart lightened, and he opened his mouth to take a bite. The sauce was rich, the meat tender and smooth with a faint sweet aftertaste. He had to admit the woman's culinary skills were truly impressive. Is it good? When Yuru looked at him with eager anticipation. Very good. Lu Xian nodded. Receiving his approval, she became even more attentive, continuously serving him dishes and feeding him in various ways. After he had eaten a few bites, she picked up the wine cup and brought it to his lips, feeding him. Such intimate and proactive service made Lu Xian raise an eyebrow slightly. In the past, when Yuru had always been very restrained, with a strong sense of boundaries, never so clingy and ingratiating. Unusual kindness always hinted at something. But with a beautiful woman before him, gentle and attentive, Lu Xian couldn't be bothered to expose her content to enjoy this exclusive treatment. One bite of food, one sip of wine. One attended to him carefully, the other enjoyed it leisurely, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity. When Yuru occasionally chatted about amusing incidents at her spirit food stall and updates about her daughter Yinin, Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, listening quietly, but his hands were not still. His fingers slowly traced up the curve of her waist, feeling through the thin fabric how her waist tensed slightly and then relaxed. When Yuru went weak in the knees from his touch, her ears turning crimson. She raised her hand and lightly patted his chest, not hard, and said petulantly, "You. How can you not behave, even while eating?" Lu Xian glanced down at her and smiled, retorting, "Then tell me, how am I not behaving?" He didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, he pulled her closer. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. The honey spirit fruit wine had a gentle after effect, and Lu Xian was already slightly tipsy. When Yuru in his arms was also breathless from his teasing. "All right, I'm full and satisfied." Lu Xian released her and was about to stand up. "No hurry, no hurry." When Yuru quickly rose as if relieved, and with utmost care pressed him back into his seat. "You sit and rest. I'll go heat water for your bath to relieve your fatigue." She moved briskly, went into the kitchen, heated water, adjusted the temperature, and poured it into the tub. She even came back to clear the table, leaving no trivial matter for Lu Xian to worry about. Lu Xian sat still, fully aware. Yinin's illness was completely cured, her stall business was thriving, and life was stable and smooth. There was no reason for her to be so deliberately ingratiating. This woman definitely had a favor to ask. Soon the water temperature was right. When Yuru hurried over, took Lu Xian's hand, and said softly, "The water is ready. Let me attend to your bath." She was exceptionally meticulous, personally undressing him without him lifting a finger. When his clothes were removed, his firm, well-defined physique was revealed with smooth, clean lines. Wenyuru's cheeks, which had just returned to normal, flushed again. Her eyes darted away a couple of times, but she couldn't help sneaking a few more glances. As Xuan stepped into the tub, Wenyuru half knelt beside it, gently scrubbing his back and massaging him with the perfect amount of pressure. The delicate, warm touch of her fingertips on his shoulders and back made him let out a low, contented groan. Half drunk, he teased, "Serving me so diligently, tell me the truth, do you have a favor to ask?" Wenyuru didn't stop her movements, but a smile spread across her face. "Nothing much, mainly to thank you." "Thank me for what?" Xuan raised an eyebrow. Wenyuru continued massaging as she spoke. "First, to thank you for saving Yanin before. I've always remembered that kindness. Second, my little stall has been doing well lately thanks to your investment." "That's it." Xuan clearly didn't believe her. Wenyuru paused, her cheeks reddening, and stopped hiding. "There's one more thing. I want to borrow some more spirit stones from you." Xuan chuckled, just as he had guessed. "I knew it. No reason for such sudden attentiveness. There must be something." Wenyuru, caught red-handed, wasn't flustered. Instead, she smiled. "It's not for free, though I'll pay you back. My spirit food stall has been doing well, but a small stall can only earn so many spirit stones. I want to rent a bigger shop, sell higher profit spirit foods, and make a few more specialty dishes. Things like spirit beast meat, fresh fish, and spirit wine have high prices and big margins." Her tone turned serious. "And once the shop is open, I can take on small banquet orders. When loose cultivators in the market celebrate birthdays or fellow apprentices gather, one table can bring in as much as a dozen individual customers." Xuan leaned against the edge of the tub, steam rising around him. Her figure appeared unusually soft in the haze. He recalled her haggard appearance when she first came to sell bangles, then looked at the confident expression on her face now. It hadn't been long, and this woman's ambition had already grown. "How much do you need?" Xuan got straight to the point. Wenyuru's eyes lit up with joy, and she cautiously named the amount, 100 spirit stones. Xuan sighed. "Yunyan, you're making things difficult for me." Wenyuru panicked and quickly promised, "Shopkeeper Lu, I'm not the type to take money and not pay back. If you lend me these spirit stones, I can make them multiply. Half a year. No, I'll pay you back in 3 months. It's not a matter of months. It's a matter of tonight." Xuan shook his head slightly and looked down at her. "Do you understand?" Feeling his gaze, Wenyuru looked down and her cheeks flushed deeply. "I understand." After a long while, Wenyuru lay limp, her drenched skin pressed against Xuan's chest, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. Her hair clung to her cheeks, damp with perspiration, as her fingertips traced slow circles on his chest. Her voice, still laced with lingering warmth, murmured, "Shopkeeper Lu, can I borrow the spirit stones now?" Xuan glanced down at her. "No, you." Her fingers froze abruptly, her face turning pale as resentment and indignation welled in her eyes. She had never imagined that after all her cooperation, this scoundrel would go back on his word. Just as she opened her mouth to retort, Xuan finished his sentence. "But I can't invest 100 spirit stones for your shop. From now on, half of the profits go to me." Wenyuru hesitated. A fierce determination burned within her. Ever since her husband left, she had raised her daughter alone, enduring hardships. She knew better than anyone that relying on oneself was far more reliable than leaning on others. She yearned to open a spirit food shop entirely her own, to have a livelihood she could command. She wanted no longer to read others' expressions or live on charity. Even though Xuan had been kind to her, she still wished to break free from men. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Is there another way, eh? I really can't bear to part with half the profits." Xuan was not surprised in the least. He chuckled softly. "Fine. Another condition." He turned onto his side, facing her, his tone more serious than before. "For 1 year you are mine on call at any time. The 20 spirit stones from before are forgiven, and tonight's 100 are yours for free." He paused, then added, "When the year is up, you help me with a small matter, and we'll be even. After that, whether you want to stay in your shop or start anew elsewhere, I won't stop you." Wenyuru's cheeks burned at his first sentence. She understood perfectly what "you are mine" meant. But when she heard the rest, she began to think seriously. 1 year. In exchange for 120 spirit stones with no need to repay. The deal was undeniably advantageous. And Xuan had made it clear, after a year, a single favor would settle everything. No lifelong bondage. She pondered for a long moment, then looked up at him. "What is the favor you want me to do?" "I'll tell you when the time comes. Don't worry. It's a trivial matter." Xuan said no more. He had his own plans. The one family heirloom token was now in his hands, but to open that secret realm, he needed Wenyuru's cooperation. Moreover, he had checked. The token required at least foundation establishment cultivation to activate, and with his current chi refining level, he was far from ready. Instead of splitting the shop's profits, it was better to keep Wenyuru by his side. He had no interest in half the shop's earnings. The condition was merely to give Wenyuru the illusion of a choice. People always gravitated toward what seemed beneficial. Wenyuru stared at him for a few seconds, then buried her face back into his chest. "Fine. I agree. Take heart. If things go quickly, I might not even need a year before I ask for your help. Lu Xian patted her rounded hip. Since you're mine now, let's continue. We weren't finished. Again. Wen Yuru's cheeks flushed, and she tried to pull away. But seeing Lu Xian's gaze and remembering her promise, she blushed and murmured, "Your servant is at your mercy. Kneel." At dawn the next day, when Yuru woke before Lu Xian, she slipped out of his embrace, draped a robe over herself, and went to the kitchen. When Lu Xian finally stirred, breakfast was already arranged on the stone table. When Yuru, however, had long since left to set up her stall. Thoughtful, Lu Xian chuckled sitting down to eat. He casually pulled up his panel and glanced at it, the smile in his eyes deepening. Though the Dao discussion last night had lasted most of the evening, his cultivation had increased by over 80 points. It was less than before, but steady. As long as this human power bank stayed by his side, even if he didn't conduct business, reviewing the lesson daily would make foundation establishment a near-term reality. After finishing breakfast, he opened the doors of Yubao Zhai. Just as he turned back to sit behind the counter before the shop door was fully open, a figure rushed over from across the street in a whirlwind. Shopkeeper Lu. Shopkeeper Lu. Huang Xiaoqi dashed into the shop, nearly tripping over the threshold. Trouble, trouble. Lu Xian glanced at him. Did you drop a spirit stone? All panicked like that. No, not me. It's you, Shopkeeper Lu, who's about to lose spirit stones. Huang Xiaoqi panted, leaning on the counter. That fatty Gene next door, he's copying you. Lu Xian paused mid-sit. Copying me how? He's running the exact same promotion. Trade in with a 10 discount. Huang Xiaoqi slapped the counter. He even copied the wording of the notice. Just changed the header from Yubao Zhai to Jubao Ge. Lu Xian raised an eyebrow, not overly surprised. He had run a shop in Xinyan Market for over half a year and knew Jin Sihai's character well. That fatty was ruthless and unscrupulous. He had sent counterfeit goods to sabotage Lu Xian before, and now seeing the success of the trade-in promotion, it was only a matter of time before he copied it. That's it. Lu Xian sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Shopkeeper Lu, that's it. Huang Xiaoqi grew frantic. Fatty Jin's Jubao Ge is huge. Our Yubao Zhai is tiny. He has more stock and a bigger store. If he runs the same promotion, who will come to our little shop? He grew more agitated, spittle flying. You don't know. When I came by just now, there were already 7 or 8 loose cultivators lined up outside Jubao Ge, all drawn in by the promotion. Lu Xian held his teacup, slowly blowing on the steam. Seeing his unruffled demeanor, Huang Xiaoqi stamped his foot in anxiety. Shopkeeper Lu, say something. I've just started earning a few spirit stones by bringing customers to you. My life was finally looking up. If you get squeezed out, I'll have to go back to digging through scrap piles. All right. You think I don't see through your little scheme? Lu Xian set down his cup, pulled a few small wooden tokens of Yubao Zhai from the drawer, and counted out some spirit stones, pushing them over. Here's your commission for the past few days. Huang Xiaoqi froze, about to say something, but his hand reached for the spirit stones. He stuffed them into his pocket while muttering, I'm just worried about you. If that fatty does this, all the advantage we gained from the promotion is gone. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, watching the man's worried expression, a slight smile curving his lips. Who says our advantage is gone? Huang Xiaoqi looked up. That damn fatty thinks my business relies solely on a discount promotion. Lu Xian took a sip of tea. He copied fast enough, but does he know that Yubao Zhai keeps its customers not because of cheap prices? Huang Xiaoqi blinked, not quite understanding. Lu Xian didn't explain further. He pulled a sheet of red paper from under the counter, spread it on the table, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write. Huang Xiaoqi leaned in to look, reading character by character. Yubao Hall. Grand Celebration Sale. Group Buying Season. Halfway through, his eyes widened in disbelief. Purchase any magical artifact in store. Single buyer at full price. 2 buyers enjoy 10% off. 3 buyers get 20% off. Additionally, trade in your used artifacts for further discounts. Rally your fellow cultivators and save spirit stones together. Huang Xiaoqi finished reading the last character, utterly stunned. He swallowed hard and looked up at Lu Xian. Shopkeeper Lu, can this actually work? Why wouldn't it work? The pricing, 10% off for 2, 20% off for 3. This is far more aggressive than our previous promotions. Huang Xiaoqi counted on his fingers, and with the additional discount on trade-ins, aren't you worried about losing money? After finishing, he paused to consider, then spoke earnestly. Shopkeeper Lu, I understand you're angry, but don't let anger cloud your judgment. Our business may have been stolen, but with the reputation you've built recently, Yubao Hall can still hold on for a few days. He was also afraid that Lu Xian might recklessly bankrupt himself, which would spell certain doom for them all. Lu Xian set down his brush and blew on the wet ink. Don't worry about profit or loss. He handed the red paper to Huang Xiaoqi. Go stick it where it's most visible, at the entrance. Then get back to what you were doing. Didn't you want to earn spirit stones? Go hawk this promotion while it's active, and you'll get your share per head. 3 people group buying means 3 spirit stones for you. Huang Xiaoqi's eyes lit up instantly at those words. He snatched the red paper with both hands and grinned. Don't worry, Shopkeeper Lu. With this mouth of mine, there's not a single loose cultivator in the entire market that I can't persuade. He dashed out immediately, and carefully pasted the red paper in the most prominent spot at Yubao Hall's entrance. Stepping back 2 paces with hands on hips, he surveyed it critically and gave a satisfied nod. Lu Xian was right. Profit or loss wasn't his concern. First he'd make some money. Just then 2 loose cultivators happened to walk past together, and upon seeing those lines on the red paper, they slowed their pace. Group buying season. 10% off for 2. 20% off for 3. Trade in old artifacts for an additional discount. Doesn't that make it even cheaper than Yubao Pavilion? Let's go in and take a look. The 2 exchanged glances and turned into Yubao Hall. Lu Xian had already settled behind the counter. Seeing customers arrive, he put on his practiced smile. What would you like to see, fellow cultivators? The 2 loose cultivators had only intended to browse casually, but Lu Xian's few well-chosen words had them thoroughly intrigued. One selected a mid-grade flying sword while the other chose a low-grade defensive armor. After consulting each other, they formed a 2-person group purchase, securing the 10% discount and using their old artifacts to offset part of the cost. Congratulations, host. Transaction complete. Transaction amount 185 spirit stones. Commissions earned 185 cultivation points. Reward 400 treasure scrolls. A wave of warm spiritual energy surged into his dantian, pushing Lu Xian's cultivation slightly forward. His expression remained impassive, but inwardly he felt utterly satisfied. Selling new artifacts brought commissions, and buying back used ones did too. He was profiting from both ends. What chance did a mediocre shop like Jin Sihai's content with basic buying and selling stand against him? Didn't that fat bastard think he was stealing his business? Then let him steal it to the end. The 2 cultivators left the shop happily clutching their new artifacts. Huang Xiaoqi stood at the doorway watching in disbelief as the 2 entered and emerged with gleaming artifacts in hand, his mouth hanging open. He turned his head and glanced across the street. A cultivator who had been waiting in line at Yubao Pavilion happened to glance over, caught sight of the freshly posted red paper at Yubao Hall's entrance, and his eyes lit up, before turning and walking straight toward it. Huang Xiaoqi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He hurried back into the shop and whispered urgently to Lu Xian, boss. Someone from Yubao Pavilion is defecting. Lu Xian was pouring water from the teapot into his cup without looking up. Normal. The prices speak for themselves. Who would turn down spirit stones? Huang Xiaoqi swallowed nervously. What if that fat Jean copies this tactic? What if he starts a group buying program too? Lu Xian finally looked up at him, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He can't copy it. Why, oi? Lu Xian drawled slowly. Because he's stingy. Shopkeeper Lu, your methods are too reckless. Huang Xiaoqi struggled for words before finally blurting this out. Lu Xian chuckled without responding, simply lifting his teacup to take a slow sip. On the second floor of the neighboring Yubao Pavilion, Jin Sihai stood at the window watching through the gaps as the scene played out across the street. His face had turned ashen. Just moments ago, several cultivators had been queuing outside Yubao Pavilion, but now 2 of them stood at Yubao Hall's entrance, peering curiously inside. Even from a street away, he could read every word on that red poster outside Yubao Hall clearly. Group buying season. As Jin Sihai murmured these 3 words, his teeth ground so hard they nearly cracked. The shop assistant standing behind him asked in a low voice, "Boss, should we also run a group buying promotion? Bring the customers back." Jin Sihai fell silent for a moment, then slowly curled his lips into a cold smirk. No need. Let him play. He turned around with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone laced with sarcastic condescension. 20% off for 3 plus additional discounts on top. Do you think this shabby little shop of Lu Xian's can sustain such generous concessions? When he's stripped bare and bankrupt, I'll swoop in and swallow him and his entire shop whole. The assistant nodded with a mixture of understanding and confusion. Jin Sihai returned his gaze to the window, watching the crowd steadily growing outside Yubao Hall, his eyes darkening with cold calculation. Just wait, Lu Xian. Let's see how many more days you can keep this up. Across the street, Yubao Hall was already packed with 7 or 8 people. Some examined the artifacts behind the counter, others brought in second-hand items to ask about buyback prices, and a few slyly pulled in newly arrived cultivators to whisper about group purchases, keenly avoiding Lu Xian's notice. Lu Xian bustled about, introducing artifacts to customers one moment and calculating discounts the next, moving so swiftly he barely had time to sip his tea. Though exhausted, his heart swelled with satisfaction. By the end of the morning, aside from casual browsers, he'd sold 11 artifacts and purchased back 8 used ones. The system notifications chimed endlessly in his mind throughout the entire morning. After seeing off the last customer, he casually summoned the system panel and took a glance, then froze. Cultivation Chi Refining 7th Layer, 37953000. Lu Xian's hand holding the teapot hovered in midair, stunned for 2 seconds. Good heavens, he'd unconsciously accumulated nearly 800 excess points. His cultivation was advancing far faster than he'd imagined. He'd expected it to take considerable time to break through from the 7th to 8th layer, yet in just one morning, he'd already surpassed the threshold. Business booming meant cultivation soaring too. Seizing the brief lull before new customers arrived, Xuan leaned back against the counter, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. The vast spiritual energy stored within his dantian surged along his meridians, crashing forcefully against the bottleneck of the qi refining 8th layer. That invisible barrier shattered like paper with a crisp sound. The spiritual energy flood poured unimpeded into new meridian pathways, and fine cracking sounds echoed throughout his body as his bones adapted. His dantian expanded, and the spiritual energy within grew denser and more profound. He opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and watched the spiritual light flow across his palm, significantly stronger than before. Qi refining 8th layer firmly established. Xuan exhaled sharply, unable to suppress his grin. While others might struggle for years to break through a minor realm, he had crossed it in a single morning. Life was incredibly comfortable. He had barely sat down to catch his breath and savor the post-breakthrough euphoria when half a face peeked through the doorway. Huang Xiaoqi crept in with a furtive expression, eyes darting around to confirm no other customers were present before shrinking his neck and edging closer. "Shopkeeper Liu," he whispered urgently, "I just saw something at the entrance. Should I tell you?" "Speak. Someone's recruiting people for group buys right at your shop entrance." Huang Xiaoqi stamped his foot anxiously. "Right under your sign?" Their voice was so loud I could hear it from across the street. He added quickly, "Does this count as stealing your customers? Should I go shoo them away?" Xuan reclined in his chair, took a long gulp from his teacup, and replied leisurely, "No need to shoo them." "Huh." Huang Xiaoqi was puzzled. "But they're right at your door. As long as they don't pull customers inside the shop, let them be." Xuan set down his teapot. "If they can gather enough people at the entrance to come in and buy, that's still business for me. Who cares where they organize their groups?" Huang Xiaoqi's face wrinkled in distress. "But shopkeeper Liu, if they do this, won't you lose money? Someone who would have paid full price gets dragged into an 80% discount." Xuan chuckled, looking up at him. "It's my loss, not yours. Why are you so anxious?" Huang Xiaoqi was speechless, his mouth opening and closing, his expression turning strange as he stammered helplessly. Xuan leaned back further and casually added, "Besides, weren't those 3 people you helped organize into a group at the door just now?" Huang Xiaoqi froze, scratching the back of his head with a nervous laugh. You have sharp eyes, shopkeeper Liu. I could see your little scheming from behind the door." Xuan took another sip from his teacup. "Recruiting right at my entrance. You really know how to pick a spot." Huang Xiaoqi rubbed his hands together awkwardly. "I was just thinking. Recruiting at your door would have higher success rates. Besides, you never said it wasn't allowed." All right, I'm not blaming you." Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Next time, bring them inside quickly after recruiting. Don't linger outside blocking the way." Hearing no reprimand, Huang Xiaoqi instantly relaxed and grinned widely. "Got it. Rest assured, boss, I'll bring you several more groups this afternoon." He dashed out immediately, more enthusiastic than anyone. Watching his energetic figure disappear, Xuan shook his head with a smile. The kid claimed to worry about him losing money, yet his every move contradicted those words. But Xuan couldn't be bothered to call him out on it. The more people Huang Xiaoqi recruited, and the more groups he formed, the more commissions he earned. Loss was impossible, only greater profits awaited. As he finished his tea, a fragrance drifted through the doorway. Before Xuan could look up and speak, a figure wrapped in that intoxicating scent had already appeared before the counter. Hu Mianyang wore a pale, apricot-colored gauze dress today. The neckline wasn't particularly low, but the waist was cinched extremely tight, accentuating an impossibly slender curve. Clutching a silk handkerchief, her peach blossom eyes fixed directly on him. Xuan felt inexplicably flustered under her gaze. "What's with that expression?" Hu Mianyang flicked the handkerchief toward his face, her voice both tender and resentful. "You heartless man. Wait. How did I become a faithless man?" Xuan caught the silk handkerchief, looking utterly bewildered, while Hu Mianyang had already circled the counter and plopped down into the chair beside him. She crossed her legs, the hem of her gauze skirt sliding up to reveal her fair, smooth calves. "I've heard about your group buying promotion." She twirled the silk handkerchief around her fingertips, her peach blossom eyes flashing with a mixture of reproach and grievance as she regarded him. "2 people get a 10% discount, 3 get 20 off. So I'm still paying full price for the moonlight ring at your shop. Tell me, isn't that a bad deal?" Xuan felt a vain throb at his temple. "You haven't even paid yet. What loss are you complaining about?" Hu Mianyang was momentarily speechless, blinking in surprise before the implication sank in. Though the moonlight ring had been set aside for him several days ago, no spirit stones had changed hands, so technically the transaction remained incomplete. Her eyes flickered with sudden inspiration. "What if I gather others for a group purchase? Would I still qualify for the discount?" "Of course," Xuan replied with a nod. "Bring 2 people, and yours gets 10% off 3 people, and it's 20%. The spirit stones arrive, the discount follows. It's a fair trade." Hu Mianyang rose immediately upon hearing this, her skirt swirling as she headed for the door. But after just 2 steps, she paused, turning back to look at him with her head tilted. "Is there perhaps another way?" Lu Xian lifted his teacup. What other way? A method to enjoy the discount without needing a group purchase. Hu Meinyang returned to the counter, bracing her hands against it as she leaned forward slightly. Think about it. If I go back and gather the other girls from the brothel for a group buy, then what does it say about me that I saved spirit stones for half a day to buy a moonlight ring only to end up getting a discount through them? A look of grievance crossed her face as she spoke. How much is a ring actually worth? People will whisper behind my back that Meinyang's ring was part of a group by less than 200 spirit stones after the discount. What's left of my dignity? Lu Xian considered this and found her reasoning sound. He understood the competitive nature between women all too well. Hu Meinyang had been saving for this moonlight ring specifically to outshine the others at Xuan Lu. If the other girls found out the ring would be worthless to her, then your only option is the trade-in discount, Lu Xian said, spreading his hands. Buying it outright means full price. But if you bring old magical artifacts to offset the cost, you'll receive a 10% reduction from the original price. At the words full price, Hu Meinyang's lips pursed slightly. That curve was perfectly calibrated, grievance laced with a touch of coquettishness, neither forced nor excessive, yet effective enough to soften anyone's resolve. She circled around the counter and positioned herself behind Lu Xian. Then she lowered her body and leaned softly against the back of his chair. Her hands settled on his shoulders, her chin resting against his left shoulder as she leaned close to his ear, her voice dropping to a whisper. Shopkeeper Lu, is there truly no other way? Her breath fragrant as orchids brushed against the base of his ear. I already mentioned there's a way to enjoy the discount without joining a group purchase. Lu Xian turned his head and met her gaze, those watery peach blossom eyes looking straight into his. They were so close that he could even discern the gentle curve of her trembling eyelashes. Hu Meinyang suddenly extended her tongue and lightly traced her lower lip. The motion was so natural, as though completely unconscious. But Lu Xian knew this woman. Every strand of her hair was meticulously arranged, and every gesture she made was deliberate. Nothing about her was ever accidental. Or perhaps. Her voice dropped even lower, carrying an almost imperceptible enchantment. You could come to my place tonight, and I'll treat you to dinner. I'll keep you properly company. You'll receive the services of Xuan Lu's top courtesan without ever setting foot in the establishment. As she spoke those final words, her voice rose slightly at the end, sending a delicious tingle through him. Lu Xian's throat went dry. To be honest, their last encounter had only been a shallow taste. Hu Meinyang's lotus platform suppression technique hadn't even gotten proper use before his mysterious longevity technique countered it. But that experience was certainly worth missing, and with her offering herself, so willingly refusing would make him hardly a man at all. Lu Xian cleared his throat. Weren't you supposed to work tonight? Who works 7 days straight like a beast of burden? Hu Meinyang rolled her eyes and shot back. I'm the top courtesan here. I work 10 days just to get 1 day off. Lu Xian cleared his throat again. In that case, it could work. He thought for a moment, then struck on an idea. Actually, there is a way. You can bring more magical artifacts for trade-in. 2 items gets you 10% off, 3 gets 20, but you can't combine both discounts. You'll have to pick one. Hu Meinyang's eyes lit up. What about 4 items? What discount would that get? Lu Xian's expression darkened. Are you really trying to exploit every angle? Hu Meinyang didn't respond immediately, but leaned in closer. Her fingertips traced lightly across his shoulder, her lips brushing near his ear. Shopkeeper Lu, would you like to try something? A true test of ice and fire. Lu Xian's hand holding the teacup froze. He turned his head to look at her face, so close he could see the cunning amusement dancing in those peach blossom eyes. He was silent for a moment, then slowly set the teacup down. Is this how you test, Shopkeeper Lu? He turned his body to face her directly and reached out to spank her firm backside with considerable force. But then again, I do have a fondness for more difficult challenges. Hu Meinyang's smile broke free, unable to be contained. Then 4 items for 30% off. Lu Xian sealed the deal with a decisive stroke. Having successfully pulled off her scheme, Hu Meinyang bounced away from him and straightened up. With practiced efficiency, she reached into her storage bag and withdrew each item, placing them one by one on the counter in neat alignment. 4 pieces in total, 2 hairpins, 1 bracelet, and a pair of earrings. Each piece was in excellent condition, their spiritual radiance flowing smoothly, well preserved, and clearly selected from her most prized holdings. Lu Xian glanced at the array of magical artifacts, then at Hu Meinyang's barely concealed smile, and suddenly understood. You had this planned all along, didn't you? Hu Meinyang nodded with complete justification. Exactly. I'd already intended to purchase the moonlight ring, but lacked sufficient spirit stones, so I brought along a few of my older artifacts to make up the difference. When I heard today about your group buying promotion, couldn't I come quickly to take advantage of it? After speaking, she gave him a wink, her tone tinged with self-satisfaction. Shopkeeper Lu, you're not going to renege on this, are you? Lu Xian looked at the 4 artifacts and then at her expression of knowing he couldn't refuse him. He could only laugh and shake his head. I won't renege. He picked up the artifacts and quickly examined them. All were merely decorative pieces. Fortunately, 2 were of mid-grade quality. All 4 together come to 220 spirit stones. Lu Xian calculated swiftly in his head, and looked up at her. Your moonlight ring at 30% off is 168. After deducting the value of the artifacts, I'll pay you 52 spirit stones. Hu Meinyang made no counteroffer this time. She had already secured a substantial advantage. System notification transaction completed. Deal value 388 spirit stones. Cultivation rebate received 388. Bonus 100 treasures, scroll X5. The cultivation energy entered his body, warming his dantian. Lu Xian felt the warm current spreading through him, his expression remaining composed as he stored away the spirit stones, retrieved the moonlight ring from his storage bag, and extended it toward her. Take it, it's yours now. Hu Meinyang accepted the moonlight ring and delicately slipped it onto her finger, admiring its beauty with growing delight. With this moonlight ring, she could outshine all the other women. She gazed at it for a long while before lowering her hand and looking up at Lu Xian with a sweet, alluring smile. Xianlang, I'll be waiting for you tonight. Having said this, she turned and headed toward the door, but paused midway to add over her shoulder, by the way, my place is the second room at the end of East Street Alley, the one with the spiritual osmanthus tree by the entrance. Don't go to the wrong place. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, watching her disappear through the doorway, and found himself unexpectedly looking forward to the arrival of night. Lu Xian operated until dusk. After seeing off the last customer, he collapsed into his chair. After resting for a while, he tallied the accounts today. He had sold 17 artifacts and recycled 15 old ones, and in between he had also collected several spirit herbs. He called up his panel and glanced at it. In just one day, he had accumulated 32 treasure vouchers. Although he now had so many treasure vouchers, he wasn't in a hurry to redeem anything else. He already had a target in the system shop. Foundation Establishment Pill. It could be redeemed with 100 treasure vouchers. The main reason was that his cultivation had improved too quickly. With such good business today, the spiritual energy in his dantian had surged significantly. At this rate, he would soon face the issue of foundation establishment. Other cultivators had to endure 3 to 5 years to break through to foundation establishment. Although he didn't need to, he still had to prepare the foundation establishment pill in advance. It would be embarrassing if his cultivation reached the required level, but he hadn't prepared the foundation establishment pill. He closed the panel, stood up, stretched, locked the shop door, and headed toward East Street. Yuru's stall had not yet closed for the day. The pot on the stove at the entrance was bubbling with steam. She was bent over tidying up dishes and bowls, and beside her a middle-aged woman was wiping tables with nimble movements. Shopkeeper Lu is here. Yuru looked up at the sound of footsteps, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth. Find a seat and rest a while. I'll cook you some noodles right away. Noodles? Lu Xian's steps faltered, his expression somewhat odd, but he didn't respond. He found an empty table and sat down. Soon Yuru came over with a bowl and placed it in front of him. Lu Xian looked down and saw that the broth was clear and bright, with a generous layer of spirit mushrooms and meat slices topped with a poached egg. You're cooking me a special meal. He picked up a mouthful of noodles with his chopsticks, blew on the steam, and put it into his mouth. Yuru sat down opposite him, her tone concerned. I heard your shop had a booming business today. You must be exhausted, right? A bit tired. I haven't stopped all day. Lu Xian buried his head in his noodles. If it kept being this busy, he was thinking of hiring someone to help. Today those rogue cultivators had swarmed in, asking prices, inquiring, and learning about the event rules, making it impossible for him to handle everything. Yuru leaned in closer and whispered, then tonight, how about I give you a massage to help you relax? Lu Xian's hand holding the chopsticks suddenly froze. He looked up at her. Tonight. Yuru's cheeks flushed slightly, but a hint of eagerness shone in her beautiful eyes. Tonight. I can ask Aunt Chen to take Yin home for me later. Lu Xian put down his chopsticks and shook his head. Tonight's no good. I have other things to do. Some other day. Yuru was stunned on the spot. He actually refused. That wasn't like his nature. Seeing her expression, Lu Xian was puzzled. Is there a problem with running the shop? Having trouble with spirit stones? Yuru shook her head, looking a bit dejected. No, I'm still looking for a shop. It's only been a day, and you're already thinking about it. Lu Xian couldn't help but tease. He remembered that when Yuru had always been restrained apart from borrowing spirit stones from him, she never brought up such requests. Had the sun risen from the west today? And why was she disappointed? Logically, since he had refused, she should have been relieved. And no. Don't talk nonsense. Yuru's face flushed bright red. I need to get back to work. It's almost closing time. I have to tidy up. Watching her walk away, Lu Xian felt secretly amused and continued eating his noodles. After finishing, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, walked over to the stove, and said, I'm leaving now. If you run into any trouble, just let me know. I'll help if I can. Yuru didn't refuse and smiled in agreement. Okay, if anything comes up, I'll definitely tell you. Lu Xian nodded, and as he walked out of the shop, he glanced back. Yuru was chatting and laughing with the helper Aunt Chen. That woman hadn't called him back. Could it be that she really had nothing else to do and just wanted to give him a massage? But her unusual behavior made him feel something was off. He thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking and headed toward the artifact refining workshop. Today he had collected 15 old artifacts, most of which were recycled from the group buying event. Their quality was uneven, but their foundations were decent, all worth repairing. He entered the refining room, closed the door, and took them out one by one to repair them. After more than an hour, all 15 artifacts were refurbished and could be used to replenish the stock tomorrow. After packing up, Xuan came out and paused at the counter. Fellow Taoist Lu, I have something I'd like to inquire about. The steward Lu, who was busy calculating accounts, looked up. Go ahead. I want to set up a refining platform in the backyard of my shop, so I can repair artifacts conveniently instead of always coming here. Xuan stated directly. How many spirit stones would it cost? Steward Lu didn't ask more questions. He directly pulled out a stack of documents from under the counter, flipped through them, and then quoted a number. To set up a proper refining platform, you need to connect to the earth fire vein. Just the cost of laying the fire conducting pipes is this much. He held up one finger. Xuan's eyelid twitched. 1,000. At least 1,000 spirit stones, not including the construction of the refining platform. Steward Lu explained truthfully. Moreover, earth fire veins carry risks, and the market regulations are strict. You would have to dig up your backyard to lay pipes, and renovating the shop would require approval. It's likely not feasible. Xuan fell silent for a moment. 1,000 spirit stones was not a small amount, but it wasn't too much either. The key issue was that it couldn't be approved. Forget it then. He decisively gave up. Steward Lu had obviously anticipated this reaction. Why not rent by the month? You can directly rent a refining room for only 100 spirit stones, much cheaper than renting by the time. And we can give you a spirit key so you can come anytime and use it. Xuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. All right, I'll rent by the month. It wasn't just about the price, the convenience of coming and going at any time appealed to him. Steward Lu's face lit up with a smile. Great, I'll write you a receipt. Xuan paid the spirit stones, took the receipt and the spirit key, and left the artifact refining workshop heading toward West Street. He had declined when Yuru not because he needed to go to the artifact refining workshop. The main reason was that tonight there was an event. The dual sensation of ice and fire. Xuan walked along the end of East Street's alley for a short distance, and indeed saw a spirit osmanthus tree standing by the courtyard wall. He raised his hand and knocked on the courtyard gate, but there was no response from inside. Frowning, Xuan pushed the door open directly. To his surprise, the door wasn't locked at all and swung open easily. The scene behind the door made him pause. The courtyard actually had a hot spring pool. White mist rose and pink gauze curtains hung all around. Petals floated on the water's surface and a sweet fragrance filled the air. The wind from the open door caused the gauze curtains to sway gently. Behind the curtain, a figure was just emerging from the water, obscured by the mist. Her shoulders were half exposed, appearing faintly and indistinctly. Amid the sound of splashing water, a alluring and seductive voice carried through the mist. Since you're already in, why are you still standing there? This woman truly knows how to play. Xuan gazed through the gauze curtain into the depths of the steam, a teasing smile curling his lips as he took a step forward. Layer after layer of thin silk was brushed, a casual flick of his hand. White mist washed over him, his vision growing increasingly hazy as the sound of rippling water grew clearer and closer. The figure lingered behind the final curtain, her outline shrouded in vapor, tracing a soft, rounded curve in the mist. Come, my dear. Xuan threw back the last veil, revealing the entire hot spring pool. Hu Meinyang reclined at the edge with her back to him, damp hair spilling over her shoulders as water droplets slipped continuously from the tips. I never thought you'd actually dare to enter. She turned her cheek toward him, the corners of her eyes tinged red by the steam, her gaze sultry and enchanting. I thought you'd chicken out. What's there to fear? Xuan crouched beside her, teasing her flushed rosy cheeks warmed by the mist. I got a 30% discount, so I ought to make the most of it. Well, stop it. Hu Meinyang giggled, flicking her wrist to splash water at him. The warmth landed on his back of the hand, carrying a faint floral fragrance. Xuan pulled his hand back and glanced around. Did this courtyard come with a hot spring originally? I arranged it all myself. She propped her elbow on the pool's edge and looked up at him. Well, was the discount worth it? Absolutely. Hu Meinyang's smile curved her brows into delicate arcs as her damp, jade-like fingers brushed his wrist. Then why are you still standing there like a fool? Before Xuan could reply, something felt deeply wrong. The surrounding pink silk trembled inexplicably, the light from the spirit lamps twisted unnaturally, and the white mist in the pool thickened rapidly until nothing could be seen beyond 3 meters. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified sharply, filling his lungs and making his entire body go weak and numb. Hu Meinyang's smile grew even sweeter, though her expression turned strangely odd. Xuan suddenly realized the figure leaning by the pool before him was slowly fading, its outline blurring. At the same time, an identical figure emerged from the depths of the mist. Same posture, same eyes, same smile down to the last detail. He whipped his head around to see 7 or 8 phantom Hu Meinyang's rising from the water's surface around the pool. Some smiled gently, some played with the water, all watching him languidly. The cloying sweetness made his head spin, and laughter surrounded him from every direction, impossible to trace to any single source. Lu Xian immediately activated his spiritual energy to steady his mind, seeing through it at once. It was an illusion. The hot spring, the silk curtains, the warm mist, all false. The real Hu Meinyang stood 3 paces behind him, clad in a thin robe, the tips of her hair still dripping, arms crossed against the doorframe, her eyes gleaming with playful mischief. Merchant Lu has been staring at illusions for quite some time now. Lu Xian turned to look at her, and when he glanced back, the white mist vanished in an instant. The pink silk dissolved into ordinary stone walls, the sound of water and petals disappeared entirely, and the hot spring pool was gone completely. Hu Meinyang walked up to him, her eyes brimming with the satisfaction of a successful scheme. Our Xuan sex charm illusion, entertaining. Lu Xian studied her silently for 2 seconds before uttering 2 words. Impressive. As he spoke, he reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. But revealing your trump card on first meeting, that takes real courage. He had been puzzled the moment he entered. Such a modest courtyard, how could there possibly be a hot spring pool? An illusion truly remarkable. Hu Meinyang, caught off guard by the embrace, paused briefly before breaking into a soft laugh. Trump card. This is nothing yet. She pressed close to his ear, her voice dripping with allure. That was merely the first layer. Lu Xian raised and looking down into her captivating eyes. Then I'd very much like to experience them all. How many layers remain in total? He was genuinely curious. Though Hu Meinyang's cultivation had recently broken through to the mid-stage of qi condensation, he himself had long reached the late stage, a full minor realm apart. Yet that illusion had momentarily fooled him. If it had been an enemy, he would likely have suffered a serious disadvantage. Quietly making his plans, he decided he would visit the system marketplace upon his return and look into a technique specifically designed to break illusions and stabilize the mind. Hu Meinyang leaned against his chest, looking up and laughing, her eyes still glistening with moisture. Merchant Lu, in such a hurry. You haven't even praised my illusions enough. I already have. It's truly impressive, nearly fooled me. Lu Xian spoke honestly. Nearly. When exactly did you realize something was off? Hu Meinyang raised an eyebrow. The moment you called me Xian Lang. It was far too artificial. Lu Xian shot her a sidelong glance. Hu Meinyang paused, then burst into laughter, her whole body trembling as she leaned against him. Then next time I'll use a different address. Brother Lu. Merchant Lu. Or perhaps. She drew out the ending, pressing close to his ear and softly whispering 2 characters, husband. Lu Xian's arm tightened around her, pulling her closer. Try saying it and see what happens. Ooh. Only half a syllable escaped before Lu Xian kissed her. It wasn't until she gasped for breath and gently pushed against his chest that he finally released her. Hu Meinyang stepped back half a pace, her lips flushed a deep red as she glared at him. Are you a starving wolf? And you're a fox, so neither of us has grounds to judge the other. Lu Xian wiped the corner of his mouth. Speechless, Hu Meinyang adjusted her slipping garments and turned toward the room, calling over her shoulder, come in. Lu Xian stood his ground. Let's make one thing clear. No more Xuan sect illusions or charm techniques on me. Hu Meinyang stopped and looked back, her expression full of amusement. Why not? It's pointless. Lu Xian stepped toward her steadily. Tricking me once was fine, but I didn't come here to compete with you in arts. If we're playing, let's do it for real. Hu Meinyang instinctively stepped backward until her heels met the threshold. A man too aggressive might just scare the lady away. You're hardly an ordinary lady. The words left her silenced. After a moment, she chuckled softly. Fine, I'll hold back. The faint spiritual aura drifting around her dissipated instantly, and the enchanting gleam in her eyes faded. Is that better? Lu Xian reached out and swept her into his arms in one motion. Hu Meinyang jumped in surprise, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck. What are you doing? You mentioned that ice and fire duality earlier. I haven't forgotten. Hu Meinyang's face flushed crimson as she buried her head against his shoulder and murmured, all you remember is that. Then what should I remember? I'm not here for romance. The words made Hu Meinyang want nothing more than to bite him. What a spoil sport. Lu Xian, paying no mind, entered the room, set her down by the bed, and stepped back to the table opposite, crossing his arms as he watched her. Hu Meinyang, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, looked up in puzzlement. Why are you standing so far away? You were the one who said I should properly enjoy myself. I ought to show some sincerity. You're just going to stand there and watch me? Hu Meinyang bit her lip, unconvinced. You spent half the day studying me through your illusions. Now it's my turn to wait. You told me I should come enjoy myself. Lu Xian said this with complete conviction. Do you understand what enjoying means? You're ruthless. Hu Meinyang, at a loss for words, took a deep breath and stood up. Her outer garment slid from her shoulders, her skin flushed pink by the steam. She walked barefoot to where Lu Xian stood, circling behind him. Don't move. She placed her hands on his shoulders, then reached around to encircle him from the front. Pressing her entire body against his back, she breathed warm air into his ear. Didn't you want to see some sincerity? I'll show you right now. Lu Xian could clearly sense that this time she hadn't used any charm technique at all. It was all her own skill. The ice and fire she had mentioned earlier was no exaggeration. The spiritual wine was cool on the tongue, but the next moment it turned into a scorching tenderness. After hours of exertion until midnight, Hu Meinyang was drenched in sweat, lying limp against his chest, completely drained of strength. You beast! Lu Xian reached out to brush the stray hair from her face, smiling. You lured me with all those tricks at the hot spring. Wasn't this exactly what you were waiting for? Hu Meinyang closed her eyes, burrowing into his chest, and muttered something under her breath. Bastard! What did you say? I said you're incredible. Lu Xian laughed. Thanks for the compliment. After a night of frenzy, he turned over and draped his arm across the bed, only to find it empty. Opening his eyes, he saw broad daylight flooding the room, and he was the only one left in bed. Blinking groggily, he noticed Hu Meinyang already seated at the dressing table, adorning herself before the bronze mirror. Lu Xian propped his head on his hand and watched her for a moment. You're up so early. Hu Meinyang glanced at him through the mirror. Of course I am. I need to get to the pavilion early so my sisters can get a good look at my ring. As she spoke, she deliberately raised her hand and twisted her wrist in the light, making the moonlight ring cast a soft gleam. Lu Xian chuckled. Is it really that necessary? Absolutely. Hu Meinyang turned around, looking at him with perfect justification. I saved up spirit stones for so long to buy this. If I don't show it off, what was the point of all that saving? Then she curled her lips. Besides, it'll put a bit of pressure on my patrons. If they don't step up their game, they might lose me to someone else. Lu Xian found her reasoning sound and fell silent. He sat up in bed, and as he dressed, his gaze swept across the side table. There sat a plate of steaming buns and 2 bowls of plain congee with a few red dates and goji berries floating on the surface, an appetizing sight. Lu Xian blinked in surprise. Oh, there's breakfast too. Hu Meinyang finished adjusting her hairpin, walked over, and pushed the bowl of congee toward him. I said I'd treat you to a meal. Didn't get to last night, so I'm making it up to you this morning. Lu Xian looked down at the bowl of congee, then back at her. That's it. A bowl of congee and a plate of buns. That's how you're treating me. Hu Meinyang rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. Hadn't you had enough last night? My legs are still sore, I can barely stand. And you expect me to whip up a feast of dragon liver and phoenix gall? Lu Xian pursed his lips. You can't stand, that's your own doing. Who started it last night? Hu Meinyang was left speechless, her expression shifting through a series of emotions before she finally huffed and dropped the chopsticks in front of him. Take it or leave it. I'll take it, of course. It's not costing me any spirit stones, so why not? Lu Xian picked up the chopsticks, grabbed a bun, and took a bite. The bun had a thin skin and a generous filling with hot broth melting in his mouth. The taste was surprisingly good. He then took a sip of the congee, the warm liquid soothing his throat, instantly easing the exhaustion of the laborious night. Not bad. What do you mean, not bad? Hu Meinyang sat down across from him. I got up early just to buy these, stood in line for quite a while. Lu Xian glanced at her, the corner of his mouth lifting. Then I appreciate your effort. Hu Meinyang snorted, said nothing more, and looked down to straighten the folds of her sleeve. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a glow on her profile, making her makeup look exceptionally exquisite. She had indeed dressed with great care today. The moonlight ring adorned her left index finger, the silver spiritual pearl, scattering tiny specks of light. Her hair was coiled, immaculately fastened with a silver hairpin, and a pair of small white jade earrings dangled from her earlobes, swaying gently as she moved. Tisk, this woman has a solid foundation. Lu Xian recognized at a glance that both the silver hairpin and the white jade earrings were mid-grade artifacts. No wonder she was the top courtesan of the drunken immortal pavilion. After selling so many artifacts, she still had reserves. Finishing the last bite of his bun and draining the congee bowl, Lu Xian set down his utensils and wiped his hands. I'm full. Hu Meinyang stood up, picked up her small bag from the table. Then let's go. I should head back to the pavilion too. The two of them left together. The morning market was already bustling. Street stalls selling spiritual food emitted white steam, and wandering cultivators who rose early for business came and went. When they reached the fork in East Street, she suddenly stopped and turned to face Lu Xian. By the way, if you come across any more good items later, remember to save them for me. Lu Xian curled his lips. I can save them, but it depends on your sincerity. Hu Meinyang's smile froze for a moment, then she gritted her teeth in annoyance. Didn't I already show my sincerity last night? She glared at him. That was last night, Lu Xian said, without changing expression. If you want new goods, you'll need new sincerity. Hu Meinyang took a deep breath as if trying to suppress some impulse. After a few seconds, she squeezed out through clenched teeth. Hope you choke on it. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Lu Xian stood there watching her weave through the crowd toward the drunken immortal pavilion. He smiled to himself and turned to head toward Yu Baozhai. Just as he turned into the main alley of East Street, a familiar voice reached him from ahead, filled with the vigor of a street barker. Don't miss out. Yu Baozhai's grand promotion. Buy artifacts in groups. The more you group, the bigger the discount. Take this flyer to Yu Baozhai and get up to 20 off on artifacts. Trade in your old ones for extra savings. Hey fellow cultivators, take a look. Don't miss out. Lu Xian paused mid-step and looked up. Huang Xiaoqi was standing at the busiest spot on the street, clutching a stack of colorful papers. He handed them out to anyone who passed, his lips moving at lightning speed. Some passing cultivators took the flyers and glanced at them, some tucked them into their robes, others waved him off. But Huang Xiaoqi wasn't discouraged in the least. As soon as one person left, he immediately turned to the next full of energy. Lu Xian took a few steps closer, got a clear look at the stack of flyers in his hand, and couldn't help but laugh. This kid had brains. You're pretty diligent this early in the morning. Huang Xiaoqi was just shoving a flyer into the hand of a passing middle-aged cultivator when he heard the voice. He spun around abruptly. Seeing it was Lu Xian, he froze for a moment, then broke into a grin. "A shopkeeper, Lu. You're here so early today? Aren't you even earlier than me?" Lu Xian glanced at the flyers in his hand. "When did you get these made?" "Last night," Huang Xiaoqi said, smugly shaking the stack of flyers. "I figured shouting alone wouldn't bring in many people a day. So I found a small workshop that prints talisman paper, got 100 of these made for just 1 spirit stone. As long as a cultivator brings this to the shop, it proves I referred them. Saves me from explaining one by one." He rubbed his hands together with a fawning smile. "I was planning to discuss this with you today. If you think it's a good idea, I'll print more. If not, it's a good idea." Lu Xian cut him off with a wave. "Anyone who walks in with one of these flyers counts as your referral." Huang Xiaoqi's eyes lit up and his whole posture visibly straightened. "You're brilliant, shopkeeper Lu. With such generosity, you're bound to achieve the great Tao soon." Lu Xian's mouth twitched at the sudden, shameless flattery. All right, enough with the bootlicking. I'm off to open the shop. You keep at it." With that, he stepped past Huang Xiaoqi and headed toward Yu Bao Zhai. Even after taking a few steps, he could still hear Huang Xiaoqi shouting behind him, "Yu Bao Zhai group discount. 3 people get 20 off. Trade in for extra savings. Fellow cultivators, take a look. Miss it and you'll regret it." Arriving at Yu Bao Zhai, Lu Xian pulled out the key from his sleeve, unlocked the door, and officially opened for business. The group buying promotion was a raging success for 3 days. The number of customers entering Yu Bao Zhai wasn't as overwhelming as the first day, but it never stopped. After Huang Xiaoqi distributed those flyers, several new faces with papers in hand showed up. Over the next 2 days, Lu Xian flipped through the account book and found that he had sold over 20 more artifacts and taken in 8 or 9 old ones. Although the daily revenue was slightly lower than the first day of the promotion for a shop of Yu Bao Zhai size, it was already running at full capacity. In the afternoon, just after he had seen off a group of 3 cultivators who had teamed up, before he could even sit down for a sip of water, a familiar figure walked in. Yin Wanner. She was wearing a pale green long dress today, her hair neatly combed with light makeup. But Lu Xian's gaze didn't linger on her for long. He noticed that she had a young male cultivator with her, dressed in a brocade dharma robe with an exceptionally fine jade pendant hanging from his waist. Clearly a sect disciple and one with money to spare. The male cultivator stayed close to Yin Wanner, his eyes hardly leaving her face. When she entered the shop, he sidestepped to hold the door frame for her. When she looked at the counter, he immediately leaned in, asking what she liked and telling her to pick anything, lavishing attention. Yin Wanner, however, kept a cool expression. Her gaze swept over the artifacts in the counter and lightly tapped on a jade pendant. "This one looks nice." As she spoke from an angle the male cultivator couldn't see, she gave Lu Xian a quick wink. "Fair immortal, you have excellent taste. This is a mid-grade defensive artifact, the Lingxi heart-protecting pendant." Lu Xian knew it was his turn to step in. He introduced enthusiastically. "Wearing it close to the body can nourish your qi and blood. In case of danger, it will automatically activate a protective barrier fully capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage qi refining cultivator." Yin Wanner showed a perfectly timed expression of surprise. "Doesn't that mean it's like having an extra life?" The immortal is absolutely right. Lu Xian continued his act. "A defensive artifact like this can save your life at critical moments." "How much is this jade pendant?" Lu Xian quoted directly, 120 spirit stones. She then frowned, feigning difficulty. "The price is a bit high. Can you lower it a little?" "This price is already very reasonable." Lu Xian shook his head. "If you ever encounter real danger, you'll know these spirit stones are well spent. Even just wearing it daily, it can nourish your meridians and qi." Changing the subject, he casually glanced at the male cultivator beside her. "Moreover, its name is Lingxi Heart-Protecting Pendant, which has the effect of hearts connected by a spiritual thread. As long as one of the two wears it, they can sense each other's feelings." Hearing this, the male cultivator's eyes visibly lit up. Yin Wanner examined it for a moment, showing great interest, then tilted her head to look at the male cultivator. "Brother Jing, what do you think?" He replied without hesitation, "If you like it, buy it." Yin Wanner's lips curved slightly, a subtle movement, just enough for the male cultivator to see. She lowered her head, fiddling with the pendant, her voice softening. "But this one seems a bit expensive." "Forget it, I won't buy it. Let's go." As she spoke, she was about to put the jade token back on the counter. The male cultivator immediately grew anxious, grabbing her hand. "What price? If you like it, take it. Do you think I can't afford these few spirit stones?" Yin Wanner looked up at him, a hint of perfectly timed hesitation in her eyes. "Really? Truer than true gold." As he spoke, the male cultivator reached into his storage pouch. "Shopkeeper, we'll take this jade pendant." Lu Xian leaned behind the counter, watching this double-act performance, silently giving Yin Wanner a mental thumbs up. When the male cultivator handed over the spirit stones, Lu Xian swiftly passed the jade token to him. "Congratulations to the host for completing the transaction. Transaction amount 120 spirit stones. Rebate cultivation 120. Reward 100 treasures, scroll 1. The male cultivator took the jade pendant and immediately wanted to put it on Xuan himself. Xuan pretended to decline repeatedly, saying it was too precious and she couldn't accept it. But he was quite assertive, whispering sweet nothings to coax her. In the end, Xuan took the jade token and put it on herself. Xuan stood behind the counter, his eyes open wide. He had seen many tricks, but Xuan's tactic of wanting but not asking, taking but not letting go, was truly textbook. Xuan put away the spirit stones and was about to see them off. Xuan suddenly turned sideways. By the way, shopkeeper sister Mainyang's moonlight ring. Was it bought here? Xuan's hand paused as he was tidying the counter, and he looked up at her. Before he could respond, Xuan spoke. I really like that ring. If you get similar good items in the future, keep one for me. She paused, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. What she can afford, I can too. As she said this, she turned her head to look at the male cultivator beside her, her voice suddenly softening. Right, Brother Jing? That Brother Jing made the male cultivator's bones feel like jelly. Though he had no idea what she was talking about earlier, he immediately puffed out his chest and patted it, assuring, I'm not short of spirit stones. Whatever you want, just say it. Xuan withdrew her gaze with satisfaction, smiled at Xuan, and turned toward the door. Her waist swayed gently, her hips moving. The male cultivator quickly followed, courteously lifting the curtain for her. Xuan watched Xuan and the male cultivator leave the shop one after the other and couldn't help shaking his head. Another bootlicker. Just a matter of whether he'll get the prize. But according to Mainyang, this piece of meat wasn't so easy to eat. Especially with such groveling behavior. These women from drunken immortal pavilion knew exactly how to manipulate men. And she could give what Mainyang could give. Mainyang had truly given. The sincerity of last night's ice and fire twofold experience was not something that could be matched by mere words. Xuan talked big, but she held her pride too high. If she truly wanted good things, just talking wouldn't be enough. He didn't dwell on it, and turned his attention back to the shop. On the second floor of the neighboring Jubioge, Jin Sihai stood by the window, peering through the crack at the Ubiozai across the street. Though there were fewer people today than the previous 2 days, the shop was never empty. The more he watched, the darker his face became. The shop assistant beside him brought a cup of tea and carefully placed it on the table. Shopkeeper Ubiozai is still alive. Jin Sihai snorted coldly. I can see that. He had thought Lucian's group buying event wouldn't last 2 days before collapsing from losses. 3 people at 20 off discounts on top of discounts, plus the deduction for recycling old artifacts. Even his Jubioge might not be able to sustain such a scheme, let alone Ubiozai's thin foundation. Yet 3 days had passed, and that door across the street was still open with customers coming and going. The assistant rubbed his hands. Shopkeeper, should we also make some flyers or something? Flyers, my ass. I've never made a loss in my business. Jin Sihai refused without hesitation. The assistant thought of another idea. Then let's send some people to cause trouble in his shop. Cause trouble? Jin Sihai glanced at him. Haven't you had enough trouble from the Chunhan incident last time? The assistant shrank his neck and dared not speak. After a moment of silence, the assistant spoke again. How about we also send some people to buy artifacts from his shop? Doesn't he offer a 20 discount for 3 people? Let's send more people and buy him out. The more he sells, the more he loses. Jin Sihai turned around, looked at the assistant's eager face and scolded. Are you out of your mind? The assistant was stunned. He loses money, but he also makes sales, Jin Sihai said in a low voice. He uses the spirit stone income to circulate, and the small discount loss doesn't hurt his core. What I want is to drain his liquidity. When he has no spirit stones left, how can he acquire new artifacts? How can he restock his inventory? Without inventory, what will customers buy? The assistant suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. The shopkeeper is wise. Jin Sihai turned back, continuing to watch the scattered cultivators entering and exiting Ubiozai. His brow furrowed, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the windowsill. He was indeed getting anxious. The business at Jubioge had visibly cooled down in recent days. Even some regular customers were inquiring about Ubiozai's group buying event. If this continued, his Jubioge might really be overshadowed. But he couldn't think of a better solution. If he lowered prices to match, he couldn't bear to lose the profit. Going head-to-head risked giving others a handle to gossip. Just then the assistant spoke again, his voice lower than before with a hint of probing. Shopkeeper, don't we still have a lot of old artifacts in the warehouse? Jin Sihai's tapping fingers stopped. Seeing that he wasn't interrupted, the assistant grew bolder and continued, those old artifacts have been sitting in storage since we bought them. They can't sell for much and we're too lazy to repair them. They're just taking up space in the warehouse. If we sell those old artifacts to that kid. Before the assistant finished, Jin Sihai's eyes lit up. He slowly turned around, looking at the assistant's fawning face, and for the first time in 3 days a genuine smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Go on. Didn't that kid say he accepts even the most broken artifacts? Let's sell him all the old artifacts from the warehouse. Encouraged by his gaze, the assistant gained confidence. Anyway, we bought them at low prices. Even if we sell them to him at the original cost, we won't lose money, and we can drain a big chunk of his spirit stones. After he takes them back, he'll have to repair them, which takes time. They can't be turned into cash quickly, so they'll just be tied up in his hands. The assistant grew more excited. When he runs out of spirit stones and his inventory is all tied up, we'll launch a campaign and steal all his customers. Jean Sihai was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Selling at the original price is too cheap for him. He walked to the table, picked up the cup of tea, swirled it, and then spoke. Add 20%. Say we're in urgent need of money and need to offload these old artifacts quickly. If he wants them, he'll have to pay a premium. The assistant's eyes lit up. Brilliant. If he pays a premium, his spirit stones will be drained even faster. Jean Sihai put down the teacup, looked back toward Yubio's outside the window, and the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. Go take inventory of the old artifacts in the warehouse. Pick out some that are still in decent condition. Don't try to fool him with ones that are too damaged to repair. He paused, then added, throw in a few good quality ones as bait. That kid has sharp eyes, he won't take anything too shabby. The assistant nodded repeatedly. Sure. I'll go do it right away. Footsteps clattered down the stairs, and the second floor fell silent. Jean Sihai stood by the window, a cold sneer hanging on his plump face. Lu, you like collecting old artifacts, don't you? This time I'll let you collect your fill. At you, Baozhai. After Yin Waner left, Lu Xian glanced at the empty counters, a hint of worry clouding his face. The recent group buying event had been so wildly popular that the output of artifacts had soared, and the pace of recycling old goods could no longer keep up with sales. The inventory on the counters was already more than half empty. The remaining items were mostly unpopular accessory artifacts rarely chosen by rogue cultivators and utterly insufficient to sustain the business. At this rate, the shop would be completely out of stock by tomorrow. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair, nursing a slight headache. No matter how good the business was, without a supply of goods, it was all for naught. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Besides, his cultivation was nearing a critical threshold. The cultivation rebates accumulated over the past 3 days, combined with the energy he had recharged from Humaingyang, had almost brought him to the bottleneck of his cultivation. He was on the verge of a breakthrough, and it would be extremely frustrating if the business dried up. Just as he was worrying, the entrance suddenly darkened, and a figure stepped inside. The man was around 40, clad in a cyan Dharma robe with a token of the artifact refining hall hanging from his waist. Upon entering, his gaze swept across the shop before settling on Lu Xian. He cupped his hands and said, "You must be Manager Lu, right? I have long heard of your reputation." Lu Xian sized him up. "May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" "My surname is Zhao, a steward of the artifact refining hall of the Qingmu sect to the south." The visitor walked to the counter. "I've heard that Manager Lu offers fair prices for artifacts. I've come specially today to discuss a major deal." Lu Xian's brows twitched slightly. He had heard of the Qingmu sect, a sect of similar scale to the Luoxia sect located about 100 li south of the Qingyun market. It was somewhat unusual for a steward from the artifact refining hall to personally come all the way to sell artifacts. "Please have a seat, Steward Zhao." Lu Xian poured him a cup of tea. "What kind of business?" Steward Zhao did not rush to speak. Instead, he took a cloth bag from his storage pouch and placed it on the counter. Untying the opening, he revealed neatly arranged artifacts inside. He took them out one by one and laid them on the counter, quickly covering most of the tabletop. Lu Xian glanced over them and felt a slight shock. 50 pieces in total. Flying swords, long blades, armor, jade pendants, Dharma robes. A motley assortment of categories varying in quality, but all genuine artifacts. Several pieces were of quite good quality and could be put on the shelves with simple maintenance. At the bottom were even 2 high-grade flying swords, though badly damaged, their foundations were intact and could be fully repaired. Steward Zhao placed the last artifact down and clapped his hands. 50 pieces in total. Manager Lu, please take a look. This batch came from cleaning out our artifact refining hall's inventory. The quality is uneven, but I guarantee they are authentic and genuine. If you can take them, the price is negotiable." Lu Xian did not immediately respond. He bent down and examined each piece one by one, turning them over carefully, not even missing the small cracks on the edges. Steward Zhao sat across from him, drinking tea with a composed expression, occasionally lifting the cup for a sip, but his gaze kept darting toward Lu Xian's face. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lu Xian put down the last artifact and straightened up. 50 artifacts ranging from low grade to high grade. But they did not look like the kind of items cleared from a single sect's inventory. Standard artifacts from a sect usually shared uniform shapes and materials. Even with differences in age, the styles would not vary so widely. Yet this batch included curved blades and straight swords, some forged in the southern style, and some using northern materials. Clearly goods that had come from various rogue cultivators. How could a sect's artifact refining hall accumulate such a mixed batch? Lu Xian had a clear idea, but kept his expression neutral. "Steward Zhao, to be honest, the quality of this batch is average. The 2 high-grade flying swords are too damaged, and the repair cost will be high. The other mid and low-grade ones can be sold, but the profit margin is thin." He pointed at a few pieces, showing interest. "Only these few have decent quality. They can be put on the shelves and sold immediately." Lu Xian paused and made an offer. For all 50 pieces, I'll give you 2,000 spirit stones. Steward Zhao's hand holding the teacup stiffened and the smile on his face faded. Manager Lu, isn't 2,000 too low? Just the 2 high-grade ones after repair could sell for more than that. Those 2 high-grade ones are damaged so badly that repairing them will take time and effort, and it's uncertain whether they can be fully restored. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair. As a steward of the artifact refining hall, you should know how high the repair costs are. Steward Zhao was silent for a moment, his lips moving as if reluctant. Add a little more, please. It wasn't easy for us to clear this batch. 2,500. If you can take them, I'll sell them right now. Looking at the expression on Zhao's face, which seemed to be pleading for further negotiation, Lu Xian's judgment became more certain. He didn't rush to counteroffer, but instead took a sip of tea. If you think the price is too low, you can ask at the Zhubaoga next door. His tone was casual. Manager Jin's shop is bigger, and he also buys used artifacts. He's always more confident in his offers. Steward Zhao's hand holding the teacup stiffened noticeably. That pause was very brief, so brief that if Lu Xian hadn't been watching him closely, he would never have noticed. But Lu Xian saw it. He put down his cup, said nothing more, and waited quietly. Steward Zhao lowered his head, took a sip of tea, and placed the cup back on the table. When he looked up again, he had put on a helpless smile. Manager Lu, you're joking. Since I'm already here, there's no point in going elsewhere. Just add 200 more spirit stones, consider it making a friend. Lu Xian's suspicions were completely confirmed. This man was determined to sell to Yu Baozhai. The price was not the key point, the key was that this batch had to be unloaded. His earlier attempt to drive up the price was just a show. He was afraid that agreeing too readily would expose him. The moment Lu Xian mentioned checking with Zhu Baoge next door, he panicked. He was afraid that Lu Xian would refuse, afraid this deal would fall through. Lu Xian showed no sign of suspicion on his face. He simply sighed. 2,200 is a bit high, but since you've come all this way, Steward Zhao. Zhao quickly nodded. Thank you for your understanding, Manager Lu. Shall we make the transfer now? Not so fast. Lu Xian picked up a medium-grade magic sword from the counter and examined it again. The quality of this batch is uneven, so I need to inspect them carefully. Please wait a moment, Steward Zhao. He bent down and began to examine each piece one by one, this time, even more meticulously than before. He checked the spirit patterns, materials, spiritual energy circuits, and looked for any hidden damage or tampering. After going through all 50 artifacts, he confirmed they were all genuine. No fakes, no tampering, merely ordinary defective items. Having finished inspecting the last piece, Lu Xian had already made up his mind. Since there was no trickery in these goods, there could be only one purpose. Jin Sihai wanted to use these defective items to drain his working capital and choke his inventory. A clever scheme indeed. But what Jin Sihai didn't know was that Lu Xian possessed the artifact restoration technique. What others saw as hot potatoes, Lu Xian could turn into sought-after merchandise with a simple flip. But 2,200 spirit stones was too high. Not only did Lu Xian refuse to let that fat bastard gain any advantage, but he also planned to use this opportunity to turn the tables and swindle him instead. Lu Xian withdrew his hand, putting on a worried expression. Manager Zhao, I've finished inspecting this batch of goods. The quality is indeed not very good. The repair costs are higher than I expected. If I buy them for 2,002 spirit stones, I won't make much profit. Manager Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Shopkeeper Lu, we had an agreement just now. I never agreed to that. I only said I would consider it. Lu Xian sighed. How about this? I don't have enough spirit stones on hand right now. Let me take half, first 25 pieces. For the rest, Manager Zhao, if you're willing to wait a couple of days. Don't. Realizing he had been too hasty with his words, he cleared his throat and softened his tone. Shopkeeper Lu, the refining equipment hall urgently needs to clear this inventory. We simply cannot afford to delay much longer. If you have a capital shortage, how about 2,001, and you take them all? Lu Xian suppressed a smile within, but his expression grew even more troubled. Manager Zhao, this 2,000. Let's stick with Shopkeeper Lu's offered price. Manager Zhao gritted his teeth. 50 pieces altogether, any lower, and I simply cannot account for it. Lu Xian fell silent for a moment, appearing to deliberate. After a long pause, he slowly nodded. All right, then, given Manager Zhao's sincerity, 2,000 it is. He turned and counted out spirit stones from the counter, pushing them forward. Manager Zhao gazed at the pile of spirit stones, a barely perceptible smirk crossing his eyes. Then I must thank you, Shopkeeper Lu. He swiftly gathered the stones into his storage pouch. Take good care of this merchandise, or I must take my leave. Manager Zhao turned and hurried out of the shop door, worried Lu Xian might change his mind. After stepping out of Yu Baozhai, he did not linger, crossing straight through the main market street and turning into the side entrance of the neighboring Jubao Pavilion. He climbed to the second floor, where Jin Sihai was waiting behind the desk. Did it work? Jin Sihai raised his eyes. Manager Zhao took the spirit stones from his storage pouch and placed them on the table, wearing a satisfied smile. It worked. That young man inspected the goods for quite some time, but eventually paid 1,008. Judging by his pained expression, it clearly hurt him. Jin Sihai frowned. 1,008. Didn't I tell you the minimum was 2,000? Manager Zhao feigned helplessness. Shopkeeper Jean, that 1008 was only achieved through lengthy persuasion. You have no idea how sharp his judgment is. He pointed out every flaw in each magical artifact to drive the price down. Never mind 1008 it is. Jean Sihai saw no point in pressing further, a sarcastic smile curling his lips. He's taking back 50 defective items, especially those 2 top-grade flying swords that are nearly impossible to repair. Let's see how he handles this. Manager Zhao took a seat nearby and poured himself a cup of tea. He likely doesn't have much liquid capital on hand. He originally intended to purchase only half the lot, but upon seeing those few quality artifacts, he probably couldn't resist the opportunity and bought everything. Jean Sihai nodded and retrieved 50 spirit stones from the drawer, handing them over. Well done, this is yours. He leaned back in his chair, gazing toward Yubiozai through the window with a satisfied smirk. With the inventory depleted and cash reserves exhausted, let's see how many more days he can hold out. Inside Yubiozai, Lu Xian carefully stored the 50 artifacts into his storage pouch, one by one, his spirits high. 2,000 spirit stones for 50 artifacts. Just repairing those 2 top-grade flying swords would recover most of his investment. This hot potato Jean Sihai had dumped on him would transform into pure profit with a little effort. He summoned the system panel and glanced at it. Cultivation Shi Refining Layer 8, 53584000, 100 Treasure Scrolls 131. Lu Xian couldn't help but chuckle as he read those numbers. Thanks to benefactor Jean, who had gifted him cultivation progress and a substantial number of 100 treasure scrolls. This single transaction alone added 50 scrolls to his collection, while the cultivation rebate had pushed his chi refining progress well beyond its limit. With a thought, he initiated the breakthrough. Spiritual energy that had been accumulating in his dantian surged forth like water bursting through a dam, racing through his meridians and colliding violently against the bottleneck. The barrier shattered without resistance as spiritual energy poured through unimpeded. Lu Xian's bones emitted a series of crisp cracks throughout his body. His dantian expanded another ring, and the potency of his spiritual energy advanced to a new level. Chi Refining Layer 9. Foundation establishment is not far off. Lu Xian clenched his fist, feeling the spiritual energy circulating within his palm, and exhaled in satisfaction. He glanced at the sky and realized it was getting late. The scattered cultivators on the street were thinning out and shops were gradually closing. He simply locked the store and headed toward the refining district. Once inside the refining room with the door secured, Lu Xian took out the artifacts one by one to repair them. Mid to low-grade artifacts repaired quickly, connecting spiritual veins, polishing surfaces, and recharging spirit cores. It was nearly an assembly line operation. What truly consumed time were those 2 top-grade artifacts. One was a fire attribute longsword with 3 cracks along the blade and most of its spiritual circuit severed. The other was an earth attribute flying sword, its blade broken and spiritual patterns twisted and deformed, looking utterly devastating. For anyone else, this would be time-consuming and costly, with repair expenses exceeding the price of forging anew. But he was different. As long as the core spirit nucleus remained intact, repair was merely a matter of putting in the effort. Lu Xian patiently used secret techniques to gradually reconnect the broken spiritual veins and employed fire methods to reforge the deformed metal until smooth. By the time both top-grade artifacts were fully restored, over 2 hours had passed. He straightened up and stretched his sore shoulders, silently tallying the neatly arranged artifacts on the workbench. 2 top-grade artifacts, 9 mid-grade artifacts, and 39 low-grade artifacts. Combined with the 3 low-grade and 1 mid-grade pieces acquired during the day, this shipment completely filled the inventory gap. But there was a problem. Jean Sihai had sharp eyes. If he sent someone to check the shop and discovered the artifacts he'd sold were displayed unchanged on Yubiozai's counters, his scheme would unravel completely. Lu Xian set down the artifact and suddenly had an idea. He opened the system panel, navigated to the shop section, and found something he'd noticed before. Artifact disguise technique. Modify the appearance of repaired artifacts, adjusting colors, patterns, and overall shape. Costs 300 treasure scrolls to exchange for. This was essentially swapping the cosmetic appearance of artifacts. He currently possessed 100 treasure scrolls. Even reserving some for foundation establishment pills, he had more than enough for this exchange. Without hesitation, Lu Xian confirmed the exchange. A fresh wave of knowledge flooded his mind, less extensive than the repair techniques, but requiring far greater precision in execution. After assimilating the knowledge, he examined the vast array of artifacts on the workbench and immediately began modifying them. He adjusted the patterns and overall coloration of attack artifacts while subtly reshaping the contours of defensive ones. Some followed an ancient and robust aesthetic, others were crafted with delicate intricacy, and a collection was designed specifically to appeal to female cultivators' tastes. Soft pink and light purple color schemes paired with floral and bird motifs made them particularly charming. Among these artifacts were several old cultivation robes with outdated baggy designs that resembled burlap sacks. Even if restored to perfect condition and displayed, few would likely give them a second glance. Cultivation robes were inherently difficult to sell. Sect disciples wore standardized garments, and the market district already had dedicated shops competing for customers. Ordinary scattered cultivators had limited spirit stones and would prioritize purchasing flying swords or protective jade pendants, making do with their current robes rather than spending precious resources on new ones. Running his fingers over the coarse fabric, Xuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In his past life, he'd seen cosplayers at conventions wearing form-fitting robes that accentuated their figures, elegant and striking. Compared to those designs, this pile of robes was dreadfully plain. He glanced down at the worn garments in his hands, then recalled the stylish outfits from the convention, and a slow smile spread across his face. Let me bring a little shock to this cultivation world. Alter it. Alter it all. He immediately activated the artifact glamour technique, letting spiritual energy flow over the fabric as he began reshaping the design. The once loose, straight-cut robe was sharply cinched at the waist, instantly revealing a flattering silhouette. The cut was precise where it needed to be cinched and where it should accentuate, ensuring a figure that was both alluring and elegant. Heavy single-layer cloth was replaced with dual-layer tulle, creating a flowing hem that drifted gracefully with each step and shimmered with delicate light. The dull-aged fabric was reborn in entirely new color palettes: cherry blossom pink, moonlit white, and misty lavender, all hues that would make female cultivators stop in their tracks. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with intricate begonia and cloud motifs of exquisite craftsmanship. The long tulle dress was transformed into a knee-length skirt, its hem resting just an inch above the knees. Each movement revealed a glimpse of fair, slender legs, graceful and unencumbered, allowing full freedom for sword flight and combat. He understood this completely from his past life. At conventions, 8 out of 10 cosplayers wore something like this. It drew men who couldn't look away and made women desperate to buy. He left the internal spirit gathering and defensive arrays untouched, focusing all his changes on the exterior appearance and patterns. To the eye, it was dazzling and ornate, but beneath the surface remained the same proven system. Nothing like the loose, plain robes sold in the market stalls. His satisfaction deepened with each glance. If these were displayed on a counter, not only would female cultivators be unable to walk away, but male cultivators seeking to please their Dao companions would likely fight over them. Setting down the first robe, he picked up the next and began his work. Pale celadon lotus root pink. Once the first piece was complete, as a reference, the rest required only adjustments to their color schemes. By the time all 5 robes were transformed, they had been completely reinvented, neatly arranged on the counter, gleaming with iridescent light. He stroked his chin in thought, then suddenly clapped his hands. No such beautiful robes must be marked up by at least 50%. No, doubled. These old robes, originally worth only a dozen or 2 spirit stones, could now command double the price simply based on their stunning appearance. The more he considered it, the more promising it seemed. His gaze swept across the row of robes when an idea struck him. These will be called the Yubao Zhai Heavenly Craft series. Heavenly Craft embodied the notion of surpassing nature itself. The name alone signaled unmatched artistry. Simply displaying it on the counter would justify an extra 10 spirit stones. The more he pondered the name, the more satisfying it sounded, and he was already contemplating sourcing additional old robes for future series. There were countless designs ahead. This was merely the first generation. Future styles would feature one-shoulder cuts, open backs, high slits, and cropped silhouettes, paired with flowing tulle shawls. Each new creation would draw gasps from female cultivators. With all the mid to low-grade artifacts transformed, only the 2 top-grade flying swords remained, truly the centerpiece. Xuan selected the fire attribute longsword first, channeling his spiritual energy through the artifact glamour technique as it spread across the blade's surface. The blade's dull crimson faded gradually, giving way to a brilliant translucent vermilion gold hue. The hilt's coarse patterns were refined into delicate flowing cloud designs. The sword emerged completely revitalized, utterly transformed from its previous worn state, while its internal spirit runes and energy pathways remained untouched. Xuan raised it toward the light for inspection, nodding with satisfaction. The piece had been elevated considerably. As the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire, and a horse by its saddle. Even a flying sword needs an upgrade. With this one properly refinished, he decided on a new name. From now on, you shall be called the Crimson Cloud Meltlight Sword. Turning to the Earth attribute top-grade sword, Xuan first shifted its faded yellow hue to a rich ochre tone, then carved intricate layered rock patterns across the blade, infusing it with a powerful Earth-type spiritual aura. The ordinary earthy quality transformed into refined elegance. Deeply pleased with the result, he gave it a fitting name on the spot: Rock-Solid Mountain Pacifying Sword. By the time all the artifacts were completely transformed, midnight had passed. Xuan rose and gazed at the 50-plus renewed pieces on the counter, unable to suppress his smile. Even Jin Si-Hai himself would never recognize these as the same batch of goods. With their new appearances, the artifacts had elevated their appeal by more than just one level. The robes redesigned for female cultivators stood out particularly. Their visual appeal far surpassed the originals simply by being displayed, guaranteeing at least a 10 to 20% premium when sold. Lu Xian carefully stored all the artifacts and patted his storage pouch. Manager Jean, for the gift you've given me. I must make Yu Baozhai flourish and grow. Upon returning from the artifact forge, Lu Xian slept soundly until dawn. The next morning, as soon as he opened the shop, Huang Xiaoqi rushed right in. Manager Lu, something's wrong lately, he pleaded from across the counter, brows furrowed in worry. Many have complained that despite our reasonable discounts and good prices, they simply can't find artifacts that truly satisfy them. You need to think of something, he insisted, clapping his thighs in desperation. Otherwise, all my efforts to draw customers here would be wasted if they leave empty-handed. Rest assured it won't be for nothing. Lu Xian didn't look up as he prepared tea. That previous batch was clearance inventory from group purchases, mediocre quality that only moved because of low prices. Now that stock is nearly depleted, it's time for new arrivals. Huang Xiaoqi paused, startled. New stock? You acquired more items. Not acquired. Custom made exclusively for us. Before Huang Xiaoqi's eyes, Lu Xian began pulling items from his storage pouch. The first batch revealed newly refined low-grade artifacts, flying swords, long blades, spears, and shields, all transformed. Every piece gleamed with clarity and brilliance. The swords sharp and pristine, the blades substantial and fierce, each exuding exceptional craftsmanship, with delicate cloud patterns and radiating light. Huang Xiaoqi's breath caught as he took in the display. These artifacts are too beautiful. But Lu Xian said nothing, continuing to retrieve more pieces. Mid-grade artifacts joined the display. A pale cyan flying sword with an elegant slender blade accented by a fine silver line running from tip to hilt, clean and refined in appearance. A navy blue shield bore intricate silver etching along its edges, projecting understated elegance. A moon-white short blade featured a delicate half-begonia carving at the guard, its thin edge catching the light. Huang Xiaoqi couldn't close his mouth in astonishment. Finally came the main attractions. Lu Xian withdrew the crimson cloud meltlight sword from deep within his storage pouch and set it gently at the center of the counter. That dazzling vermilion gold radiance made his atoms apple bob. Shopkeeper. This sword. Top-grade flying sword. Crimson cloud meltlight sword. Lu Xian tapped the blade lightly, producing a deep resonant hum. These artifacts were custom crafted by a master forger specifically for Yu Baozhai. Notice the exclusive watermark on each, one you cannot find anywhere else. Huang Xiaoqi swallowed hard, leaning in for a closer look. Shopkeeper, there's a mark on the hilt. The exclusive Yu Baozhai seal. Lu Xian maintained his composure. Every piece in this custom batch bears this mark. We recognize the seal, not the bearer. Huang Xiaoqi stared in awe, convinced without a doubt. Lu Xian produced the rock-solid mountain pacifying sword next. The moment it landed on the counter, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavier. Another master-crafted piece left Huang Xiaoqi's eyes fixed in wonder. Beyond the blazing crimson gold longsword and the heavily etched mountain pacifying blade, even the mid to low-grade flying swords displayed exceptional craftsmanship and outstanding quality. Any single piece far surpassed common market offerings in both texture and aesthetic, genuine boutique quality. What do you think? Which piece catches your eye? This custom collection is extremely limited, and once sold, replacement may take considerable time. Lu Xian jestingly added, speaking of which, you've likely earned dozens of spirit stones from those group buy promotions lately, haven't you? Caught off guard, Huang Xiaoqi swallowed, his eyes gleaming with desire. He rubbed his hands together, scanning the display before settling back on the pale cyan mid-grade flying sword. Manager Lu, could you set this flying sword aside for me? Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. You want to purchase it? Yes. Such an exceptional sword. I fear it will be gone if I hesitate. Huang Xiaoqi offered an embarrassed smile. I'll go gather the spirit stones right now. He turned and bolted for the door. Don't sell it to anyone else. Before his words finished echoing, he was already gone. Watching his frantic departure, Lu Xian chuckled and shook his head, continuing to arrange the remaining artifacts on the counter. Within half an hour, Yu Baozhai filled with crowds once more. Word traveled faster than wind. A new shipment of master-crafted pieces had arrived, each exquisite and uniquely obtainable nowhere else. Cultivators rallied friends and companions, pooling resources, paying outright with spirit stones or trading in old artifacts for price reductions. Lu Xian worked tirelessly. No sooner had he seen off a trio of group-buying cultivators than a striking young face appeared before him. Rebellious disciple, how could you be so cruel? It was Lin Xiaochang. The moment she entered, her cheeks were puffed, hands on her hips, glaring at him indignantly. Why didn't you tell me about the group purchase event? Lu Xian found it somewhat amusing. You never gave me a communication talisman. How was I supposed to inform you? Lin Xiaochang choked on his words for a moment, then slapped the talisman on the counter and pushed it toward him. Now you have it right. Lu Xian glanced at her still puffed cheeks and let out a chuckle. All right, I have it now. Only then did Lin Xiaochang give a satisfied hum, her gaze starting to sweep over the magical artifacts displayed inside the counter. Then her line of sight crossed the counter and landed on the row of robes hanging on the inner wall of the shop. Her entire body froze as if struck by an immobilization spell. A cherry pink robe hung on the far left with a fitted waist, delicate begonia motifs embroidered on the collar, and cuffs, a light airy skirt, and an astonishing luster enveloping the entire garment. Next to it was a moon-white one followed by misty purple light green lotus root. 5 robes hung neatly in a row with exquisite cuts and an ethereal celestial aura. Lin Xiaochang's eyes went wide instantly. She opened her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. Senior brother. What? What is that? Lu Xian followed her gaze and replied casually, the Tiangong series robes from Yubao, Zhai newly arrived. Lin Xiaochang had already bypassed the counter and walked up to the row of robes. She reached out cautiously, touching the cuff of the cherry pink robe. As her fingertip traced the embroidery, it was as if something had struck her entire being. Lin Xiaochang turned to him, her eyes dazzlingly bright. Senior brother. This one, how many spirit stones? After asking the price, she looked at Lu Xian with eager anticipation, waiting for him to speak. Lu Xian glanced at the robe, then at her expression that screamed, I want it, but I probably can't afford it, and already had a clear idea. He spoke slowly, 100 spirit stones. Lin Xiaochang's eyes shot wide open, and she exclaimed in surprise, 100 spirit stones. Why is it so expensive? This is clearly a low-grade robe. Other shops sell it for at most 50 or 60 spirit stones. You said it yourself, those are ordinary goods from other shops. Lu Xian said calmly. This is a custom-made exclusive piece from the Tiangong series, personally crafted by a master refiner. It's nothing like the mass-produced junk flooding the market. Just think how many heads will turn when you wear a robe like this. Even if someone else wears a medium-grade or high-grade robe, can anyone compare to you in terms of elegance and flair? Lin Xiaochang's eyes sparkled as Lu Xian spoke, clearly hitting the very core of her desires. She had already begun to imagine how stunning she would look in that robe. But for a moment, she couldn't find the words. It was obvious that the price far exceeded her budget. Her expression shifted from anticipation to conflict, then from conflict to distress, and finally, she lowered her head, murmuring softly, but, it's so expensive. Leaning against the counter, Lu Xian watched her dejected look and found it rather amusing. This girl always wore the same expression every time she came. First she would eye something covetously, then say she couldn't afford it, and finally ask if there was any other way to get a discount. He had already prepared his lines. I can give you a little discount, but there's a condition. However, just as he started, before he could finish, Lin Xiaochang suddenly raised her head, her troubled expression vanishing, replaced by a sly grin. She reached into her storage pouch, pulled out a palm-sized jade box, and placed it on the counter. Senior brother, take a look at this. Lu Xian stared at the jade box, a bit taken aback. The jade box was warm and smooth all over, with a small spirit sealing talisman affixed to the seal, clearly meant to preserve the spiritual material. He lifted the talisman, opened the lid, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance rushed toward him. Inside the wooden box lay a single Lingji mushroom. Its entire body was gleaming white like fallen snow, the cap thin as a cicada's wing, edges wrapped in a faint blue glow, roots intact and in perfect condition. Lu Xian's eyes lit up instantly. Snow Lingji, one of the main ingredients for refining the condensing golden pill. It was a rare commodity on the market. Even if you wanted to buy it, you had to rely on luck to find someone willing to sell. Where did you get this? He looked up at Lin Xiaochang. I picked it myself. Surprised. Unexpected. Lin Xiaochang chuckled, pulled up a stool, sat down, and swung her legs back and forth, looking thoroughly pleased with herself. Speak properly. Lu Xian's face darkened. Senior brother. Don't be mad. I'll talk, okay. Lin Xiaochang shrank her neck, immediately dropping her cocky attitude. 2 days ago, I took on a sect herb-gathering mission. After entering the mountains, I took a wrong turn and stumbled into a valley by accident. At the bottom of the valley, there were plenty of spiritual herbs. Just as I crouched down to pick some, a gray-backed wild boar suddenly burst out of the bushes and chased me all over the mountain. As she spoke, she gestured. That boar was bigger than your shop. I ran for a long time, almost fell off a cliff. My foot even slipped off the edge. Luckily, there was a vine on the cliff wall. I grabbed it and happened to see this snow Lingji growing in a crevice of the cliff. After the boar left, I plucked it on my way out. Lu Xian looked at her expression of, I'm just lucky, aren't I, and felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Others go into the mountains risking their lives fighting demon beasts. She goes in and gets chased by a beast, which inadvertently leads her to a snow Lingji. Last time it was a vermilion fruit, this time it's a snow Lingji. This girl's luck is simply absurd. His gaze fell back on the snow Lingji, and he began calculating in his mind. This was one of the main ingredients for refining the condensing golden pill, the most coveted spiritual herb for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. If he took it in, he would have no trouble selling it. Be more careful next time you go into the mountains to gather herbs. Don't always put yourself in danger. Hearing Lu Xian's words of concern, Lin Xiaochang's eyes softened instantly, and she whispered, Senior brother, are you worried about me? Of course I am. I don't want anything to happen to you. Lu Xian looked at her, his tone becoming more serious. By the way, do you plan to sell this snow Lingji? Lin Xiaochang blinked, tilted her head, and looked at him. Senior brother wants it. Of course I do. Lu Xian nodded, then added after a pause, name your price. I won't lowball you. Lin Xiaochang didn't answer immediately. She ran her fingers back and forth along the edge of the jade box, as if calculating something. After a moment, she looked up with a slightly different smile on her face. I can sell it. But, she drew out her tone, I also have a condition. Xuan looked at her expression that said, finally, it's my turn to set the terms, and found it rather interesting. In the past, it was always him who set conditions. This time, it was her turn to have him at her mercy. Let's hear it. Lin Xiaochang stood up, walked around the counter, and came to his side. She wasn't tall, standing beside him only to his shoulder, but she lifted her chin, trying hard to look serious. I can give you this snow, Lingxi. At this point, her face instantly flushed, and her voice turned soft. But today at noon, you have to belong to me. Xuan was momentarily stunned, completely bewildered. To you? You mean by that? It's just. Lin Xiaochang's face burned crimson, yet she mustered her courage and wrapped her arms around him. Burying her face in his shoulder, she mumbled softly, I mean that I missed you. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, yet her feelings were so plain it was impossible to hide them. This girl always came bearing subtle intentions. Today she had specially delivered a pristine snow Lingxi, certainly not merely to exchange for spirit stones. Xuan said nothing more, simply picking up the jade box containing the snow Lingxi and stowing it on the counter. He glanced out the window. The sun hung directly overhead. It was high noon. Very well then, I'll keep you company this noon. He turned and walked to the shop door, closing it behind him. The entire store instantly fell into shadow and silence. Lin Xiaochang stood beside the counter, watching him with her earlobes burning red, obedient and unmoving. Xuan turned to regard her with amusement. You're both refined and playful. Lin Xiaochang immediately looked up, her expression bewildered. What kind of vegetables? Xuan didn't bother explaining further. Then let's go to the back courtyard to eat first. I'll make sure this little glutton gets her fill. With that, he led her straight to the back courtyard. The small cooking station looked compact, yet all the pots and pans were in place. Xuan retrieved a spirit fish he'd been raising from the water basin and began skillfully preparing it. The spirit fish meat was tender, so he sliced it into thin strips. He also took out spirit bamboo shoots and demon beast meat, preparing them in matching cuts. Once the stove fire was lit and the oil heated, he tossed in the minced ginger, scallions, and garlic until the fragrant aroma filled the air. The fish strips sizzled into the pan, curling up with white edges as the tender bamboo shoots followed. A final drizzle of seasoned sauce was tossed in, coating every strand as he stirred. The fragrance suddenly exploded into the air. Now this was authentic fish, fragrant shredded pork. Once plated, he immediately tossed the second dish into the wok. The meat slices seared quickly with red pepper and scallion segments over high heat, the aroma intensifying as glossy steam rose. Within moments, the mouth-watering fragrance spread throughout the entire courtyard. Lin Xiaochang dragged a small stool and crouched by the cooking station, resting her chin in her hands as her eyes followed Xuan's every move. As the food sizzled and released its enticing aroma, she couldn't help but swallow hard and whisper in awe, "Senior brother, you're incredibly skilled at cooking." Xuan tossed the wok casually and replied offhandedly, "Running a shop alone for so long, I've picked up a few skills." Lin Xiaochang gave a soft hum and watched him for a moment longer. "Then may I come often to steal your meals?" Xuan turned his head to glance at her, remaining silent. Lin Xiaochang immediately straightened her posture and retorted confidently, "Why not? You need to eat anyway. Adding me is no more than one extra pair of chopsticks." Xuan didn't respond, instead preparing a bowl of spirit vegetable soup and carrying it to the stone table in the courtyard. "If you dig up more spirit herbs, I welcome it any time." Lin Xiaochang's neck puffed up proudly. "Digging spirit herbs? That's my specialty. Come eat." Xuan offered a gentle smile. Lin Xiaochang leaned in immediately at the savory aroma, picked up her chopsticks, and stuffed a bite of the fish-fragrant shredded pork into her mouth, her eyes instantly lighting up. "This is incredibly delicious. Of course, would I dare serve it if it weren't good?" Xuan took his seat across from her. They feasted heartily around the stone table. Lin Xiaochang's appetite was insatiable, finishing 2 bowls of spirit vegetable soup in a row. Before long, both dishes were empty. After finishing her last bite, she set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and leaned back with a satisfied sigh. "So delicious. I wish I could eat this every day." Xuan set down his chopsticks and looked at her. "Full, eh?" Lin Xiaochang nodded vigorously, completely unaware of what was about to happen next. "I'm full." Xuan rose and circled around the stone table to stand before her, his tall frame casting her entirely in shadow. Just as she tilted her head to ask what was wrong, Xuan bent down and lifted her into his arms. "Now that you've eaten your fill, it's time to attend to serious matters." Lin Xiaochang's body went weightless as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her face flushing crimson. "Senior brother, you." But Xuan cut her off mid-sentence, carrying her firmly into the house. The door clicked shut behind them. Lin Xiaochang was petite, curling herself small against his chest. Though delicate boned, she had curves in all the right places, her waist slender enough for him to encircle with a single hand, easily lifted and maneuvered. He gently placed Lin Xiaochang onto the bed, taking his time. Through their previous encounters, he'd noticed she differed from others in a particular way. She was small and light, light enough to turn over effortlessly to be positioned however he wished. Yet her figure was exquisitely proportioned with all the right curves and contours. In his hands she resembled a delicate porcelain doll. Lin Xiaochan felt her entire body grow warm under his gaze, and she tugged at his sleeve. "Senior brother, please don't look at me like that. How else should I look at you?" Lu Xian leaned down and lifted her chin. "Would you like to teach your senior brother something?" Lin Xiaochan opened her mouth to retort, but her words were swallowed as his lips claimed hers. She had come intending to maintain some advantage, but once here, she was thoroughly overpowered. Long after Lin Xiaochan lay curled in his arms, her body pliant and limp damp strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. Her chin rested against his chest as she murmured softly, "The snow Lingji. I dug it specially for you." Lu Xian looked down at her damp lashes. He brushed aside the stray hairs clinging to her face, noting how warm her skin remained beneath his palm. "Specially dug for me. Last time I saw you dealing in spirit herbs." Her voice grew quieter as she spoke. "I just wanted to help you." Lu Xian studied her flushed cheeks and bright eyes, his breath catching slightly. "You're being so kind to me." He rolled over and pulled her back into his embrace. "If I don't reward you properly, wouldn't that seem ungrateful?" Lin Xiaochan stiffened momentarily as he pinned her again. She pressed her hands against his chest, her voice trembling with panic. "Again? Aren't you going to open the shop?" "Open the shop?" Lu Xian gazed down at her with a slight curve of his lips. "What importance does a shop hold compared to you?" Upon hearing those words, Lin Xiaochan froze as though struck by a paralysis technique, her hands still pressed against his chest. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. Instead, she buried her face in the crook of his neck and mumbled something unintelligibly. Lu Xian caught nothing. "Moi. Don't try that on me." Her voice was muffled, yet carried an unmistakable warmth. The temperature in the room rose once more. By the time Lu Xian finally rose to dress, Lin Xiaochan had gone completely still. She lay sprawled on the bed, the covers drawn to her shoulders with only her head visible, her face buried deep in the pillow, too exhausted even to lift her eyelids. She had truly felt the power of the 9-yang constitution this time. Her voice was hoarse. Lu Xian glanced back at her before walking to the bedside to tuck the covers neatly around her. "Rest a while. I'll go open the shop." Lin Xiaochan let out a muffled humph from within the pillow, whether agreeing or merely announcing she was still alive it was impossible to tell. But as Lu Xian reached the doorway, something seemed to strike her. She propped herself up halfway. "Senior brother, please remember to keep that ceremonial robe for me." A faint smile tugged at Lu Xian's lips. "How could I forget? It's reserved for you." Only then did Lin Xiaochan sink back into the pillow with satisfaction, burying her face in the covers and mumbling something indistinctly. This time, truly silent. Lu Xian pushed open the back courtyard gate and made his way to the front shop, reopening the storefront. Outside, several rogue cultivators had already gathered in wait. The leader Huang Xiaoqi stepped forward upon seeing the door open. "Shopkeeper Lu, you're finally open. I've been waiting quite a while." Lu Xian stepped aside to clear the entrance. "Come in. I overslept my afternoon nap. Take your time browsing." Huang Xiaoqi strode straight to the counter once inside. "Shopkeeper, my 2 fellow Taoists and I are pooling our resources together. That pale green flying sword, is it still available?" "Rest assured." Lu Xian glanced at his eager expression and retrieved the mid-grade flying sword from his storage pouch. "I kept it for you." Huang Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. He took the sword and examined it repeatedly, growing increasingly satisfied with each inspection. The other 2 rogue cultivators, one selected a low-grade protective armor, while the other was drawn to a short blade. Huang Xiaoqi also traded in his previous worn-out flying sword, exchanging it for a discount on the new purchase. His hands trembled slightly as he gripped the new flying sword, a broad grin spreading across his face. "With this flying sword, I'll have far more confidence recruiting people from now on. Standing on the street with this blade drawn, who wouldn't be impressed?" Lu Xian shook his head with a smile. "All right, stop loitering here blocking the way. Get to work." Huang Xiaoqi left, happily cradling his new flying sword. As he exited, he deliberately paused at the doorway for a moment longer, displaying the new flying sword for show, which drew the attention of 2 passing rogue cultivators who couldn't help but cast curious glances. The afternoon business proved quite promising. Beyond casual browsers, 2 more group orders came in. Even though Lu Xian had priced the master custom pieces at a premium, his customers were willing to pay for the aesthetics. One artifact after another was purchased from the counter, with some customers trading in old pieces to offset the cost. Lu Xian worked through the afternoon and began tallying his sales as evening approached. Including the morning's transactions, he had sold 19 new artifacts and acquired 8 second-hand pieces. Beyond artifacts, 5 spirit herbs came in while 2 were sold. As dusk settled and the street emptied of rogue cultivators, Lu Xian closed up for the day, his thoughts already drifting back to Lin Xiaochan resting in the back courtyard. By now that girl should be awake. A perfect opportunity to resume their cultivation discussions. Lu Xian was about to close the door when someone suddenly called out from outside. "Shopkeeper Lu, don't close the door." His hand paused, and he almost failed to recognize Huang Tai, who had walked up to the entrance. The fellow had a face blackened with soot, his hair singed and sticking up in several strands, and his sleeves charred black. Xuan was taken aback. You had a furnace explosion. Huang Tai quickly strode to the door, wiped the grime from his face, and instead grinned. I messed up 2 batches. Then his tone shifted, unable to conceal his pride. But the remaining 3 all succeeded. 30 spirit restoration pills in total, and they're all of excellent quality. Xuan let him in. With you looking so blackened, I thought you'd ruined everything. 30 pills, not bad. Huang Tai took out 3 jade bottles from his storage pouch and placed them on the counter. Check the goods. Xuan picked up 1 bottle, pulled out the stopper, tipped out a pill, and examined it in his palm. The pill was round and plump with a faint warm luster on its surface. Superior quality. He nodded. 30 spirit restoration pills, I'll give you 120 spirit stones. Huang Tai's eyes lit up and he agreed without a second thought. Deal. He had checked around. Similar pills essential for chi refining stage cultivators were bought by other shops at 3 or 4 spirit stones each. Xuan's offer was on the higher side. Congratulations, host, transaction completed. Transaction amount 120 spirit stones, rebate cultivation 120. Reward 100 treasures, ticket 1. Xuan counted out the spirit stones and pushed them over. Huang Tai accepted them and put them away. His gaze casually swept over the counter and then he froze. The row of magical artifacts displayed in the counter seemed completely different from a few days ago. These artifacts had a warm, translucent luster, and the several robes hanging on the side wall were exquisitely made, nothing like common goods. Huang Tai took 2 steps closer, first looking at the crimson gold red cloud molten light sword, then at the nearby rock firm mountain suppressing sword. He couldn't help turning his head to look at Xuan. Shopkeeper Lu, these artifacts. I had a master artifact refiner customize them exclusively for you, Bao Zhai. Xuan said without changing expression. They just arrived, a new batch. Huang Tai clicked his tongue, inwardly grateful that he had signed with you, Bao Zhai. He had hesitated initially about tying himself to this small shop, but now binding himself to a shop that had a master artifact refiner supplier felt like a huge bargain. Judging by the quality of these artifacts, even if it wasn't a master refiner, it was at least a senior refiner. However, he was an alchemist after all, so his interest in artifacts remained at the level of appreciation. He swept his gaze around, and then withdrew it without asking further. Xuan saw through his thoughts, and did not continue the topic. He took out 7 recently acquired crimson heart fruits, and placed them on the counter. Take these crimson heart fruits to continue refining. I'll count them as 35 spirit stones, and I'll still buy the pills. Huang Tai took the crimson heart fruits, examined them. They were of excellent quality, and nodded in satisfaction. All right, with these main ingredients I can start the furnace again as soon as I get back. As expected of you, Bao Zhai's exclusive alchemist, each crimson heart fruit was 3 spirit stones cheaper. He left behind 35 spirit stones, clasped his hands to Xuan, and said, I'll be off now. I need to go clean myself up. Xuan watched him leave the shop, then looked down at the 3 bottles of spirit restoration pills on the counter. Tomorrow he could officially announce the pill business. With you, Bao Zhai adding pills to its offerings, business would only improve. He put the jade bottles into his storage pouch, and was about to close the door when a shout came from across the street. Shopkeeper Lu, wait a moment. Xuan's hand paused, and he looked up. Wenyu, carrying a bamboo-woven food box, walked briskly across the street. She had clearly applied light makeup today, her brows and eyes gentle and soft, making her look exceptionally charming. Xuan was surprised. Why are you here at this hour? The new shop space is settled. Wenyu walked to the door with a joyful expression, handing him the food box. I just signed a contract a moment ago, and came to tell you right away. I also made some new pastries for you to try. Xuan opened a corner of the food box, and a warm, sweet aroma wafted out. Inside, several plates of pastries were neatly arranged, steaming hot. He closed the lid and stepped aside to let her in. Have you set the opening date? The day after tomorrow. Wenyu stepped into the shop, smiling at him. You must come then. I'm counting on you to help me make a good impression. Xuan leaned against the counter. I'll definitely be there. Care for a cup of tea? No need for tea. Wenyu pulled a stool and sat down, her beautiful eyes gazing directly at him. Are you free tonight? Xuan had just picked up the teapot to pour water when he froze at her words. Here it was again. She had asked the same thing last time. Wenyu didn't avert her gaze, but a blush crept across her cheeks, stirring a certain itch. Xuan felt a headache coming on. He understood Wenyu's intentions all too well. If it had been yesterday, he would have agreed without a second thought. Today he was actually willing, but unfortunately, there was still someone lying in his bed. After the midday exertions, Lin Xiaochan had fallen into a deep sleep, likely just waking up now. Tonight probably won't work. Xuan gritted his teeth and forced himself to decline, putting on a look of helpless honesty. I still have a mountain of things to deal with. At these words, Wenyu was silent for a few seconds. The blush on her face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of disappointment and grievance. This is the second time. She hung her head, her voice dropping significantly. Last time you said the same thing to me. Xuan opened his mouth, but couldn't find the right words for a moment. Wenyu looked up at him, her eyes full of resentment. Shopkeeper Lu, do you dislike me? She was inwardly anxious, afraid that Xuan was deliberately distancing himself because of the earlier loan of spirit stones. Xuan quickly waved his hands. How could I? Then why did you refuse me twice? Her question was more direct than before. After saying that, she averted her gaze first. If you don't want to just say so, I won't pester you. Her voice grew softer, trailing off with a faint tremor, unable to conceal her grievance. Seeing her like that, Xuan suddenly felt that if this misunderstanding wasn't cleared up, he might lose the spark between them forever. Of course it's not because I dislike you. He quickly racked his brains for an excuse. My cultivation has recently hit a bottleneck. I have to go into seclusion and train hard every night. I simply can't spare any time. He paused, then added, tomorrow night. I'll come to your place tomorrow night. When Yuru's eyes instantly lifted and the resentment in them vanished. The corners of her mouth lifted again. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? Xuan picked up his teacup and took a sip to calm himself. Get ready tomorrow night. I'll also stop by to see Nan. All right. When Yuru stood up with a smile, pushing the food box toward him. Remember to eat the pastries while they're hot. They won't taste as good when they cool down. She walked to the shop door, glanced back at him with ears already red. Tomorrow night, I'll be waiting for you. Xuan watched as when Yuru exited the shop, finally exhaling with relief before turning toward the back courtyard. When he pushed open the rear door, he paused in surprise. The courtyard had been immaculately cleaned. The bowls and chopsticks were gone from the stone table, the stove was wiped spotless, and even the fallen leaves on the ground had been swept away. He was somewhat taken aback, his gaze lifting to see Lin Xiaochan peeking half her body out from the house, a cloth still clenched in her hand. She winked at him. Senior brother, you're back. You clean this up. Xuan stepped into the courtyard. What else would I have been doing? Lin Xiaochan retorted with feigned indignation. You think I only know how to mooch meals? Wait a moment. She turned and slipped back inside, soon emerging with a steaming bowl of noodles set down on the stone table. You've been busy all afternoon. You must be hungry. I made this on a whim. Do try it. Xuan glanced down at the bowl of noodles. The broth was clear and inviting, dotted with a few sprigs of spirit herbs and a poached egg. The presentation wasn't refined, but the warmth radiating from it was comforting. He sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and brought a strand to his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. It wasn't bad, but hardly extraordinary. A touch too salty, and the noodles had been cooked slightly too soft. Well, Lin Xiaochan stood beside him, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. It's all right. Xuan set down his chopsticks and glanced at her. Is this your first time cooking? Lin Xiaochan averted her gaze bashfully. I haven't really cooked before. In the sect, we only eat at the dining hall. But senior brother, don't worry. I'll practice properly once I return. No need. You'd be better off spending that time cultivating or foraging for spirit herbs. If you like eating, just come to me. Xuan chuckled softly and returned to his noodles. Halfway through his bowl, his peripheral vision caught a food container resting nearby, and something clicked in his memory. He set down his chopsticks and lifted the lid. Several exquisite pastries were neatly arranged inside. Someone gave me these. Try them. Lin Xiaochan's eyes immediately lit up. She leaned in for a closer look, her gaze sparkling with delight. She picked up a piece with her fingers and took a bite. The flaky crust dissolved on her tongue, the sweetness perfectly balanced, not cloying in the least. So delicious. She crinkled her eyes into crescents and grabbed another large bite, but her chewing suddenly stopped. She stared down at the remaining half in her hand, then glanced up at Xuan, her expression sour and suspicious. Senior brother, these pastries weren't bought by you, right? Somebody gave them to me. Xuan replied casually. A woman. Xuan's chopsticks paused midair. Before he could answer, Lin Xiaochan stuffed the remaining half into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out like a chipmunk. She mumbled around the food. Senior brother is handsome and accomplished. Surely I'm not the only one who likes him. Her tone was deliberately casual, as though this were perfectly natural. But Xuan saw right through it. She hadn't met his gaze since she spoke, her head bowed, long lashes casting shadows on her cheeks. Setting down his teacup, he observed her pretend indifference and chose not to tease her about it. Instead, he pushed the food container aside and reached into his storage bag, pulling out a neatly folded sakura pink cultivation robe. He placed it on the stone table and slid it toward her. Here, this is for you. Lin Xiaochan blinked in surprise and looked down. It was the very same sakura pink Tiangong series robe. Her eyes instantly brightened. She reached out to touch the fabric, her entire demeanor lifting with delight. Senior brother, you really saved this for me. I said I would. Xuan leaned back in his chair. Go change and see how it looks. Lin Xiaochan grabbed the robe and bolted toward the house, calling over her shoulder, wait here. The door closed and rustling sounds came from within. After a moment, it opened again. Lin Xiaochan stepped out from the inner room, and Xuan's gaze immediately locked onto her, unable to look away. The sakura pink robe was tailored to cinch at her waist, accentuating her slender figure perfectly. The hem fell just above her knees, revealing a stretch of fair, smooth calves. The subtle crabapple pattern around the neckline caught the fading light, shimmering faintly. Her sleeves were semi-sheer gauze, and when she moved her arms, glimpses of her porcelain skin showed through, sending a delightful shiver down his spine. She stood awkwardly by the doorway, her cheeks flushed warm in the twilight, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her skirt as she timidly raised her eyes to meet his. Senior brother. Does this look nice? Xuan couldn't help but admire his own design. Absolutely stunning. He cleared his throat and said plainly, it looks wonderful. Truly beautiful. He raised his hand and cast the water mirror technique. A shimmering mirror materialized in midair, and he gestured for Lin Xiaochan to step closer and examine herself. She hurried forward eagerly. The moment she caught sight of her reflection, she froze. Her lovely eyes instantly shimmered with uncontainable joy. Is that really me? The sakura pink fitted robe highlighted her graceful silhouette, the crabapple motifs gleaming subtly, while the translucent sleeves lent her an ethereal fairy-like elegance. It left her momentarily speechless at her own beauty. Carefully gathering the hem of her skirt, she spun lightly in a half-circle radiating the vibrant energy of youth. Lin Xiaochan studied her reflection repeatedly, a delicate blush coloring her cheeks. She quickly turned to Xuan, her eyes shining with anticipation. Senior brother, how many spirit stones would this robe cost? Xuan's gaze drifted slowly over her from head to toe, noting how the robe enhanced her natural charm. He smiled gently. 80 spirit stones. Oh, that's quite expensive. Just as she was about to protest, Xuan spoke again. Additionally, I'll give you 700 spirit stones for that snow lingji. The words made Lin Xiaochan go rigid. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How much? 700. Xuan smiled faintly. Snow lingji is the primary ingredient for refining the nascent pill, a necessity for cultivators at late foundation establishment breaking through. It's priceless on the market, yet impossible to find. Congratulations, you've struck it rich. Lin Xiaochan's mouth hung open, unable to close. 700 spirit stones. The most she'd ever seen in her life was the 80 she'd gotten from selling that vermilion fruit. She couldn't even imagine what a pile of 700 spirit stones would look like. Senior brother. Her voice trembled slightly. You're not lying to me, are you? When have I ever lied to you? Lin Xiaochan paused for 2 seconds, then bounced up excitedly. She rushed over and threw her arms around his neck, hanging off him with her face buried in his shoulder. Senior brother, I love you so much. Xuan was forced to lean back from the tight hug, patting her back gently. All right, let go. I can't breathe. Lin Xiaochan released him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him through laughter and tears. I've never seen so many spirit stones in my entire life. Senior brother, I promise I'll repay you. Xuan didn't respond to that. Instead, he reached out and pulled her closer against him. You don't need to wait until later, he murmured, looking down at her. You can do it now. Lin Xiaochan blinked, then understood what he meant, her cheeks flushing crimson all at once. She didn't pull away, merely lowering her head to mutter softly, wasn't that enough at noon? Before she could finish, Xuan bent down and swept her up into his arms. There's no other choice. The noodles didn't fill me up. I'm hungry. Lin Xiaochan gasped in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Xuan carried her into the room and laid her down on the bed. Once she was seated, Lin Xiaochan reached up to unfasten the ties at her collar. Let me take off these clothes. Don't. Xuan caught her wrist. This is exactly how I want it. Lin Xiaochan's fingers paused, and she raised her head to look at him, her cheeks reddening further. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but the words remained unspoken, and finally, she meekly withdrew her hand. Her eyelids drooped, the roots of her ears flushed crimson. The dark patterns on her cultivation robe shimmered with a delicate luster, the collar resting against her collarbone, while the narrow gauze sleeves parted slightly, revealing a stretch of pale, pristine wrist. She sat on the edge of the bed, hands placed primly on her knees, displaying a restraint that differed from her usual demeanor. Xuan stood before her, gazing down at her. Lin Xiaochan waited a moment without seeing him move, then couldn't resist glancing up at him quickly. Senior brother. What are you looking at? Xuan bent down, propping his hand on the bed beside her, leaning in close to observe her. This cultivation robe looks truly beautiful on you. Lin Xiaochan's ears grew even redder, yet she didn't pull away, instead murmuring softly. Then does senior brother like this cultivation robe? Or the person wearing it? How could a robe ever compare to the beauty of the wearer? Xuan bent his head closer to her ear, whispering, what do you think? His warm breath caused Lin Xiaochan's ears to flush crimson instantly, her mind growing hazy and dazed. Her thoughts were filled with Xuan's sweet words. Whatever he wished to do next, she let him do as he pleased. They spent the night in devoted practice and discourse, and Lin Xiaochan had no idea when she fell exhausted. All she knew was that when she woke again, Xuan was already sitting by the bed, dressing himself. Outside, bright daylight streamed in. She turned over and reached for the cultivation robe at the head of the bed, lifting it to inspect. It made her brows furrow instantly. Senior brother. She propped herself up suddenly, holding the robe before her eyes to examine it twice over. It's nearly torn apart here. Xuan glanced over and saw that both the collar and hem were indeed torn, clearly suffering from last night's exertions. If it's ruined, just buy another one. You're practically a wealthy young lady now anyway. Lin Xiaochan puffed out her cheeks and glared at him. You compensate me. If you don't, I'm staying here and not leaving. Are you certain? Lu Xian smiled cryptically, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Lin Xiaochan shivered under his look, her confident stance instantly deflating. I don't care. You're compensating me anyway. She shrank her neck slightly, her voice dropping to a murmur. Look how torn it is. How can I wear this out and face anyone? Seeing her timid yet stubborn expression, Lu Xian chuckled and stopped teasing her. Alright, I'll make it right. Give it here. I'll fetch you a new one. He took the damaged robe from her and headed toward the front shop. Wrapped in her blanket, Lin Xiaochan sat on the bed listening intently and soon heard footsteps returning. Lu Xian pushed the door open, carrying a neatly folded cultivation robe. It was the same cherry blossom pink, identical in style, with even the dark pattern stitching perfectly matching. He handed the robe to her. Here, a new one. Lin Xiaochan's face lit up with delight as she took it, unfolded it to examine, then turned it inside out at the collar for a thorough inspection. At least you know what's good for you. Satisfied that it was undamaged, she hummed contentedly. She slipped it on, swiftly tied the sash, and stood by the bed, turning halfway around. The cherry blossom pink robe enveloped her petite frame, the waist cinching design accentuating her slender silhouette, while the hem fell to her knees, swaying gently with each step. Her eyes sparkled as she murmured to herself, "Why do I look so beautiful?" Leaning against the table, Lu Xian watched her narcissistic display. "Are you complimenting the robe or yourself?" "Both," Lin Xiaochan declared, proudly puffing out her chest. "The clothes are beautiful, but the person wearing them is even more so." She turned to leave, pausing at the doorway to wink at him. "Senior brother, I'm off. I'll come see you another day." Dressed in such a lovely robe, she couldn't wait to return to the sect and show it off. As soon as she stepped onto the main street of the market, the cherry pink robe made her appearance even more striking, standing out vividly in the crowd. Passing cultivators kept stopping to turn and gaze at her. Where did this fairy come from? She's too beautiful. A middle-aged rogue cultivator eating noodles by the street froze mid-bite, chopsticks suspended in the air. He didn't even notice when the noodles fell to the ground. A nearby vendor accidentally knocked over his medicine basket. Two young cultivators collided as they passed, and whispered exclamations of wonder rose one after another. Lin Xiaochan felt the gaze coming from all directions and paused slightly. A faint blush crept up her ears, yet her lips curled upward despite her efforts to suppress them. She took a deep breath, straightened her posture, and continued forward. It wasn't merely because the robe was beautiful or because her storage pouch had grown plump. It was because within a single night her cultivation had already approached the mid-stage of qi refining. Senior brother Lu was so kind, gifting her spirit stones and cultivation base. It was truly a sweet agony. Meanwhile, Lu Xian returned to the shop ahead and opened the door. He arranged the spirit-nourishing pills in the medicine section, then picked up a brush to add 2 lines to the notice outside the door. "New pill business added to our shop. High-quality spirit-nourishing pills available in stock. First come, first served." Sincerely inviting alchemists to cooperate. Spirit herbs supplied at cost price, pills purchased at premium rates with immediate payment, no delays guaranteed. Such pills are in high demand. Yu Bao Zhai had barely opened when the first customer arrived. A mid-stage qi refining cultivator who had just finished pooling resources, still carrying a newly purchased magical artifact. He had nearly walked away when his glance caught the 3 characters spirit-nourishing pills on the notice, and he turned back. Entering the shop, he walked to the medicine area and fixed his eyes on the 3 jade bottles. "Shopkeeper Lu, these spirit-nourishing pills. Could you take one out so I can inspect it?" "Certainly." Lu Xian uncorked the bottle, poured out a pill, and held it in his palm for the rogue cultivator to examine. The cultivator took the pill, brought it close to inspect, then held it to his nose to smell, his eyes immediately lighting up. He looked up. "How many spirit stones per pill?" 5 per pill, Lu Xian quoted the market price. The rogue cultivator, without hesitation, counted out 10 spirit stones and slapped them on the counter. "I'll take 2. Word spread quickly. Before noon, several more customers came, and 3/4 of the 3 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills sold within half a day. Compared to the spirit-nourishing pills from other shops in the market, Yu Bao Zhai's offered superior quality at the same price. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the neighboring Ju Bao Pavilion, Jin Sihai's expression remained grim. Standing at the window watching the stream of rogue cultivators entering and leaving Yu Bao Zhai, he was furious. Where on earth did he get these master-crafted artifacts? His business is even better than before. Boss, could it be? There really is an artifact refining master supplying him, the clerk ventured from beside him. Nonsense. Jin Sihai turned around and cursed loudly. Where would so many idle artifact refining masters come from to custom-make artifacts for a tiny shabby shop? Our Ju Bao Pavilion still can't afford a senior refiner. Do you think his Yu Bao Zhai can? He thought for a moment, narrowing his eyes. Go find someone to pool resources and buy 1 piece to bring back. I want to see what kind of goods he's dealing with. The waiter immediately nodded and hurried downstairs. Before long, someone entered the Ju Bao Pavilion carrying a moon-white short blade and handed it to Jin Sihai. Jin Sihai examined the blade from every angle for a long time, tapped the blade with his finger, and then leaned in close to inspect the carvings on the hilt. The more closely he looked, the more complex the expression on his face became. The material is ordinary, not much different from those goods on the market. He set down the short blade, his tone deepening. But the finish is indeed exquisite. The color scheme and patterns are perfectly matched, far more appealing than ordinary loose cultivation magical artifacts. He fell silent for a moment before delivering his verdict. Even if he doesn't have an artifact refining grandmaster behind him, at minimum, he has an intermediate tier refiner crafting for him. The waiter's eyes lit up. Then if we could poach that refiner over to our Jubao pavilion, wouldn't we be able to? Jin Sihai waved his hand dismissively. No rush. If he can afford a refiner of this caliber, the cost must be substantial. It's uncertain whether the profits from the Yubao study can sustain it. In that case, he paused, a plan forming. Go check the warehouse again, clear out a batch of old magical artifacts, and continue selling them to him. Drain his liquid assets completely. The waiter nodded repeatedly. What about the refiner? Go find out, Jin Sihai said as he sat back in his chair. See if you can get in touch with him. If possible, recruit him. We may not be able to afford a grandmaster refiner, but the Jubao pavilion can certainly sustain an intermediate tier 1. The waiter took his orders and left his footsteps echoing as he hurried downstairs. Jin Sihai turned his gaze back toward the Yubao study, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Lu Xian, let's see how long you can hold out. Meanwhile, Lu Xian inside the Yubao study had no idea that Jin Sihai was preparing another gift. He had just seen off a loose cultivator who had purchased spirit-restoring pills and was bent over straightening the counter when the light at the entrance dimmed and an elderly man stepped in. His hair was gray, his frame thin and gaunt, dressed in a gray robe that had been washed pale but remained impeccably clean. After entering, his gaze went straight to the jade box atop the spiritual herb counter, barely glancing at the bottles of spirit-restoring pills. Shopkeeper, could I see that? The old man pointed at the jade box. Lu Xian retrieved the container and opened the lid, revealing a vermilion fruit inside, its color rich and lustrous, brimming with spiritual energy. The old man glanced down and sneered. 100 years of medicinal potency. That's only useful for refining qi condensation pills. Might fool some junior alchemists, I suppose. He placed the vermilion fruit back into the box, turned, and headed for the door. As he reached the entrance, his peripheral vision caught the red paper advertisement, and his steps faltered. He turned his head to read the few lines, then chuckled. In these times, anyone dares to recruit a pill refiner. After speaking, he shook his head and raised his foot to cross the threshold. Sir, please wait. Lu Xian's voice suddenly came from behind the counter. You disdain 100-year vermilion fruit. What about this one? As he spoke, he withdrew another jade box from his storage bag and placed it on the counter, casually lifting the lid. A sharp, clear medicinal fragrance instantly spread throughout the air, carrying an undeniable spiritual resonance. At the bottom of the box lay a silver-white spiritual herb, its leaves as thin as cicada wings with a faint blue glow along the edges. Snow Spirit Lingji. Half of the old man's foot had already crossed the threshold when he suddenly froze in place. He whirled around, his eyes locking onto the jade box, his lips parting and closing, his breathing growing noticeably lighter. In the next instant, that foot retreated with astonishing speed. He crossed the remaining distance to the counter in 3 quick strides, bent over the jade box, his movements careful and restrained. After gazing at it for some time, he finally raised his head, his voice trembling slightly. Shopkeeper, what is this? Lu Xian smiled faintly. Snow Spirit Lingji. Surely you recognize it, sir. Of course I recognize it. The old man's breathing quickened. I mean this Snow Spirit Lingji. How much do you want for it? Lu Xian slowly and deliberately closed the lid, allowing the medicinal fragrance to concentrate slightly, making it even more alluring. He glanced at the old man with a half-smile. You just mentioned that the 100-year vermilion fruit could only fool junior alchemists. I wonder if this Snow Spirit Lingji might be worthy of your attention. The expression on the old man's face stiffened for a moment before unmistakable desire flashed across it. It must catch my eye. He leaned forward half a step. Snow Spirit Lingji is the primary ingredient for condensation golden pill, something impossible to find on the market. Shopkeeper, name your price. To his surprise, Lu Xian shook his head. I need this Snow Spirit Lingji for myself. I'm not selling it. The old man was stunned. Not selling it? Then why did you take it out for me to see? Just looking doesn't cost anything. Lu Xian closed the lid. Take your leave, sir. I won't see you out. As he spoke, he reached out to return the jade box to his storage bag. Wait. The old man urgently stepped forward, pressing his hand on the box. My surname is Chun, given name Bo. I'm an intermediate alchemist. Shopkeeper, name your price. However much spirit stone I'll pay. Lu Xian paused in his movement, somewhat surprised. An intermediate alchemist? Absolutely true. Chun Bo hastily produced a token and slapped it onto the counter. The front bore an image of an alchemy furnace, the back engraved with the character Xuan, indeed a token from the Alchemy Alliance. Official certification of his alchemist status. Lu Xian glanced at the token, then at Chun Bo's eager face, and calmly replied, Elder Chun, it's not that I refuse to sell to you. This Snow Spirit Lingji is reserved for our dedicated alchemist at Yubao Study. If I sell it to you, what would they use? Chun Bo was instantly stunned. Do you have an intermediate alchemist? Lu Xian shook his head. No. Without an intermediate alchemist, you dare give the Snow Spirit Lingji to them. Chunbo opened his mouth, his beard trembling with urgency. Ordinary alchemists don't understand how to control medicinal properties. That would be sheer wastage of heavenly treasures. Snow Spirit Lingji has unique properties that only an alchemist like me can refine. That is our Yubao study's own concern. Lu Xian smiled faintly, pausing before continuing. Moreover, just because we lack an intermediate alchemist now doesn't mean we won't have one in the future. Chunbo stared fixedly at the jade box, took a deep breath, and said, "Tell me your terms." He had been searching for 3 years, and the spiritual herb he had dreamed of was right before him. He absolutely could not miss this opportunity. Excellent. Seeing the bait take hold, Lu Xian immediately broke into a smile. He recounted in full the compensation package offered to Huang Tai. Chunbo's previously grim expression gradually softened. Spiritual herbs supplied at cost, refined pills purchased at a premium with immediate payment. For an intermediate alchemist, a 20% premium. He paused before asking, "Are there any restrictions after signing the contract?" "No restrictions. Come and go as you please." Lu Xian's words stirred something in Chunbo. Having traveled widely over the years, he knew other shops had offered him generous conditions before. Some had even exceeded what Lu Xian proposed. Yet all came with stringent conditions he found unacceptable. Moreover, this Snow Spirit Lingji struck directly at his most pressing need. Seeing Chunbo still hesitating, Lu Xian casually added, "Additionally, I intend to offer this Snow Spirit Lingji as part of our benefits package. Any intermediate alchemist who joins our Yubao study will receive it, and will only claim 2 of the condensation golden pills produced." This time Chunbo could no longer contain himself. Each batch of condensation golden pills yielded 5 pills. That meant the remaining 3 belonged entirely to him. Just as he was about to respond, Lu Xian suddenly picked up the jade box. "Very well, you've looked at it long enough, Elder Chun. I should take back this Snow Spirit Lingji now." "Wait." Chunbai pressed his hand firmly on his wrist. I'll sign. Lu Xian slowly released his grip on the jade box, a playful smile curling on his lips. "Alchemy Master Chun, weren't you just looking down on my humble shop a moment ago?" Chunbai's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat twice. "Times change. Since you shopkeeper can procure Snow Lingji, this is no longer a mere small shop." Lu Xian chuckled, refraining from further teasing. He pulled a blank spirit paper from under the counter and spread it on the table. "Let's draft the contract then. Black words on white paper. Won't that put your mind at ease?" Stubborn as he was, Chunbai had no choice but to bow before the Snow Lingji. "Whatever you decide, shopkeeper Lu." Lu Xian quickly drafted a contract and handed it to Chunbai. "Elder Chun, take a look." Chunbai scanned the clear terms, including the additional clause regarding the share of the golden core pill, and signed without hesitation. "Shopkeeper Lu, I'm curious." After signing the contract, Chunbai finally gave in to his burning curiosity. "Where did you get this Snow Lingji?" Lu Xian pushed the jade box toward him. "You'd better not ask. Just focus on refining your pills." "Fine, since we've signed, I'll be a good man to the end." Chunbai suddenly pulled out a pile of jade bottles from his storage pouch and placed them on the counter. "These pills are just lying around anyway. I'll sell them to you, shopkeeper Lu. Since you're going into the pill business, you need some stock to keep up appearances. Those few bottles of spirit recovery pills just look shabby. Much obliged for your generous support, Elder Chun." Lu Xian's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Without standing on ceremony, he picked up the first jade bottle, pulled out the stopper, and poured a pill into his palm. The pill was round and full, its surface glowing with a warm luster, the fragrance pure and the quality superior. He set down that bottle and picked up the next, examining each one in turn. They were mostly common pills for chi refining stage cultivators, chi condensation pills, nourishing origin pills, and spirit recovery pills. Not only were the varieties complete, but the appearance was flawless. When he reached the last 3 bottles, his movements paused slightly. The spiritual energy fluctuations from those 3 bottles were noticeably stronger, and the fragrance was richer and more mellow. He pulled out the stopper and examined a pill closely. A faint golden pattern was visible on its surface, a feature only found in pills of superior quality. Spirit nourishing pills needed for cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. Then the remaining 2 bottles, one was jade dew pills for healing, and the other was spirit continuation pills for restoring spiritual energy. All 3 bottles were pills only useful for foundation establishment cultivators. But each bottle contained only 5 pills, unlike the chi refining pills, which came in bottles of 10. "Elder Chin, you're certainly generous with your offer." Lu Xian returned the pills to the bottle, closed the lid, and looked up at Chunbai. "These pills are all in good condition, especially the last 3. You've covered cultivation, healing, and recovery. You've thought of everything. Truly, having an elder is like having a treasure." Chunbai's mouth twitched at the praise, but he waved his hand with feigned nonchalance. "They're just old stock I refined before. They'd just gather dust anyway. Since you're going into the pill business, just sell them. I'll take these pills at a 20% premium over market price, 15 bottles of chi refining pills and 3 bottles of foundation establishment pills." Lu Xian didn't argue further. He lowered his head, counted all the jade bottles, and quickly calculated the price in his mind. "That comes to 1,800 spirit stones. Elder Chun, does that number work for you?" Chunbai's eyelids twitched. He had expected Lu Xian to offer at most the market price, but instead he got a 20% premium. As a pill expert who had spent years in the market, he knew the value of every pill like the back of his hand. He could tell that Lu Xian wasn't playing tricks. He had genuinely added a 20% premium. He cleared his throat, struggling to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. All right, let's go with that number. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Transaction amount 1,800 spirit stones. Rebate cultivation 1,800. Reward treasure scrolls 18. Lu Xian's eyes widened. With this single transaction, his progress toward the 9th layer of qi refining leaped forward significantly. Indeed, big clients are the way to go. After putting away the spirit stones, Xuan looked at him with curiosity. Shopkeeper Lu, I've noticed you're different from other shopkeepers. Lu Xian suppressed his excitement and asked, puzzled, different how? Others try to squeeze every penny, delay payments, and haggle endlessly. Xuan said bluntly. But you pay a premium, settle in cash, and even offer spirit herbs at cost price. In all my years, I've never met a businessman like you. Lu Xian chuckled. In my business, I focus on sincerity. Excellent. Sincerity wins hearts. Xuan nodded, then turned back at the door. Don't worry about the snow, Lingji. I'll start the furnace as soon as I return. This batch of pills is a sure thing. The reason he had signed with Yu Baozhai was not just the snow, Lingji. It was also because he found Lu Xian an interesting person. Secondly, the magical artifacts in the counter and the female cultivator's robes hanging on the wall revealed something different. Besides, he could come and go as he pleased. At worst, he could refine the golden core pill and then make a run for it. Lu Xian stood behind the counter looking down at the neatly arranged row of jade bottles, feeling quite pleased. Not only had he signed an intermediate alchemy master, but he had also acquired a ready stock of pills. The pill business of Yu Baozhai was now firmly established. That girl Lin Xiaochan was truly his lucky star. Next time he would definitely reward her well. Soon the effect of Lin Xiaochan's robe began to appear. A young female cultivator first peeked in her gaze, skipping over the magical artifacts in the counter and landing directly on the robes hanging on the side wall. Before Lu Xian could speak, she had already walked up to the robes, reaching out to touch the moon-white fabric. Shopkeeper, how much is this robe? 100 spirit stones. The female cultivator silently lowered her hand and turned to leave. Lu Xian wasn't bothered. Good things were always meant for those who recognized their worth. Then 3 more female cultivators came in, also drawn by the robes. But after asking the price, they hesitated for a long time and eventually left. One after another 5 or 6 groups came in the morning, all attracted by those robes, but they backed off as soon as they heard the price. At this price, they could buy 2 robes at other shops. Moreover, most robe cultivators didn't have that many spirit stones on hand, and those who did had already spent them on main battle artifacts. No matter how much they liked it, they needed spirit stones to afford it. Lu Xian leaned against the counter holding a teapot, his mindset completely calm. Those who could accept the price would naturally stay. Those who couldn't would not be swayed by a discount which would only cheapen the entire Tiangong series. In the afternoon, the light at the entrance dimmed, and a fiery red figure swept in with a fragrant breeze. Lu Hongwan. As soon as she entered, her eyes locked onto the row of robes on the side wall. Wow, these robes are gorgeous. Lu Hongwan strode over quickly, stopping in front of the misty purple robe. She pinched the fabric, rubbed it, and leaned in to examine the dark embroidery on the collar. The more she looked, the brighter her eyes grew. Then she turned around and began to complain. Senior brother Lu, why didn't you tell me about such beautiful robes? Lu Xian held his teapot expression unchanged. You never asked. Lu Hongwan was taken aback, then snorted. You gave Lin Xiaochan that cherry pink one, didn't you? I knew it. She didn't come back last night, and this morning she showed up in new clothes, swaggering with pride she couldn't hide. As she spoke, her tone carried an indescribable nuance, half jealousy, half teasing. She turned around, a hint of reproach in her eyes. Senior brother Lu, have you forgotten that I was here first? Lu Xian chuckled at her words. You were here first, so go ahead and take out the spirit stones. Lu Hongwan said nothing, just pursed her lips and ran her fingers over the robe again. It was clear she really wanted it, but she kept up a brave front. Then why doesn't she have to pay spirit stones? Who said she doesn't have to pay? Lu Xian couldn't help rolling his eyes. Do I look like a fool? She paid real spirit stones for it. Lu Hongwan was clearly skeptical. Can she afford it? She put all the spirit stones from selling vermilion fruit into her cultivation. She found another spirit herb. Lu Hongwan opened her mouth, then found herself speechless. That girl's luck was truly boundless. But soon she circled back, tugging at the robe and asking, so how much is this one? Lu Xian casually named a price, just 100 spirit stones. You're robbing me. Lu Hongwan's eyes widened, and she nearly threw the robe back onto the wall. This is just a low-grade spirit robe, and you're selling it at the price of a mid-grade magic tool. What do you know? This is the Tiangong series, a custom piece by a master artifact refiner. Lu Xian walked over and pointed at the subtle pattern on the collar of the robe. Look at the embroidery, the tailored waist, the feel of the fabric. Can you find another like this on the market? The design alone is worth this price. Lu Hongwan glanced at where he pointed and said stubbornly, No matter how good it looks, it's still just a spirit robe. It's not like it can be used as a flying sword. Though her words were dismissive, her hand still clutched the sleeve. Her eyes darted around, then she simply let go of the robe, turned around, and grabbed Lu Xian's arm. Senior brother Lu. She pressed herself against him, looking up with pleading eyes. We're so familiar with each other, can't you give me a discount? Lu Xian looked down at her face, so close to his. Friends are friends, but my shop doesn't run on air. Besides, didn't you just sell over 100 spirit stones last time? Lu Hongwan put on a pitiful expression. I used them all for cultivation, I don't have much left. Lu Xian glanced at her. Her cultivation had indeed improved significantly. Still, that wasn't a reason for him to suffer a loss. Then go earn some more spirit stones and come back. Seeing him unmoved, Lu Hongwan simply hung on his arm and rubbed against him without hesitation. Brother Lu, give me a discount, I really love this robe. 90. Lu Xian glanced down. Any more rubbing and it'll catch fire. Lu Hongwan blinked, but instead of letting go, she pressed even closer. Her voice lowered, carrying a hint of coquettishness. That girl Xuan has been showing off in front of me. Brother Lu, can you bear to let her outshine me? I'm your rightful wife after all. Lu Xian took a deep breath. 80, not a stone lower. 60. 60, okay. Lu Hongwan blinked. Don't you want to see the surprise I prepared for you? Remembering what she had mentioned last time, Lu Xian was intrigued. What surprise? You'll find out tonight. Lu Hongwan straightened up and winked at him. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Lu Xian's hand holding the teacup paused. Tonight. The image of Wen Yuru immediately popped into his mind. He had promised to go to her place tonight. But Lu Hongwan's surprise. It sounded quite interesting. He was silent for 2 seconds, quickly running through the timeline in his mind. Wen Yuru's was tonight, Lu Hongwan's was also tonight, but she hadn't specified an exact time. Time, like milk, can always be squeezed out. Lu Xian made a decision. 70 spirit stones. Bargain again, and I'll hang it back on the wall. Lu Hongwan, knowing when to stop, immediately let go of his arm and stepped back half a step. Then she smoothly took out 70 spirit stones from her storage pouch. Congratulations, host, transaction completed. Transaction amount 70 spirit stones, bonus cultivation 70. Reward by Bao scroll 1. Lu Hongwan handed over the spirit stones, moving as fast as if she feared Lu Xian would change his mind. She reached up, took down the misty purple robe from the wall, stuffed it into her storage pouch, and turned to leave. Wait! Lu Xian called out to her. Lu Hongwan stopped in her tracks and turned around with a wary expression. What? I paid the spirit stones. You're not thinking of backing out, are you? I'm not backing out. Lu Xian leaned against the counter looking at her. You said you had a surprise for me. I'm not in a hurry. But if you leave now, you need to put on the robe first. Lu Hongwan was taken aback. Change now. Yes. Lu Xian pointed at her storage pouch. If you stuff it in your pouch, who will know you bought the Tiangong series from our Yu Bao Zhai? If you put it on and walk around, that's a living advertisement, understand? Lu Hongwan looked down at herself, then at the robe in her storage pouch, and a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on her face. Oh, so you want me to be a walking signboard for you? Pretty much. Lu Hongwan's eyes darted, and she suddenly stepped closer. Then aren't you afraid that once I put it on, I'll look so beautiful that someone will snatch me away on the road? Lu Xian remained expressionless. If you get snatched, I'll just take in another robe and have a prettier one wear it, and keep walking. Lu Hongwan was at a loss for words at his retort. She snorted, turned, and walked toward the cloth curtain at the back. Fine, fine, I'll change. When she reached the curtain, she suddenly turned back and winked at Lu Xian. Wanna? Come see. Lu Xian didn't even bother to turn his head. Just change. Lu Hongwan pursed her lips, lifted the curtain, and slipped inside. Rustling sounds came from behind the curtain, the intermittent noise of fabric rubbing together. Lu Xian sat behind the counter drinking tea, his gaze fixed on the street outside, waiting for her to come out. Suddenly a startled cry came from behind the curtain. Aunt! Lu Xian's teacup paused. What's wrong? The sash is stuck. Lu Hongwan's voice came from behind the curtain, tinged with helplessness. Come over and help me untie it. Lu Xian put down his teacup, shook his head, and got up to walk toward the curtain. He reached out and lifted the curtain, just as he stepped one foot inside. Ouch! With a soft cry, a warm body wrapped in fragrant breeze suddenly threw itself into his arms. He instinctively caught her, staggering back half a step from the impact. Looking down, he saw that Lu Hongwan's old outer robe had already slipped halfway off, the ties hanging loosely on her shoulders, revealing a large expanse of fair skin beneath. She looked up at him, her eyes moist. Warm breath swept across his jaw. The pent-up desire that had been stirred for so long finally became uncontrollable. It was a point of no return. He couldn't wait until night. He flicked a strand of spiritual energy with his backhand, and the shop door slammed shut with a bang. Then he lowered his head to kiss Lu Hongwan, his hand pressing against her lower back to pull her close. He said, let me help you put on this robe. An incense stick's worth of time passed. Lu Hongwan finished donning the misty purple magic robe and stepped out from behind the cloth curtain. She rubbed her lower back, the flush on her face not yet entirely faded. She turned and glared at Lu Xian. I asked you to help me untie the sash, not to take advantage of me. Lu Xian fastened his belt, his face a picture of innocence. You threw yourself at me like that half undressed. I thought you were making advances. Besides, his gaze swept over her figure. You're so beautiful standing there in front of me like this. If I could restrain myself, then I wouldn't be a real man, would I, eh? Though she knew Lu Xian was just flattering her, Lu Hongwan's cheeks still reddened further. She lowered her head to adjust the sleeves of her magic robe, hiding the curve of her lips, and huffed. Fine, let's call it advertising fees for the sake of this robe. With those words, she spun half a circle where she stood. The misty purple robe wrapped around her tall, well-proportioned frame. Its cinched waist design hit exactly at her narrowest point, emphasizing her slender waist that seemed small enough to grasp with one hand, while her curves below swelled dramatically. The hem fell to her knees, revealing long, straight legs as she moved. She stopped and turned sideways to face him, her silhouette perfectly framed, tightly fitted where it should be, naturally accentuated where it counted. Does it look good, oi? Lu Hongwan tilted her head toward him, anticipation flickering in her eyes. Of course it does. Lu Xian, ever the charmer, replied, though truthfully you surpass the robe in beauty. Lu Hongwan's lips curved again at his words. You certainly know how to flatter. Lu Xian set aside his teasing and studied her seriously. Impressive, truly impressive. Walk out wearing that, and you'll have people asking questions. Lu Hongwan lifted her chin proudly and turned toward the door. At the threshold, she glanced back and winked. By the way, I'll be coming a bit late tonight. Remember to leave the door open for me. Watching her depart, Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Late is good, late is perfect. Lu Hongwan stepped out of the Royal Treasures Pavilion, but didn't head straight back to her sect. Instead, she deliberately took a detour across half the market district. She was already tall and striking, effortlessly commanding attention wherever she stood in a crowd. Now clad in the misty purple cinched waist, narrow-sleeve magic robe, her graceful curves were laid bare for all to see. She walked slowly down the street, her skirt swaying gently with each step. Male cultivators passing by turned their heads to gaze, some so captivated they stumbled and nearly tripped over the steps. Female cultivators examined her even more intently. Their gaze traveled from her exquisite features to the collar of her robe, traced the sash at her slender waist downward, swept around the hem, and lingered far longer than they intended before finally looking away. One young female cultivator had already walked past her, but turned back to catch up. Fellow Taoist. Wait, where did you buy that magic robe? Lu Hongwan tilted her chin upward, barely concealing her pride. From the Royal Treasures Pavilion. The Heavenly Craft Series. There are only a handful made, and if you're late, they'll be gone. The young cultivator's eyes lit up, and without so much as a thank you, she hurried toward the Royal Treasures Pavilion. Lu Hongwan continued on her way. Along the way, she was stopped by several more female cultivators. By the time she turned the corner, two more approached with questions. Standing at the corner, Lu Hongwan watched them hurry toward the Royal Treasures Pavilion, a smile curving her lips. Lu, I've given you a living advertisement. Whether you can make the most of it is up to you. She redirected her attention and summoned her flight artifact, heading toward Luoxia's sect. Many had come to investigate after seeing her, but few could actually afford the robes. Through the afternoon, numerous female cultivators arrived. Upon entering, they made a beeline for the robe section, their eyes fixed on the hanging garments as they reached out to touch and ask question after question. But once they heard the price, they all faltered. 100 spirit stones. That's far too expensive. Just an inferior grade robe, why such a high price? It is beautiful, but... Lu Xian watched them reluctantly set the robes aside and depart, making no effort to persuade them to stay. After another hour or so, a beautiful female cultivator entered. She appeared to be in her early 20s with delicate features and carefully groomed brows. She went straight to the robe section, upon entering, her gaze drawn to the moon-white fabric. Turning to Lu Xian, she asked, "Shopkeeper, how much is this?" 100 spirit stones. Rather than leaving at that price, she sidestepped the counter and approached Lu Xian. She was slim and of petite stature. As she drew near, a rich fragrance enveloped him. She rested her hand on Lu Xian's arm, her fingertips grazing his hand with deliberate intent, and spoke in a deliberately soft voice. "Shopkeeper, 100 spirit stones is far too expensive. I don't have enough. Could you offer me a discount?" Lu Xian replied coolly, "How many spirit stones do you have?" She smiled and held up 5 fingers. Lu Xian paused. 50. No, only 5. She leaned half a step closer. "But I won't let you suffer any loss. Tonight or tomorrow night, I can keep you company, share a meal." She tilted her face up and blinked twice, her tone suggestive. "If you have other desires, shopkeeper, I can accommodate whatever you wish." Lu Xian glanced down at her coolly. She had decent features, refined enough to be pleasant to look at with a bit of attention. But that was all. She was short, her legs unremarkable, her figure ordinary, and her features lacked any standout quality. She fell short of Lu Hongwan's striking presence, possessed none of Hu Meinyang's natural allure, and lacked the endearing vivacity of Lin Xiaochan. Every gesture was calculated and affected her intentions transparent at a glance. 5 spirit stones. Frankly, she was relying on her looks to get something for nothing. Lin Xiaochan and the others had to pay full price for robes they desired. What made her think she could get hers for free with a few sweet words? Who was she looking down on? He wasn't so desperate that he'd accept anything. "Beg your pardon. Lu Xian jerked his arm away sharply, unleashing the pressure of a Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator. The Royal Treasures Pavilion deals solely in magic robes and artifacts. If you wish to purchase, come prepared with spirit stones. If not, there's no need to waste my time. The sudden pressure made her heart constrict, her smile freezing in place. She hastily withdrew her hand, her expression uneasy, forcing an awkward smile. Then I'll just look around. Without another word, she fled the shop in a panic, never daring to look back as she hurried away. Lu Xian released the pressure and watched her departure, lost in thought. He understood that ordinary scattered cultivators earned just enough spirit stones each month to cover their daily cultivation expenses. Expecting them to afford an expensive magic robe was beyond their means. The true customers were the disciples within the sect who received monthly stipends and resources. They were precisely the target audience for the Heavenly Craft series. After a moment's consideration, Lu Xian took out a communication talisman and sent a message. Fair maiden, I have a fine new treasure in stock. Do come and take a look when you have time. After sending the message, Lu Xian did not wait for a reply. He stowed away the transmission talisman and turned to continue his work, selling magical artifacts where he could, gathering spiritual herbs where he needed to. Through the afternoon, he sold several more group-purchase magical artifacts and collected a few spiritual herbs of decent quality. Business moved along at a steady, unhurried pace. As evening approached, a shadow fell across the shop in trance. A figure cloaked in cold elegance drifted inside. By Xuan. She wore her usual moon-white silk dress today, and her aura had grown even more restrained than before. After entering, her gaze swept across the counter before settling on Lu Xian. You sent word that you had something remarkable. Where is it? Before Lu Xian could respond, a golden flicker flashed through by Xuan's pupils. There and gone in an instant. She studied him with quiet surprise. Your cultivation? It has grown quite swiftly. Were you hiding your true strength all along? Lu Xian felt a slight tension in his chest. Though he employed breath-concealing techniques to mask his aura, they could not withstand her ocular art. Her cultivation method likely incorporated some form of spiritual eye technique capable of piercing through his concealment. Unfazed, he offered a vague smile. Modesty, you know. In the marketplace, drawing too much attention only hurts business. Bai Xuan studied him for a moment without pressing further, then gestured toward the artifacts displayed in the case. The treasures you mentioned aren't these, I assume. The craftsmanship is refined, but their rank is too low for my needs. The reason she had purchased that magical sword last time was not merely for its special enhancements, but because she kept it as a spare. Though Lu Xian's counter held premium-grade swords with attractive appearances, she could instantly discern their materials, and naturally dismissed them as inadequate. Lu Xian hurriedly smiled. Of course not. Stepping aside, he gestured toward the robes hanging along the side wall. Over there. Bai Xuan followed his direction with her gaze. Her eyes immediately locked onto the pale moon-white ceremonial robe, captivated at first sight. She approached it, running her fingers over the fabric to examine the embroidery at the collar, then tracing the delicate silk edging along the cuffs. After a few moments of silence, she furrowed her brow slightly. The design is indeed quite fine, she said, releasing the garment with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, the grade is too low. Lu Xian stood nearby, catching the unspoken message. She appreciated the style, but found the quality lacking. Without rushing, he smiled and replied, low grade does not matter. As long as the immortal lady likes this design, next time you come I will have something superior. Bai Xuan turned her head to look at him. Premium grade. Lu Xian nodded decisively. Premium grade. Bai Xuan did not respond immediately, instead studying the ceremonial robe once more. Very well, I will wait. Send word when it is ready. Rather than leaving, she pointed at the garment and asked, how many spirit stones for this one? 100 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Bai Xuan counted out the spirit stones and placed them on the counter. Lu Xian paused. Weren't you dissatisfied with the lower grade? It is one thing to dislike it, Bai Xuan said coolly, but I still desire it. She folded the moon-white ceremonial robe into her storage bag and turned to leave the shop. Standing behind the counter, Lu Xian glanced down at the spirit stones, then looked up toward where she had disappeared. A silent sigh escaped him. Indeed, reaching the right audience mattered. Loose cultivators would ask the price and leave, but this one had purchased immediately. The difference was substantial. A pity, he mused, wondering when he would be able to taste such treats himself. Glancing at the sky outside his shop, Lu Xian checked his system panel. Cultivation Qi refining 9th layer, 49515000. 100 treasures scroll, 173 sheets. He stared at those two lines for several seconds, the corners of his mouth lifting despite himself. He had reached the ceiling of the Qi refining stage, and the 100 treasure scroll contained more than enough to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. The foundation establishment period was within reach. He needed just one final step. Not rushing to make the exchange, he closed the shop and walked toward the artifact reforging workshop. After more than half a long period, Lu Xian collected the final restored artifact into his storage bag and stepped out. Almost at the door, Steward Lu called out from behind the counter. Shopkeeper Lu, wait a moment. Lu Xian stopped. Steward Lu, what is it? We have sorted through a batch of new scrap, just piled it in the back courtyard. Want to take a look? Steward Lu smiled. Lu Xian of course did not refuse and followed him. The scrap pile looked much the same. Broken swords, shattered shields, cracked jade slips, all mixed together. He crouched down to examine it, frowning. Steward Lu, this really is all scrap. Seeming unsurprised, Steward Lu smiled. Since shopkeeper Lu finds these unworthy, please follow me. I have prepared something else for you. Lu Xian followed him into an adjacent room where several aged magical artifacts rested on the table. Though on the verge of disrepair, they were complete, and each held value for restoration. A glance revealed 1 medium-grade piece and 5 lower-grade ones plus another item. Then he paused. It was an arrowhead. The arrowhead was completely black, its surface webbed with fine cracks, its spiritual essence entirely depleted. Judging by the material and forging technique, it clearly differed from ordinary magical arrows. Picking it up for closer inspection, Lu Xian found that while the spiritual core was shattered and all spiritual energy had vanished, making it unfixable, the arrowhead itself was actually an exceptional grade magical artifact. If just the arrowhead of an arrow was an exceptional grade magical artifact, what rank would the bow that fired it be? He set down the broken arrow, his mind already forming a hypothesis. An arrowhead at the peak magical artifact level meant the bow itself must be at least a spiritual treasure. Lu Xian pointed at the arrowhead. Steward Lu, where did this come from? That? Someone sold it to us as scrap iron, claiming it came from the Qinglan ruins. Given its unusual material, I set it aside specifically for you. When Yuru noticed Lu Xian's gaze resting on her, and her cheeks flushed even deeper, she instinctively raised a hand to smooth her damp hair, a hint of bashful awkwardness in her voice. I've been busy cleaning the new shop all day, worked up a sweat, and just finished bathing. Haven't even had time to tidy up. As she spoke, she stepped aside from the doorway. Come on in and sit down. Lu Xian followed her into the room. The space was small with sparse furniture, but everything was spotlessly clean, the tabletop polished to a gleam. Lu Xian swept his gaze around, then turned back to Wen Yuru and handed her the parcel in his hand. I bought some snacks for Yinyin. You didn't need to bring anything just because you were coming. Wen Yuru reached out to take it, and as she moved, the collar of her robe slipped slightly, revealing the pale skin of her collarbone. It was on the way, Lu Xian said, looking away. Where is Yinyin? She's next door at Aunt Chen's place, Wen Yuru said, setting the package down. Aunt Chen has a daughter, and the two of them are playing together. She'll sleep there tonight. Lu Xian nodded. With the child away, it was much more convenient. On the table, several dishes were already laid out. A balance of meat and vegetables, and a small pot of spirit wine was warming, its faint steam rising. Clearly she had prepared everything long before, waiting only for him to arrive. Wen Yuru walked to the table and poured him a cup of wine. You've been busy all day. I'll have something to eat first to settle your stomach. But instead of taking the cup, Lu Xian reached out and grasped her wrist as she poured. Wen Yuru paused, looking up at him. Lu Xian's eyes fell on her flushed cheeks. You've just bathed and look like this, and you still want me to eat first? Wen Yuru was taken aback, her lips parting slightly. Before she could speak, Lu Xian tightened his grip on her wrist and pulled her forward. She stumbled, and he caught her waist with his other arm. An hour of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, Lu Xian said, looking down at her. Eating can wait. Wen Yuru's face was completely crimson, but she didn't shy away. Instead, she murmured softly, then, let the food sit, I'll warm it up later. Before she could finish, he lifted her in his arms. 2 hours later, Lu Xian leaned against the headboard, his breathing slightly quickened. Wen Yuru lay limp on his chest, her whole body soft, too weak even to lift her hand. Her breaths were light and shallow, as if she had been thoroughly worn out. The flush on her cheeks had not yet faded, and strands of hair clung to her temples. She nestled limply in his arms, only catching her breath after a long moment. She turned her head to look at him, her voice hoarse and playful. What's gotten into you today? So rough. My legs are like jelly. Lu Xian looked down at her. I've been holding back too long. Without a flicker of expression, he added, didn't you ask why I turned you down twice? Now do you believe me? His words made Wen Yuru's ears burn even hotter. She buried her face in his chest. I believe you. The reason you refused me before must really have been because you were in seclusion. But even as she said it, her heart was secretly delighted. The fierce intensity of what had just happened, the more vigorous it was, the more it proved that Lu Xian hadn't lied to her before. From the way he acted, it was like he'd been starved for days. She said that, but in her mind she was thinking something else. In truth, the 2 times she had taken the initiative to approach Lu Xian had long since been motivated by more than simple longing. After the last Dao discussion, she had gone into seclusion and discovered that her cultivation had inexplicably increased by a substantial margin, and her meridians were much smoother than before. She had pondered for days, at first thinking it was a breakthrough from her own training, but then she recalled the details. Apart from spending that entire night with Lu Xian, she had been busy with her stall every day and had no time to cultivate. So this time she naturally came with a little ulterior motive. Sure enough, after the exertions, just now the spiritual energy within her body had become noticeably purer. Delighted, she thought to herself that from now on she should find excuses to come and recharge with him. After all, Lu Xian was Yinyin's savior, and there was the 1-year agreement. What was wrong with a little more interaction? Xuan had no idea what was going through her mind. He checked his status panel. Cultivation Chi refining 9th layer, 50085000. When Yuru's special physique was indeed extraordinary. In just 2 hours the missing cultivation had not only been replenished, but had spilled over considerably. He got up from the bed. The dishes on the table had long since gone cold. When Yuru propped herself up trying to sit. The food is cold, let me heat it up for you. But as soon as her waist left the bed her legs gave way, and she collapsed back. The thin blanket slipped from her shoulders revealing the red marks on her skin. Take it easy, Xuan said, gently pressing her back down. His tone held a hint of teasing. You're this weak, don't bother. I'll just grab a few bites myself. His words made Wen Yuru's cheeks burn again. She opened her mouth to retort, but her legs truly wouldn't obey her. She could only lie back obediently, pulling the blanket up to her chin, leaving only her eyes visible as she watched him. Xuan turned and walked to the table, scooped a bowl of cold rice, and ate a few mouthfuls with the already cold dishes. Cold spiritual rice was rather hard, and the dishes had lost their warmth, but he ate quickly, polishing off one bowl, and then a second. There was still a fierce battle ahead. He couldn't afford to fight on an empty stomach. When Yuru lay on her side, watching him eat, her eyes fixed on his profile, and the more she looked the weaker her legs felt. Xuan finished eating, set down his bowl and chopsticks, and glanced at her. I'll head back to the Jade Treasure Pavilion to continue cultivating. Tomorrow when your shop opens I'll definitely be there. When Yuru hummed softly in agreement, asking no further questions. After leaving, Xuan didn't rush back to the Jade Treasure Pavilion. Instead, he found a long-abandoned courtyard nearby. He entered, confirmed there was no one around, and sat cross-legged. With a flicker of thought, he opened the system shop. Foundation establishment pill, exchange. The instant 100 treasure vouchers were deducted, a warm, lustrous pill appeared in his palm. Its medicinal fragrance was pure and crisp, and a faint golden light shimmered on its surface. He took a deep breath and placed the Foundation establishment pill into his mouth. As soon as it entered his stomach, it transformed into a surging, scalding medicinal force like a rushing torrent sweeping through his limbs and bones. He activated his cultivation technique, channeling all his energy to guide the medicinal power to scour his meridians. The barrier that had locked him at the peak of Chi refining 9th layer appeared clearly in his mind's eye, and a vast amount of spiritual energy combined with the medicinal power slammed against the barrier with wild force. Boom! A soundless roar seemed to erupt within his body, and the bottleneck that had held him for so long finally gave way. An immense amount of heaven-earth spiritual energy was drawn and surging like a tide toward the abandoned courtyard, swirling around Xuan in a visible vortex of faint spiritual light. His aura climbed steadily. The barrier of Chi refining 9th layer shattered completely. Torrents of spiritual energy reshaped his meridians, expanded his dantian, and the Chi Si in his dantian continued to expand, slowly condensing from gaseous to liquid form. After an unknown time, the turbulent energy gradually settled. Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting gleam of light flashing through them. Foundation establishment achieved. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power far beyond what he had ever known flowing through his entire being. He swept his spiritual sense outward, and the scenery within several hundred meters was clearly visible. Even the spiritual ants crawling through the cracks in the wall were distinct. Chi refining and Foundation establishment were two completely different realms. His lifespan had soared to 300 years. This was the true threshold of the immortal path. The faces of Bai Qianin and Chu Huayang flashed through his mind. If he hadn't been expelled from the heavenly derivative sect back, then he would have immediately been promoted to a true disciple, standing on the same level as them. But if he had stayed in the heavenly derivative sect, he would probably still be a waste at the second layer of Chi refining. Without the system, without the Jade Treasure Pavilion, without this chain of trade and rebates, he would never have reached this point. Xuan steadied himself, activated the aura concealing technique, and gradually suppressed the spiritual energy fluctuations radiating from his body. Although he had suppressed most of the phenomenon during his breakthrough, that pillar of light, just now, had still been too conspicuous. Any cultivator with some knowledge in the market would have recognized that someone was breaking through to Foundation establishment. Time to go back and open the surprise blind boxes. He quickly rose and left the abandoned courtyard, heading toward the Jade Treasure Pavilion. Not long after he departed, several figures on flying artifacts arrived in the air. They hovered above the abandoned courtyard, looking down at the dilapidated house, whose roof tiles had been knocked askew by the spiritual energy. Did someone just break through to Foundation establishment? Judging from the residual spiritual energy fluctuations, it was indeed a recent breakthrough. Is it a sect disciple or a rogue cultivator? The leader sensed for a moment a flicker of gravity in his eyes. The spiritual energy aura is condensed and unbroken, steady and deep. Not the kind of shallow foundation built by stacking pills. It's most likely a powerful cultivator with a complete inheritance, not an ordinary rogue. Should we give chase? The leader shook his head. The aura has already gone far, and besides. He paused. This person's identity is probably not simple. Don't stir up trouble. Let's disperse. The others exchanged glances, put away their artifacts, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Xuan had already crossed several alleys and pushed open the back door of the Jade Treasure Pavilion. But the moment he stepped into the courtyard, he sensed something was off. The yard was silent with no spiritual lamp lit. Before he could steady himself, a figure leaped out from the shadows nearby. A cat. More precisely, a person. But atop the head were a pair of fluffy cat ears, and behind trailed a bushy tail. Lu Hongwan wore a form-fitting black top and a knee-length skirt that barely covered the upper thighs, revealing her long, slender legs. The cat ears on her head twitched slightly, and her tail swayed gently behind her. She threw herself at him with such force that he took a half-step back before catching her. "Brother." Her voice trembled, her cheeks flushed crimson, her entire body burning hot. Those hazy, unfocused eyes and her slightly ragged breathing made him frown. "Why are you only back now?" Xuan looked down at the catgirl outfit she was wearing of all things. Something was clearly wrong with her condition. Her body temperature was abnormally high, her lips slightly parted as she struggled to stay awake on the verge of collapsing. "What did you eat?" Xuan supported her shoulders, frowning. "Nothing. I didn't eat anything." Lu Hongwan mumbled incoherently, then buried herself against his chest, her hands tightly gripping his clothes. "You feel so cool." Xuan looked down at her cat ears, then at her abnormally flushed cheeks, and his guess formed in his mind. This woman probably wanted to surprise him when he returned. But she waited too long, and whether she drank or ate something, it hit her head all on its own. Before he could think further, Lu Hongwan had already risen on her tiptoes and hung herself all over him. Those cat ears brushed against his chin, with each movement soft and ticklish. Xuan caught her almost instinctively. The next moment, she dragged him stumbling 2 steps into the room. When the door closed, the tip of her cat tail flickered in the doorway gap before disappearing inside. The next morning, Xuan leaned against the headboard, looking down at the person in his arms. Lu Hongwan curled against his chest. Those cat ears had been lost somewhere along the way, but the tail still hung at her waist like a fluffy decorative belt. She slept deeply, the flush on her cheeks mostly faded, though traces of last night's exertion lingered beneath her eyes. Last night, Lu Hongwan not only initiated their union, but was also the dominant one. They went at it all night. He had given it everything he had. But as Xuan reflected, he found that the demon race costume was genuinely well designed. Those fluffy ears, the nimble tail, and those positions he had never even heard of before. It was yet another flavor altogether compared to Hunyang's ice and fire trial. After a while, she stirred and half opened her sleepy eyes. Then she saw Xuan's face, wearing a teasing smile. "Is this the surprise you mentioned?" Xuan looked down at her, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. Lu Hongwan froze for 2 seconds, then sat bolt upright, as if struck by lightning. The movement was so sudden that the blanket slid off her shoulders. She looked down at the scattered cat-tail decorations on herself, then at Xuan's half-smiling expression, and her face turned completely crimson. "It's all your fault." She grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. "You came back so late. I originally wanted to show you what I'm made of. Who knew you would dawdle so much?" I was about to fall asleep, and then in my day's eye. She didn't finish the sentence. She couldn't bring herself to say it. Xuan picked up the pair of cat ears that had fallen to the corner of the bed. He squeezed them. They felt wonderfully soft. "Where did you get this set?" Lu Hongwan snatched it away and stuffed it under the pillow, her face red as she looked away. "Never mind." Xuan leaned against the headboard, watching her flustered and embarrassed expression, and casually added, "But seriously, it looked quite good on you. Next time, wait for me to come back before you get ahead of yourself." Lu Hongwan's ears turned visibly red, but she stubbornly huffed. "Then tell me, do I look better, or would Lin Xiaochan look better in that set?" Xuan paused. The question caught him off guard. He glanced down at her. Lu Hongwan was lifting her chin to look at him, her eyes carrying a threat that said, "Think carefully before you answer." She didn't want some newcomer like Lin Xiaochan to overshadow her. "I don't even know if she looks good in it." Xuan considered. "How about I have her try it on so we can compare?" Lu Hongwan's eyes widened. She grabbed the pillow and threw it straight at his face. "Xuan, speak properly." Her pupils narrowed slightly as she stared at him, a hint of danger radiating from her. Xuan caught the pillow in one hand, barely holding back his laughter at her bristling state. This was far more enchanting than any catgirl outfit. All right, I'll speak properly." He restrained his smile and grew serious. "I don't know whether she'd look good in that piece. I haven't seen her wear it. But you in this set." His gaze swept over her, from the cat ears to the tail, then back to her face. It was utterly captivating. Lu Hongwan's ear tips blushed crimson instantly, the redness spreading from her face all the way down to her neck. She glared at him for several seconds, completely unable to muster a single word. Finally, she yanked the blanket over her head. A muffled voice came from beneath the covers. "Crude. I may be a bit. But I'm not vulgar. Cough. Can't say anymore." Xuan leaned against the headboard, watching the lump under the blanket, and smiled. "I'll go open the shop first. Rest a bit longer." This time, stepping out the door felt different. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment, he needed to redeem the spirit treasure restoration technique as soon as possible, The damaged spiritual treasure in his storage pouch was waiting to be dealt with. The Xuan family inheritance token could also be scheduled now. Having successfully broken through to Foundation establishment, he should be able to explore the secret realm behind the token. The shop's business was also improving. Handling everything alone was becoming overwhelming. He needed someone to help. Just as he was thinking, the back courtyard door opened, and Lu Hongwan walked out fully dressed. The catgirl outfit was gone. She had changed back into her mist-purple cultivation robe, and an unmistakable glow of happiness radiated from her face. "Why aren't you resting more?" Lu Xian glanced back at her. "I have business to attend to." Lu Hongwan was beaming. "I'm heading out." She finished speaking and eagerly headed for the door. In just one night, she had broken through to the late stage of qi refining. Once she returned to the sect, she would be soaring upward. As she reached the threshold, Lu Hongwan suddenly paused and turned to look at him. "By the way, just if, I bring you a Foundation establishment stage customer, is there any reward?" Lu Xian raised an eyebrow. "A Foundation establishment stage customer? You know someone?" "Never mind whether I know them or not." Lu Hongwan crossed her arms. "Just tell me, is there a reward or not?" Lu Xian thought for a moment. "As long as it's a big order, you get first pick of the next batch of new robes." Lu Hongwan's eyes lit up. "Deal. Wait for me." Lu Xian watched her disappear around the corner and rubbed his chin. This girl actually knew a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. As a Luoxia sect disciple, what kind of Foundation establishment? Wait a minute. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The aloof master that Lin Xiaochan had pretended to be while drunk last time. Wasn't she from the Luoxia sect? Before any customers arrived, Lu Xian directly opened the system marketplace. Flipping to the spiritual treasure restoration technique section, he selected to exchange. Now that he had broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, he would definitely need to expand and strengthen his shop. Using that earlier Qi pattern spirit locking pillar as the shop's flagship item again would somewhat diminish its prestige. He absolutely needed to acquire a spiritual treasure to replace it. The spiritual treasure restoration technique had been activated, as it pumped technique experience into him. A vast and exquisite torrent of information flooded his mind, far surpassing the weapon restoration techniques he knew. The material composition of spiritual treasures, the forging principles of spirit, runes, the activation methods of spirit cores. He closed his eyes to absorb the knowledge for a moment, and when he opened them again, a trace of understanding gleamed in his gaze. Then he reached deep into his storage bag and retrieved the bronze fragment he had long set aside. When he had previously attempted the weapon restoration technique, the seal had blocked his progress. Now that he had broken through to the Foundation establishment stage and mastered the spiritual treasure restoration technique, it was time to see this thing's true nature. He gathered spiritual energy in his palm and slowly pressed it against the patterns on the bronze fragment's surface. The moment the seal shattered, a profound aura surged from deep within the fragment. Layers of rust peeled away, revealing a warm, dark, golden luster beneath. The fragment slowly unfolded, extended, and reshaped within the spiritual light. After a moment, it regained its original form. Surprisingly, it was a mask. Its entire surface was dark gold with flowing lines and no superfluous decorative patterns, only an extremely faint rune at the center of the forehead. It lay quietly in Lu Xian's palm, smooth to the touch and nearly weightless. Formless true mask, medium-grade spiritual treasure, originally transformed from an ancient treasure fragment, its rank has degraded. When worn, it can freely alter the wearer's facial features, body shape, and aura. Lu Xian looked at those lines of text, and his breath caught for a moment. Altering facial features, body shape, and aura. 3 functions, each alone would be sufficient, but combined they were simply tailor-made for him. This kind of mask was simply a divine tool for murder and arson. During the day, he was shopkeeper Lu. At night, he would be Kakik. No, shopkeeper Lu had never cultivated a murderous heart in his life, and only wanted to do business quietly. Why resort to violence when one could earn spirit stones lying down? Almost without hesitation, Lu Xian decided to restore the mask for his own use. He would temporarily set aside the shop's flagship item and use the Qi pattern spirit locking pillar, instead replacing it once something more suitable came along. Moreover, this treasure didn't require visiting a refining workshop. He could directly reconnect the spirit runes and activate the spirit core for immediate use. He examined it over and over twice, growing more satisfied with each look. Just as he was itching to try it on, someone suddenly arrived at the door. The visitor, dressed in a cyan cultivation robe, entered and bowed to Lu Xian. "Shopkeeper Lu, it's good to see you again." Lu Xian swiftly stowed the mask behind his back, and upon seeing the face, immediately understood. This was Manager Zhao from Qingmu Sect's Artifact Refining Hall. Last time Jin Sihai had sent him to deliver a large batch of old artifacts, and this time he suspected it was the same scheme. "Manager Zhao, what an honored guest," Lu Xian said, without changing expression, his tone warm. "You've brought good goods this time as well. You have keen eyes, shopkeeper Lu." Manager Zhao placed the storage bag on the counter and untied the opening, spiritual light instantly spilling out. He took them out one by one and arranged them on the counter, their quality far superior to the previous batch. Several high-grade artifacts were among them, and there were plenty of mid and lower grade pieces neatly stacked across more than half the counter surface. This time I've cleared out a batch of better quality items, Manager Zhao said with some familiarity. Shopkeeper Lu, take a look and see if you can take them all. Lu Xian looked over each piece one by one. Jin Sihai's investment this time was much larger than before. Clearly he intended to cut off his cash flow in one stroke, preventing him from restocking and causing his turnover to stall. He raised his head and displayed an appropriately troubled expression. Manager Zhao, the quality of these goods is indeed excellent, but the quantity is too large in my current funds. The price is negotiable. Manager Zhao interrupted him. If Shopkeeper Lu thinks it's expensive, we can discuss further. Lu Xian knew exactly what to do and was about to follow the old routine of haggling. Manager Zhao suddenly lowered his voice and leaned forward half a step. However, Shopkeeper Lu, I have a small request. The price can be low, but you need to write me a receipt. The price on the receipt needs to be handled differently. Lu Xian paused in his movements and looked up at him. Manager Zhao rubbed his fingers together with a meaningful smile. You understand. It'll make things easier for me when I report back. Lu Xian studied that smiling face and understood immediately. This was about extracting the price difference. After a moment of silence, he returned his gaze to the artifacts. How much should be written on the receipt? How much should be written on the receipt? Lu Xian set down the artifact in his hand and looked up at Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao glanced around before leaning in half a step and lowering his voice. 3,800 spirit stones, but you'll need to pay 4,000 spirit stones, Shopkeeper Lu. After speaking, he rubbed his fingers together with a knowing smile. Lu Xian didn't rush to respond. His gaze swept over the batch of artifacts, quickly running calculations in his mind. 5 high-grade artifacts, all basically ordinary pieces, plus 23 mid-grade and 42 lower-grade artifacts. The acquisition cost for this batch could be at most 3,600 spirit stones. Seeing his silence, Manager Zhao added, Shopkeeper Lu, you've seen the quality of these goods with your own eyes. Buying them for 4,000 ensures you profit without risk. This way it's convenient for both of us. Convenient. Lu Xian glanced at him. Manager Zhao, you quote 3,008, but I pay 4,000. How do you plan to split the extra 200? Manager Zhao hesitated, then gritted his teeth. 3,009 will do, Shopkeeper Lu. You should let me make some hard-earned money, right? Lu Xian didn't engage with that remark and pointed to the artifacts. Manager Zhao, I can only offer 3,006 for this batch. Any more, and I simply cannot pay you. The smile on Manager Zhao's face froze momentarily. 3,006. Shopkeeper Lu, this price is too. These 4 are all ordinary pieces with no special attributes, so the resale profit is limited. Lu Xian picked out 4 high-grade artifacts, then pointed to another high-grade shield on the other side. This one is basically scrapped. Someone split it with a single strike, and the spirit core is nearly shattered. I consider it a miracle if I could sell it to someone else for 100 spirit stones. As for these mid and lower grade artifacts, bulk purchases command lower prices. That's the rule. Lu Xian spoke bluntly. At 3,006, I'm barely making a profit. Anything higher would mean working for free on your behalf. Manager Zhao opened his mouth to object, but Lu Xian's price hit right at Jin Pengzi's bottom line. Yet if he sold at 3,006, what profit would he make? After several moments of silence, the smile on his face completely faded. Shopkeeper Lu, you calculate your accounts too precisely. To run a business, if you can't keep track of your accounts, you'd have closed shop long ago. Lu Xian continued after a pause. Actually, I don't really need secondhand artifacts right now, you see. He gestured toward the gleaming artifacts displayed in the counter. Our Ubiozai has recently partnered with a master artificer, and these artifacts are in such high demand. They're far more profitable than selling secondhand goods. Why don't you go ask over at the neighboring Jubioj? Upon hearing this, Manager Zhao's expression visibly changed. He certainly couldn't go to Jubioj. These artifacts had been sent by Jin Sihai himself with the specific goal of draining Lu Xian's capital. If Lu Xian refused to accept them, Manager Zhao wouldn't only lose out on any price difference, but he'd also have to swallow the transportation fees Jin Sihai had paid him. Shopkeeper Lu. Manager Zhao's voice dropped slightly. I personally selected this batch from the warehouse. The quality is genuinely excellent. Please reconsider. Lu Xian leaned back in his chair and slowly sipped his tea without responding. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on Manager Zhao's forehead. He looked down at the row of artifacts on the counter and gritted out, 3,006 it is. I'll take this batch. Lu Xian set down his teacup and glanced at him. Manager Zhao, what are you? I'll be honest with you, Manager Zhao continued. I went to Jubioj last time, and their manager was even more ruthless with bargaining. All things considered, Shopkeeper Lu, your pricing is fair. Lu Xian didn't delay and counted out the spirit stones, directly handing them over. Manager Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, counting the coins one by one before storing them in his pouch. At that moment, Lu Xian unexpectedly produced another 100 spirit stones and placed them on the counter. Consider this 100 as compensation for your trouble, Manager Zhao. However, I have a small favor to ask of you. Manager Zhao paused, greed flashing in his eyes as he looked at the spirit stones. Please speak, Shopkeeper Lu. Lu Xian first calmly lifted his teacup and took a sip before tapping the counter. Manager Jean must be very curious about who this refining master is that has partnered with our UBOs, correct? Manager Zhao's pupils contracted slightly. He certainly knew who Steward Jean was. Although neither of them had ever mentioned that name, he was more aware than any one of the ins and outs of this deal. Xuan hinted at it without overstating, merely uttering the words Steward Jean, which was enough to give him a graceful way out. He lowered his gaze to the 100 spirit stones on the counter. There was no way he could turn down so many spirit stones. Besides, Steward Jean wasn't his father, who wouldn't take advantage of a mark. At worst, he could sell out this Liu fellow later. Manager Zhao almost instantly raised his head. Steward Jean is indeed very eager to know who this master artisan is, but he has inquired for 100 li around without finding any news. Xuan nodded. Simple. You tell Steward Jean that you know who the artifact forging master is, and then sell that information to him. You'll get paid again. Manager Zhao's eyes lit up as he reached for the spirit stones. By the way, fellow cultivator should be called Zhao Rong, right? Just as his hand was about to touch the spirit stones, Xuan suddenly spoke, and at the same time a faint aura emanated from him. It was very light, very subtle. Yet the pressure of foundation establishment like an invisible needle pricked Manager Zhao's spine with a delicate but unmistakable force. Manager Zhao's movements froze instantly, as if someone had seized his vital point. His breath caught for half a beat. His outstretched hand hovered above the counter, hesitating to fall. I'm not sure if the artifact refining hall of the Qingmu sect has a steward named Zhao Rong. Xuan took a sip of tea, his tone still as casual as before. But there is a wandering cultivator named Zhao Rong living over in the Western market who has a pair of twins. He set down the teacup and fixed his gaze on Manager Zhao. 100 spirit stones shouldn't be too hard to buy the life of a qi refining 6th layer wandering cultivator, right? Manager Zhao's hand jerked back. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his throat dry. His Adam's apple bobbed several times before he spoke, trembling. Steward Liu. No, Senior Liu. Foundation establishment. This steward of Yubao Zhai was actually a foundation establishment powerhouse, and he had his background completely exposed. That bastard Jean Sihai had sent him to beard the lion in his den. He knew Xuan was shaking him down. Delivering the message was one thing, but harboring other intentions was another. Xuan had laid his power on the table, the meaning clear. You can make money, but don't think of double dealing. Manager Zhao was trembling all over. I know what to do. These spirit stones. I won't take them. But rest assured, Senior, I'll handle it properly. Xuan instantly became genial, reaching out to pat Manager Zhao on the shoulder. Good. I like people who understand. The force wasn't heavy, but it nearly sent Zhao Rong sprawling to the ground. But then he saw Xuan take out another message talisman. Take the spirit stones and this. I don't lack such trifles. Sell the information as you see fit, as long as Steward Jean believes it. Thank you, Senior. Zhao Rong managed a dry smile, nodded twice, and tucked the spirit stones and message talisman into his storage pouch. Senior, rest assured. This matter is known only to heaven and earth, and I would sooner die than let it reach a third party. With that, he turned and walked toward the door in trepidation, not daring to look back even after he stepped out. Only when he rounded the street corner and confirmed no one was following did he let out a long breath and wipe the sweat from his brow. Fatty Jean, you bloody bastard, you set me up. He cursed inwardly, but his feet didn't stop as he hurried toward the direction of Jubao Pavilion. After Manager Zhao left, Xuan casually pulled up his system panel and glanced at it. Cultivation Foundation Establishment, First Layer 3869 Road Treasure Scrolls, 97. Last night's commotion with Lu Hongwan had recharged him with several dozen points of cultivation. It looked significant, but against the total requirement of Foundation Establishment, it was barely a drop in the bucket. Relying on the paltry rebates from wandering cultivators would take eons to fill. He needed to go after high-end clients, fat cats like Jean Sihai. A single deal with such a mark had filled nearly a third of his progress. Unfortunately, such easy marks were rare. He'd have to dig up more himself. He looked down at the batch of artifacts he had just taken in. Selling just a few high-grade and mid-grade artifacts would recoup the cost. The rest was pure profit. Fatty Jean had tried to use this shipment to choke his cash flow, but instead he had delivered inventory right to his door. Xuan stored the artifacts in his storage pouch and curled his lips. What needed to be collected was collected, and the planted nails were in place. Soon Fatty Jean would learn who was the father and who was the son. Just as he thought this, the message talisman in his bosom vibrated slightly. Xuan took it out and saw it was a message from Zhao Rong, short, but packed with information. Steward Jean is convinced. He asks when he can meet the artifact forging master, but he wasn't in a hurry. Showing up now would be too soon and seem forced. So Xuan decided to stall, letting Fatty Jean grow anxious on his own. Only when the man was desperate enough would he reveal himself. The timing had to be just right. He thought for a moment and replied with 4 words, 3 days hence. 3 days would be enough to execute another plan, one that would surely make Jean Sihai completely unable to sit still during that time. When Jean was frantic beyond measure, Xuan would have Zhao Rong arrange an introduction to the artifact forging master. By then, when Jin Sihai saw with his own hands that those custom artifacts were made by that master, he would be thoroughly convinced. In 3 days, Fatty Jin would get a real taste of trouble. During the morning, Lu Xian sold several more artifacts and pills. As more wandering cultivators entered the shop, word spread that Yu Bao Zhai's pills were of superior quality. Excellent quality, fair prices. Everyone who bought them said they were worth it. There were even pills for foundation establishment cultivators. The news reached the alchemist circles in the market, and before noon, a freelance alchemist came calling on his own. The visitor appeared to be in his early 40s, tall and lean with dark skin. Stepping into the shop, he bypassed the artifact display area and walked straight to the pill counter, leaning down to carefully examine the rows of jade bottles. His gaze swept past the chi refining pills without stopping. Then he spoke. "Steward, may I take a look at the spirit essence pill?" "Of course." Lu Xian handed over a jade bottle. The dark lean man took it, uncorked the stopper, sniffed lightly, then studied it intently for a long while. He set down the pill and looked at Lu Xian. "I heard that Yu Bao Zhai is recruiting alchemists." Lu Xian's interest was piqued. "Indeed we are. What is your level of alchemy, fellow Taoist?" "I am Luo Yun, a primary alchemist." Luo Yun stated his name and casually produced his alchemist guild identity token. Lu Xian glanced at the token, then detailed the benefits Yu Bao Zhai offered. Luo Yun's eyes lit up, but he didn't immediately agree. After a moment of deliberation, he asked, "Rumor has it that Yu Bao Zhai has a mid-grade alchemist. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. These were all refined by our alchemist Xuan." Lu Xian gestured toward the foundation establishment pills. Luo Yun's gaze swept over them, and his expression shifted. After a few breaths of silence, his tone grew more serious. "Steward Lu's terms are very generous, but I have one request. After signing with Yu Bao Zhai, could I occasionally ask that alchemist for some guidance?" Lu Xian looked at him. "That's all. That's all." Luo Yun nodded. "I have been stuck at the bottleneck of primary alchemist for years, lacking guidance from a master." Lu Xian paused, curious. "Then why not join the alchemist guild or some other alchemy faction? They have mid-grade and high-grade alchemists, don't they, eh?" Luo Yun smiled bitterly. "I love my freedom. If I hadn't heard that Yu Bao Zhai doesn't restrict its alchemist liberty, I wouldn't have come specially." Lu Xian understood. Guidance is easy to arrange. Yu Bao Zhai will regularly organize alchemist exchanges. He could make that decision on his own. If this man could advance to mid-grade alchemist, it would be a real treasure. Luo Yun hesitated. He wasn't after mere general exchanges. Lu Xian noticed his hesitation and said meaningfully, "Actually, I also know a thing or two about alchemy. If you don't mind, you can always come chat with me." Luo Yun's expression shifted to surprise. "Merchant Lu, you are also an alchemist?" Lu Xian exuded the air of a seasoned expert, raising his teacup for a sip. "Otherwise, how would I dare open a pill shop? If one accepts pills from an alchemist, one must at least understand what they're dealing with." Luo Yun cast a skeptical glance at him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly pulled out a jade vial from his storage bag and set it on the counter. "Then Merchant Lu, take a look at these spirit-nourishing pills. They've tasted slightly off lately." Lu Xian picked up the vial and poured one into his palm. After a brief inspection, he set it down. The fire control was too aggressive. Spirit-nourishing pills required gentle heating. Your timing for adding the spiritual herbs was adequate, but the final step of sealing the pills had excessive temperature. The medicinal power wasn't locked in tightly. Though they appear smooth on the surface, half their spiritual essence has already dissipated within. Luo Yun held the pill close to examine it, then brought it to his nose to sniff. Looking up, his eyes betrayed palpable astonishment. "Merchant Lu, you could tell just by looking. Even a mid-tier alchemist would struggle to identify such subtle defects so effortlessly. Could Master Lu's alchemical prowess surpass that of a mid-tier alchemist? As I said, I know a thing or two." Lu Xian smiled faintly. "Testing me." He may have known nothing about pill refining, but his ability to appraise pills was master level. Unaware of this, Luo Yun assumed he had encountered a deeply concealed expert and no longer hesitated. "I'll sign. From now on, please guide me in alchemy, Master Lu." Lu Xian seemed to have found a way to keep him in check. Small matter, small matter. As long as fellow Taoist Luo provides more pills to Yu Bao Pavilion, not only guidance, we can even chat throughout the night. "Excellent. I will surely not disappoint you, Merchant Lu." Luo Yun quickly signed the contract, his gaze shifting to the spiritual herbs behind the counter. "Can I take all these herbs for chi condensation pills and youth returning pills?" "All of them. All of them." Luo Yun nodded matter-of-factly. "I specialize in these 2 pills. The more spiritual herbs, the better." Lu Xian's heart leaped with joy. He had struck gold. Both pills were bestsellers. With one sweep, he had cleared the counter's entire stock of herbs. Luo Yun stowed all the herbs in his storage bag and eagerly departed. Lu Xian watched his figure disappear through the doorway, a faint headache stirring. Though he now had another dedicated alchemist, and his pill supply would surge, the rate of herb consumption would accelerate even faster. He needed to secure supplies immediately. He took out a communion talisman and sent a message to Huang Xiaoqi, "Come to the shop." Not long after, Huang Xiaoqi rushed in breathlessly. "Merchant Lu, what's so urgent? We're running short on spiritual herbs." Lu Xian got straight to the point. "I plan to intensify our purchasing efforts. Any ideas?" Huang Xiaoqi paused, scratching his head as he analyzed. To expand our supply, there are essentially two paths. First, raise our purchase price higher than other shops. Rogue cultivators will naturally bring their herbs to us. Second, intercept them directly. Send people to wait at the mountain pass. Before those cultivators who mine herbs return to the marketplace, we intercept and purchase from them, leaving no stock for other shops. He furrowed his brows. But the second method is troublesome. Bandit cultivators frequently appear near the mountain pass. It's unsafe. We need to hire skilled escorts, which drives up the cost considerably. Lu Xian raised his hand to interrupt. Why overthink matters that spirit stones can solve? Huang Xiaoqi blinked. What do you mean, manager? Raise the price, Lu Xian declared boldly. Increase it by 30% outright. Whether rogue cultivators or middlemen, as long as they bring spiritual herbs to Yubao Pavilion, we pay 30% above anyone else. Huang Xiaoqi's mouth hung open, unable to close it. 30%. Having worked in the marketplace for years, he had never seen any shop offer such a generous spread. Other shops considered raising prices by 0.5% a sign of goodwill. Lu Xian opened with 30%. His mind raced. At a 30% premium, how many rogue cultivators would rush to deliver to Yubao Pavilion? Once the news spread, not only would those who patrolled the mountains for herbs come flooding in, even herb merchants would pour here. Just as he was about to offer congratulations, a thought struck him. 30%. If he paid out of his own pocket to collect herbs, and then resold them to Yubao Pavilion, the price difference would be pure profit. His breathing grew rapid. He swallowed hard, his heart hammering so loudly he could hear it himself. Unaware of his thoughts, Lu Xian waved his hand. Enough dawdling. Go spread the word. Huang Xiaoqi opened his mouth, hesitated, then nodded. Yes. Merchant Lu, rest assured. I'm on it. He turned and sprinted out the door, his face alight with unmistakable eagerness. After Huang Xiaoqi left, Lu Xian checked the hour and decided it was about time. He retrieved a prepared magical artifact from the counter, stowed it in his storage bag, and closed the shop early. Today was the grand opening of Wenyuru's new shop, and he had promised to attend. Upon arriving at the eastern street of the marketplace, he saw a crowd gathering at the intersection ahead. Wenyuru had chosen an excellent location right at the junction of two main streets. The foot traffic alone was more than double what she had at her previous alleyway spot. A newly crafted plaque hung at the entrance bearing the name Yusha Restaurant. A lion dance troupe had been hired, drums and gongs resounding. Two colorful lions rolled and leaped through the crowd, drawing cheerful applause from onlookers. There were no tedious opening rituals. Rogue cultivators gathered nearby, chatting idly. Wenyuru stood at the door in a crisp cyan dress, smiling warmly as she greeted acquaintances who came to offer congratulations. Her joy was impossible to conceal. As Lu Xian approached, she had just escorted a group inside. Turning, her luminous eyes brightened. You came. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Lu Xian presented the prepared artifact. Congratulations on your grand opening. A small token. Wenyuru took it, pausing in surprise. It was a palm-sized golden cicada picio, finely crafted with gilded detailing. The picio crouched upon the cicada's back, its mouth clutching a spirit pearl. It was a low-grade magical artifact with auspicious symbolism. Wealth and fortune attracted. Perfect for a shop. Looking up at Lu Xian, a faint blush colored her cheeks. When did you prepare this? Specially acquired, Lu Xian said casually. To bring you some extra luck. Wenyuru cradled the picio in her hands, her fondness growing with each glance. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but Lu Xian nodded toward the interior. You attend to your guests. I'll find a seat. Seeing more arrivals, Wenyuru didn't insist. Take a seat. I'll have some fine dishes sent over. Lu Xian wandered inside and settled at a random table. The restaurant was already filled with several tables of guests, local rogue cultivators, and regular patrons. Soon Wenyuru arrived with several dishes. A large platter of savory spirit beast meat, a bowl of clear broth spirit mushroom soup, and a side dish of cold tossed bamboo shoots, all his favorites. Setting the dishes down, she glanced at him softly. Eat well. Call me if you need anything. Lu Xian picked up his chopsticks and tried a piece of the spirit beast meat. The savory richness was profound, the texture tender and succulent, an improvement over the street stall version. He ate a few bites and finished half the soup bowl. Just as he was considering ordering spirit rice cakes to take home, the communion talisman in his robes suddenly vibrated. He set down his chopsticks and picked it up. Nangongyu, the beautiful young widow residing at Xuan Villa. They had not communicated since he sold her the jade pendant and folding fan last time. The talisman bore only a brief message. Merchant Lu, I have certain items to sell. Would it be convenient for you to visit? Lu Xian read the message on the transmission talisman and immediately sent a reply. Madam, please wait. I will be there shortly. He set down his chopsticks and glanced up at Wenyuru. She was still busy behind the stove serving dishes to the newly arrived guests with great enthusiasm. Lu Xian did not disturb her. Instead, he rose quietly and slipped away. Taking advantage of the midday rest period, he left the marketplace directly and activated a flying artifact to make his way towards Xuan Manor. However, before he had traveled far, he spotted several familiar figures on the main road. Huang Xiaoqi led at the forefront with two rogue cultivators trailing behind. One at the fifth layer of chi condensation and another a burly man at the 7th layer. What is this kid up to? A flicker of curiosity stirred within Lu Xian, so he deliberately slowed his pace and descended lower, following behind without rushing to overtake them. Among this group, Huang Xiaoqi was the only one at the early stage of qi condensation. Yet he acted as though he were the leader, constantly urging them onward. Hurry up, hurry up. We need to set up our stall before anyone else does. The burly man at the 7th layer of qi condensation replied gruffly, Xiaoqi, is this information reliable? The manager of Yubao Studio told me directly, offering a 30% premium for spirit herbs. Huang Xiaoqi did not even turn around. We will rush to the mountain pass to intercept those rogue cultivators. They will not have to travel far, and our price exceeds what others are offering. Who in their right mind would refuse? Do not let this opportunity slip away. Hurry up. Lu Xian listened to this exchange from midair and nearly laughed out loud. No wonder that youngster's expression had been so odd today in the shop when he heard about the 30% premium. He had already plotted to ambush and intercept them on the spot. He had scarcely received the information from him before recruiting others to rush to the mountain pass and establish their stall. His mind worked faster than anyone else's. These two were undoubtedly the bodyguards he had hired. Having guessed Huang Xiaoqi's intention, Lu Xian lost any desire to investigate further. He had no intention of exposing such schemes. After all, his sole purpose was to acquire more spirit herbs. Whether this money went to Huang Xiaoqi or someone else was of no concern to him. If Huang Xiaoqi could make a profit, so be it. The spirit herbs would ultimately reach Yubao Studio anyway, and he would receive his full rebate without reduction. His cultivation would continue to grow, and he would collect his 100 treasure scrolls as usual. He turned directly towards Xuan Manor. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, his speed was astonishing. He arrived quickly and knocked on the door without delay. The same young maid who had opened the door last time greeted him with a slight bow. Merchant Lu, the madam is waiting for you in the rear courtyard. Lu Xian followed her through the front hall and pushed open the carved circular door to enter the backyard. The leaves of the cheong flower tree were denser than before, with afternoon light filtering through the branches and casting shattered gold across the stone table. Nangong Yu sat beneath the tree, and unlike their previous encounter, she was not wearing her veil this time. That face remained breathtakingly beautiful. Yet Lu Xian keenly noticed a certain haggardness upon her features. Madam, it has been quite some time. Lu Xian approached the stone table. Merchant Lu has arrived, please be seated. Nangong Yu set down her teacup, poured him a cup of hot tea, and pushed it toward him. Do try it. This is Yunwu spirit bud from Mount Kangwu, freshly harvested this year. Lu Xian lifted the teacup and took a sip. The liquor was crystal clear, carrying a subtle orchid fragrance upon entry with a long lingering sweetness. He set the cup down and could not help but glance once more at the unfurled leaves at the bottom. Fine tea. The tea I serve at my shop pales in comparison to this. Nothing more than dishwater. This must not be inexpensive, surely. Nangong Yu's lips curved slightly at his words. Not excessively so. How much then? 30 spirit stones per tael. Lu Xian's hand holding the teacup paused, and he could not help but whistle softly. 30 spirit stones per tael, nearly rivaling the cost of a low-grade magical artifact. Then I am glad you appreciate it. Nangong Yu rose to her feet. I will have some wrapped up for you to take along. That is very kind of you, but you have traveled all this way, I could not let you leave empty-handed. Nangong Yu spoke casually. Consider it a modest token of appreciation for troubling you to come collect the goods. Lu Xian glanced at her and did not press further. Then I shall accept your kindness with gratitude. He set down his teacup and let his gaze return to Nangong Yu's face. Madam, you do not look well. Have you been resting adequately lately? Nangong Yu faltered slightly as though surprised by his directness. She brushed a strand of hair from beside her ear and lowered her eyelids. I am managing. It is just that various matters have been weighing on me recently, and I have not been sleeping soundly. Her words were understated, yet the pressure upon her seemed almost suffocating. The spirit stones earned from selling the magical artifact the previous time had been hurriedly used overnight to cover the shortcomings of her useless husband. She had hoped for a period of peace, but that scoundrel not only gambled away everything in a single night, but also accumulated an even larger debt. Creditors came to their door demanding payment, so she fled back to Xuan Manor and refused to emerge. Yet since the marital tie still existed, those creditors unable to find her husband would naturally come after her. This matter could not come to the attention of the family. Her husband was the legitimate son of the household. If word of his gambling debts reached the main clan, his inheritance rights would be revoked on the spot. By then they would be expelled from the family and unable to retain even this manor. All she could do was continue liquidating her dowry and treasured possessions to fill that bottomless hole. She longed to confide in someone, but ultimately suppressed the urge. Lu Xian perceived the exhaustion in her eyes, but did not press further. Then may I inspect the goods first? Lu Xian steered the conversation back to business. Nangong Yu visibly exhaled in relief, retrieved 3 magical artifacts from her storage bag, and arranged them in a row upon the stone table. All were of superior grade, each meticulously maintained with spiritual radiance flowing gracefully in excellent condition. On the far left lay a neatly folded brocade handkerchief. The fabric was light and thin, with intricate dark patterns embroidered along the edges appearing no different from an ordinary woman's handkerchief at first glance. But the moment Xuan touched the material, he sensed a layer of extremely fine, silver thread prohibitions concealed within. Spiritual energy flowed through it like delicate threads woven with exceptional craftsmanship. After studying it for a moment, he set it down. This is the Firefly Silk Entanglement Handkerchief containing silver thread prohibitions within. When confronted by enemies, it releases countless luminous silk threads to bind opponents, serving dual purposes for both escape and self-defense. Beside it rested a palm-sized bronze mirror. Its surface gleamed smoothly, the edges inscribed with dense runes, spiritual light contained within. Xuan picked it up and examined it carefully. This Shinlight mirror is also quite fine. Once activated, it can generate a protective barrier that even those below the Qi condensation stage cannot easily breach, and it can withstand attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators. It remains in pristine condition and has never been activated. Finally, there was a small, three-legged jade censer about the size of a palm. Its surface possessed a warm, lustrous quality crafted from exceptionally fine material. Intricate cloud patterns were carved into the walls, and within the furnace lingered a trace of extremely faint spiritual incense. Xuan studied it for a moment. This is the agarwood-suppressing jade censer. When spiritual incense is lit within it, can calm the mind and spirit, dispel miasma, and establish a small illusory formation to deter intruders. It is a prestigious piece for household display beyond the means of ordinary families. Having appraised all three magical artifacts one by one, Xuan had formed a clear assessment in his mind. He looked up at Nangongyu. All three are superior-grade magical artifacts in excellent condition, rare finds on the market. For the Firefly Silk Entanglement Handkerchief, I will offer 380 spirit stones. For the Shinlight Mirror, 400. Hearing his valuation, Nangongyu could not help but furrow her brows. Yet Xuan did not pause, turning his gaze toward the three-legged jade censer. As for this agarwood-suppressing jade censer, it is not an ordinary superior-grade artifact. I will offer 600 spirit stones. Adding them together. Hold on. This time Nangongyu finally could not contain herself and interrupted. Merchant Lu, is that not a bit low? Seeing that Nangongyu was dissatisfied with the offer, Xuan sighed helplessly. That's already generous, madam. If you shop around 1300 is about as fair as any merchant would dare to go. But these magical artifacts of mine aren't common wares. Nangongyu gently stroked the surface of the jade burner, her voice tinged with resentment. Take this jade furnace for instance. I purchased it for nearly 1,000 spirit stones, and in your hands it's been slashed in half. Xuan remained composed, explaining patiently. Madam, this jade furnace is indeed extraordinary, perfectly suited for guarding a residence or gifting to distinguished guests. However, the market is filled with loose cultivators and sect disciples. How many would bother with a three-legged jade furnace that serves little practical purpose? And even fewer could afford it. If you spend 1,000 spirit stones on a fragrant burner, their first thought would be, can it fight? He paused, softening his tone. Practical magical artifacts sell more readily and hold their value. But decorative pieces like this jade furnace, which cater to taste rather than utility, suffer steep depreciation upon resale. The prices of your other two artifacts are relatively stable. It is this single furnace that has depreciated the most. Nangongyu pressed her lips together, not rushing to argue, absorbing his words slowly. Her gaze lingered on the jade furnace for a long while. After a long moment, she raised her eyes to Xuan. Shopkeeper Lu, we are old acquaintances. I didn't bring anyone else this time. Could you add a little more? She was naturally breathtakingly beautiful. The slight redness around her eyes combined with her tightly pressed lips added an irresistible allure. Seeing her expression, Xuan felt his resolve waver. Then let's make it neat. 1,400. Yet Nangongyu still found it insufficient. This? Only 20 stones more. She suddenly rose, circled the stone table, and gently placed her hand over his. Her touch was soft and cool, smooth as jade. Xuan was momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, he saw Nangongyu lean forward slightly. The shadow of the fragrant flower tree fell upon her shoulder, lending her haggard features a delicate, alluring vulnerability. Shopkeeper Lu. Her voice was soft and low. I know you're in a difficult position, but I truly need spirit stones. Xuan glanced down at her jade-like hand resting on his. Pale and slender, its softness was remarkable. He couldn't resist gently squeezing it. It was undeniably pleasant. Rather than pulling away, Nangongyu clasped his hand and gave it a gentle shake, her tone tinged with playful coquetry. Shopkeeper Lu, add a bit more, won't you? Help me through this hardship. Feeling her hand sway against his, Xuan knew he wouldn't be touching her hand for nothing. He cleared his throat. Madam, just tell me directly. How much do you need? Nangongyu's beautiful eyes lit up. 2,000. Xuan immediately stood, withdrawing his hand. Madam, I suggest you seek another appraiser. Turning to leave, he thought, nonsense, he wasn't a fool. Though his system rebate was tied to transaction value, the system itself was far from stupid. Exorbitant markups were simply not recognized by the system. He targeted wealthy marks, not those being fleeced themselves. Panicked, Nangonyu hurried after him, grabbing his sleeve. Shopkeeper Lu. I didn't mean that. Lu Xian paused, about to turn. Before he could see her face, clearly whether by accident or stumble, Nangonyu lost her footing and crashed directly into his arms. Warm fragrance enveloped him, intoxicating and sweet. She was too close. He could see the reddened corners of her eyes and her trembling eyelashes. And as she looked up, her warm breath washed over his Adam's apple. Hot and seductive. Nangonyu instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist to steady herself. But she made no move to pull away, instead letting him hold her as she tilted her face upward. Those captivating eyes shimmered with moisture and fluster. I just want you to add a little more. Truly, just a bit more is all I ask. Her fingers clutching his sleeve tightened slightly, as though afraid he would vanish if she let go. Madam, I truly cannot. Looking down at her tearful expression, Lu Xian feigned helplessness. I know you're short on funds, which is why I offered my highest price. And last time when I raised the quote, I barely made any profit. You can't expect me to work for nothing. On moments like these, one must never yield. People rarely make sound decisions until pushed to the brink. Lu Xian had ample experience with this. Nangongyu's lips trembled as if she wished to speak, but swallowed her words. Slowly she lowered her head, her grip loosening slightly, though she did not fully release him. Lu Xian assumed she had relented and glanced down at the woman in his arms. A supreme beauty held close. Suddenly, he found himself reluctant to let go. Just as he thought this round of negotiation had concluded, Nangonyu lifted her head once more. Shopkeeper Lu. Her free hand slid up from his wrist along his arm, her fingertip resting lightly on his chest, tracing slow circles. Nangongyu's voice carried a dangerous lilt. Think again. There must be a way, correct? Lu Xian looked down at the hand playing across his chest, a faint smile curving his lips. There is indeed a way. It depends on whether Madam is willing. His gaze drifted slowly from her face downward, settling on the sheer outer garment draped over her shoulders. That silk robe of yours is quite lovely. Nangongyu's face flushed crimson instantly. Whatever she imagined, the heat spread from her ears to her neck, her fingertips curling slightly. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, as though made a decision, she pressed her lips and said, since shopkeeper Lu favors it, then please follow me. Lu Xian was taken aback. Before he could process her meaning, Nangonyu stepped back half a pace, sidestepped him, and glided toward the inner room, her graceful hips swaying with each step. Though puzzled, Lu Xian followed. Passing through the hall and around the screen, Nangonyu pushed open a carved wooden door. The moment Lu Xian stepped inside, his pace faltered. Nangongyu's boudoir was exquisitely furnished. A pearwood bed positioned by the window, pale green silk curtains draping softly, trembling gently in the breeze from the open door. A bronze mirror and several boxes of rouge adorned the dressing table, beside which incense smoldered, sending delicate wisps of fragrant smoke curling upward. On the windowsill sat a celadon vase holding freshly picked flowers. Lu Xian couldn't help but draw in a deep breath. No wonder a beauty's chamber smelled sweeter than the world outside. Before he could take in more, Nangonyu walked to the bedside, turned to face him, and murmured, If I were to discuss the Tao with you, shopkeeper Lu, how much more would you add? Lu Xian stood frozen, astonishment written across his face. Bloody hell, she's offering herself so easily. Facing this ultimate temptation, Lu Xian shook his head. Adding more won't help much, madam should be well aware of that. Nangongyu's face turned pale, as if she had stepped on empty air from the clouds and fallen. She bit her lip. Then what you said earlier about my clothes. That's right, the solution lies here. Lu Xian shifted his tone, his gaze falling on the sheer gauze robe draped over her shoulder. I've taken a liking to this gauze robe of yours. If you're willing to include it, I can raise the price to 1,800 spirit stones. Nangonyu was taken aback at first, then her cheeks flushed crimson. This can be sold too. Why not? Lu Xian chuckled. For one, this is a high-grade Dharma robe, a rare commodity on the market. For another, he paused, curling his lips. I'm just trying to help madam through her difficulties, aren't I? What, reluctant? Nangonyu soared back from the mud to the clouds, nodding frantically. Reluctant? Of course not. Then what are you waiting for? Lu Xian looked at her and pursed his lips. She agreed readily, but when it came time to actually take it off, her movements became hesitant. Her fingers touched the tie at the collar, pulling twice, but failing to undo it. Her ears burned so red they seemed about to bleed. But that ribbon seemed to have a grudge against her, refusing to come loose. Lu Xian watched for a while, then spoke meaningfully. Shall I help madam take it off? Nangongyu's body trembled slightly, her cheeks burning, even redder, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Then I'll trouble shopkeeper Lu. No trouble at all. Lu Xian stepped forward, looking down at her reddened ears. But I'll have to trouble madam later. Nangonyu looked up, meeting his smiling eyes. She froze for a moment before realizing what he meant, then shyly averted her gaze. In the brief moment their eyes met, the tacit understanding between adults gently collided in the air. No words were needed, they both understood. He stepped forward, pinching the tie at her collar with 2 fingers. Nangongyu's breathing grew noticeably rapid, her eyelashes fluttering intensely, her body tensed. Her nervousness was justified. After all, Xuan was a stranger, and besides her nominal husband, no other man had ever touched her body in her life. Xuan tugged the tie gently. It came loose instantly, and the gauze slipped off. Doesn't seem that hard. His words made Nangong Yu wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The gauze curtain was lifted by the wind and fell again, obscuring their figures. Xuan had intended to share his insights on the Tao with Nangong Yue, but soon sensed something unusual. He had initially thought that since Nangong Yu hadn't reached foundation establishment, her understanding of the Tao would be no more than shallow streams. After listening to her eloquent exposition, he realized with astonishment that her comprehension of the Tao was like a boundless ocean. The two talked freely, exchanging and comparing their cultivation insights. Nangong Yu was equally shaken. Having cultivated alone for years, this was her first time discussing the Tao with someone. Her mind immersed in the profound and mysterious realm of the Tao, as if ascending to celestial palaces. Unfortunately, an hour passed in an instant, bringing this discourse to an end. Xuan felt the lingering surge of spiritual energy in his dantian and casually called up the system panel to glance at it. He was instantly stunned. Cultivation Foundation Establishment, first layer 4528100, an increase of over 300 points. Good heavens, just one session of Tao discussion had increased his cultivation by over 300 points. He turned his head to glance at Nangong Yue, whose breath was slightly quick. He hadn't expected this lady Nangong to also possess a top-grade precious constitution. Moreover, her constitution was different from what Yuru's and Lin Xiaochan's. It cycled and regenerated with an astonishingly high efficiency. Just as he was about to rise, his gaze inadvertently swept across the bed, and he was dumbfounded. The gauze robe had somehow slipped beneath her, stained with a touch of plum red. Small and delicate, yet so glaring that he couldn't look away. He froze for a moment, then looked down at the bedsheet. There was also a spot of red. Neither too much nor too little, it lay there quietly, complementing the mark on the gauze robe. Xuan stared at the red stain, his mouth agape. You haven't you been married for years? Nangong Yu's face flushed crimson again. She pursed her lips. He was impotent, incapable of anything. Xuan couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. What a treasure, truly a treasure. An impotent husband guarding a wife with a precious constitution without ever unlocking it, and now it fell into his lap. He glanced again at that touch of red, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This trip to Xuan Manor was worth it, absolutely worth it. Xuan was about to reach for the stained gauze robe, when just as his fingers touched the fabric, an urgent voice came from behind him. Don't. Nangong Yu propped herself up, the thin blanket slipping from her shoulder, revealing the flushed skin beneath. She gently pulled the gauze robe from Xuan's hand and clutched it in her palm. This one can't be taken away. Xuan was instantly stunned. Are you going back on your word? No. No. Nangong Yu's face reddened further, her voice lowering. I'll exchange it for another one. Xuan was puzzled again. Exchange it? What for? Nangong Yu didn't answer. Wrapping the blanket around herself, she turned sideways and took out a neatly folded mist-purple Dharma robe from the storage pouch at the head of the bed. The fabric was slightly thicker than the previous gauze robe. The collar was embroidered with fine silver patterns of excellent quality, also a high-grade Dharma robe. She lowered her head and handed it over. Take this one. Xuan looked at her demeanor and roughly understood. That's fine, both are high-grade Dharma robes, either one works. He didn't ask further, stored the robe into his pouch, and counted out 1,800 spirit stones to place on the bed. Congratulations, host. Transaction completed. Transaction amount 1,800 spirit stones. Rebate cultivation 1,800. Reward 400 treasures coupons. A surge of warm spiritual energy flowed into his dantian, and the cultivation progress bar visibly jumped forward. Xuan felt the abundant spiritual energy within him, kept his expression calm, tidied his robes, and walked toward the door. After taking just 2 steps, Nangong Yu's voice came from behind, tinged with hesitation and uncertainty. Will you come back? Xuan turned around. Nangong Yu was still sitting on the bed, the gauze robe folded and placed by the pillow, the thin blanket wrapped up to her chest, revealing a stretch of fair shoulder and collarbone. She looked up at him, her lips slightly pursed, a hint of inexplicable anticipation in her eyes. Xuan grinned. If you have any artifacts to sell, just send me a message. Nangong Yu was startled, then seemed to understand something, and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. All right. That smile was as bright as a flower. It made her already stunningly beautiful face even more breathtaking. Xuan, seeing that smile, felt a moment of distraction. Already at the door, he paused and turned his head. Madam, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Nangong Yu was puzzled. Please, shopkeeper Lu, speak your mind. Selling things all the time won't solve the problem. Xuan hinted subtly. Everything eventually runs out. You've sold these now, but what about next time? There will be a day when there's nothing left to sell. He said no more, pushed open the door, and walked out. Shortly after leaving Xuan Manor, Xuan suddenly felt a violent surge of spiritual energy from the direction of Qingyun Mountain to the south. He halted and looked up. A figure streaked across the sky at tremendous speed with a dense and heavy spiritual energy fluctuation. at least at the golden core stage. Then several more figures followed, all at foundation establishment, heading in the same direction. Xuan stood by the roadside watching for a while, curious but unmoving. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. With such a commotion and cultivators of golden core and foundation establishment heading there, even if there were benefits, he might not be able to seize them. He withdrew his gaze and continued toward the market. Along the way, he saw several more groups of cultivators riding artifacts hurrying toward Qingyun Mountain with solemn expressions. Suppressing his curiosity, Xuan returned to the Imperial Treasure Pavilion. He took out his key, unlocked the door, and was about to remove the door panels when a familiar scent of perfume drifted from behind, followed by a hand gently resting on his shoulder. "Don't move," a sweet, coquettish voice whispered close to his ear. "Guess who?" Xuan didn't stop his work, casually throwing out a few names. Xiaohong, Xiaochan, or the plump sister next door who sells spirit fruits. The person behind him clearly paused for a moment. She then slapped his shoulder in mock anger, saying teasingly, "Shopkeeper Lu, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? How did you know it was me? The fragrance on you, I can smell it from 3 streets away." Xuan stepped aside and pushed open the shop door. "Come in." Hu Meinyang followed him into the shop. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly leaned in close and sniffed twice, her gaze growing suggestive. "Oh, my shopkeeper Lu, that fragrance of yours is quite extraordinary. Certainly not something those rogue cultivators in the marketplace could afford. Where did you go to sample something so fine? Don't go slandering my reputation." Xuan remained composed. "I just went to collect a batch of goods. It's the incense from a prominent household." Hu Meinyang raised an eyebrow, bent down to sniff at his chest again, then straightened up and shot him a knowing half-smile. "Incense. All right then." Her words trailed off with a lingering drawl. She claimed to believe it, but her eyes clearly screamed doubt. Xuan didn't press the matter further. He turned to heat water and brew tea. "Did you come all this way just to sniff my fragrance?" "Of course not." She twirled around, her gaze landing on the magical robes hanging by the side wall, and her eyes lit up. "That Qingyuan series, you're behind it, right?" Xuan was bent over heating water, not bothering to look up. "What, you want one too?" "Obviously." Hu Meinyang strode over to the robes, reaching out to touch the pale green one. "You know about the moonlight ring incident last time, right? I outshone all those girls in the establishment, not only basking in glory for a while, but also securing a spot at the 100 Flowers banquet in Kangwu City next month." As she spoke, she turned back. "All the stunning beauties at that banquet will be there. I can't let someone else outshine me when I go, can I? Xuan brewed the tea and brought it over. "There are only 2 left. Pale green and lotus root pink. Pick your own." Hu Meinyang's gaze darted back and forth between the pale green and lotus root pink options twice before settling on the lotus root pink robe. She plucked it from the rack and held it against herself, nodding with satisfaction. "This one it is." She turned to look at Xuan. "How much spirit stone?" 100. "Are you robbing me?" Hu Meinyang glared at him. "This is just a low-grade magical robe." Xuan raised his teacup and took a sip. "Qingyuan series exclusive, custom-made. Take it or leave it." Hu Meinyang bit her lip, about to start bargaining. Then, as if remembering something, her eyes flickered. "All right, 100 it is." "Not bargaining." Xuan looked somewhat taken aback. "Struck it rich." "Rich my foot." Hu Meinyang pulled out a messaging talisman and swiftly sent a message, then leaned against the counter. "Someone else is paying. Oh, a sucker to sponsor this." Xuan instantly understood. Sure enough, not long after, footsteps echoed from the doorway. A middle-aged cultivator in brocade robes with a slightly protruding belly walked in. Xuan recognized him immediately. The big sucker Hu Meinyang had brought last time to buy bracelets. The moment Hu Meinyang saw him enter, her expression transformed instantly. She carried the lotus root pink robe over to greet him. Spinning around on the spot, the hem of her skirt rippled gently. "Master Zhou, does it look good?" Master Zhou stared at her enchanting appearance, his eyes widening. "Beautiful, beautiful. Meinyang looks good in anything. Shall I go try it on?" Hu Meinyang blinked. Before Master Zhou could even respond, she carried the robe behind the curtain and rustled through, changing, then emerged moments later. The lotus root pink robe wrapped around her curvaceous figure, the waist-cinching design accentuating her silhouette even more. She radiated brilliance, utterly enchanting and alluring. She walked over to Master Zhou and spun once more. "How about now?" Master Zhou's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. "Beautiful." Hu Meinyang's lips curved into a satisfied smile, her voice softening. "Master Zhou, didn't you say last time you wanted to celebrate my birthday with a gift? I don't need anything else, just this robe. Will you?" Master Zhou's bones felt like they were melting under the gaze of those peach blossom eyes. Without even asking the price, he said, "Fine, fine, fine. I'll buy it." He turned to Xuan. "Shopkeeper, how much for this one?" 100 spirit stones. The smile on Master Zhou's face froze for a moment. "How much?" 100 spirit stones for a low-grade magical robe. "Shopkeeper, your price is too." Xuan smiled as he explained. "Friend, this is no ordinary robe. It's from our Ubiozai's Qingyuan series, custom-made by a formation master. There are only these 2 left in the entire marketplace." Master Zhou opened his mouth to argue further, but Hu Meinyang had already let out a soft hum. Do you have any idea how badly female cultivators want this right now? There are only these two left. If the other girls in the building find out, they'll definitely compete with me and trample all over me. As she spoke, she swayed the moonlight ring on her finger, her tone carrying a hint of wistfulness. But never mind. I'm not insisting you buy it. If Master Zhou thinks it's too expensive, then forget it. She lowered her eyelids, her voice dropping. All that boasting I did to others about how well you treat me. Never mind, pretend I didn't say anything. As she said this, she made as if to take off the robe. Her tone sounded wrong, but her eyes subtly darted toward Lu Xian as if checking whether her performance was convincing enough. Master Zhou caught sight of the moonlight ring she deliberately displayed, and sure enough grew anxious. Wait. Who said I wouldn't buy it? It's just 100 spirit stones. He turned to Lu Xian, teeth gritted. Wrap it up. Lu Xian efficiently collected the spirit stones, packaged the robe, and handed it over. Hu Meinyang winked at Lu Xian as she took it. Master Zhou was still grumbling beside her in pain over the expense. What on earth is this robe made of? 100 spirit stones. Hu Meinyang linked her arm through his and walked him out, her voice soft and sweet. Master Zhou is the best. Didn't you want to go to Baiwei restaurant? Today I'll accompany you. Master Zhou's mood instantly brightened, and the two exited the shop one after the other. Lu Xian stood behind the counter watching as Hu Meinyang slipped him a secret thumbs up before leaving and shook his head. This woman was born to thrive in this line of work. After Hu Meinyang departed, a few more customers came through the shop. In the afternoon, more rogue cultivators appeared, some seeking pills, others bringing old artifacts to trade. Lu Xian busied himself back and forth handling one transaction after another. By the time the sun dipped westward, he finally had a moment to lean against the counter and sip his already cold tea. Just as he was contemplating hiring someone to help, the light at the entrance dimmed, and to his surprise, Hu Meinyang had returned. An abnormal flush colored her cheeks, her steps slower than usual, and she carried a strong scent of alcohol. Without a word, upon entering, she leaned against the doorframe and studied him for 2 seconds before offering a smile. What surprised? Lu Xian set down his teacup. Weren't you dining with Master Zhou? I had my fill. Hu Meinyang walked and seated herself on the chair before the counter, resting her chin on her palm, with her elbow propped on the surface, and blinked at him. I also got him drunk. So he got nothing. Hu Meinyang chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. She simply rested her chin on her hand, her gaze falling on Lu Xian's face. As I said, letting him touch my hand was already granting him face. Lu Xian's hand holding the teacup paused. Hu Meinyang had already risen, rounded the counter, and stood before him carrying the intoxicating scent of wine mixed with her familiar sweet floral fragrance. She reached out and lightly rested her hand on his shoulder, drawing closer. Her warm breath carried the essence of spirit wine. Besides, if anyone should taste it, it should be you rather than him. Lu Xian looked down at her flushed cheeks and slightly moist lips. You've had too much to drink. I came because I had too much to drink. Hu Meinyang declared with unapologetic boldness, leaning her entire body against him. How embarrassing to come when I'm sober. Her voice grew progressively softer with the final words barely grazing his ear. Lu Xian's lips curved slightly. Are you certain you're in any state for this? Hu Meinyang laughed, rising on her tiptoes to press a kiss to the corner of his mouth. Even if I can, I must. Here I am. Then let's do this. Lu Xian didn't say another word. He lifted her into his arms, turned, and headed toward the back courtyard. With a gesture of his hand, a wisp of spiritual energy swept the door panel shut. But before his first step into the courtyard, eager knocking echoed behind him, followed by an urgent cry. Shopkeeper Lu, don't rush to close the door. The moment Hu Meinyang saw him enter, her expression transformed instantly. She carried the lotus root pink robe over to greet him. Spinning around on the spot, the hem of her skirt rippled gently. Master Zhou, does it look good? Master Zhou stared at her enchanting appearance, his eyes widening. Beautiful, beautiful. Meinyang looks good in anything. Shall I go try it on? Lu Xian ignored the knock and walked straight into the room, tossing her onto the bed. Hu Meinyang sank into the soft brocade quilt, still slightly drunk. A flushed rose tint colored her cheeks as she gazed at him through half-lidded peach blossom eyes, an inscrutable smile playing on her lips. Her hair fanned across the pillow, and the collar of her lotus-colored robe had slipped open just a fraction. She made no move to hurry, merely tilting her head to look at him, her voice soft and honeyed. Shopkeeper Lu, are you really leaving me here all alone? Leaving you? Lu Xian leaned down, bracing himself on one hand beside her ear. I'm merely concerned that you're too intoxicated, you may not withstand what's to come. Hu Meinyang let out a soft laugh, making no attempt to pull away. Instead, she reached up and hooked her fingers into the front of his robe, drawing him closer. Warm breath washed over his jaw, carrying an indefinable sweetness. Who's to say who will be the one in control? Don't you think? You'll see soon enough. Lu Xian's gaze lingered for a moment on the slight opening of her collar before he straightened up. Seeing him about to leave, Hu Meinyang released his robe and slumped languidly against the pillow. Then go ahead. I'll be waiting. Can you even wait? Lu Xian shot her a look. I have to, whether I can or not. Hu Meinyang tilted her head, her fingertip tracing lightly along her collarbone. After all, Shopkeeper Lu is such a busy man. Besides, Her voice dropped lower. The more sober I become, the more enjoyable it'll be later. Don't you agree? Her words were delivered with eyes that were both soft and alluring, 7 parts intoxication and 3 parts calculated intent. Xuan studied her for 2 seconds, then reached out to drape the thin quilt over her. Stay put. Are you worried I'll run off, or that I'll catch a cold? Hu Mingyang curled beneath the covers, revealing only her eyes as she asked with a grin. I'm worried you'll cause trouble. With that, Xuan turned and walked out. Watching his figure disappear, Hu Mingyang suddenly raised her hand to touch her burning cheek, muttering softly, I really can't wait much longer. Xuan stepped out through the back courtyard door, giving it a casual push to close it, then hurried to the front shop entrance and removed the shutter. Waiting at the doorway was Huang Xiaoqi, dark circles under his eyes, looking restless and uneasy. Beneath the large locust tree opposite, the 2 rogue cultivators stood, watching curiously. Xuan's gaze swept past Huang Xiaoqi and landed on the pair. Together. Huang Xiaoqi paused, then nodded readily. Yes, I invited them to help. Boss, I acquired a batch of spirit herbs today and feared delays, so I brought them straight to you. Xuan stepped aside to let them in. Come in and speak. He walked behind the counter, poured himself a cup of tea, and slid one toward Huang Xiaoqi. Have a seat. Coming all this late, you must have found something valuable, haven't you? Huang Xiaoqi settled into the chair, cradling the teacup with both hands, but not drinking just yet. He was quiet for a moment, as if steeling himself, then looked up at Xuan. Shopkeeper Lu, I need to confess something to you. Confess? Xuan held his teacup. Go on. You mentioned before that Imperial Treasure Pavilion offers a 30% premium for spirit herbs, so I thought about it, and I've been doing the same thing. Huang Xiaoqi's voice grew quieter as he continued. I took people to the mountain pass to buy directly from rogue cultivators, offering a 10% premium, and split the remaining 20% with them. By the end, he lost his confidence, his voice fading as he stared down at his tea. The shop fell silent for several breaths. Then Xuan set down his teacup. Huang Xiaoqi's shoulders tensed slightly. Is that all? Xuan's tone was even impossible to read. Huang Xiaoqi blinked, looking up in confusion. Huh. I'm asking if this is truly worth your rushing over here to confess about. Xuan leaned back in his chair. You buy what you want, I'll buy what I want. As long as the spirit herbs are good, it doesn't matter whether they come from rogue cultivators or middlemen. He paused, a faint smile touching his lips. They say any cat, black or white, that catches mice is a good cat. Huang Xiaoqi visibly relaxed, the tension draining from him. Besides, if you're bringing people to collect, I don't need to lift a finger. I just wait for the goods. Xuan tapped the counter. The fact that you can rally people to run to the mountain pass with you shows your capability. What you earn is yours, I won't be envious. Huang Xiaoqi finally smiled, lifting his cup for a long drink. Shopkeeper Lu, you're the most straightforward person I've ever met. Save the flattery. Xuan chuckled lightly. Where's the merchandise? Show me. Huang Xiaoqi hastily set down his cup and began pulling items from his storage bag. The scent of spirit herbs filled the shop instantly. Xuan's attention was immediately drawn to the herbs on the counter. The quality was genuinely good, uneven but abundant. Xuan examined each piece one by one, his eyes growing brighter as he went. Among them were several particularly fine specimens. A 300-year-old crimson blood ginseng with intact roots and excellent quality, the core ingredient for refining spirit-nourishing pills. Nearby lay several fire origin fruits, their skins glowing with a warm red luster, equally premium grade. At the edge sat a sword or a grass, its leaves as thin as cicada wings with faint razor-sharp spiritual light shimmering along the margins. A rare herb for refining sword origin pills. Xuan set down the last herb and glanced at Huang Xiaoqi. These spirit herbs aren't easy to acquire, yet they're all in excellent condition. How did you manage to gather so many at once? Huang Xiaoqi rubbed his hands together, pride evident on his face. Once I hung up my sign offering immediate payment with a premium at the mountain pass, those rogue cultivators went wild. All those precious items they'd been hoarding in their storage bags, they pulled them out the moment they heard about the 10% premium. Hearing this, Xuan grew curious once more. Immediate payment? Where did you get so many spirit stones? Huang Xiaoqi cleared his throat twice, scratching the back of his head. Ahem. I don't have that kind of wealth on my own. Everyone contributed, and then I took people to Tongbao Money House. That's why I arrived so late. I almost missed your closing time. He added, but I got lucky today. Several rogue cultivators came running back from the Qinglan ruins. There was a huge disturbance inside, spiritual energy surging wildly, the sky dark with conflict. Who would dare venture in? They filed out battered and dirty right into my path at the mountain pass, where I was buying herbs. He grew more animated as he spoke. These fellows had been holding out for better prices, but my 10% premium was essentially free money to them. They pulled out their goods right there on the spot. Xuan listened without comment, regarding him with newfound respect. The courage to fund it himself, recruit partners, and secure loans from the money house. This kid had far more guts than he'd given him credit for. No wonder he was making money. Xuan nodded, already calculating. The quality of this batch is indeed excellent, especially these rare specimens. He paused, tapping a finger gently against the crimson blood ginseng. A 300-year specimen commands at least 200 spirit stones on the market. 3 fire origin fruits bundled at 60. The sword aura grass goes for 80 separately. Add in those common herbs which are worth roughly 110 spirit stones. He looked up at Huang Xiaoqi. The total for this batch comes to 450 spirit stones. I'll add your 30% premium, bringing it to 585. Count them. Huang Xiaoqi's mouth opened, staying agape for a long moment. He swallowed hard, his fingers trembling slightly as he reached for the pile of spirit stones. Shopkeeper Lu. This much? The goods are worth that price. Lu Xian regarded him with appreciation. But you yourself are worth even more. You've got ideas, courage, and the drive to execute them. You've improved vastly from your days just drifting through the marketplace. He paused, then added with weight, go ahead and push forward. I'll be your support. The stronger Imperial Treasure Pavilion becomes, the more you'll earn. Huang Xiaoqi nodded vigorously, his face flushing. His voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Shopkeeper Lu, rest assured. I'll follow you and work hard to make Imperial Treasure Pavilion greater than ever. Lu Xian chuckled, then suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, what was this commotion at the Qinglan ruins you mentioned? Huang Xiaoqi's smile faded slightly as he lowered his voice. Shopkeeper Lu, I was just about to tell you about this. This afternoon there was a huge commotion over at the Qinglan ruins. Spiritual energy surged so violently that you could feel it from miles away. The sky was filled with figures, golden light, purple light, all clashing together with a thunderous roar. I heard some rare treasure appeared there, and many top-tier cultivators were fighting over it. He swallowed hard, as if the memory still frightened him. We originally planned to collect some spirit herbs and head into the mountains to try our luck, but when we heard even golden core masters were involved, how could we dare stay? We turned back and ran all the way here. Lu Xian's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. The Qinglan ruins, turbulent spiritual energy, top cultivators, fighting, treasure snatching. All these thoughts flashed through his mind. Almost instantly he recalled the arrowhead he had acquired from the smithy a few days ago. It was a top-grade magical artifact, grade arrow, and he had speculated that the bow it belonged to must be at least a spiritual treasure. Could it be that an even more powerful treasure had emerged? His expression remained unchanged, and he simply nodded. All right, I understand. Go back and rest early. Don't go near that place for a while. Huang Xiaoqi nodded repeatedly, then left the shop with the 2 rogue cultivators at a brisk pace. The door closed again, and the shop fell silent. Lu Xian tidied up the spirit herbs, paused for a moment, then turned and walked toward the backyard. When he pushed open the backyard door, Hu Meinyang was still curled up under the quilt. Hearing his footsteps, she rolled over and revealed half her face. Are you done? I'm done, Lu Xian said, walking over to sit on the edge of the bed. Now let me help you sober up. I'm mostly sober already. Before she could finish, he pulled her into the blankets. The gauze curtain fell, obscuring the warm light within. A muffled whimper and a low voice came through. Is this your way of helping me sober up? What else would it be? Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of laughter. What did you think I came for? Hu Meinyang said no more. Over an hour later, in the dead of night, Hu Meinyang was fast asleep, the thin blanket wrapped around her shoulders, her breathing even and deep. Lu Xian quietly got out of bed, dressed, and left through the back door. The night wind hit his face. He didn't set off directly, but first made a detour to the smithy. He needed some things to ensure absolute safety. After leaving the smithy, Lu Xian turned into a nearby deserted alley. From the deepest part of his storage pouch, he took out the dark golden mask, the true face of nothingness. The icy mask adhered to his face, and his appearance rapidly transformed. Spiritual light flowed his features, sharpened his jaw, reshaped, and a fierce, cold face slowly took form. His stature grew taller, his shoulders and back broader. The calm, restrained aura of the early foundation establishment stage was completely suppressed, replaced by the unsteady, floating spiritual energy fluctuation of the late Qi refining stage. He raised his hand and cast the water mirror technique. Ripples spread across the mirror's surface, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. Broad forehead, thick eyebrows, prominent cheekbones, and a shallow knife scar above the brow. He looked like a rogue cultivator who had spent years fighting for survival in the desolate mountains, a world apart from the Lu Xian who sat behind the counter warmly greeting customers. Not even his acquaintances, not even himself facing the mirror, would recognize him. This thing really was useful. Lu Xian stared at the water mirror for a few seconds, then suddenly curled his lips into a roguish smile. I am Li Feiyu. But relying solely on the mask wasn't enough. He once again took out 5 top-grade offensive magical artifacts from his storage pouch. With a thought, the moment the all-encompassing star array activated, the 5 artifacts transformed into streams of light and merged into the array positions within his body. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, the number of artifacts he could bear had increased from 3 to 5. Now, with all 5 top-grade artifacts embedded, his aura surged. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. With all 5 top-grade artifacts fully activated, he was confident he could contend with a late foundation establishment cultivator. But to explore the Qinglan ruins at night, brute force alone wasn't enough. He needed a trump card to survive. He reopened the system shop and scanned the shelves. He spent 100 treasure coupons to exchange for 2 life-saving talisman treasures. One was a cyan defensive talisman. When crushed, it could release a barrier that briefly withstood a full-force attack from a golden core stage cultivator. The other was a pale silver escape talisman. When activated, it could teleport him dozens of miles in an instant with a brief aura concealment effect. Combining offense and defense, even against a golden core cultivator, he could advance or retreat. Xuan wanted to exchange for an offensive talisman treasure as well, but after checking, he had only 3,700 treasure coupons left, so he had to give up that plan for now. He concealed the 2 talisman treasures inside his left and right sleeves, ensuring they were within easy reach. Then he took to the air and flew toward the Qinglan ruins. He headed west from the market town, flying for half an hour. The silhouette of the Qingyun mountain range gradually became distinct in the night. When he arrived near the Qinglan ruins, the earlier commotion had already subsided. Xuan landed on a low ridge, suppressed his aura, and crouched behind a large boulder to observe the area below. Under the night sky, the entrance to the ruins was deep and pitch black. Several piles of campfire embers remained on the rubble slope. A dozen or so qi refining rogue cultivators lingered in small groups on the periphery, chatting in low voices, all hoping to find scraps. The Golden Core and Foundation establishment experts were nowhere to be seen. Xuan didn't move immediately. He closed his eyes slightly and silently extended his divine sense outward. Although the divine sense coverage of a Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't compare to that of a Golden Core cultivator, it was more than enough to scan this area. After a few breaths, he had a rough understanding of the surroundings. About a dozen rogue cultivators were gathered at the entrance, mostly at the mid to late qi refining stage. Their equipment was uneven, and they didn't seem to be forming groups to venture deeper. They looked more like scavengers hoping for leftovers. He withdrew his divine sense and was about to rise and sneak deeper when he heard hushed voices coming from behind a large boulder not far to his left. Xuan paused, listening for a few seconds. What do you think came out of there? Caused such a huge stir, even Golden Core experts showed up. Who knows? Anyway, with our cultivation, we can't go deep. We'll just pick up whatever we can find on the periphery. True, the periphery has already been picked over. If there were anything good, it wouldn't be left for us. But I heard the real commotion was in the core area, and all the big shots went inside. What if we... Forget it. If you want to die, don't drag me along. The conversation ended there. The 2 figures rustled as they gathered their things and headed off in another direction. Xuan emerged from behind the boulder, glanced at the direction they disappeared, then turned his gaze back to the entrance of the Qinglan ruins. The periphery had been picked over. The core area was where the real treasures were. He didn't hesitate long. Since he was already here, there was no point in just standing at the entrance and turning back. Xuan suppressed his aura, flickered his body, and slipped into the depths of the ruins along the shadows. The interior of the Qinglan ruins was far more complex than it appeared from outside. The passages inside twisted and branched in many directions. The stone walls were covered with knife marks and dark bloodstains from old battles. Xuan kept his divine sense spread ahead for about a dozen zhang, collecting a few low-year spirit herbs along the way. The herbs were mostly ordinary 10 to 20 years old, but they were intact, and it was convenient. After walking for another half a cup of tea, he had just gathered another dew-gathering herb when he suddenly sensed something wrong. The ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Then a sharp sword energy fluctuation, almost tearing the space, came from ahead. Someone was fighting in the depths, and it was no small fight. Xuan paused, stowed away the dew-gathering herb, and moved toward the source of the vibration. Finally, he crouched in the shadows at a corner of the passage. Ahead was a spacious cavern hall. The stalactites on the ceiling glowed with a faint blue light from the spiritual energy. The ground was littered with rubble, and several broken stone pillars lay scattered, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. 2 figures were clashing in the hall, sword energy crisscrossing, spiritual light exploding. As he caught sight of one of the figures, Xuan's pupils contracted. How did she end up here? That person was none other than Bai Xuan. She still wore a moon-white long dress, her sword strikes fierce and ruthless, each one aimed to kill. On the other side was another woman. She was dressed in a wine-red sheer silk gown, her figure graceful and alluring, with a string of tiny silver bells hung at her waist. The hem of her skirt was nearly torn apart by sword aura, revealing 2 straight, slender legs. A thin layer of dark red mist covered most of her face, making her features indistinct save for a pair of eyes. Those eyes were breathtakingly beautiful. A single glance left an impression nearly impossible to forget. Facing Bai Xuan's impenetrable web of sword attacks, she somehow always managed to seize the gaps between sword qis, each step landing precisely at the weakest point of the sword intent. Her movement technique was extraordinarily strange, sometimes light as wind, sometimes supple as a snake. Often when sword qi was about to strike her body, she would lightly shift and slide sideways, predicting Bai Xuan's sword patterns every time. However, Xuan could tell after just a few glances that she was injured. Her shoulder, waist, and outer thigh Multiple areas of her cultivation robe had been torn open by sword chi, with seeping blood stains spreading across the wine-red fabric, darkening its hue further. Her movements gradually slowed, her breathing growing heavier and no longer as composed as before. Bai Qingxuan had clearly noticed this, her sword intent becoming ever more ferocious as she pressed forward relentlessly. The moment a strand of sword chi grazed her side, and she staggered, the demoness suddenly halted her evasive steps. She actually stood her ground. Lu Xian's pupils contracted slightly. Rather than using the opportunity to create distance, the demoness remained where she stood and raised her hand to flick one of the silver bells at her waist. Bai Qingxuan's sword momentum paused, just for an instant, so brief that if Lu Xian hadn't been watching closely, he would have missed it entirely. But the demoness had clearly been waiting for that very moment. Bai Qingxuan, don't blame me for this, she said, her fingertip pressing against the silver bell, a smug smile curling the corners of her lips. She surged forward, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Yet the very next second after Bai Qingxuan's slight hesitation, a trace of extremely faint golden light flashed across her eyes. The golden light was so swift it vanished in an instant, yet Lu Xian saw it clearly. Crouching in the shadows, his understanding deepened. He had long suspected that Bai Qingxuan had cultivated an ocular divine ability, and now it was confirmed. The mesmerizing power of that silver bell might have worked on ordinary cultivators. But against a cultivator like Bai Qingxuan, who specialized in offensive sword arts and possessed a divine ability, it could not even immobilize her for a breath. Sure enough, Bai Qingxuan's paused figure quickly resumed its fluidity. Her long sword vibrated, not only dodging the demoness strike, but also augmenting her sword chi by threefold. Is that all you've got? Then you can die. As the words fell, her entire body transformed into a streak of light, the sword tip aimed straight at the demoness' throat. The smile on the demoness' face finally cracked. Bai Qingxuan closed in relentlessly, her sword net growing denser. The demoness was forced into constant retreat until in one sweeping attack, she was struck on the side and sent flying backward, crashing into a stone pillar at the edge of the cave hall. She groaned heavily and collapsed to the ground. The dark red mist scattered almost instantly, revealing her true appearance. Lu Xian's pupils contracted slightly. A face whose beauty was fiercely invasive, a straight nose, cherry red lips, and slightly upturned eyes carrying a wild, cunning vitality. Leaning against the stone pillar, she raised her hand to wipe the blood at the corner of her mouth, then looked up at the advancing Bai Qingxuan with her sword raised, and somehow still managed to smile. Bai Qingxuan, you chased me for a day and night just to break open that box. Are all disciples of the Taishu sword sect so idle? Bai Qingxuan advanced without expression, her sword tip pointed directly at the demoness' throat. Hand it over, and I'll let you keep your corpse intact. That won't do. The demoness blinked, her smile still lingering. I went to all that trouble to seize it, and you expect me to hand it over with a single sentence? Lady Bai, don't you think that's too overbearing? Bai Qingxuan had no patience for idle chatter. Her sword intent tightened, poised to strike. Not willing to hand it over. Then I'll take it myself. Just as the sword tip was 3 inches from her throat, the demoness suddenly summoned a talisman treasure with overwhelming momentum. If you won't let me live, then we'll both die. Bai Qingxuan's expression shifted with alarm, and she instinctively activated her defensive treasure. A thunderous explosion erupted. A dense cloud of dust and smoke instantly billowed forth, blinding visibility. Bai Qingxuan swept her sword with spiritual energy, dispersing much of the smoke and dust. But once visibility cleared, the demoness was no longer there. Damn it! Bai Qingxuan rarely showed any trace of embarrassment and anger, but it appeared now. She scanned the area with her divine sense and chased toward a side passage on the left of the cave hall. Her footsteps quickly faded into the depths of the corridor. The cave hall fell silent. Lu Xian remained crouched in the shadow at the corner, unmoving. After several breaths confirming that Bai Qingxuan had truly departed, he slowly rose to his feet. He had observed the entire exchange clearly. The demoness had been struck by Bai Qingxuan's final sword, breaking at least 3 ribs and dissipating most of her spiritual energy. With such injuries, she could hardly have run far. Lu Xian was about to leave when his steps suddenly paused. His ears twitched slightly. From a crevice no more than 30 feet behind, and to the right of his hiding spot, came an extremely faint, shallow breath. The breathing was deliberately suppressed, yet in the quiet cavern it still reached his senses. Lu Xian turned his head, his gaze falling upon that stone crevice. The opening was narrow, just wide enough to accommodate a person curled inside. From the outside it appeared pitch black, nearly impossible to detect anyone within without close inspection. He was silent for 2 seconds, then a slow smile curled his lips. Good heavens! He softened his footsteps and circled around to the front of the crevice. Sure enough, a dark red figure was curled inside, back against the stone wall, clutching her shoulder wound. The demoness raised her head. The moment she saw Lu Xian, a flash of surprise and wariness flickered in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She leaned against the stone wall, tilted her face upward to look at him, and even managed a wry smile. Oh, What kind of chi condensation rogue cultivator dares to barge in here? Her breathing was clearly unsteady as she spoke, and blood continued to seep from her shoulder wound, yet her tone carried no hint of panic. Xuan didn't refute her. Instead, his smile grew more playful. You can't run anymore, can you? The demoness' eyes flickered and her entire body tensed imperceptibly. She stared at Xuan for 2 seconds, then tilted her head slightly. The bloodstained collarbone stood out even more conspicuously in the dim light. What do you want, eh? Xuan chuckled and took another step forward. What do I want? He squatted down to meet her gaze, speaking with loaded meaning. I spent my whole night traveling all this way. Do you really think I came here just for a leisurely stroll? Jean Linger did not dodge. Instead, she narrowed her eyes slightly. She stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly let out a low laugh. If you have the guts to take it, then by all means try. As she spoke, she even straightened her back a little. The collar of her dark red robe loosened further with the movement, and a flash of snow-white skin glimmered in the dim light. Xuan's gaze lingered on her collar for a moment before returning to her face, the curve of his lips deepening further. Try it as then. Well, I've always loved picking up bargains. As he spoke, Xuan reached out his hand. Jean Linger's originally weak and unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened, a flicker of mockery flashing in her eyes. Then she moved. A needle-like red artifact as fine as an ox hair slid silently from her sleeve, moving so fast that it left almost no afterimage directly aimed at Xuan's throat. The tip of the needle was coated with a dull blood-colored luster, clearly laced with deadly poison. If struck, even if he survived, he would be severely injured. Xuan's pupils contracted, and he instinctively dodged half an inch to the left. The red needle grazed past his neck, embedding itself into the stone wall behind him with a faint hum, its tail still trembling slightly. A close call. He almost got ambushed. He lowered his head to glance at the torn edge of his collar, then looked up at Jean Linger across from him. She was still leaning against the stone wall, one hand propping herself up. But the expression on her face was no longer as composed as before. Instead, it was replaced by a clear surprise, even tinged with disbelief. He actually dodged. Her glass-like eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Xuan for 2 seconds. Though she was severely wounded and most of her spiritual energy had dissipated, she was after all a genuine late Foundation establishment cultivator. Even though that needle strike had been weakened by her injuries, it should not have been something a chi-refining stage wandering cultivator could evade. Xuan did not reply. Instead, he patted the scratch mark on his collar and smiled coldly. Late Foundation establishment, ambushing a chi-refining cultivator. TSK. Shameless. I love it. Jean Linger did not take his bait. The surprise in her eyes did not last long, quickly replaced by a more intense wariness. Without hesitation, she moved a second time, almost as soon as the words fell. This time she did not use a needle, but the string of silver bells at her waist. Her slender fingers clasped one of the silver bells and gave it a gentle shake. Ding! The sound was extremely brief, not loud, but carried a force that directly stabbed into one's spiritual sense. Even though Xuan had been on guard, he still felt something slam into his mind, causing a brief moment of dizziness and a slight delay in his movements. But despite the delay, he relied on muscle memory to sidestep to the right. A silver thread, almost invisible to the naked eye, swept past where he had stood, severing a stalactite behind him. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, as if sliced by an extremely sharp filament. Xuan glanced back at the broken stalactite, then turned to look at Jean Linger, his smile slowly fading. 2 moves. Both were aimed at killing him. He dodged again. Jean Linger stared at him, the probing tone in her voice no longer concealed. Who exactly are you? Xuan did not answer. Instead, he took a step forward. I'll let you have 2 moves. A flying sword materialized in his hand. Now it's my turn. The moment the words fell, he moved. His speed was more than twice as fast as Jean Linger had anticipated. Vast spiritual energy surged from his dantian, flowing through his meridians and into the sword. The flying sword let out a clear, resonant hum. Sword light exploded, slashing down from the sky. Jean Linger's pupils shrank sharply, and she instinctively summoned her last defensive artifact. A palm-sized blood-colored shield materialized in front of her, its surface flashing with a blood-red light, barely managing to block the path of the descending sword. But the sword's momentum was too heavy. The moment the Universal Star Net Array activated within Xuan's body, the power of 5 high-grade artifacts simultaneously stacked onto this single strike. The blood-colored shield held for less than a breath before emitting a brittle, strained crack. Cracks burst from the center of the shield, and it shattered into several pieces, scattering into spiritual light on the ground. The residual sword chi struck her chest unimpeded, hurling her entire body backward, crashing against the stone wall before sliding down. Jean Linger lay on the ground, her wine-red muslin skirt mostly torn, revealing large patches of blood-stained skin beneath. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath even weaker than before. A trace of genuine shock finally appeared on her face. She tried to prop herself up, but her arm gave out halfway, and she collapsed back, her voice feeble. You're not at the chi refining stage. That aura just now, even at her peak, would have made her cautious. Xuan walked over to her with the sword in hand, looking down at her. I never said I was at the chi refining stage. He crouched down to meet her gaze, his tone flat, hand over the items. That strike had churned Jean Linger's internal organs, and the wound on her shoulder split open even more. Blood trickled down her fair collarbone, soaking her clothes. But she still bit her lip, the corner of her mouth twisting into a stubborn curve. I won't. Xuan laughed. Then I guess I'll have to search for myself. As he spoke, he leaned down, first sealing her spiritual energy, then reached out, his fingers landing on the tie of her already tattered muslin robe at her shoulder. Jean Linger's body visibly stiffened, her eyes flying wide open. Xuan did not stop. His fingers hooked the tie and pulled it gently. The outer layer of muslin loosened, revealing a thinner inner garment beneath, along with large patches of crystalline skin, soaked in blood and fragrant sweat. The wound below her collarbone, cut open by the sword chi, was still seeping blood, making the surrounding skin appear even whiter and more translucent. Tisk. Xuan's gaze swept from her shoulder down along her collarbone, his tone carrying just the right amount of teasing. I must say, your figure really is something. Jean Linger's face flushed bright red, tinged with a hint of green. She opened her mouth to curse, but in her fury she coughed up another mouthful of blood which landed on her clothes, a stark, vivid red. You dare? What do I have to fear? Xuan's hands kept moving, hooking the second tie of her inner garment. When you attacked, you didn't show me any courtesy. Both moves were aimed at killing me. Now that you've lost, you want to talk about rules with me. Moreover, have you gotten one thing wrong? Right now you're the one lying in front of me, not me lying in front of you. Jean Linger trembled with rage. But her spiritual energy was completely exhausted, and she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand to slap him. She stared at Xuan's smiling face, feeling she had never met such a shameless person in her life. Her chest heaved violently, and she gritted her teeth in a threat. I am the saintess of the heavenly demon sect. If you dare to humiliate me, you will be an enemy of the entire sect. The heavenly demon sect will never let you off. They'll refine your soul into a puppet, make you wish you were dead. Xuan's hand hooking the tie suddenly stopped. Jean Linger's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, thinking he had finally been scared. Then, she saw Xuan's lips slowly curl into a grin. That smile carried a hint of excitement and anticipation. Heavenly demon sect. Saintess. He tilted his head, his grin growing more twisted. Doesn't that make it even more thrilling? Jean Linger's expression froze instantly. Before she could react, the ribbon in Xuan's hand had already been fully pulled open. Before Jean Linger could finish her curse, her outer robe had already slipped down from her shoulders, revealing a vast expanse of porcelain white skin. With an almost instinctive movement, she shielded her chest with her uninjured hand. Watching as Xuan's hand reached for her once more, she finally broke, squeezing through gritted teeth. I will give it. Xuan's hand paused midair. Why didn't you say so sooner? He withdrew his hand in one swift motion, his movements decisive. There was no need for all this. Jean Linger slumped against the stone wall, her chest heaving violently. Her eyes reddened, and she couldn't tell whether it was from anger or pain. You shameless creature. Gritting her teeth, she thrust a silver casket forward. Xuan caught it, weighing it briefly in his palm before tucking it into his storage pouch, after confirming nothing had been tampered with. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his hands and glanced down at her with an open grin. Thank you, holy maiden, for your generous gift. I'll take my leave now. With those words, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. About 7 or 8 paces into the corridor, Jean Linger's voice rang out behind him, laced with something complicated and unwilling. Just like that, you're leaving. Xuan halted mid-step and glanced over his shoulder at her. What do you want me to strip further? The pallor of Jean Linger's face suddenly flushed with color from sheer fury. Biting back her words, she averted her gaze. Do you have the courage to leave your real name behind? Xuan raised an eyebrow. He stopped and turned to face her directly, his smile deepening. What reason would I have to refuse? Clearing his throat, he spoke with measured clarity, low enough to not carry, yet every syllable precise. This one is Chu Huayang, a genuine disciple of the Tianyin sect. His original intention had been to invoke Li Feiyu's alias, but as the words reached his lips, he found himself unable to say them, instead offering up this name by some unexplainable impulse. Jean Linger faltered for a moment, as if searching through her memories for this name. Xuan gave her no time to respond before continuing. Throughout my cultivation, I have always maintained a clear conscience and acted with honor. What transpired today was entirely due to the fairy's aggressive first move. I was simply defending myself. Should you seek retribution in the future, you need only come to the Tianyin sect to find me. He delivered these words with complete solemnity and an entirely calm expression. Jean Linger fixed him with her gaze for several long seconds, trying to discern whether his words held any truth. Xuan raised his hands in a formal bow, his manner composed. Until we meet again. With that, he turned and departed. His figure vanished around the corridor bend as his footsteps grew fainter until they were completely lost to silence. The cave felt utterly still. Jean Linger remained alone, leaning against the cold stone wall, her chest rising and falling slightly as fresh blood continued to seep from her shoulder wound. Her gaze remained locked on the direction where Xuan had disappeared, and to her own surprise tears began to well in her eyes. After a long silence, she let out a soft laugh tinged with both mockery and hatred. Xuan. She silently repeated the name to herself, then closed her eyes, and the curve of her mouth seemed almost unsettling. I'll remember this. After departing, Xuan made no further delays, quickly heading toward the outer reaches of the ruined cave. But as he walked, his pace gradually slowed when a faint, peculiar fragrance drifted through the air. Only through his spiritual herb identification technique would he have noticed such a subtle scent, nearly imperceptible otherwise. Following that fragrance, he navigated through 2 tunnels and vaulted over a collapsed stone wall, suddenly revealing a small depression shielded by a partially fallen ceiling. Crimson spiritual light filtered through the crevices in the stone. Drawing closer, he discovered a spirit herb glowing entirely in crimson. Its leaves bore the shape of dragon scales, radiating a warm luster even in the darkness. It was a Qilong Chao, and judging by its appearance it must be at least 5 centuries old. But before he could take another step, a low hiss echoed from the shadows on the other side of the crevice. A rock serpent entirely black as ink lunged from the darkness, its thick body gleaming with cold scales under the crimson spiritual light. The serpent raised its head slightly, its vertical pupils fixed on Xuan, its forked tongue flicking as it emitted a soft hissing sound. Merely a mid-tier beast of the first rank, Xuan flicked his fingers and sent a blade of spiritual energy soaring forward. Blood erupted in a sudden flash as the serpent fell dead before it could strike. With the threat eliminated, Xuan hurried to the crevice and knelt down, carefully excavating the surrounding rubble. The roots of the Qilong Chao extended deeper than expected, wrapping almost entirely around a dark ore embedded within the stone fissure. He extracted the ore alongside the plant and stored it in his storage pouch. This nighttime expedition had yielded far more than he'd anticipated. A single Qilong Chao, several common spirit herbs, and a mysterious box rested from a demonic cultivator's possession. Recalling Jean Linger's face, pale with rage yet flushed with embarrassment, when she demanded his name, he chuckled and shook his head. Chu Huayang, genuine disciple of the Tianyin sect. While senior brother Chu wouldn't mind him borrowing the name for a while, would he? With his high standing and considerable reputation within the sect, having one additional enemy from the demonic path wouldn't matter much. Xuan was in good spirits, his steps lighter than before. As he soared toward the marketplace, the Qinglan ruins slowly faded behind him. Hardly had Xuan departed when a figure clad in moon-white robes descended into the cavern chamber where Jean Linger remained. She stood at the chamber's center, her gaze sweeping over the scattered debris across the floor. Shattered stones, broken stalactites, and lingering sword marks on the walls all testified to the ferocity of their earlier clash. Lowering her eyes, she noted the torn garment at Jean Linger's chest, and her brow furrowed slightly. Someone took the item. Leaning against the stone wall, Jean Linger smiled enigmatically. Indeed. Do you regret arriving too late? Who? Bai Qingxuang's voice remained emotionless. Jean Linger's smile deepened. He claimed his name was Chu Huayang, a true disciple of the Tianyin sect. Bai Qingxuang's eyebrow twitched faintly as she studied Jean Linger's face, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, she turned and headed toward the cave entrance. Watching her retreating figure, Jean Linger called out suddenly, "Hey, aren't you going to slay the demon?" Bai Qingxuang halted in her tracks. Jean Linger tilted her head, offering another enigmatic smile. "I am the holy maiden of the heavenly demon cult. Doesn't your Taishu sword sect despise demonic cultivators above all else? Look at me now. I'm this injured, barely able to move. One sword stroke would do it, and you'd return with glory written in your ledger of achievements. How splendid that would be." She spoke with casual indifference, her tone laced with languid mockery. Bai Qingxuang turned her head and glanced at her. Her clear, cold eyes revealed nothing, no trace of what she might be thinking. After a moment she spoke. "The item is no longer on your person. We have no grievance with each other. There is no need." Jean Linger blinked, clearly unprepared for such an answer. Watching Bai Qingxuang prepare to leave, an idea struck her, and she called out, "Sister Bai, wait." Bai Qingxuang's footsteps paused, but she did not turn around. Feigning a pitiful demeanor, Jean Linger pleaded, "Since you won't kill me, can you at least do me a favor? Just a small one." Bai Qingxuang turned and walked away with no intention of acknowledging her. "Sister, don't go." Jean Linger's voice grew even more aggrieved. "Look at my injuries. Blood is still flowing from my shoulder, I can't even straighten my waist, and it's a struggle to stand. What if some demon beast comes along? I can't even run, and I'll be gnawed to the bone. Sister Bai, you're at least a distinguished disciple of the Taishu sword sect, the renowned Qingxuang fairy. Aren't you afraid people will say you stood by and did nothing?" She finished speaking and then softly coughed twice as if her wounds had been stirred, her voice carrying a perfectly timed tremor. Bai Qingxuang finally came to a complete halt. She turned around, her gaze landing on Jean Linger's pale little face. After a few moments of silence, she spoke expressionlessly, "Save you. It's already good that I didn't add another sword strike to you." The faint, weak smile on Jean Linger's lips stiffened for a moment. Bai Qingxuang's gaze swept from the bleeding wound on her shoulder to her exposed skin. "I didn't kill you because I feared dirtying my sword. Fend for yourself." With that, she truly walked away this time. The cave hall was left with only Jean Linger. She tilted her head and listened to the distant sounds for a while, and after confirming that Bai Qing Shuang had indeed gone far, a hint of regret appeared on her face. Then the one who was supposedly on the verge of death actually stood up by leaning on the stone wall. She moved her injured shoulder and hissed in pain. Looking at the direction where Bai Qing Shuang had disappeared, she muttered to herself, "Cold-blooded woman. I wanted to take the chance to hit you, but you didn't even give me the opportunity." Jean Linger finished muttering, then endured the pain to gather her torn outer garment covering her exposed skin. This action reminded her of that wretched person from just now. He had a smiling face, but his hand was more ruthless than anyone. Not only did he shatter her last defensive artifact with a single sword strike, but he also nearly stripped her completely. Most importantly, he even dared to announce his name. Tianyan sect. Chu Huayang. Jean Linger gritted her teeth, each word squeezed out through her clenched jaws. "Just wait. I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces, extract your soul to refine a puppet, and make you my slave for life." Lu Xian, who was flying back to the marketplace, couldn't help but touch his slightly hot earlobe. "Who's thinking of me at this late hour?" Returning to the marketplace, he landed in the alley near the backyard of the Yubao Pavilion. After confirming that no one was around, he raised his hand and removed the Wuxiang true face from his face. His appearance and aura instantly reverted to their original form. Having tidied up his disguise, he pushed open the backyard door and walked in. The courtyard was quiet, but as soon as Lu Xian stepped into the room, he heard a lazy voice coming from the bed. "Yo, shopkeeper Lu is finally back." Hu Meinyang was lying on her side, propping her head up with one hand. The thin blanket had slipped halfway off her shoulder, revealing a large expanse of fair skin illuminated by the moonlight. She tilted her head and looked at him, her eyes still carrying traces of lingering drowsiness, but her lips had already curved into a smile. "Where did you go so late at night?" Lu Xian closed the door behind him. "Couldn't sleep, so I took a stroll." "A stroll?" Hu Meinyang propped herself up and the thin blanket slipped down a bit further. She didn't mind. Instead, she narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she had sensed something. "You have the scent of another woman on you." Lu Xian's hand, which was taking off his outer robe, paused for a moment. Hu Meinyang had already sat up on the bed and walked over to him barefoot, leaning close to his shoulder to sniff. She was extremely close, and her warm breath brushed against his jaw. Her peach blossom eyes carried a feigned reproach. "Didn't you have enough just now? You actually went behind my back to have a taste." Lu Xian noticed that when she leaned in, a hint of something unusual clearly flickered across her face. With Hu Meinyang's keen perception, she absolutely must have smelled the blood. Yet she deliberately steered the conversation toward other women without mentioning the blood at all. This woman was perfectly clear in her mind, knowing exactly what to say and what not to say with a sense of proportion more precise than anyone. Lu Xian didn't call her out. Instead, he reached out and pulled her waist into his embrace, looking down at her. "Who said I went looking for someone else? Then where did the scent on you come from?" "The night wind blew it." "The night wind can bring a woman's fragrance." Hu Meinyang didn't struggle in his arms. She looked up at him, a hint of provocation in the smile on her lips. "Shopkeeper Lu, you're making such a flimsy excuse." Lu Xian looked down at her, seeing how she clearly knew he was off, but insisted on playing along with him. He suddenly found it amusing. He reached out and pinched her waist. "Are you interrogating me?" "How would I dare to interrogate you, Shopkeeper Lu?" Hu Meinyang laughed, raised her hand to loop around his neck, and pressed herself closer to him. "I'm just curious what kind of woman could make you go out in the middle of the night." As she spoke, she leaned close to his ear, lowering her voice. "Could she be better at serving you than I am?" Lu Xian's breath hitched. This woman was clearly deliberately provoking him. He looked down at her, his gaze sliding from her curved brows to her slightly parted lips. "Are you that eager to know?" Hu Meinyang blinked. Before she could respond, she was scooped up into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing?" "To verify if you really want to know." Lu Xian carried her toward the bed, his steps unhurried. "You were quite talkative earlier, weren't you? Go on." When Hu Meinyang was thrown onto the bed, she laughed, reached out to push against his chest, and looked up at him. "I only asked one question. Why are you so angry? You lit the fire, you put it out." After a long while, Hu Meinyang was completely still, her face still bearing the lingering flush of exertion. She closed her eyes, too tired to even lift her eyelids, her voice already hoarse. "No. No more." Lu Xian leaned against the headboard, reaching out to brush away the strands of hair stuck to her face, by sweat, his tone carrying a hint of satiated amusement. "Weren't you quite talkative?" Hu Meinyang rolled her eyes and didn't reply. Lu Xian glanced out the window, then suddenly thought of something. "Aren't you going back to Xuan Tower?" Hu Meinyang's eyes, which were almost closed, opened into a slit, and she looked at him lazily. "I've been booked for tonight." Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, looked down at her. "By whom?" "Old Master Zhou." Hu Meinyang blinked. "He bought a ticket for you." Lu Xian paused for a moment before realizing what she meant. Then he couldn't help but laugh. "I'll have to give him a discount next time." The two exchanged a few more playful remarks, and then Hu Meinyang couldn't resist falling into a deep sleep. Lu Xian didn't wake her. The night's running around, coupled with the recent exertion, had indeed made him tired. He closed his eyes, and drowsiness soon overwhelmed him. Before the sky was fully light, Hu Meinyang was about to leave. She quietly got up from the bed, but as she was halfway through putting on her robe, Lu Xian opened his eyes and caught a glimpse of her. So early. Hu Meinyang fastened her belt and turned around. Early. It's almost dawn. I have to get back before the girls in the tower wake up so they can have a good look at my new robe. Go ahead, don't forget to promote it for me. Lu Xian waved his hand and watched her leave. His drowsiness had mostly faded, so he simply turned over and sat up, taking out the silver box he had brought back from the Qingluan Legacy Cave last night. The box was palm-sized, cold to the touch, and its surface was covered with fine, intricate patterns. He turned it over and examined it twice, his fingertip tracing along the edge of the talisman around the lid. The sealing talisman was yellowed and curled, but its spiritual energy remained stable. He didn't rush to tear it off. Instead, he first scanned it with his divine sense to confirm there were no traps, then gently peeled off the seal. He opened the box and took just one look. Lu Xian's breath instantly quickened. Good heavens! If that enchantress finds out that I snatched this thing, she'll skin me alive. The box contained no treasures or elixirs, only a jade slip glowing with a faint luminous white radiance. Its entire body was pure white, emitting a warm, gentle sheen. Lu Xian extended his divine sense into it. A stream of information surged into his mind, slowly unfolding within his spiritual sea. Qingming Divine Suppression Seal, a divine soul secret art of Qingluan sect. Based on one's own soul, it condenses a personal divine suppression seal to stabilize the foundation of the soul and resist external evil influences. When encountering soul-type attacks, the divine suppression seal will automatically unleash counterforce to reflect the backlash upon the caster. Lu Xian's breath briefly paused. This arrived at exactly the right moment. Last night in the Qingluan ruins, that demonic cultivator woman's soul attack had nearly cost him dearly. Going back further, Hu Meinyang's hot spring illusion had been another instance. He himself was not proficient in soul offense and defense, and high-tier soul secret arts in the system shop carried price tags of hundreds of treasure vouchers. For ordinary merchandise, he deemed nothing worthy of his attention, so he kept postponing this issue. What could one call this? When drowsiness strikes, someone presents a pillow, and it comes with a case. If that demonic woman had known she had been robbed of a soul secret art, her wounds would likely have torn open once more. After all, soul secret arts were already rare, and across the entire Qingzhou region, those worthy of the ancient inheritance title were exceedingly scarce. Occasionally one volume surfaced on the market, and every major sect would fight over it. He steadied himself, pushed aside further thoughts, sat cross-legged, and sank his divine sense back into the jade slip. The cultivation threshold for the Qingming Divine Suppression Seal was not particularly high. One could begin practicing it at the foundation establishment stage. However, the crucial element lay in the final step, condensing the personal soul seal. This step required condensing a soul mark from one's own soul origin and embedding it deep within the spiritual sea as a guardian core. The condensation process would extract a wisp of soul. Although it caused little harm to one's foundation, the process itself was extremely draining on the mind. Lu Xian prepared himself mentally and began circulating spiritual power according to the method within the jade slip. Initially, things went rather smoothly. Guided by his divine sense, spiritual power slowly condensed, and a warm cluster of spiritual light began to take shape deep within his spiritual sea, gradually solidifying into a blurry seal-shaped outline. Then came the most critical step, extracting the soul. In an instant, Lu Xian felt as though something deep within his spiritual sea had been torn apart. The sharp pain struck swiftly and ferociously, draining color from his face. His temples throbbed several times before he managed to steady himself. Clenching his teeth, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, yet his hands did not falter. As the technique reached its final critical moment, that blurry seal outline finally solidified, completely transforming into a deep cyan mark that descended into the depths of his spiritual sea and took up residence at the core of his consciousness. Lu Xian exhaled a long breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. His face remained somewhat pale, but his spirit felt clearer and more focused than before. Deep within his spiritual sea, the Qingming Divine Suppression Seal hung silently, and he could clearly feel its connection to his own soul. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth finally curled upward. It was done. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, the cost was not great. He would recover in a few days. But this cultivation method had genuinely added another layer to his life-saving arsenal. Next time he encountered soul-confusing techniques like Jean Linger's bell-type methods, he could not only defend himself, but the Divine Suppression Seal would also passively counterattack. This meant that anyone attempting to exploit soul techniques against him would suffer the consequences first. Lu Xian collected the jade slip, turned over, and rose from his bed. Daylight had fully broken, and he pushed open the courtyard gate to walk toward the front shop. Many magical artifacts needed to be put on display today. Besides the superior-grade pieces acquired from Nangong, Yue, the second-hand artifacts gathered from rogue cultivators, and Jean Pongzi's exclusive sponsorship. The previous evening, he had visited the artifact refinement workshop and restored everything in passing. Among them were 9 ceremonial robes that he had also transformed into the Heavenly Craft series. With all these magical artifacts and robes displayed, the treasure pavilion flourished once more. Business throughout the morning exceeded Lu Xian's expectations. Within less than 2 hours of opening, rogue cultivators streamed through the shop continuously. Some formed group purchases, others traded old items for new ones, and many bought and sold spiritual herbs and pills. Of course, there were also those who browsed and questioned, but never purchased. Lu Xian was too busy even to find time for a cup of tea. As he had just seen off a customer buying pills, Yuan walked in. Today she had changed into a water-green gauze long dress accompanied by a middle-aged cultivator wearing brocade ceremonial robes with a slightly prominent belly. A magical ring adorned each hand, clearly indicating wealth and spirit stones. Lu Xian's gaze swept over both of them, and he immediately understood. This sponsor was different from the last one. They had changed. But his expression remained unchanged as he smiled and approached. "Oh, Fairy Yun has graced us with her presence. What a rare guest. Shopkeeper Lu, I'm hardly a rare visitor." Yuan stepped up to the counter, slammed her gilded folding fan down, and immediately launched into a reprimand. "You promised me that when you obtained something good, I would be the first to know." Lu Xian paused. The last time I purchased the jade pendant you said so." Yuan tilted her head slightly as she looked at him, playfully reproachful. "You promised to reserve anything similar for me. And yet..." As she spoke, she cast a sideways glance at the middle-aged cultivator beside her, her voice tinged with grievance. "I can barely hold my head up in the establishment anymore. Do you have any idea how embarrassing this is for me?" That sideways glance straightened the middle-aged cultivator's back considerably, and he quickly interjected, "From now on, as long as I'm here, no one will bully you. I knew you were the best." After finishing her coquettish remark, Yuan turned to face Lu Xian. "Shopkeeper Lu, do you still have that ceremonial robe?" Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman's skill was no less than Humaingyang's. First, she deliberately showed weakness, then naturally stirred the protector instinct in the wealthy cultivator beside her. The entire process flowed seamlessly without any trace of performance. He cleared his throat. "Fairy, you've come at just the right time. We just put on display a batch of Heavenly Craft Series ceremonial robes today. You may choose whichever you prefer." As he spoke, he gestured toward the robe display area beside him. Besides the pale blue one left over from before, 9 new ceremonial robes in various colors had been added. Compared to before, the color selection now included smoky pink, water blue, goose yellow, and bamboo green. These are all newly crafted ceremonial robes. The color schemes and embroidery patterns match Fairy Hu's exactly, and we at the Treasure Pavilion sell them exclusively. Yuan's eyes lit up with anticipation. She scanned her gaze across the various ceremonial robes, then turned her head toward the middle-aged cultivator. "What do you think? Which one would suit me best?" The middle-aged cultivator had been examining the magical artifacts in the counter when she asked, only then snapping back to attention. He studied Yuan from head to toe, then glanced at the ceremonial robes, his tone filled with flattery. "You look beautiful in anything you wear, but you'll have to pick one for me." Yuan linked her arm through his and nudged him playfully. "Help me choose something that complements my complexion." The middle-aged cultivator's resolve melted instantly, and he quickly pointed to the smoky pink one. This one complements your skin tone." Only then did Yuan's lips curl into a satisfied smile. She turned back to Lu Xian. "Shopkeeper Lu, I'll take this one. Please name your price." Lu Xian quoted 100 spirit stones. The middle-aged cultivator's eyelid twitched at the price, but Yuan had already turned back to him pleadingly. "Well, what else could he do?" Gritting his teeth, he produced the spirit stones to make the purchase. "Since Yuan likes it, I can certainly afford these spirit stones. With this ceremonial robe, I'll be able to hold my head high in the establishment." Yuan coquettishly stored the robe in her storage bag. When she reached for the gilded folding fan on the counter, she subtly shifted her body. Turning her back to Master Lu, she gave Lu Xian a barely perceptible nod. Her gaze was directed straight at the crimson cloud molten light sword displayed in the counter. The movement was so subtle that if Lu Xian hadn't been watching her closely, he would never have noticed. After making this small gesture, Yuan acted as though nothing had happened. She turned and linked arms with Master Lu, saying in a brisk tone, "Let's go, Master Lu." Lu Xian's gaze followed her hand sweeping across the counter, and he suddenly noticed something. Earlier when Yuan had entered, she had slapped her gilded round fan onto the counter, resting it squarely on the hilt of that Qi Yun Rongguang sword. On the surface it looked like an idle placement. But thinking more carefully, he recalled that while Yuan had been choosing her magic robe, Master Lu, standing at the counter, seemed to have cast several glances at that Qi Yun Rongguang sword. A sudden clarity dawned on Lu Xian. This woman hadn't come here merely to buy a magic robe. She first lured Master Lu into the shop with talk of robes, then deliberately placed her fan atop the flying sword, betting that Master Lu, waiting idly, would inevitably catch sight of the blade half exposed beneath. A flying sword of such quality on display, any man would be tempted to take another look. Once Master Lu's interest was piqued, she only needed to say nothing and let him as the shopkeeper do the selling. Every step had been calculated from start to finish. She had even counted on him and made him an unwitting pawn in her plan. Lu Xian clicked his tongue inwardly. This woman was truly formidable. Her skill level was no less than Hu Mainyang's, perhaps even better at keeping her composure. Hu Mainyang flirted openly. Yun Wanner played her cards from the shadows. But then again, he was a businessman after all. Since she had already set the stage, it would be rude not to step in and sing a few lines. "Ah, this Taoist friend do stay." Lu Xian quickly spoke up, pointing at the Qi Yun Rong Guang sword with a smile. "I noticed you casting several glances at this flying sword. Since you're already here, why not give it a try?" Master Lu paused, his gaze drifting instinctively toward the counter. "Well, I'm just looking around. Looking costs nothing." Lu Xian smiled and retrieved the Qi Yun Rong Guang's sword from the counter. He set it on display. The blade shimmered with a warm spiritual radiance, its surface gleaming with a layer of crimson gold under the sunlight, a sight that was nearly impossible to look away from. "This is a master-crafted Qi Yun Rong Guang sword from our Yubao Hall. It's a superior grade item with fire attributes and extraordinary explosive power. It's in no way comparable to the common wares sold at ordinary artifact shops." Speaking, Lu Xian lightly flicked the blade with his finger, and a clear resonant hum rang out. "Whether you buy it or not doesn't matter. Just pick it up and feel the balance." The middle-aged cultivator hesitated for a moment before reaching out and gripping the hilt. The instant the flying sword entered his hand, the unmistakable satisfaction in his eyes betrayed him. How much, he couldn't help but ask. Lu Xian named the price. "Not expensive. 600 spirit stones." The middle-aged cultivator's hand trembled, and the sword nearly slipped from his grasp. His expression visibly twisted into a struggle. He truly loved this sword. Though he managed the external affairs hall of his sect and enjoyed comfortable daily perks, the price still made his flesh ache. At that moment, Yun Wanner spoke up. "Master Lu." Her voice was sweet and coquettish as she leaned closer against his arm. "This sword matches you perfectly. Look at the way you hold it. You look even more dashing than the prodigies of any sect." She tilted her head to look up at him, her beautiful eyes filled with just the right amount of admiration. "If you buy this sword, won't you feel even more confident protecting me?" Though her flattery had put him in high spirits, he still furrowed his brow. "This flying sword is indeed fine. But the price isn't exactly modest." His hand holding the hilt alternated between loosening and tightening. Clearly he was reluctant to let it go, yet couldn't bring himself to part with the spirit stones. "Master Lu likes it." Yun Wanner stepped half a pace closer, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, "I have a way to get this sword at a lower price." His eyes lit up. "Really? Of course, just watch me." Yun Wanner turned to Lu Xian. "Shopkeeper Lu, don't you have a group purchase promotion at your shop? 10% off for 2 items. If Master Lu and I both buy a robe and a sword, doesn't that count as 2 items? Lu Xian, hearing this, couldn't help but smile calmly. "Indeed, we do have a group purchase deal, but it requires 2 people purchasing separately." He deliberately let his trailing words hang, his gaze sweeping between the two. "Does this count as 2 people buying 2 items each, or 1 person buying 2? Oh, what's the difference?" Yun Wanner lightly tugged at the middle-aged cultivator's sleeve. "Look, we came together, and both the robe and the sword are being purchased from your Yubao Hall. Moreover, since Master Lu is a first-time customer, if you give him a discount, he'll surely bring his friends back in the future. Isn't that right?" She glanced sideways at the middle-aged cultivator and blinked at him. The middle-aged cultivator immediately straightened his chest and caught the cue. "Absolutely. I know several Taoist friends who have plenty of spare spirit stones. I'll introduce them all to you." Yun Wanner added timely, "Shopkeeper Lu, just consider it making a friend. Master Lu knows quite a few people in the market. Soon he'll be spending hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones at your shop. It'll be as easy as shaking water from your sleeves." "All right then." Hearing them brag so readily, Lu Xian put on a reluctantly yielding expression. "Since Fairy Yun has spoken, I'll honor Master Lu and process it at the group purchase rate. 10% off 2 items. The robe plus the flying sword. You'll only need to pay 630 spirit stones, Master Lu." The middle-aged cultivator was overjoyed and quickly produced the spirit stones to make up the difference. After paying, he held the flying sword, admiring it endlessly, then looked down at Yun Wanner and murmured, "Wanner dear, if I were to marry you, you'd be the perfect virtuous wife." His voice was neither loud nor soft, just clear enough for Lu Xian to hear. Yun Wanner replied with a touch of coquettish protest, "You want to marry me? Then you'll have to try harder. There are plenty others besides you who are eyeing me." After saying this, she glanced at the middle-aged cultivator, once more, her expression precisely calibrated, leaving just enough ambiguity without closing the door entirely. The middle-aged cultivator was completely hooked, forgetting all about the sword as he pulled her into his embrace. "Don't worry. I'll never let anyone else take you away from me." The pair exited the shop one after the other. Lu Xian stood behind the counter and watched them walk away, secretly amused. For these 2 transactions he had barely lifted a finger. Yun Wanner had done all the pushing for him. He would certainly need to share a commission with her later, but this Fairy Yun truly had considerable skill. Still, today's customers were not yet finished. After resting through noon, Lu Xian had barely reopened the shop when new guests arrived. 2 beautiful young women walked in, and and they had identical faces. The same oval faces, the same fair skin, the same slender figures. One wore a pale green sheer skirt, and the other was dressed in a crimson-red gown. The two walked side by side like twin lotus blossoms from the same stem. Xuan observed for a moment longer and noticed a subtle difference. Beneath the left eye of the girl in the light green dress lay a faint tiny mole imperceptible without careful scrutiny. The one in the red dress on the right had none. Moreover, their temperaments differed slightly. The girl in the light green dress was lively and spirited, glancing around from the moment she entered. The one in red was steadier, scanning the shop before her gaze settled on the robes by the wall, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Sister, this is the place, this is the place." The girl in the green dress tugged at her companion's sleeve as soon as she stepped inside, her voice crisp. "Mignon said it's right here." "I know, Luo, keep your voice down." The girl in red stumbled forward a step, dragged by her sister, her tone carrying a hint of helpless indulgence, yet her eyes could not conceal their curiosity. The two headed straight for the robe section, gazing again and again at the row of shimmering garments on the wall. "Sister, sister," the younger one named Luo reached out to touch the pale green robe, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Look at this one. Isn't it even prettier than Mignon's?" The girl in red stepped closer, her gaze lingering on the robe for a moment. She then turned her head to glance at the moon-white robe beside it, speaking in a gentle, warm tone. "This pale green robe is indeed beautiful, but I think that moon-white one suits you better." The two chattered back and forth, occasionally letting out a soft laugh. Leaning against the counter, Xuan's mind cleared at the mention of Mignon. He understood the situation. More girls from Zue Xianlu, who Mignon had made quite a splash in the establishment, and the others were clearly restless. He cleared his throat and called out, "Two immortal ladies, which one would you like to see? You may take it down and try it on." Luo turned around holding the moon-white robe and asked, "Shopkeeper, how many spirit stones for this one?" Xuan stepped forward to introduce, "Ladies, this is a Tiangong series robe from our Yubaozhai. 100 spirit stones. So expensive." Luo's eyes widened slightly, and she glanced at her companion again, yet unlike most loose cultivators, she did not turn and leave. She tilted her head and looked once more at the robe in her hand. Clearly she truly liked it and was reluctant to put it down. "Shopkeeper." The girl in red began, her voice sweet and soft. "My sister can't hide her feelings as she's absolutely enamored. But the price. Could you lower it a bit?" Of course, Xuan chuckled. "Our Yubaozhai currently has a group purchase promotion. 2 people get a 10% discount, 3 get 20% off. You two make a perfect pair." Luo's eyes lit up and she turned to her sister. "How about we go back and bring another one? 3 pieces for 20% off. That saves a lot." The girl in red thought for a moment, but shook her head decisively. "Forget it. Mignon's robe already stole the spotlight. If everyone has one, wouldn't our trip here be wasted?" The girl in the light green dress nodded repeatedly, finding the reasoning sound. They both cast another glance at the row of robes, as if reaching a silent consensus. Luo reached into her storage pouch to feel for spirit stones, but her hand suddenly froze. She lowered her head to rummage through the pouch, then looked at her sister, her lips pressed together with a hint of embarrassment. "Shopkeeper." She looked up at Xuan, her voice softer than before. "I don't have enough spirit stones on hand. Can I use these artifacts to make up part of the payment?" As she spoke, she pulled out several items from her pouch and placed them on the counter. A folded old robe of average quality but clean, and a hairpin with faint but intact spiritual energy. The girl in red also produced a bracelet and a pair of earrings. Xuan glanced over them. All low-grade artifacts of average quality, but legitimate goods. Just as he was about to quote a price, Luo suddenly leaned close to his side. The distance between them narrowed abruptly, and a warm breath brushed lightly past Xuan's ear. She tilted her flushed little face upward with a timid, ingratiating look. "Shopkeeper, we came all this way specially, genuinely taken with this robe, but we're really short on spirit stones. Could you offer a bit more of a discount?" As she spoke, she blinked rapidly, her lashes trembling as if afraid of rejection, a look both innocent and alluring. Behind her, the girl in the red dress stood quietly, neither stepping forward to interrupt nor pulling Luo back. She only lowered her long lashes, a faint blush creeping up her fair earlobes. Her fingers nervously twisted the edge of her fabric as if she had seen nothing yet. That telltale flush betrayed her. Xuan's gaze swept over the two women, understanding in his heart. He knew this routine well. The only difference was who was bold and who was shy, who took the lead and who followed. And before him, this pair of sisters, one charging ahead, the other blushing in support from behind, was truly tantalizing. He smiled faintly. "All right, I'll give you a trade-in deal plus an extra discount on top. Each of you just needs to make up 20 spirit stones." Luo's eyes sparkled, but before she could thank him, Xuan had already reached out and gently pulled the door. With a creak, the shop door swung shut. The interior dimmed abruptly, and an ambiguous atmosphere spread instantly. Xuan turned back to glance at them, curling his lips. "Come on, let's go to the back and cooperate well." Luo bit her lower lip and followed him to the backyard, her face flushed. The girl in the red dress hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and followed as well. About half an hour later, the back door of Yu Bao Zhai creaked open slowly. Two figures staggered out one after the other. Aluo walked ahead, her face crimson, her steps swift and chaotic as if she wanted to flee the street in 3 strides. The girl in red followed behind, appearing more composed than her sister, but the tips of her ears were flushed so deeply they seemed ready to bleed. She quickened her pace to catch up with Aluo, linked her arm through hers, and together they turned the corner, soon disappearing from sight. Faintly, the girl in red could be heard muttering in reproach, "It's all your fault. If you didn't have enough spirit stones, you should have gone back to get more. Why did you have to? You talk. You didn't say no either. I was afraid you'd be alone. Stop talking. Stop talking. Let's go, let's go. This is so embarrassing." The voices grew fainter, eventually fading away. In the backyard of Yu Bao Zhai, Lucian was putting on his coat in a rather good mood. To be honest, the twins were truly night and day in temperament. The younger sister, Aluo, was as clingy and fiery as a vine, bold and daring. Her sister, A Fu, was gentle and soft-spoken, saying little throughout, yet never missing a beat when cooperation was needed. The two flanked him, their coordination flawless. As Lucian finished dressing and was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 blooming crimson petals on the bed. He froze for a moment. Given how smoothly the twins had cooperated, he had assumed. Yet it turned out otherwise. Lucian sighed and decided to offer them a generous discount next time. Shaking off his thoughts, he glanced at the system panel and his eyelids twitched. Cultivation Foundation Establishment, first layer, 98710. Well, nearly 1,000 points gained. These were no ordinary twin sisters. They were supercharging batteries. Today's deal was a real jackpot. Lucian chuckled, shook his head, and strode toward the front shop. In the afternoon, a steady stream of customers came and went. Loose cultivators browsing, some buying artifacts and elixirs, others selling spirit herbs. Lucian was so busy his feet barely touched the ground, and in the midst of it all he acquired a high-grade medium artifact and several spirit herbs of impressive age. By dusk the street gradually emptied. Lucian saw off the last customer and finally collapsed into a chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. Despite the exhaustion, the gains were substantial. He took a sip of cold tea and glanced at the system panel. Cultivation Foundation Establishment, first layer, 101-521-0000. The earlier exertions combined with the constant transactions throughout the day had accumulated cultivation rebates. Finally, the last gap was filled. Lucian closed his eyes, channeled his spiritual energy, and directly assaulted the bottleneck. The next moment, a faint crack sounded within his dantian, and the obstructive barrier shattered. Spiritual energy surged like a flood through new meridians, forging his bones and muscles. His dantian expanded, the energy denser and heavier, and his divine sense broadened to the point where he could clearly hear the street vendors' closing calls. Lucian opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his heart filled with the exhilaration of a major breakthrough. But just then a crisp bell sound came from outside the door. Ding! The sound was soft yet unmistakably clear in his ears. Then a familiar voice came from outside. "This place of yours is really hard to find." Lucian's heart skipped a beat. He looked up instinctively and saw a familiar figure. A wine-red gauze dress, a graceful curvaceous figure, and a string of silver bells hanging from her waist. Damn! That enchantress had tracked him down. In his past life, Lucian had scraped by doing salvage and recycling work. In this life, he ran a small shop in the cultivation world. He had seen every manner of demon and monster. Yet now he had to admit he was a little rattled. Jean Linger stood right at the entrance of Yu Bao Pavilion. Her breathtakingly beautiful face caused no few passing rogue cultivators to glance back repeatedly. But Lucian knew that beneath that lovely visage lurked a demonic sect enchantress of the most authentic variety. Her cultivation had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, cunning and ruthless. And there lay the problem. He was Lucian, now not Chu Huaya. His face, his frame, his aura, all of it had been unmasked. The Wuxiang Zhimian's disguise was gone. There was nothing about him that matched the man who had snatched her treasures from the Qinglan ruins back then. How on earth had this enchantress tracked him down? Lucian's mind raced. That night he had worn a mask the entire time. His height, build, voice, and even his spiritual fluctuations had all been perfectly concealed. He had even deliberately altered his speech patterns when hurling threats. Even his own mother standing before him would never have recognized him. And yet Jean Linger had come straight to his door, and she had chosen such a precise moment. Lucian quietly rested his hand beneath the counter, ready to strike at a moment's notice. If Jean Linger dared make a move, he would immediately expose her as a demonic sect cultivant. The Tianma sect was a thorn in the side of the righteous path. The market's enforcement squad wouldn't simply turn a blind eye to a demonic cultivant, would they? But Jean Linger made no move. She stepped into the shop, her gaze sweeping across the interior, and then she began to browse. Yes, she was actually browsing. She moved like an ordinary female cultivant out for a leisurely stroll, first stopping at the pill section to glance down at the Fulling Dan and Yulu Dan displayed on the counter. She did not pick them up, nor did she ask about the price. Then she drifted to the artifact section, eyeing the row of brilliantly shimmering, mastercrafted edition pieces behind the glass. Her gaze lingered for a moment on those refashioned artifacts, and the corner of her mouth seemed to twitch faintly, but she said nothing. Next she wandered over to the spirit herb section, bending down to open several jade boxes, inspecting their contents and sniffing at them. A barely perceptible frown creased her brow. Xuan remained motionless throughout, his breathing deliberately softened. He simply sat behind the counter watching as Jean Linger explored his entire little shop from end to end. And the more she did, so the less certain he felt. What on earth was this enchantress after? Was she searching for something or waiting for someone? Surely she wasn't here to go shopping. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Xuan saw Jean Linger come to a halt. She had stopped before the robe section. Along the side wall hung a row of Tiangong series robes, their spiritual light flowing gracefully, their embroidered patterns exquisitely fine. Jean Linger's eyes lit up. Then she turned her head and looked at Xuan. Shopkeeper. Her voice was different from the one he had heard that night in the Qinglan ruins, stripped of the razor-sharp ferocity and cunning, replaced instead by a languid casual ease. How much are these robes? Xuan blinked. The question came entirely out of nowhere. His mind was still scrambling to figure out how to handle this enchantress's visit, and she was asking him the price of a robe. He blinked again, nearly failing to catch the thread of conversation. Fortunately, years of shopkeeping instinct kicked in, and he smoothly replied, "Which piece has caught your eye, immortal lady?" "This misty purple one." Jean Linger pointed. "The fabric feels decent, and the embroidery is well done. I just wonder how it looks when worn." Xuan stared at her for 2 seconds, his mind spinning rapidly. Had she really been drawn in by the Tiangong series robes? Regardless of what game this enchantress was playing, since she hadn't made a move, he saw no reason to provoke her himself. In the market, any fight between them would certainly disadvantage a demonic sect cultivant. "You have excellent taste, immortal lady." Xuan's face instantly bloomed with a professional smile as he emerged from behind the counter. "This misty purple piece is a hot seller from our Tiangong series at Yubao Pavilion. You won't find it anywhere else in the entire market. With your elegant bearing, you would look absolutely stunning in it." As he spoke, he took down the misty purple robe and held it up beside Jean Linger to display it. Jean Linger did not take it. She simply stood there, glanced down at the robe, then looked back up at Xuan. Then she tilted her head slightly, her nostrils flaring ever so gently. The movement was so subtle that Xuan, were he not watching her intently, would never have noticed it at all. She was smelling. That realization made the hair on Xuan's neck rise slightly. Some cultivants possessed extraordinarily keen senses and could identify people by scent alone. Though he had completely remade his appearance in the ruins, his natural body odor might not have been entirely masked. But she merely twitched her nose and said nothing. "It is beautiful, I'll admit," Jean Linger said, returning her gaze to the robe. "How much?" "Not expensive at all, 100 spirit stones." Xuan folded the robe and offered it to her. "If you like it, I can wrap it up for you right now. Our Tiangong series at Yubao Pavilion is guaranteed to turn heads. Male cultivants will be unable to walk away, and female cultivants will be consumed with envy." He spoke effortlessly, painting the most dazzling picture. But Jean Linger fell suddenly silent. She neither reached for the robe nor declined. She simply stood there quietly, her gaze fixed upon the fabric as though deep in thought. Xuan waited a few breaths. Seeing no movement from her, he ventured cautiously, "Immortal lady, is this piece not to your liking?" "I like it." Jean Linger raised her eyes to look at him, and her expression carried a rare seriousness. "But I cannot afford it." Xuan froze as though someone had hit pause. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. The thought, "What kind of nonsense is this? You're a demonic sect holy maiden playing poor in front of me," nearly slipped out before he forcibly swallowed it back. Jean Linger's expression remained calm, her tone natural. There was not a trace of the affected bargaining or false poverty. She was simply stating a fact. 100 spirit stones for a single robe is rather steep, she added, and I truly cannot afford it. Xuan studied her for a few seconds, then hung the robe back. "Very well, shall you look at something else?" His smile never wavered. "We carry pills, artifacts, and spirit herbs. All at reasonable prices, honest trade for all." Jean Linger turned and walked back toward the pill section. Her gaze swept across the counter and finally settled on a single jade vial. "What is the price of this, Yulu Dan?" 70 spirit stones per pill." Jean Linger reached out, picked up the jade vial, uncorked it, poured one pill into her palm, inspected it. And then she popped the pill straight into her mouth right in front of Xuan. Swallowed it. The motion was smooth, fluid, and disturbingly effortless. Xuan put on a perfectly calibrated expression of astonishment. "Immortal lady, what are you?" And inwardly, he was genuinely startled. After finishing the pill, Jean Linger set the vial down and fixed her gaze upon Xuan's face. "Shopkeeper, I have something I'd like to ask." Xuan felt a chill run down his spine under her stare and was about to say something to lighten the mood when Jean Linger spoke first. "Are you hiring?" Xuan's smile instantly froze on his face. What did she just say? Hiring help. This bewitching woman had come to his shop, browsed around, tried on magical robes, consumed pills, and then asked if he was hiring. Lu Xian took a deep breath, forcing back all the curses and questions swirling in his mind, and plastered on a smile that looked far worse than weeping. Fairy, are you serious? Jean Linger tilted her head and gazed at him with an expression of pitiful helplessness. I have nowhere to go. Lu Xian stared at her for a long while. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, yet he couldn't fathom what she was after. She was a saintess of the heavenly demon cult with foundation establishment late-stage cultivation, and who knew how many bizarre abilities. Nowhere to go. Has your heavenly demon cult's main headquarters collapsed or been demolished? He gritted his teeth and pointed to the pill bottle. Then what about the spirit stones for this jade dew pill? Jean Linger actually appeared quite justified. I'm sorry, shopkeeper. I'm injured. She paused and added, I don't have spirit stones to buy pills. Lu Xian was at a loss for words. Staring at Jean Linger's infuriatingly smug face, he couldn't tell if she was genuinely playing the victim or putting on an act. Could a saintess of the heavenly demon cult, a direct disciple of the demon path's supreme leader, possibly be so broke she couldn't afford healing pills? But then he recalled how in the Qinglan relic cave she had indeed been relentlessly chased and slashed by Xuan, and he himself had struck her with a sword. The injury had never fully healed. When she swallowed the jade dew pill earlier, her movements were crisp and practiced, yet her fingertips trembled ever so slightly. That was a telltale sign of disrupted spiritual energy flow from damaged meridians. The injuries were real. But the question was, so the fairy has come to my place to find work? Lu Xian gestured between himself and the shop, his expression one of utter disbelief. Jean Linger nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Do you offer room and board? Lu Xian was once again left speechless. He studied the woman before him, clad in wine-colored silk, her face strikingly beautiful, those eyes carrying a languid cunning. All he could think was that this woman was here to sabotage his business. He drew a deep breath and shifted into a pained expression. Fairy, our small shop currently. I can help you appraise magical artifacts. Jean Linger seemed to read his intent to refuse and cut him off. The artifacts in your shop may look impressive on the surface, but they're all merely decorative. Beautiful, but useless. She pointed to the heavily displayed artifacts, her eyes hinting at mischief. Either you've been deceived by your supplier, or you're deliberately selling substandard goods, shopkeeper. Lu Xian's brows twitched slightly. This woman certainly had a sharp eye. Jean Linger didn't pause, her gaze shifting toward the jade boxes containing spiritual herbs. That 80-year-old Chinese polygonum root. 3 broken points on its root system, invisible from the outside, but affecting its medicinal properties. Lu Xian followed her gaze and saw the polygonum. It was indeed 80 years old, acquired just 2 days prior. The exterior appeared sound, but the roots did harbor irregularities. Though the root damage wouldn't severely impact efficacy, so he'd accepted it. Yet this woman had spotted it instantly, certainly remarkable. Combined with her earlier assessments of the artifacts, Lu Xian had to concede she possessed genuine expertise. Her discernment was remarkably sharp. After a moment of silence, Lu Xian looked up at her. The dismissiveness and caution in his eyes gave way to genuine curiosity. You understand spiritual herbs as well? Jean Linger regarded him, and the slight curve of her lips softened. I grew up surrounded by spiritual herbs since childhood. There was an indefinable quality to her tone. For just a moment her gaze softened as it swept over the jade boxes, but then she resumed her usual languid demeanor. I may lack other skills, but identifying flaws is my specialty. She said this, then glanced toward the pill section and added, by the way, the jade dew pill I just consumed looked decent, but the refinement process was lacking. The spiritual recovery potency wasn't properly sealed. At least 20% wasted. Lu Xian's lips twitched. She had inspected his entire shop and found faults in the artifacts, herbs, robes, and pills alike, leaving nothing unexamined. Are all heavenly demon cult disciples this absurd? Sensing his stare, Jean Linger tilted her chin up defiantly, her eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. Watching her expression, Lu Xian felt both bemused and increasingly wary. The saintess of the heavenly demon cult was indeed no pushover. But why come to his humble shop? Was she investigating something, or had her encounter at Qinglan Relic Cave led her to suspect him? Lu Xian's mind raced through countless possibilities, but his face broke into an earnest expression of delight. Fairy, your perceptiveness is truly extraordinary. He rubbed his hands together, voice eager. I've run this shop for years, and I've rarely encountered someone with such refined knowledge. He suddenly changed tack. Since you wish to seek employment here, how does 5 spirit stones per month sound? Jean Linger's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. Only 5 spirit stones. Lu Xian maintained a composed demeanor. Fairy, that's already quite generous. I heard the Imperial Treasure Pavilion down the street only pays their employees 3 spirit stones. Seeing Jean Linger's gaze growing increasingly dangerous, he hastily added, but Fairy, rest assured, you can start with this arrangement, and once our performance improves, I'll definitely raise your pay. Lu Xian placed his hand over his chest in sincere assurance. Jean Linger fell silent for a moment. Does that include room and board? If room and board are included, that's 2 stones deducted. Lu Xian offered a knowing smile. You see, you'll need to choose between spirit stones or accommodations. Both together isn't feasible, correct? Jinling. Lu Xian had originally expected her to negotiate further or simply storm out in anger. For a heavenly demon cult saintess to perform menial labor in a rundown shop for a monthly wage of merely 5 spirit stones without even room and board, how could the cult's dignity possibly survive such embarrassment? His deliberately low offer concealed his true intention, to drive this dangerous woman away. As the saying goes, expelling a thief is far preferable to constant vigilance. Yet Jinlinger merely paused, then bit her lip and nodded. Fine. Lu Xian was stunned. He had braced himself for her to curse him for offering a beggar's pittance watching her storm out. Instead, she had actually accepted. Only 5 spirit stones, no room or board. Was a heavenly demon cult saintess really worth so little? What on earth was she after? Suppressing his suspicions, a sly smile spread across his face. Very well. If the fairy agrees, let's begin. Jinlinger immediately stood from her chair. What are my duties, shopkeeper? Lu Xian leaned back comfortably in his chair and pointed to the teapot on the table. Pour me a cup of tea first. Jinlinger hesitated, glancing at the teapot and then back at Lu Xian. A flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes before she quickly suppressed it. Gritting her teeth, she picked up the teapot and poured a cup, setting it before him. The movement was neither rough nor gentle. When the teacup met the tabletop, it made a sharp thud. Lu Xian lifted the cup and took a sip, a smug satisfaction blooming within him at the thought of commanding a demonic cult saintess. He set the cup down and spoke again. Come here and massage my back. Jinlinger's expression stiffened visibly for an instant. Her fingers curled slightly, a subtle signal she was about to summon her silver bells. Lu Xian watched this unfold, his back muscles tensing instantly, as he prepared to flip the table and flee at a moment's notice, yet his face remained utterly composed. If the fairy cannot accept it, perhaps we should just let it go. He sighed, feigning helplessness. This little shop only has menial duties like serving others. Don't be fooled by my title as shopkeeper. When guests arrive, I still have to serve them tea and water. When all is said and done, it's merely a livelihood of catering to others. Then, changing his tone, he smiled and added, someone as capable as you, fairy, would be eagerly sought after wherever you go. There's no need to stay at my humble shop. You need only settle the payment for the pills. Jinlinger took a deep breath and managed to suppress the killing intent within her. Shopkeeper, what are you saying? This is but a trivial matter. How could I not accept it? She walked behind Lu Xian with a sweet smile, raised her hands, and gave his shoulders 2 firm but moderate knees. The force wasn't particularly strong, and the massage wasn't exactly comfortable, yet it nearly made Lu Xian laugh out loud. The holy maiden of the heavenly demon cult was serving him tea, pouring water, and massaging his back and shoulders. If anyone from the heavenly demon cult were to witness this scene, they would likely send assassins overnight to reduce him to ashes. Jinlinger pounded a few more times, then suddenly stopped. Lu Xian could feel her gaze fixed on the back of his head, that sensation of being watched sending a slight chill down his spine. Shopkeeper. Jinlinger's voice came from behind him unexpectedly. Did you go to the Qinglan ruins yesterday? Lu Xian's breathing faltered for a moment. He had anticipated this question long ago, but faced with her probing, instinctive wariness still flared. Quickly, however, Lu Xian steadied his composure and turned around. The Qinglan ruins? An expression of bewilderment mixed with feigned cowardice crossed his face. Fairy, please don't tease me. How would I dare to visit such a place? I heard from others that the battle there yesterday was fierce beyond imagination. Flying swords and spiritual energy filled the skies, the fighting so intense it darkened the heavens, and even golden core experts went there. If I had run over there, wouldn't that be throwing my life away? He described it vividly, perfectly embodying his timorous character to the fullest. In the end, he added, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. If I had gone and been slashed to death by a single sword strike, how unjust would that have been? Jinlinger watched his pitiful display, and the last traces of suspicion in her heart instantly dissolved. When she had approached Lu Xian earlier, she had indeed detected a faint trace of earth-fire qi, which was what had sparked her doubts. Now that she thought carefully about it, how could a true disciple of the Tianyan sect possibly be trapped running a small shop? Moreover, with his timid and cowardly nature, he was worlds apart from that ruthless figure who had shattered her defensive artifact with a single sword strike that night, stripped her clothes, and seized her secret technique. As long as this demoness has no evidence, she can't do anything to me. Lu Xian noticed the subtle shift in Jinlinger's expression and perked up instantly. He even tilted his head with curiosity. But then again, fairy, you didn't go there, did you? Jinlinger nodded, her face a mixture of grievance and helplessness. I went. When a miraculous treasure emerged, someone like me, a loose cultivator, would naturally want to take a chance and pick up some leftovers. But as soon as I entered the outer area, I was ambushed. She stared at Lu Xian, her teeth grinding as she spoke. That bastard struck with terrifying ferocity, without even warning me, coming in with a single sword strike. I nearly lost my life there. If I hadn't fled quickly, you wouldn't be seeing me now. Lu Xian listened to her tale, which was full of exaggerations, and his lip twitched involuntarily. A loose cultivator. You, the famously renowned holy maiden of the heavenly demon cult, are telling me you're a loose cultivator, ambushed, and calling me a bastard. It was clearly your ambush that failed, and you were the one who got slashed by my sword. His heart was already brimming with grievances, yet he wore an expression of pity and even theatrically sighed. You really are having such a miserable time. But the next moment he turned back around, exposing his back to her. Then why don't you hurry up and massage my back? The jade dew pill you just consumed costs 70 spirit stones. Work hard and strive to repay your debt as soon as possible. Jean Linger's fists clenched for a moment. She gazed at the back of Lucien's head, her teeth grinding audibly. This man was no different from Xuan from the Qinglan ruins. They were cut from the same cloth. Equally shameless, equally provoking, equally deserving of a sword strike. She drew a deep breath, forcing the killing intent back down to the depths of her dantian, then raised her hand again to deliver 2 forceful strikes to Lucien's shoulders. Lucien was pushed forward slightly by the blows, but the smile on his lips refused to be suppressed. He had finally found a way to keep this demoness under control. Jean Linger kept her head lowered, calculating in her mind as she continued to knead. Once her injuries healed, she would kill this bastard first. After all, killing one was the same as killing 2. By then she would send both him and that Chu Huayang down together as companions. All right. Lucien seemed to just remember something. What's your name? I can't keep calling you Fairy all the time. It makes it seem like you're the shopkeeper. Jean Linger's hands paused on his shoulders for a moment before she forced out 3 characters. Jean Linger. Lucien's brows twitched slightly. Linger. Instantly the string of silver bells from the ruins and that crisp ringing sound flashed through his mind. Fine, that name was direct enough. Jean Linger. He tasted the name, then nodded. A fine name. Sounds crisp and clear. Jean Linger didn't respond, but increased the force of her movements. Lucien bared his teeth in a wince, but wisely chose not to press further. Whether the name was true or false didn't matter. He already knew who she was. The harder she pounded, the more pleased Lucien felt. The holy maiden of the heavenly demon cult was serving him tea, pouring water, and massaging his back and shoulders. What a life. TSK. Lucien leaned back in his chair, feeling the increasingly forceful pounding on his back, and made quiet calculations in his mind. Since this demoness could endure such humiliation, he might as well keep her around. He could tease and train her when he had nothing better to do, serving tea, pouring water, giving massages. That would be quite entertaining. As for her hidden schemes, he would simply stay vigilant. Once his cultivation advanced further, and he broke through to the golden core stage, he would crush her with a flip of his hand. Given his current progress, it wouldn't take long. Lucien was comfortably reclining in his chair, enjoying Jean Linger's reluctant back massage, feeling as though his entire body had grown 2 tails lighter. Such treatment. There was probably not a second person in all of Qingzhou who could boast of it. He squinted his eyes and couldn't resist giving a few directions. Lighter force. Yes, that's the right pressure. Move a bit to the left. Jean Linger's fingertips paused for an instant, and the fury accumulating in her heart ignited in an instant. She was done tolerating this. She might as well kill this reckless little shopkeeper and find another place to continue hiding. Lucien, who had been floating on cloud 9, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of coldness shooting straight from his tailbone to the crown of his head. No good. He had pushed things too far. Just as he was about to say something to save himself, the transmission talisman in his bosom suddenly vibrated. The timing was perfect. It abruptly halted Jean Linger's killing intent that had been building to half strength. Lucien quickly sat upright and gave her a gentle smile. Linger, you're injured. Don't bother anymore. Go rest over there, and I'll call you if anything comes up. His tone was caring, considerate, and understanding. The very picture of a kind shopkeeper who genuinely cared for his employees. Jean Linger blinked, looking at him with a touch of bewilderment. This bastard had been ordering her around with such arrogance just moments ago, so why the sudden change? But she couldn't be happier. Who would willingly serve others when they could rest? Thank you, shopkeeper. A grateful smile forced on her face, she immediately walked over to the nearby chair and sat down, casually pouring herself a cup of tea. Lucien secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pulled out the transmission talisman to take a glance. It was from Lu Hongwan. The message was brief, a single line: a distinguished guest will arrive tomorrow. Prepare to receive them properly. Don't embarrass me. Lucien stared at those words for 2 seconds, his eyes lighting up. That aloof and icy master was finally coming. Lucien had just put away the messaging talisman, the curve of his lips not yet flattened, when Jean Linger came over to gossip. Boss, smiling like that. Did you find treasure? No treasure. But we have a VIP guest coming tomorrow. Lucien smiled faintly. You'd better be sharp and attentive, serving tea and water with enthusiasm. Don't let me down. The smile on Jean Linger's face visibly faded for a moment. Lucien caught her expression shift and quickly pivoted. But then again, with your abilities, 3 spirit stones a month is truly a waste of your talents. How about this? He tapped the counter with his finger. From now on, for any transaction that passes through your hands, whether buying or selling, I'll give you a commission. Otherwise, relying on that monthly salary of 3 spirit stones, when in your life will you ever repay the debt for that jade dew pill? His tone carried a hint of consideration and sincerity. Jean Linger blinked, somewhat surprised by his sudden change of heart, but she couldn't be bothered to probe deeper. Her brows curved back into a grin, charming and bright. Then thank you, boss. Lu Xian watched her demeanor and breathed a quiet sigh of relief in his heart. All right, start tidying up. Time to close. He gathered the items on the counter when Jean Linger's voice rang out again. Boss, where am I sleeping tonight? Lu Xian replied without hesitation, of course with me. Jean Linger's expression paused slightly. Her eyes darted around as she feigned shyness. Sleep with you? Boss, isn't that moving a bit too fast? We've only known each other for one day. Lu Xian's face darkened. He knew perfectly well this enchantress was deliberately teasing him, but hearing it from her lips made it sound entirely different. I mean the side room in the backyard. He shot her an exasperated glare. What are you thinking? Oh, a side room. Jean Linger drawn out the last syllable, mischief gleaming in her eyes. What a shame. I actually thought you wanted me to sleep in the main room. Lu Xian's face grew even darker, and he took a deep breath. Chanting, don't mess with her, to himself 3 times, he lied outright. No chest, no figure. I'm not interested in you. Even he found those words absurd. Jean Linger's smile froze instantly. She glanced down at herself, then back up at him, her eyes screaming, are you blind? After a few breaths, she puffed out her chest and gritted through her teeth. Look properly. You call that nothing? Lu Xian didn't even lift his eyelids. Compared to what I've seen, indeed lacking. Jean Linger, seethed with frustration, clenching her fists and staring at him for a long moment. Finally, she forced words out between her teeth. Fine. Boss has exquisite taste. This humble one has nothing to compare. But unable to swallow her anger, she added, though now I'm truly curious. Just how big have you seen? Tell me so I can broaden my horizons. I'll show you another day. Lu Xian, unwilling to continue this back and forth, turned and locked the door. Let's go. I'll take you to see your room. Jean Linger huffed and followed behind him, muttering something under her breath. It was indistinct, but certainly nothing flattering. The main house in the backyard was Lu Xian's own quarters. He pointed to the adjacent side room. That's it. Make yourself comfortable. Jean Linger peeked inside, and without hesitation stepped in, but barely had her foot cross the threshold before half her body popped back out. Tilting her head, she flashed him a sweet smile. Boss, didn't you say board is included? Lu Xian paused mid-step and turned to look at her. What about dinner? She asked, blinking innocently with an air of complete entitlement. Lu Xian's lip twitched. He pointed toward the kitchen. Ingredients are there. Cook it yourself. Jean Linger opened her mouth. I cook. And what else? Should I make it? Lu Xian retorted sharply. Who's the boss here, you or me? Jean Linger pouted as if wanting to argue, but ultimately held her tongue. Lu Xian didn't wait for a response. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, help yourself. I'm going out to handle some business. With that, he turned and walked out, his pace quicker than usual. In truth, he still had a major matter to attend to. The inventory of Tiangong series magical robes had to be resolved as soon as possible. Shortly after leaving the backyard, Lu Xian slipped into an alley beside it. When he reappeared, he had transformed into an ordinary-looking middle-aged cultivator. Slightly stout, dressed plainly with a weathered expression, bearing the fatigue of someone who traveled constantly for goods, a half-worn storage pouch hung at his waist. He looked exactly like a traveling peddler dealing in second-hand merchandise. He followed the main street of the market southward, turning through several alleys before stopping in front of a shop on South Street. The storefront was modest, bearing a half-faded sign that read Jui Fong, Old Robe Shop. Where there were shops selling new magical robes, naturally, there would be those selling used ones. This shop specialized in buying and selling second-hand robes, catering mostly to wandering cultivators with limited means. Seeing the shop was still open, Lu Xian stepped inside. The interior was compact, even smaller than his Yubao Zhai. The counter was piled high with second-hand robes. Behind the counter sat a lean old man, roughly at the mid-stage of qi condensation, rapidly clicking away on an abacus. Hearing someone enter, he lifted his eyelids slightly. Buying or selling? Buying. Lu Xian adopted a slightly rougher voice. I've heard you have plenty of robes. I'd like to inspect the quality. The old man scanned him from head to toe, recognized him as a second-hand buyer, and gestured toward the pile. It's all there. Look through it yourself. Lu Xian didn't hesitate, reaching out to sift through the robes one by one. Though all second-hand, most were in excellent condition, well preserved. After quickly counting everything, he dusted off his hands and said directly, I'll take the entire lot. Give me a fair price. What? All of it? The old man's face flushed crimson. His voice rose several octaves, leaning forward with excitement. Over 40 pieces of inventory. Kid, you're not mocking this old man, are you? Seeing his ecstatic reaction, Lu Xian understood completely. In his previous life, when he was penniless and scrounging for spirit stones, encountering a big client who would clear out his entire stock would have left him far more beside himself than this old man. He understood all too well how difficult it was for low-level cultivators to earn money. No joke. I'm taking everything. Name your price, Lu Xian said, calmly nodding. The old man took a deep breath, forcing himself to compose before quoting, 37 lower-grade robes at 40 spirit stones, each 5 mid-grade robes at 80 each. Bundled together, that's 1880 spirit stones. Lu Xian nearly laughed in frustration. Too expensive. Do you take me for a fool? The old man grinned, rubbing his hands together, not the least offended. Business is business. One willing to sell, one willing to buy? If you disagree, name your price, and I'll listen. Xuan smiled faintly. That's exactly what I was waiting for. He promptly drew out his trump card. Lower grade robes, 20 spirit stones, each medium grade 50. The moment Xuan finished speaking, the old man's face instantly darkened like a soot-covered pot. Boy, you're blacker than me. At that price, I can't even recover my costs. You know whether I'm being unreasonable or not. Xuan spoke in a leisurely tone. These aren't flying swords. Flying swords are tools of the trade. Loose cultivators will grit their teeth and buy them. Robes are different. If the price is too low, you can just keep piling them up and wait for someone fated to buy them. The old man was left speechless, his lips quivering as he struggled to find a rebuttal. After searching for words to counter, but finding none, he managed only add a bit more. Let me make some profit at least. Xuan remained calm, pausing for 2 seconds before adding slowly, lower grade at 22, medium grade at 55. Surely this price allows for some profit. The old man frowned, his mouth opening as if to haggle further. Xuan delivered another blow, and your stock has been sitting here for at least half a year. The longer these robes sit idle, the more spiritual energy dissipates. If you don't sell now, they'll truly be stuck in your hands. I'm helping you clear your entire inventory in one go. If you're unwilling, I'll just look elsewhere. With that, he turned as if to walk out. Wait. The old man grew anxious, immediately leaning half his body over the counter. Add one more to each piece. Just one. Xuan's steps halted. He turned back, his face wearing an expression of apparent hesitation. After a silence of 2 breaths, he sighed. 42 robes in total. I'll round it up, 1,100. I'll take the entire batch. You clear your inventory, I earn a small profit for my trouble. Fair. The old man counted on his abacus beads twice, then finally gritted his teeth. Fine. Sold to you. This way I can pay off my loan from Tongbao Pawnshop, close the shop, and return home to enjoy life with a few pretty wives. Xuan swiftly settled the payment in spirit stones and stuffed the batch of robes into his storage bag. As he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly remembered something and looked back. By the way, you mentioned closing the shop to enjoy life. The old man was tidying the counter when he heard this. Grinning, he revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Indeed. Half my body's already buried in yellow earth. This rundown shop barely earns a few spirit stones a month, yet I still have to pay rent and deal with those picky loose cultivators. It's exhausting with no end in sight. It would be better to return to the mortal realm, marry a few daughters from noble families, and live comfortably as a wealthy, elderly man. Since you're leaving? Xuan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. What about your channels for collecting old robes? What do you plan to do? The old man paused. Channels? What channels? These old robes didn't just fall from the sky, did they? Xuan hinted meaningfully. You have a fixed supply route, right? If you close the shop, where will those people send their old robes from now on? The old man thought about it seriously after being asked, then shook his head. I can't worry about that much. I'm leaving anyway. Why should I care who they sell to? In that case, why not leave it to me? Xuan smoothly picked up the thread. You go back and enjoy your retirement, but this business of collecting old robes can still continue. The old man looked up at him, his face full of confusion. What do you mean? It's simple, Xuan said directly. You return to your mortal realm. As long as you keep in touch with those suppliers, negotiate prices, and deliver the goods, I'll settle spirit stones with you monthly. In the meantime, you can sit at home, drink tea, listen to music, and flirt with your young wives. The old man narrowed his eyes, studying Xuan's face carefully. After a moment of silence, he spoke. How will the spirit stones be settled? The purchase price I give you is the same as just now. As for how much you buy from others, I don't care. Xuan paused, then added. Of course, the condition can't be too poor. I won't accept anything so broken it can't be repaired. You've been in this trade for so many years. You know what can and can't be sold, right? The old man's eyes lit up, and he suddenly grinned. You kid. You've got some brains. A businessman who can't calculate properly. How can he survive? Xuan also smiled. How about a deal? Done. The old man slapped the counter. I'm idle anyway when I go back. Just talking can earn spirit stones. Only a fool would refuse. But you kid has to keep your word. Settle accounts on time, every month, no delays. Honest business with no deception. Xuan extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. The old man shook his hand, his weathered face once again alight with excitement. Rest assured, I've been in this business for most of my life. My connections are extensive. Just wait for the goods to arrive. After paying off the Tongbao Pawnshop loan, only a small amount remained from the 1,100 spirit stones. While returning to the mortal realm to enjoy life wouldn't cost much, he still needed cultivation resources for his daily practice. This was truly a windfall from heaven. Xuan was in equally good spirits, leaving a communication talisman before departing. Today's trip not only netted him 42 robes, but also established a steady supply line for second-hand robes. Going forward, he wouldn't need to worry about raw materials for the Tiangong series, and the price could be driven even lower. After leaving the old clothing shop, Xuan turned into a quiet alley nearby. Moments later, the middle-aged loose cultivator in gray robes who collected old goods disappeared at the alley entrance, leaving no trace. When he reappeared, Xuan had already returned to his true appearance and turned the corner straight into the refiner's workshop. Walking into the refining room, he took out all the old robes from his storage bag. He transformed them all into the current Tiangong series style, cinched waist, narrow sleeves, and subtle patterns on the collars. He color-matched them in cherry blossom pink, moonlight white, misty purple, and lotus root pink, colors that female cultivators favored most. What truly required careful attention were those 5 medium-grade robes. Previously, for the lower-grade robes, he had only altered the exterior patterns, leaving the spiritual energy circuits mostly untouched. But these 5 medium-grade robes had a better foundation, so he additionally traced several fine gathering spirit patterns at the collar and cuffs. It wasn't particularly complex, but it could improve the smoothness of spiritual energy flow for the wearer by nearly 0.5%. For medium-grade robes, this was already a quite practical enhancement. Over an hour later, all the robes had been completely transformed, shimmering with iridescent luster. Xuan stretched his sore shoulders, and thinking of the demonic woman next door, he opened the system mall. His finger scrolled across the shelves and finally stopped on a talisman treasure. Sky-piercing sword talisman seals the full strike power of a golden core sword cultivator. Shatter it to release unmatched in offense. Exchange requires 500 treasure scrolls. The full strike of a golden core cultivator. If this demonic woman ever turned hostile, he would let her taste his power. Xuan chose to exchange without hesitation. A palm-sized jade talisman fell into his palm, warm to the touch, with an extremely fierce sword intent dormant within. He stowed the talisman treasure in the most convenient position inside his sleeve. Attack, defense, escape. With all 3 talismans ready, if that demonic woman ever became uncontrollable, he would simply slice her down with one strike. In the mall, he had originally spotted a sword, art divine ability. But the 3-digit price forced him to choose the talisman instead. He would return once he had saved enough. Xuan secured the talisman, then pushed open the door to leave the refining room, making his way back through the night to the rear courtyard of the Imperial Treasure Pavilion. When he pushed open the courtyard gate, he paused in surprise. Is that demonic woman really this kind? On the stone table in the courtyard, several dishes of food were placed. Though they had turned slightly cold, they were clearly freshly prepared. As Xuan stood there in a daze, the door to the side room suddenly swung open from within. Jean Linger poked half her body out, yawning, her eyes still drowsy. She glanced at him and said back, the food is on the table. Eat. After speaking, she yawned again and mumbled, I'm dead tired. Going to bed first. Then the door closed. Xuan stood there staring at the shut door. Dead tired. A cultivator at the Foundation establishment, late stage, feeling sleepy. With her injuries mending and spiritual energy flowing smoothly, shouldn't she be more energetic? How could she be sleepier the more she slept? He shook his head, setting the thought aside for the moment. He walked to the stone table, sat down, and looked at the dishes. Though cold, they looked quite appealing. Bright colors, even knife work. This enchantress actually has some skill, eh? Xuan picked up his chopsticks, took a mouthful of the spiritual vegetable, and his expression froze. A salty, bitter taste exploded on his tongue. Heavens! Is this fit for human consumption? He glanced at the side room door, forced himself not to spit it out, swallowed hard, and quickly took a sip of soup. The soup was not only salty, but also had a burnt flavor. He stared at the dishes in silence for a long time. The presentation was top-notch, but the taste was abysmal. Xuan silently put down his chopsticks and sighed. Well, at least she was willing to leave food for him. That intention was worth acknowledging. But as for the future, no thank you. The next morning, just as the sky had fully brightened, Xuan opened the shop and began hanging new spirit robes one by one in the robe section. There were so many robes this time that the wall couldn't hold them all, so he simply set up a rack. The robes were arranged neatly, gleaming with iridescent light. He cast a satisfied glance at them, then took out a communication talisman and sent a message to one Yuru. Yunyang, have someone send 2 portions of breakfast. Not long after, a young girl no more than 14 or 15 came running over carrying a food box. Her cheeks were flushed, and she smiled sweetly at Xuan. Shopkeeper Lu's sister Yunyang asked me to deliver this. You've worked hard. Xuan took the food box, casually fished out a small piece of spirit stone, and handed it over. A tip for your trouble. Take it. Thank you, shopkeeper. The girl ran off cheerfully. Xuan was about to head back to the counter with the food box when he heard footsteps behind him. Jean Linger, rubbing her sleepy eyes, emerged from the back courtyard. Shopkeeper, why did you order food? You should have woken me up to cook. Xuan paused mid-step, turned around, and looked at her with a strange expression. It's fine. This is how I usually manage. That's a waste of spirit stones. From now on, I'll make breakfast. Save a little here and there. Jean Linger looked at him, wearing an expression of wanting to save him money. Xuan gazed at her sincere face, but his mind flashed back to the bitter, salty spiritual vegetable and the burnt soup from last night. He quickly said, No, I can afford such a small expense. Fine then. I'll go brew you some tea. Seeing his firm refusal, Jean Linger put on a resigned look. What Lucian didn't notice was that as she turned to brew the tea, the corner of her mouth curled up ever so slightly. After breakfast, Lucian called Jean Linger to the counter. Since there's no one around, let me first familiarize you with the shop situation. Then he led Jean Linger through the prices and details of the magical artifacts, elixirs, spirit herbs, and spirit robes one by one. After that, he explained the current promotions and various precautions to note. Things like address female customers as fairy, male customers as Taoist, and those with high cultivation as senior. A cultivator at Jean Linger's foundation establishment stage had an exceptional memory, so she remembered it all after just one hearing. Lucian didn't repeat himself. He would address any issues during actual practice. Not long after the shop opened, the first customer arrived. It was a rogue cultivator at the mid-chi refining stage. He headed straight for the elixir area. Lucian shot Jean Linger a glance, signaling her to watch, and learned, then put on a bright smile and greeted him. Taoist, what are you looking for? Do you still have replenishing spirit pills? Yes, these are our best sellers. Lucian took a bottle from the counter, placed it on the surface, and casually pulled out the stopper so the rogue cultivator could smell the medicinal fragrance. Look at the quality. Each pill is round and full, far superior to what's commonly available. The rogue cultivator leaned and sniffed, and his eyes brightened noticeably. How much per pill? 5 spirit stones per pill, Lucian quoted promptly. The rogue cultivator thought for a moment. I'll take 2. Coming right up. Lucian deftly packed them, handed them over, collected the spirit stones, and added a casual remark. If they work well for you, do bring your friends sometime. The rogue cultivator muttered a vague reply and left happily. Jean Linger watched with sparkling eyes. Once the customer was far away, she immediately leaned in and whispered, that's it? Sold in just a few sentences. What else? Lucian put the spirit stones into his storage pouch. Doing business isn't that complicated. Good products, fair prices, and a sweet tongue. That's enough. Jean Linger nodded thoughtfully. This job wasn't that hard. Not long after, another customer entered the shop. This time it was Xuan. She was already wearing the smoke-pink spirit robe, radiant and dazzling, but she came alone today. Jean Linger, sharp-eyed, saw her enter and instinctively moved to greet her. Lucian lightly tapped her on the arm and said in a low voice, I'll handle this one. Jean Linger tactfully stepped aside. Fairy Yun, good morning. Lucian came out from behind the counter, his face beaming. Xuan didn't bother with pleasantries. She walked up to the counter and extended her hand. Her fair palm was laid out before him, the meaning unmistakable. Lucian understood instantly. He took out a stack of spirit stones he had prepared and handed them over. Thank you for yesterday, Fairy Yun. A small token, please don't refuse. Xuan accepted the spirit stones, her face breaking into a smile. It's because your flying sword is good. Sheer coincidence. Her tone carried a hint of pride. I heard Lord Lu wanted to buy a top-grade flying sword, so I thought of your shop. I also wanted to buy a spirit robe myself, so I brought him along. Fairy Yun is too modest. If I had to rely on my own, touting that flying sword would probably still be gathering dust on the shelf. Lucian replied with a flattering smile. 100 words from me can't match 1 word from you. He paused, then added, if you bring more such business in the future, the more the merrier. I won't treat you poorly. Xuan curled her lips in satisfaction. All right. From now on, I'll bring all such business to you. With that, she swayed her hips and walked out the door. When she was far away, Jean Linger sidled up, her face full of astonishment. There's such a shady trick. Shady trick. It's called a win-win. Lucian barely resisted the urge to flick her forehead. The Jade Treasure Pavilion has survived this long, thanks to old customers helping with referrals. If they put in the effort, they deserve a little reward, don't they? Jean Linger tilted her head and thought for a moment. The logic seemed sound, so she nodded. Not long after, 2 rogue cultivators entered the shop together. Lucian glanced at their eyes, which were fixed on the magical artifact area, then jerked his chin at Jean Ling. This one's yours. Jean Linger froze. Mine? Yes. Lucian leaned back against the counter, arms crossed. You just watched, didn't you? All talk and no practice won't do. Give it a try. Leave it to me, shopkeeper. Just watch. Jean Linger's spirits visibly lifted. She puffed out her chest slightly, her eyes brimming with eager confidence. Watch me make them fall at my feet.